This young man was once a Sword Venerate, the most powerful swordsman in existence, but just as he was about to ascend to God King, he was ambushed by countless powerful masters at Cloudy Peak. In the end, exhausted and betrayed, he died, consumed by hatred. But fortunately, fate hadn't completely abandoned him, and Wu Fu was given a second chance at life. When he awoke, he found himself in a dorm room at Panhai University. He had truly been reborn. However, the spirit energy in his body had completely vanished. Wu Fu's 30,000 years of cultivation had turned to dust. But if the heavens gave him a chance to live again, then it would be the beginning of his enemy's misfortune. Wu Fu swore an oath. This life, when he set foot on Cloudy Peak once more, it would be the day those traitors paid the price for their sins. Just as this thought crossed his mind, the dorm room door suddenly swung open. A beautiful, stylish, and incredibly arrogant girl walked in. "Oh? So Wu Fu is finally awake?" she asked, her gaze completely devoid of emotion. That face, that voice. Wu Fu immediately recognized her as Li Mengjiao, his girlfriend. He also realized he had returned to the time when he was injured and recovering in the dorm. So, why was Li Mengjiao here? He had a sinking feeling he already knew the answer. Sure enough, Li Mengjiao rudely tossed several items onto his bed. A handbag, a phone, all gifts he had given her when they were together. Then, she made her grand announcement. "We're over. I'm returning all this junk to you now." The reason Wu Fu was injured in the first place was because he had confronted her, demanding to know why she wanted to break up. She had dumped him. Wu Fu clearly remembered being publicly humiliated for daring to offend a man named Xia Tianhao. Shortly after, his own father was fired from his job by Xia Tianhao's father. The more he remembered, the angrier he became. Seeing Li Mengjiao still standing there, her presence grating on his nerves, filled Wu Fu with disgust. "Is there anything else?" he asked coldly. Li Mengjiao frowned, then launched into a merciless tirade. "Wu Fu, who do you think you are? With your pathetic background, you actually dared to offend Tianhao? Now that you're awake, you should take a good look in the mirror and see yourself for what you are." She then delivered a message from her new boyfriend. If Wu Fu and his father knelt and apologized, Xia Tianhao's father would give his dad his job back. "You should remember," she sneered, "your entire family survives on the salary of your janitor father." Li Mengjiao's words were utterly merciless. Wu Fu felt his heart turn to cold ash. In his past life, he had truly loved this woman. He could still recall those feelings vividly, but now, having lived an entire lifetime, Li Mengjiao was nothing in his eyes. Besides, a man's pride is precious. "Go back and tell Xia Tianhao that he can throw whatever he wants at me. I can take it." Wu Fu's blunt response sent Li Mengjiao into a rage. "I came here out of respect for our past relationship to warn you, but if you're determined to die, then so be it." She spat the words out before slamming the door and leaving. Wu Fu felt no regret for a shallow, materialistic woman like her. The most important thing now was to increase his own strength before his enemies came for him. Fortunately, he still remembered all the secret techniques and cultivation arts from his previous life. Now was the perfect time to train. Reaching the Qi refining realm was just a matter of time. But first, there was another urgent matter, healing his injuries. However, the moment he sat down and focused his mind, a sword Qi began to form above his head. Wu Fu's eyes widened in shock. It was his spirit sword. He thought it had been stolen from him, but somehow, it was here with him again. To manifest a divine weapon before even entering the Qi refining realm was an astonishing feat. If another cultivator were to see this, it would attract unnecessary trouble. Wu Fu tried to find a way to conceal the sword Qi, but the moment he touched it, the blade shattered. It seemed things weren't going to be so easy. The sword had clearly sustained heavy damage, leaving only a remnant behind. As Wu Fu absorbed the spirit essence radiating from the broken blade, his injuries began to heal completely in a matter of moments. Next, he needed to test his current power. Wu Fu stood up, walked over to a wall, and unleashed a palm strike. Instantly, a large crack spiderwebbed across the solid surface. We strongly advise our younger viewers not to imitate this act of destroying public property. To cause this much damage with just a basic martial arts technique, it seemed the road ahead was going to be very interesting. Wu Fu then left the dormitory and headed to a park next to the university to begin his cultivation. To avoid attracting attention, he found a spot high up in the branches of a tree, but he immediately ran into a major problem. The spiritual energy on Earth was far too thin. It was enough to reach the Qi refining realm, but to advance any further, this concentration of Qi was completely inadequate. As he was racking his brain for a solution, he spotted his roommate below, leading a few thuggish-looking men who were clearly searching for him. "This is strange. He usually loves hanging out here, but of course he's not here today," his roommate said nervously. "How about you guys come back tomorrow? I'll help you find him." "Sounds to us like you're trying to pull a fast one," one of the thugs shot back, his tone dripping with menace. Wu Fu instantly recognized his roommate. His name was Wang Mengmeng, and he was not only his college roommate but also his only true friend on Earth. It was obvious these were Xia Tianhao's goons, sent to beat him up. Wang Mengmeng, not daring to lead them to the dorm, had deliberately brought them here instead. Big brother, Wu Fu is still recovering from his injuries. I'll go beg Brother Hao for you, please just let him go. Wang Mengmeng pleaded again. But the thugs had no intention of backing down. They explained that their brother Hao had let Wu Fu off with just a warning last time because Wang Mengmeng had shown sincere respect. But this time, Wu Fu had acted arrogantly in front of Li Mengjiao and even sent her back with a defiant message. Xia Tianhao had made it clear no amount of begging would save Wu Fu this time. Then, accusing him of deliberately leading them on a wild goose chase to protect Wu Fu, they started beating up Wang Mengmeng. Unable to fight back, Wang Mengmeng was knocked to the ground. The thugs then turned their attention to the small husky they had raised together. Wang Mengmeng immediately threw his body over the dog to protect it. "Don't hurt him! He's just a little animal. You don't have to do this," he cried out. "Besides, Wu Fu has been unconscious for days. If you hit him again, you might actually kill him." For his well-intentioned lie, poor Wang Mengmeng became their punching bag. But this time, just as the thugs were about to strike again, Wu Fu appeared. With his still bandaged right hand, he caught the thug's punch mid-air. Not only that, Wu Fu twisted his wrist backward, causing the man to scream in agony. Finally, Wu Fu finished him with a devastating kick that sent blood gushing from the thug's mouth. His large body flew several meters through the air, stunning everyone who witnessed it. "You'd better get lost before I get really angry," Wu Fu threatened, his face an icy mask. Seeing him out of bed and acting so aggressively, Wang Mengmeng was terrified for him. He quickly yelled for Wu Fu to run, believing there was no way he could fight off this whole group. However, the idiotic thugs failed to notice that something was very different about Wu Fu today. All they knew was that he had shown his face and injured one of their brothers. For that, they were going to make him pay with his life. "Run, Wu Fu!" Wang Mengmeng screamed. But Wu Fu calmly replied that the ones who should be running were them, not him. The thugs were merciless, ditching their clubs and pulling out knives. A thug with silver-dyed hair lunged forward, stabbing viciously with a dagger. But as fast as lightning, Wu Fu arched his body backward, effortlessly dodging the attack. The attacker, having missed, stumbled forward from his own momentum, leaving himself wide open for Wu Fu to slam a fist directly into his face. The punch was so powerful that another thug was instantly knocked unconscious. At this point, Wang Mengmeng stammered, "Brother Fu, that was amazing. How did you do that?" But Wu Fu had no time to explain his sudden surge in strength because the last two thugs were already charging at him. They wanted a 2-on-1 fight to avenge their comrade, knowing it would be humiliating to lose. But unfortunately for them, Yuan Fu had no intention of giving them that chance. He swung his fist and sent the guy on the right flying with a single punch. The remaining red-haired thugs saw this and froze, swallowing hard, too terrified to charge forward. "Impossible," he muttered. "Just a few days ago, you were nothing but trash." "Oh? So you do realize that was a few days ago," Yuan Fu shot back. "Too bad for you. Times have changed." The coldness in his voice and the expression on his face sent a shiver down the thug's spine. Then, Yuan Fu unleashed a strike using his spiritual energy. But he deliberately missed, instead using the energy to slice off the guy's fluffy, lion's mane-like hair. This act of pure humiliation and intimidation made Wang Manmin, who was watching from the side, burst out laughing. "I told you to scram. Are you still not leaving?" Yuan Fu was done wasting time on them. This time, the red-haired thug didn't dare stick around. He knew he stood no chance. So, they scrambled to get away. But just as they took a few steps, Wang Manmin's little dog started barking relentlessly toward a cluster of large trees. Yuan Fu noticed this, and the very instant he turned his head, a single leaf shot towards him like a hidden weapon. He leaned back, dodging it just in time as the leaf embedded itself deep into the tree trunk behind him. This plucking a leaf, flying a flower technique was executed with incredible precision, proving the attacker was no ordinary person. A moment later, the one responsible for the attack emerged. It was a middle-aged man who began cracking his knuckles the moment he saw Yuan Fu. He accused Yuan Fu of using his strength to bully the weak, declaring it wasn't impressive. Outraged on behalf of the three thugs, he intended to teach Yuan Fu a lesson. "Aren't you leaving yet?" he said to the young punks who had just been defeated, even though he didn't know them at all. The three thugs didn't need to be told twice and quickly vanished. Seeing how aggressive this newcomer was, Wang Manmin started to get scared. He whispered to Yuan Fu that they seemed to have provoked a true master. Yuan Fu knew the next fight wouldn't be as simple as the last one. He told Wang Manmin to take his dog and run first. If you can't win, you run, isn't that simple logic? Wang Manmin was extremely worried, but when he saw the confident smile on his friend's face, he decided not to stay and be a burden. Clutching his small dog, he ran, silently cheering for Yuan Fu to hang in there. With all the bystanders gone, only Yuan Fu and the middle-aged man were left. "Young man, you're a cultivator. Isn't it a disgrace to attack ordinary people like that? The man had identified Yuan Fu's extraordinary status at a glance. Yuan Fu politely explained that the other group had started the trouble, which is why he had to retaliate. Yuan Fu was clearly telling the truth, but the man assumed he was making excuses. A cultivator at the Qi refinement realm being harassed by a few normal people? It sounded completely absurd. As he spoke, he clenched his right fist, which began to glow with spiritual energy. Then, he shot forward, launching himself straight at Yuan Fu. A fellow cultivator, indeed. The punch was incredibly precise, but Yuan Fu blocked it with ease. In fact, he looked completely unfazed. A moment later, he swiftly counterattacked. The moment Yuan Fu knocked him back, the man was stunned. This was definitely not the power of a Qi refinement cultivator. He had completely underestimated his opponent. After being thrown back, the man suddenly felt a sharp, stabbing pain from within. Seeing him collapse to his knees from something that clearly wasn't his own blow, Yuan Fu paused his attack. Seeing this reaction, the man thought to himself, "He's not taking advantage of my vulnerability." Could it be he was telling the truth? Yuan Fu observed him closely, sensing that this senior's cultivation was clearly 2 realms higher than his own. However, his spiritual energy was incredibly weak, suggesting a pre-existing internal injury. Yuan Fu's gaze seemed to see through everything. Then, as fast as lightning, Yuan Fu appeared behind the man and struck with his palm not to attack, but to probe. Just as he suspected, the man's meridians were damaged, which was why he couldn't use his full power. At first, the man was terrified, thinking Yuan Fu was launching a sneak attack. But then, he suddenly realized that his damaged meridians had already healed by more than half. He realized Yuan Fu had just helped heal him. Someone at the Qi refinement stage shouldn't possess this kind of ability. There was clearly more to Yuan Fu's identity than met the eye. "Boss!" At that moment, several men in suits and sunglasses ran over, shouting. They appeared to be the bodyguards of the senior who had just fought Yuan Fu. Seeing the blood at the corner of their boss's mouth, they panicked, immediately assuming Yuan Fu was responsible. Without waiting for their boss's command, the entire group surrounded him. When they saw his right hand gathering qi, they weren't surprised at all. They knew instantly that Yuan Fu was a cultivator. But even a cultivator could be dealt with. The bodyguards drew their guns, and the first shot was fired. And yet, Yuan Fu dodged it. His speed was faster than a bullet, shocking his opponents. He then used that same speed to close the distance with the man who had just fired. However, before he could counterattack, the senior suddenly roared, "All of you, back off!" The bodyguards turned, stunned. The man who had fired the gun even received a merciless slap across the face from his boss. Afterward, the man turned back to Yuan Fu and respectfully cupped his fists. "Thank you, young friend, for healing my injury. It seems there was a misunderstanding earlier. My deepest apologies." The bodyguards in the back couldn't understand why their boss was suddenly acting so respectful towards a young man. Yuan Fu didn't hold a grudge. He had only helped because he sensed the man wasn't malicious, just someone who couldn't stand by and watch an injustice. If he had actually been on the same side as those thugs, things would have ended very differently. Seeing that Yuan Fu was young yet powerful, calm and composed, the senior felt he could rely on him. And so, he decided to boldly ask for a favor. He explained that his daughter suffered from the same blocked meridians and hoped Yuan Fu would help her just as he had helped him. As soon as he finished speaking, the bodyguards beside him reacted. "Boss, the young Mrs. Meridians have been blocked for a long time. Not even Taoist Master Xuan Yuan could find a cure. How could he possibly do it? He just looks like some street hustler." "Boss, you should reconsider." Yuan Fu coughed dryly. These guys didn't even have the decency to lower their voices when badmouthing someone. But it was the same man who had shot at him who had the most violent reaction. He pointed a finger right in Yuan Fu's face, rudely declaring that if even a half-step grandmaster was helpless against the young Mrs. condition, who could a mere Qi refinement cultivator like him possibly fool? And for that, he received another slap from the senior. "You rotten brat. Are you the boss, or am I the boss? He is a profound master. Do you think his abilities are for you to understand?" Yuan Fu had no interest in watching their internal drama. He coughed again, signaling for the senior to stop. The man looked embarrassed and scratched his head. "I'm so sorry for the disrespect, young friend. Please don't take it to heart." "Gentlemen, I don't recall ever promising I would help you," Yuan Fu replied coldly. His dismissive attitude was so arrogant it made the bodyguard want to curse him out again. But just as he opened his mouth, he was met with a death glare from his boss, and he immediately fell silent. The man then began to persuade Yuan Fu, saying he could tell he was a natural talent, but the spiritual energy in this park was insufficient for cultivation. However, he owned a villa in Tianfuhao Yuan, where the spiritual energy was incredibly dense. The bodyguard grew angrier the more he listened. That villa was the young Mrs.'s favorite place, yet the boss was willing to let a young Qi refinement cultivator use it for free. Still, terrified of another slap, he didn't dare utter a single word. The mere mention of dense spiritual energy made Wu Fu's resolve start to crumble. Sensing his hesitation, the old senior pressed his advantage even harder, adding that the villa was also incredibly quiet and secluded, free from any disturbances. He promised that if Wu Fu could just heal his daughter, he wouldn't just give him the villa, he would do anything and everything within his power for him. In the end, Wu Fu agreed. After all, dealing with stagnant meridians was a trivial matter for him. He simply left his phone number with the grateful old man. The old man was overjoyed, but his bodyguard muttered under his breath that if Wu Fu failed to help the young miss, he would personally take his life. Just as Wu Fu was casually strolling back to his dorm, his phone suddenly rang. The caller ID was blocked. The moment he answered, a shrill, grating voice echoed from the other end. "Having fun, Wu Fu? Why aren't you here yet? I'll give you 10 minutes. If you dare to not show up, I can't guarantee what will happen to your friend and that mud of yours." Wu Fu instantly recognized the voice of Li Mengjiao. It seemed she had finally shown her true colors. He could even hear his silly husky barking in the background. It was clear. Wang Manman and Xiao Qiu had been kidnapped by Xia Tianhao's crew. Perfect, he thought. He was just wondering how he'd find them, and now they had delivered themselves right to his doorstep. Meanwhile, in a private room at a karaoke bar, Li Mengjiao and Xia Tianhao were draped all over each other, sipping wine. Flanking them were two massive bodyguards, standing like statues. But that wasn't all. Two more goons armed with solid iron bars were hiding right by the door, ready to ambush Wu Fu. They sneered, thinking that even if the guy was made of steel, these clubs would still shatter his bones. "Boss Hao, you might want to sit back a bit," one of them smirked. "You don't want to get blood on you." Xia Tianhao laughed with glee, already picturing the sight of Wu Fu getting beaten to a pulp. Meanwhile, Wang Manman and Xiao Qiu were bound tightly and tossed into a corner of the room. A moment later, Wu Fu walked right into the private room, just as they'd planned. But what happened next was nothing like they had imagined. With a single, almost lazy motion, he raised his hand and effortlessly blocked the solid iron bar as it came crashing down. This was not the strength of a normal human. Before the goons could even process their shock, Wu Fu swung his fist, connecting squarely with the attacker's face. He held nothing back. The punch shattered the man's nose and knocked out at least 3 of his teeth. The sheer brutality of it made Li Mengjiao and Xia Tianhao nearly choke on their wine. "Impossible!" Li Mengjiao cried out involuntarily. "Just last night, you were lying helpless in a hospital bed." "That was last night," Wu Fu replied coldly, not even wanting to look at her face. The bodyguard beside Xia Tianhao leaned in and whispered to his boss, suspecting Wu Fu had hidden steel plates under his clothes. There was no other way he could have blocked that blow, nor could he have delivered such a devastating punch. Hearing this, Li Mengjiao breathed a sigh of relief and muttered to herself, "I told you, he's just a worthless loser. How could he suddenly become so strong? It turns out he just came prepared." Wu Fu completely ignored them, his eyes fixed on his friend in the corner. Wang Manman, still gagged, could only let out muffled whimpers, but behind the gag, he was deeply moved, seeing that Wu Fu had braved such danger just to save him. However, when Wu Fu knelt down, he completely ignored his friend and went straight for the husky, Ha. He untied the dog, gently scooped him up into his arms, and cooed, "Ha, are you okay?" Ha let out a few happy barks, while Wang Manman nearly thrashed himself into a fit. His touching moment of gratitude hadn't even lasted 5 seconds. What a great friend Wu Fu was. Only after making sure the dog was safe did Wu Fu finally turn his attention to his human companion. But just as he was fumbling with the ropes on Wang Manman, Xia Tianhao's other bodyguard launched a sneak attack from behind. Before Wang Manman could even shout a warning, Wu Fu spun around and, with a single fluid motion, kicked the scoundrel into the air. The man slammed into the far wall, blood instantly soaking through his expensive suit jacket. Yet, even after witnessing this, Xia Tianhao didn't show the slightest hint of fear. Why would he? He had numbers on his side, and in his mind, Wu Fu was still leagues below him. With a snap of his fingers, several more bodyguards flooded into the room. But in Wu Fu's eyes, these men were nothing more than ants. And no matter how many of them there were, a swarm of ants was still just a swarm of ants utterly harmless. If they were in such a hurry to meet their maker, then he was more than happy to send them on their way. Wu Fu unleashed a punch filled with his spiritual energy, a blow so powerful it seemed to tear through the very air in front of him. All 3 bodyguards were instantly knocked out, collapsing before the horrified eyes of their master. Wu Fu then raised an eyebrow at Xia Tianhao. "Any more? Just bring them all out at once." This time, Xia Tianhao finally felt fear. Calling for more men would be pointless. It was better to just admit defeat. Wu Fu grunted, slowly advancing on him. "If that's the case, then it's time we settled the score between us, isn't it?" Wang Manman watched his friend's imposing figure with a storm of emotions swirling inside him. This was no longer the roommate he once knew. He then glanced over at Ha, only to see the husky staring at the ceiling with an incredibly smug expression. He had to admit, this change in Wu Fu was a good thing. He wouldn't be bullied anymore. Even his dog was proud of him. Wu Fu now stood directly in front of Xia Tianhao. While Xia Tianhao was desperately racking his brain for a way to beg for mercy, Li Mengjiao suddenly mustered some foolish courage and screamed, "Wu Fu, so what if you can fight? Let me tell you something. A loser will always be a loser." But before she could finish, Xia Tianhao roared, "Shut your mouth," leaving Li Mengjiao completely stunned. Ever since she had cheated on Wu Fu to be with Xia Tianhao, this was the first time he had ever screamed at her. Worse, he was screaming at her in defense of her pathetic ex-boyfriend. Li Mengjiao's eyes blazed with hatred. A single thought consumed her. Why, Wu Fu? Why? But that thought was abruptly cut short when she felt something warm and wet trickling down her leg. Looking down, she saw Ha relieving himself right on her leg. That dog certainly knew how to humiliate someone. But before Wu Fu could settle the score with this trashy couple, the door to the room was kicked wide open. A girl in edgy clothes, her hair styled in two buns like the deity Nezha, stormed into the room. "Who the hell dares to cause a ruckus in my territory?" she bellowed. Wu Fu couldn't help but find it a little amusing. His opponent was just a young girl who hadn't even fully matured yet, and the divine weapons she manifested, two heavy iron maces, looked completely out of place in her hands. She, in turn, was sizing him up just as carefully, recognizing him as the only other cultivator in the room. She could tell he had only just managed to manifest his sword intent. Seeing someone so weak dare to cause a disturbance in her territory filled her with utter contempt. "Hey you!" she provoked, a sneer on her face. "You're just some low-level nobody. What gives you the right to cause trouble on my turf?" Seeing his savior, Xia Tianhao quickly pointed a finger. "Yes, that's him. He's the one who beat up all my bodyguards." But Wu Fu couldn't stop smiling. It turned out Ha was now clinging to the girl's leg, looking like he was about to do his business all over again. It seemed Wang Manman had given the dog a lot of water earlier. Feeling utterly disrespected by both Wu Fu and his mutt, the girl decided she was done talking and launched herself forward to attack. Compared to Xia Tianhao's useless thugs, a genuine cultivator like her was obviously going to be much more difficult to handle. For one, her speed was incredible. Wu Fu instinctively crossed his arms in front of his chest, forming a solid defense. Her attack was powerful. Sure enough, fighting an opponent a full realm above him was going to be tough. It was only then that it finally dawned on Xia Tianhao and Li Mengjiao. Wu Fu had become a cultivator. No wonder he had become so formidable overnight. They silently prayed that the girl would be able to put him in his place for good. Otherwise, they knew they were finished. Seeing that Wu Fu didn't counterattack after her first blow, the girl pressed on, launching a series of even more vicious strikes. Her speed was fast and her movements were agile, but unfortunately for her, she seemed to lack actual combat experience. When she threw a high kick, Wu Fu saw his opening to strike back. The problem was, the way he countered sent the entire room into a stunned silence. Because Wu Fu's counterattack was to slap her right on the butt. Gritting her teeth, the girl cursed him, calling him a pervert. Fueled by her rage, her attack grew even more vicious. She aimed a fist straight for Wu Fu's chest, intending to shatter his heart. But the moment it made contact with Wu Fu's body, the powerful strike turned completely limp, while he remained perfectly unfazed. It was then that the girl realized her spirit energy had been neutralized, and in that same instant, she understood. Wu Fu's earlier pat on her rear wasn't a perverted act, it was how he disabled his opponent's spirit energy. Then, Wu Fu retaliated, launching a punch overflowing with spirit energy. Now, it was the girl's turn to defend herself, but it was hopeless. "You scoundrel," she screamed. "If you have any guts, give me back my spirit energy. I'll let you live if you do." Just as she braced herself to be flattened by Wu Fu's fist, the spirit energy in his hand vanished, and the punch softened into a gentle pat on her head. "All right," Wu Fu said. "I'll return your spirit energy, but not right now." With that, he turned towards the despicable couple. Xia Tianhao was already sweating bullets, so terrified he practically shrieked. "What do you want?" At that moment, the girl stepped in front of Wu Fu again, declaring that she didn't care what grudges the three of them had. The rule stated no trouble was allowed here. Wu Fu simply pointed to the guards he'd beaten, their clothes torn to shreds as they cowered in a corner. Then he asked, "Who started the trouble here? Just ask them, and you'll have your answer." The young woman glanced at the men. Feeling an invisible pressure, they had no choice but to confess the truth. Xia Tianhao had started it. He had hired them specifically to teach Wu Fu a lesson. Hearing this, the girl shot Xia Tianhao a look filled with hatred. "You dared to deceive me?" Wu Fu brushed the girl aside and stepped right up to Xia Tianhao, demanding a proper apology. But this was a spoiled rich kid, used to getting his way, and he certainly wasn't about to apologize to someone he'd always looked down on. "Apologize? In your dreams?" he roared, but the words had barely left his mouth before Wu Fu sent a slap across his face. Xia Tianhao was stunned. Cradling his numbing cheek, he demanded, You dare hit me?" In response, Wu Fu slapped his other cheek to even things out. Xia Tianhao's rage instantly exploded. He swore he wasn't human if he didn't end Wu Fu's life, but of course, he didn't have the guts to back it up. "If you want revenge, come find me. But first you will apologize," Wu Fu insisted. The girl chimed in, "You're the one who started trouble on my Shu family's territory, and I haven't even dealt with you for that. Is it so hard to say you're sorry?" Pressured by them both, after a fierce internal struggle, Xia Tianhao finally gritted his teeth and forced out the two words, "I'm sorry." Having heard what he wanted, Wu Fu dismissed him. "Get lost." Xia Tianhao didn't need to be told twice. He didn't want to stay a second longer. As he stormed off in a huff, Li Menjiao quickly chased after him. She grabbed his sleeve, asking if he was okay. But how could he possibly be okay? Xia Tianhao violently shook off Li Menjiao's hand and cursed at her, leaving her furious and frozen in place. She thought about how hard she'd worked to latch onto a handsome, rich guy, only for Wu Fu to ruin everything. That bastard Wu Fu. Li Menjiao seethed through clenched teeth. Back in the private room, Wu Fu let out a massive sneeze. Afterwards, he and Wang Mengmeng said goodbye to the feisty young lady, since they still had classes to attend. The girl rushed after them, remembering that Wu Fu hadn't removed the restriction on her spirit energy yet. But the moment the door to the room closed, she felt her control over her spirit energy return. Wu Fu's ability was so profound that it made her wonder if he was truly just a cultivator at the qi refining stage. But that wasn't nearly as important as the fact that he'd patted her rear, which still made her furious. After leaving the karaoke bar, Xia Tianhao went to a pizza joint. The place was crawling with thugs. When they saw Xia Tianhao's swollen face, they erupted in a clamor. "Brother Hao, who did this to you? Let me go take care of them for you." Xia Tianhao ignored the small fry and walked straight up to a tall, tattooed man. "Brother Bill," he said through gritted teeth, "help me teach someone a lesson." The man called Brother Bill laughed. "Who's this clueless fool who dared to mess with the second young master of the Xia family? Does he not know who your big brother, Xia Tiangeng, is? He's just a worthless nobody with no backing. How could he possibly know?" Xia Tianhao pleaded with the man to help him punish Wu Fu, but with one condition: he had to be left barely breathing, because Xia Tianhao wanted to personally show him the consequences of crossing him. The next morning, Wu Fu went to class as usual, oblivious to the strange looks his classmates were giving him. His mind was preoccupied with the grudge from his past life. His enemy was a venerable master who had lived for tens of thousands of years, a being of profound strength. Right now, Wu Fu was only at the qi refining stage. He needed to build a solid foundation and not rush things, ensuring his cultivation could grow steadily so he could one day succeed in his revenge. Just as he was lost in thought, the classroom door was slammed open. "Well, well, Wu Fu, you actually dared to show your face at school," a mocking voice boomed. Only then did Wu Fu notice the strangers in his classroom and realize they were here for him. But he wasn't scared in the slightest. In fact, he casually replied, "We're all students here. Why wouldn't I come to class?" "What an arrogant little brat," one of them sneered, giving him a thumbs down. "Brother Hao is one of us on the basketball team. You messed with him. Did you ever stop to think about the consequences?" Wu Fu's classmates showed no outward reaction, but they were all secretly listening in. A few couldn't help but whisper that since he had offended Xia Tianhao, they should stay away from him from now on. But these intimidation tactics had zero effect on Wu Fu. In his eyes, Xia Tianhao was just a loser he'd already beaten. What consequences could there possibly be? But the thugs weren't finished. They announced that the consequence for daring to hit Xia Tianhao was that Wu Fu and his entire class would now be targeted by the basketball team. And everyone knew just how violent the guys on the basketball team could get when they were angry. "What does Wu Fu offending them have to do with us?" someone cried out. "You want this to have nothing to do with you? Fine, just play a basketball game against us. If you can beat us, we'll let you all off the hook." The thug's demand was completely unreasonable. Wu Fu had never even played basketball before, and his friends tried to warn him not to accept, but the bullies started taunting him. "What's the matter? Scared?" "A game it is," Wu Fu replied. They probably never expected him to actually agree. Following their old rules, they declared that if Wu Fu's side lost, they would have to call them dad every time they saw them. Wu Fu then asked what would happen if the outcome was reversed if they lost. His question was met with a roar of laughter. "Us? Lose to you? That's never going to happen. But fine, if you want a dream, we'll play along. If we lose, we'll call you dad," they mocked. With the bet settled, Wu Fu and the group headed to the basketball court. Word spread quickly that he had offended Xia Tianhao and was now settling it with a basketball game, and a curious crowd of students rushed over to watch. But when they arrived, they couldn't help but feel disappointed. Just one look was enough to see the massive physical difference between Wu Fu's team and the actual basketball players. "Besides you and one other guy who looked decent, the rest of us are a joke. We've got Wang Mengmeng, a total fatty, and two other guys who are short and scrawny. Meanwhile, every single player on the basketball team is a towering muscular athlete. He's the captain of the basketball team, handsome, a top student, and an incredible athlete, making him a god in the eyes of every girl. His father is the school's CEO, and he's the very same guy who led a mob to our class just to mock Wu-Fu. But to Ingu-Fu, he was nothing more than a peacock showing off its tail utterly non-threatening. You're going to lose miserably. Remember my name, Chu Tham, he declared in front of a huge crowd. This Chu Tham was a close associate of Ha Tianhao and came from a powerful background. All the onlookers thought Ngu-Fu must have a death wish. Winning or losing didn't matter anymore. The real problem was that once you crossed Chu Tham or Ha Tianhao, your life at school would become impossible. Ngu-Fu heard the whispers behind his back, but he paid them no mind, focusing only on the match. The referee signaled for both sides to take their positions, announcing that the game would last for 30 minutes, and the team with the most points would win. As soon as the starting whistle blew, Chu Tham immediately got possession of the ball. He skillfully dribbled it toward the basket, preparing to sink a three-pointer. As the captain of the basketball team, Chu Tham was no slouch. Within the first 10 seconds, the score was already 3-0 in favor of the school team. The entire cheering section erupted, with every girl screaming Chu Tham's name. Vuong Mang Mang was in utter despair, feeling like he was completely doomed this time. Not only were those guys incredibly skilled at basketball, but even the referee was on their side. In stark contrast, Ngu-Fu didn't seem the least bit flustered. After all, the game had only just begun. His eyes locked onto Chu Tham, who, as the team's main attacker, shouldered most of the responsibility. But this time, as Chu Tham brought the ball near the basket, the outcome was different. Ngu-Fu successfully stole it from him. His speed was so immense that Chu Tham didn't even have time to react. He frantically signaled for his teammates to block Ngu-Fu's path. But at that moment, the true skills of a cultivator came into play. Ngu-Fu moved like lightning, weaving through every defender before leaping high into the air and executing a perfect slam dunk. The spectators watching from the sidelines had their jaws on the floor. They never imagined Ngu-Fu could be so powerful. After a few more plays like that, he had closed the gap between his amateur team and Chu Tham's. Finding himself in a weaker position against the very person he intended to crush, Chu Tham grew increasingly impatient. And the more anxious he got, the more mistakes he made. Ngu-Fu knew exactly how to exploit his opponent's psychology, deliberately stealing the ball just as Chu Tham was about to score. The crowd was now dead silent, especially those who had come to cheer for Chu Tham. No one could have predicted that the school's official team would be getting thrashed by Ngu-Fu. Chu Tham was already panting heavily, unable to believe that Ngu-Fu had been hiding such incredible strength. So, he decided to change his strategy. Besides Ngu-Fu, the other members of his team were insignificant. Therefore, Chu Tham's entire team shifted their focus to swarm Ngu-Fu, preventing him from dribbling or even passing the ball. After resorting to this dirty tactic, they actually regained the upper hand and began to widen the score gap once more. 2 against 8, it seemed like all hope was lost for Ngu-Fu. Are they playing these dirty tricks because they think everyone is blind? On the court, Chu Tham's crew felt no shame. Instead, they provoked Ngu-Fu. Weren't you supposed to be so good? If you have any other tricks up your sleeve, now's the time to show them. Amidst the tense atmosphere, Ha suddenly let out 2 loud barks, as if to rally Ngu-Fu's spirits. His classmates also began to cheer for him, mostly because they didn't want to be bullied by Chu Tham's gang either. Vuong Mang Mang looked incredibly stressed, so Ngu-Fu patted him on the shoulder reassuringly. Don't worry, there are still 10 minutes left in the game. The slaughter is only just beginning. The bright sun beat down on the basketball court, where a lopsided contest was unfolding. Someone passed the ball to Chu Tham while his lackeys blocked Ngu-Fu. Chu Tham quickly dribbled past him, not forgetting to taunt. You want to play against me? In your dreams. With that, he smoothly moved the ball past Ngu-Fu. Ngu-Fu's eyes darted to the side, as if calculating his next move. Immediately after, Ngu-Fu twisted his body slightly to dodge. As Chu Tham crouched to build momentum for a shot, Ngu-Fu had already slipped behind him. Like a shadow, Ngu-Fu reappeared in front of Chu Tham before he even realized it. He aimed for the basket and jumped, throwing the ball with all his might. But to his shock, in that very instant, Ngu-Fu's slender hand reached out and caught the ball mid-air. Ngu-Fu snatched the ball and landed, crouching low. Chu Tham had fallen right into his trap, jumping to block a shot he thought was coming immediately. Realizing he'd been tricked, he froze for a second. Since when did he? The basketball was thrown an incredible distance, practically from one end of the court to the other. With unbelievable precision, the ball went straight through the hoop. Chu Tham's team stood there, stunned. No way. A shot from that far? Am I seeing things? Meanwhile, the crowd of spectators erupted with excitement. Even Chu Tham couldn't believe his eyes. That's impossible. The current score was 35-23. Mang Mang couldn't help but exclaim, "He's too strong!" Chu Tham refused to lose. He ordered 3 of his goons to lock Ngu-Fu down. You, and you, hold him for me!" The lackeys scrambled to obey, surrounding him. Nufu paid them no mind. You think you can stop me with them? Like a gust of wind, he effortlessly glided past the henchman in the blue jersey standing right in front of him. His body moving like a phantom on the wind, Ngu Fu spun and bypassed two more lackeys in red jerseys. From the sidelines, the crowd cheered for both sides. Stop him! Go, Ngu Fu! But by now, Chu Tham was already near Nu Fu's basket, and the distance between them was too great. Realizing the situation behind him, Chu Tham leaped up to shoot, thinking there's no way he can make it in time. But to everyone's surprise, a foot launched off the ground. Ngu Fu's silhouette appeared right at his side, swatting the ball away the moment it left Chu Tham's hands. He stood there dumbfounded, as if struck by lightning. What? The spectators cheered wildly, go, go, go. Amidst the roaring crowd, Ngu Fu crouched to gather his power. From his own basket, he hurled the ball with immense force towards the opponent's hoop on the other side of the court. Even from such a distance, it swished through the net. The score was now 42-37. The group of friends watching from the sidelines was ecstatic. A buzz went through the crowd. He won, even when it was 2 against 8. Isn't Ngu Fu supposed to be a loser? How is he this amazing? Chu Tham's face darkened, and he ground his teeth. This bastard has completely humiliated me, he thought furiously. I'll settle this score later. One of his lackeys came over to remind him, Brother Tham, let's go. Mang Mang stopped them. Losing and then leaving? Did you guys forget something? The underling shot back angrily. Get lost. You think you're worthy of having Brother Tham call you father? Ngu Fu, holding Erha, retorted sharply. Accepting an unfilial son? What's so hard about that? Erha chimed in with 2 perfectly timed barks. Enraged, the lackey charged forward. You're really asking for it. He confidently threw a punch at Ngu Fu, who dodged it with ease. Ngu Fu then spun around and delivered a powerful kick backward. The kick landed squarely on the lackey's chest, knocking the wind out of him. He was sent flying backward, crashing into several of Chu Tham's other goons. The onlookers were shocked. A fight? You've got to be kidding. But before he could get far, Ngu Fu, still holding Erha, blocked his path. Startled, he lost his footing and was about to fall backward when a hand shot out and grabbed his wrist. Nu Fu's grip was incredibly tight. No matter how much he struggled, he couldn't break free. Nu Fu looked at him coldly. Losing and then running away? You're not thinking of backing out of our bet, are you? Helpless to free his hand, he thought in panic. How is this guy so strong? Ngu Fu spoke impatiently. Call me, now. Chu Tham tried to stall for time. It hurts! It hurts! The crowd, all witnesses to the bet, loved the drama and began to urge him on. Call him father. A deal's a deal, do it. Sweat poured down Chu Tham's face from the pain, but he remained stubborn. Ngu Fu, you will regret this. Ignoring the threat, he tightens his grip. Chu Tham shrieks in agony. Wu Fu glares at him, delivering a final warning. So, are you ready to say it now? Chu Tham grinds his teeth, forcing out a single hissed word. Father. Hearing it, Wu Fu releases him and turns to leave. I have no use for a worthless son like you. Chu Tham collapses to the ground, cradling his throbbing wrist, too humiliated to speak. Mang Mang hurries after him, his voice laced with worry. Fu, you've got to be careful. Ha Tianhao and Chu Tham aren't the types to let this go. They'll come after you for revenge. The scene shifts to the quiet of Wu Fu's dorm room. He sits on his bed, silently cultivating his power, while his dog, Erha, watches with a curious tilt of its head. Spiritual energy and sparks of electricity crackle in the air, flashing with light. Wu Fu throws a punch, and lightning sizzles past his ear. He pulls back his power, murmuring to himself, the 9 nether chi refining art has 3 forms, one for each stage of the chi refining realm, initial, middle, and high. Wu Fu considers his next move. I need to find a place with dense spiritual energy, a place where I can break through to the next stage. Just then, Mang Mang bursts into the room. Fu! There's a camping trip being organized. You in? He adds excitedly. It's near Tianfu Hao Yuan. It's supposed to be beautiful, with mountains and rivers. Mang Mang wiggles his eyebrows. And most importantly, tons of beautiful girls will be there. But out of everything he just said, only one detail catches Wu Fu's attention. Mang Mang nods emphatically. That's right, Tianfu Hao Yuan is where all the wealthiest people in Yunhai City hang out. Mang Mang repeats his main point. The most important part is all the hot girls. Lost in thought, Wu Fu pets Erha. I'm about to have a breakthrough. That place might be perfect. After a moment, he nods. Mang Mang can't believe it. For real? Wu Fu nods again. As it happens, I have some business to take care of there anyway. Seeing that his roommate is actually coming, Mang Mang is ecstatic. Awesome. The campsite isn't in the city, but deep in a mountainous forest region. The school bus navigates the winding mountain roads, speeding towards its destination. On the bus, however, Wu Fu's presence is clearly not welcome. One of the guys mutters under his breath, "Why the hell is he here? What a buzzkill." Meng Jiao's friend lets out a derisive laugh. "Meng Jiao, your ex is really something else," she sneers. "It's bad enough he offended Ha Tianhao, but now he's gone and humiliated Chu Tham too." Meng Jiao scoffs. "I was just toying with him from the start. He was never worthy of me. His little act won't last long." Hearing their venomous words, Meng Meng looks over with concern. Fu. But Wu Fu remains completely unfazed. Meng Jiao's face darkens as she thinks, "This time, Tianhao will make sure you spend the rest of your life in a hospital bed. With its green mountains, white clouds, and golden sun, this is the perfect location for luxury villas." As the bus passes through the exclusive mountain community, the students inside gasp in awe. Mang Mang stares out the window, sighing. This really is the most luxurious villa community in all of Yunhai City. Just look at it. But Wu Fu is already getting up from his seat and walking to the front. "Driver, could you please stop here?" Meng Meng looks confused. "Fu? We're not at the campsite yet." Wu Fu simply nods. "A friend invited me to their house." Meng Meng's eyes widen. "Here? In Tianfu Haoyuan? You guys go on ahead," Wu Fu tells him. "I'll catch up with you later." As he steps off the bus, the others erupt in scornful laughter, convinced he's just putting on a show. Meng Jiao sneers. "He's so annoyingly dramatic, as if a country bumpkin like him could ever be worthy of me." A few of the guys walk over to Mang Mang, snickering. "Hey fatty, your big brother is quite the actor, isn't he?" Another one yells after Wu Fu's retreating figure. After a brief stop, the bus pulls away. Mang Mang glares at the others who are so quick to judge. "You're all blind." In the distance, the Tianfu Haoyuan estate sits nestled in the mountains, quiet and serene. Wu Fu takes out his phone and makes a call to Xu Anxian. He keeps it short and cold. "I'm here." On the other end, Anxian replies immediately. "My daughter has been waiting. I'll be right there." Moments later, someone emerges from a lavish villa to greet him respectfully. "This way, please." Wu Fu lets Erha play outside as he scans the surroundings. The spiritual energy here is quite rich. As he pushes open the door, he thinks, this should be more than enough to break through to the next stage of qi refining. Inside, a young woman with her hair in two buns greets them. "Senior, brother Ngo, this is my daughter," Anxian says, making the introduction. But as Wu Fu and Qing Qing's eyes meet, they both freeze in recognition. She points a finger at him, her voice rising. You pervert. What are you doing here?" Wu Fu stares at her, a thought clicking into place. So this is the person Xu Anxian was talking about. Qing Qing, meanwhile, is sizing him up as well. "The great master my father mentioned. Could he be this guy's disciple?" With that thought, she cranes her neck, trying to see who might be standing behind him. Wu Fu sees right through her. "Don't bother looking," he says flatly. "I came alone." Qing Qing's defenses shoot up like a porcupine's quills. "What do you want?" she demands, taking a defensive stance. "Don't think I'm scared of you just because you know a few tricks." Wu Fu finds her reaction amusing and simply shrugs. "I'm here to treat your illness." She scoffs in disbelief. "You? A mere qi refiner is going to treat me?" Anxian immediately scolds her. "Qing Qing, do not be rude. What does his realm matter? This young brother's power is extraordinary." But Qing Qing just pouts, unconvinced. Extraordinary? He's just a pervert. At that moment, a bodyguard presents a box to Anxian. "Sir, the medicinal herbs have been prepared." He takes the ornate box and offers it to Wu Fu. "The herbs you requested, young brother. I've prepared them. Please, see if they are sufficient." Wu Fu glances at the box, inwardly shocked by the sheer value it represents. This must have cost a fortune. He opens it to find a collection of premium-grade herbs. A sense of relief washes over him. These are the finest materials for cultivation. Qing Qing, however, is convinced he's a fraud and grows more annoyed by the second. Wu Fu turns to Anxian. "Senior, your daughter's condition is severe. These herbs won't work." His words only confirm Qing Qing's suspicions. "Even the grandmaster my father hired couldn't help me. How dare this low-level qi refiner speak with such arrogance?" Anxian's bodyguard narrows his eyes, his expression hardening. "Sir," the bodyguard warns, "I believe this kid is a con artist. Don't let him fool you." Anxian pauses, a flicker of doubt crossing his mind as he recalls their previous encounter. Could it have all been just a coincidence? But before he can act on that doubt, Wu Fu gathers spiritual energy into his palm. He looks at Qing Qing. "Your daughter's meridians have been blocked for years. A primordial spirit grandmaster couldn't fix it, and neither could a void return expert." Without another word, he strikes his energy-infused hand, tapping a pressure point on her body. Spiritual energy surges into her system. Wu Fu thinks, "You're a tribulation-transcending venerable?" Caught off guard by the sudden assault, Qing Qing coughs violently, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Seeing this, Wu Fu allows himself a small, private smile. A mere primordial spirit realm is nothing. But Anxian is anything but calm. Seeing his daughter suddenly attacked and unsure if she's even alive, he roars in fury. Spiritual energy erupts around him. Who are you? But as he looks closer, Anxian's eyes widen in shock. He barks an order at his bodyguard. Put the gun down, now! He immediately clasps his hands and bows deeply to Wu Fu. I have been terribly rude, young brother. May I be so bold as to ask who your master is? At the same time, Qingqing spits out one last mouthful of dark blood and suddenly feels her entire body become lighter. She circulates her spiritual energy and feels nothing. The constant pain is gone. Experiencing this miracle firsthand, she can only think one thing. It feels so good. I'm really healed. Just then, Erha runs over and barks, drawing her attention. Wu Fu falls silent for a moment. My master? He thinks back to his past life. If my master hadn't saved me then, I'd be nothing but a pile of bones right now. He finally answers, my master is not from Earth. Anxian is taken aback. Not from Earth? He assumes the boy is simply being secretive. As Qingqing scoops Erha into her arms, she says, you've got to be kidding. She can't help but add a sarcastic jab. So what you're saying is, your master is an alien? Anxian ignores her and hands a key to Wu Fu. As we agreed, this villa is now yours, he says with utmost sincerity. From this day forward, if you ever need anything from this old brother, you need only ask. Qingqing pouts, whining, but Dad, I love this villa. Anxian's voice turns stern. Qingqing, do not be disrespectful. Luckily for her, Wu Fu has no intention of kicking her out. I'm only here to cultivate, he says calmly. If you don't want to leave, you can stay. Seeing this, she playfully stuck out her tongue and made a cute cat face, and Tian could only sigh at his mischievous daughter. Meanwhile, at the national park, Wu Fu's class was on a field trip. Everyone was doing their own thing, with a group of girls laughing and chatting together. Not far away, a figure sat on a stone bench, gazing at them, completely captivated. Of course, it was the girl-crazy Mang Mang. He watched the girls, practically drooling. What a sight for sore eyes. Tu Hong's friend noticed Mang Mang's creepy stare and shivered. That fat guy keeps staring at us. Tu Hong linked arms with her friend and pulled her away. Let's go, quickly. Mang Mang sighed as he watched them leave. Boss is taking forever. Did he get lost or something? Just then, he heard a dog bark. Not far away, it was licking the leg of someone wearing black leggings. Hearing the bark, Mang Mang immediately thought of Wu Fu's dog, Ha. And sure enough, there was Ha, being chased for its life by a girl with platinum blonde hair. You stupid dog. Get back here. The dog ran, barking as if crying for help, until it finally reached its owner. Wu Fu caught Ha and apologized politely. I'm very sorry. I'll take full responsibility. Nana was boiling with rage. She held up her handbag and shouted, Do you have any idea how much this costs? Can you even afford it? Her friend beside her chuckled, Nana, his friend lives in a luxury villa, so he probably doesn't care about this kind of money. Some nearby classmates started to mock him. He's really a rich guy, huh? A rich man living in the slums? That's hilarious. Some even covered their mouths, snickering to themselves. He really knows how to put on an act. Wu Fu paid them no mind, turning to grab a skewer of food from the table. Mang Mang rushed over, scratching his head as he tried to defuse the situation. I'm so sorry. The dog is mine. Just then, Erha started happily munching on the skewer, while Wu Fu pulled a thick wad of cash from his pocket. I said I would take responsibility. The stack of bills was thick. It was a lot of money. He asked Nana coldly. Is this enough? The classmates mocked him again. He has money? Is he actually rich? Probably got it from some shady loan business. Meng Jiao saw it all, a cold smirk on her lips. How ridiculous. I can't wait to see your next move, you pathetic boy, still trying to pretend. After settling things with Nana, Wu Fu shot Meng Jiao a chilling glare. He shoved his hands in his pockets and strode toward her. Intimidated by his cold aura, Meng Jiao stammered, You, what do you want? Wu Fu leaned in close, his voice dangerously low. Don't bother me if you want to stay alive, he warned her icily. Watch your mouth. Meng Jiao had never been so humiliated. She gritted her teeth. Be arrogant for a few more days, I'll make you regret this. Just then, dark clouds rolled in, and the sky turned gloomy as someone spoke up anxiously. Oh no, it looks like it's going to rain. Rain during a picnic is the worst. Another complained, cursing. Damn the weather forecast. Someone else worried. What if it rains and the bus doesn't get here in time? At that moment, everyone heard Meng Jiao on the phone. Honey, it's about to rain. Can you come pick us up? After a moment, she hung up. Meng Jiao turned to the group and announced, A car will be here to pick us up shortly. Uninterested, Wu Fu made a surprising offer. I happen to have a villa nearby. You can all come over to get out of the rain. Meng Jiao sneered again. A villa in Yunhai? You'd probably die if you couldn't brag. At her words, the other students burst out laughing. Mang Mang asked worriedly, Boss, is this really okay? Wu Fu just shrugged. It's their choice. I'm not forcing anyone. Eager to see Wu Fu humiliated, Meng Jiao proposed, well, since it's about to rain anyway, why don't we go check? Maybe he's telling the truth. A short while later, the whole group was gathered at the gates of the Tian Fu Hao Vian estate. Guards stood watch at the entrance as Wu Fu led Mang Mang and the others forward. Meng Jiao smirked, waiting to see how he'd possibly get in. I don't get why he has to pretend, a student said. It's so embarrassing. We should just go back and wait for the car. Mang Mang tugged at his sleeve. Boss, maybe we should just go? Wu Fu gave him a reassuring look. We're already here. Why would we leave now? The moment the guard at the gate saw him, his face lit up in recognition. Mr. Ngo, are you bringing friends over to visit? The students were stunned. Mr. Ngo? Impossible. Meng Jiao was horrified. How can this be? Please, come in, the guard said respectfully. The classmates' moods instantly shifted to excitement. Let's go. Mang Mang gave a thumbs up. Boss, you're incredible. Wu Fu turned to the group. Come on in, it's about to rain. As they walked inside, one classmate exclaimed, This is amazing. I really thought he was just bragging. Only Meng Jiao clenched her fists, unable to accept it. When she was his girlfriend, she thought he was a poor nobody. Who knew he was hiding something like this? Her face darkened, her brows knitting together fiercely. Wu Fu, you bastard. As he entered, Wu Fu paused to speak to the guard. Mr. No, is there something I can help you with? The guard asked respectfully. Wu Fu pointed a thumb back at Meng Jiao. They are all my friends. Except for her. The guard immediately stepped forward, blocking Meng Jiao from entering. I'm sorry, miss. You cannot enter without permission. She screamed in fury. You damn bastard. Just then the sky opened up, and heavy rain lashed down on her. Meng Jiao gritted her teeth and cursed. Wu Fu, you will regret this. A moment later, a black car pulled up to the gate. She got in and told the driver, You have to kill him. Tian Hao nodded. Don't worry, it's all arranged. He dared to mess with me. He'll face the consequences. Inside the villa, the students marveled at the luxury. But one person had a different thought. He really owns a place like this? Was he hiding it, or? This was what Tu Hong was thinking, and she didn't look pleased at all. Suddenly, someone shouted, Isn't that Hua Ting Tin? At the name, Tu Hong immediately looked up. Is it really her? Another student gasped. Mang Mang craned his neck. Hua Ting Tin? Isn't she the big shot from the hotel? Tu Hong muttered, The Hua family of Yunhai. So this must be Hua Tin Tin's villa. Figures he's connected to money. Mang Mang patted Wu Fu's shoulder with a knowing look. Boss, you sure know how to keep a secret. Wu Fu paid him no mind. It's getting late, he announced. Go pick a room and rest. He then clarified for everyone. And yes, this villa used to belong to Tin Tin's family. Mang Mang's curiosity was piqued. Brother Fu, what's really going on? Wu Fu had no patience for the ignorant, jealous girls in the group. If you don't want to stay, you can get out right now. Mang Mang, show our guests the door. Mang Mang immediately pointed to the exit. The door is this way, please. Tu Hong sneered. And who put you in charge? Sister Tintin hasn't said anything. What do you think you're doing? Another girl added sarcastically. He lies without even blinking. From the top of the stairs, Tintin's voice cut through the noise. Hey, what are you all doing down there? She crossed her arms, glaring down at them. Tu Hong jumped, then looked up, forcing a sweet smile. Senior, Tu Hong's group, thinking they had backup, started laughing freely. They never expected Tintin's next words. Get out, right now, all of you. Tu Hong froze. Sister, Wu Fu invited us in. Her blonde friend quickly agreed. That's right. But Tintin's voice was ice. And didn't he just tell you all to leave? She then revealed the truth. This villa belongs to Wu Fu. He can kick out whoever he wants. The blonde girl was speechless. It's really his? A male classmate stammered in shock. The villa is actually. Tintin's voice hardened. Are you not leaving? Or do you need me to personally escort you out? Wu Fu simply gestured toward the door. Please. Tu Hong's face turned black with fury. She gritted her teeth and spat. I'm leaving. With that, she wrenched the door open and slammed it shut behind her. Hearing this, Xiao Hong sneered. Look out. You might get kicked out in your sleep. It's funny how no one stops to think how a freeloader could possibly own a luxury villa. I bet this place belongs to Xu Qingqing's family. From the second-floor landing, Qingqing watched her spout nonsense with her arms crossed. But Xiao Hong wouldn't let it go. Just because you say it's yours doesn't make it true. The real owner of the villa is standing right up there. We're staying the night here, so shouldn't we at least greet the actual owner? Her friend finally got the hint. So this was their boss lady's house. Xiao Hong promised we could take shelter from the rain. What kind of act are you putting on? Wu Fu felt like no good deed ever goes unpunished. I was kind enough to let you in to get out of the rain, not to stand here and mock me. Night fell, and the rain poured down in sheets outside. Faint streams of spiritual energy swirled around the villa, seeping into the rooms. Their destination? Wu Fu. After kicking the ungrateful Xiao Hong out, Wu Fu looked up at Qing Qing. Still awake? She snorted coldly. It was so noisy it woke me up. Mang Mang clapped him on the shoulder, his face a mask of dramatic pity, as if mourning the tragic fate of a man tossed about by life. Brother Fu, you beast, how long have you been leeching off of them to live this lavishly? Above his head, a broken sword fragment hovered. Suddenly, Wu Fu's eyes shot open, snapping him out of his meditative state. The broken sword above him trembled non-stop, letting out a low hum. In the next moment, the spiritual energy surged, and he broke through to the mid-chi refining stage. In his past life, it took him 3 years to get through the chi refining realm. Now, he'd reached the middle stage just days after his rebirth. Suddenly, a rustling sound came from outside. It was followed by a loud crash and the growling of Ha. Startled, Wu Fu glanced over. He stepped onto the balcony and asked his dog, "What happened?" Of course, the dog couldn't answer in human words, only barking insistently toward the darkness. Seeing its unusual behavior, Wu Fu urged it on. "Let's go." The heavy rain fell as Ha dashed through it toward the forest. Wu Fu followed close behind, noticing that several trees had been struck by lightning. The star-chasing sword above Wu Fu's head vibrated relentlessly. He knew something was wrong. The star essence is reacting so strongly. Wu Fu looked at Ha. "Did you see something?" The dog responded with 2 sharp barks. He looked around. The trees here were charred black by lightning strikes, their canopies gone. This is... Abruptly, Wu Fu noticed Ha's strange actions. It stopped and bent down, digging furiously at something in the ground. After digging for a moment, it turned and barked twice, as if reporting its success. At Ha's paws lay a blackened, broken sword fragment it had just unearthed. Amidst the crashing thunder, Wu Fu froze. He bent down and picked up the broken blade. This is... As Ha barked, the layer of black ash covering the sword crumbled away. Washed clean by the rainwater, a shimmering sword was revealed. Wu Fu was stunned. A star vein sword. This sword fragment looked just like the one that hovered over his head. In my past life, I traversed 10,000 stars to forge a single star sword. I never thought I'd see another star-chasing sword after my rebirth. The fragment above his head hummed, as if resonating with the one in his hand. The surrounding spiritual energy seemed to be sucked into these 2 broken swords. He laughed loudly. "I've found the 10,000-year-old star sword. I will return." He raised the broken blade high. "The moment I reassemble the star sword will be the moment of your doom. Even if you are in the highest realm of the heavens, I can still kill you." The next morning, a pair of long, slender legs appeared at the school gate. Sunlight streamed into the martial arts training hall. When the girl walked in, everyone's spirits lifted. It was none other than Qing Qing. A group of girls from the martial arts club gathered around her. "President, you're back," Qing Qing replied coolly. "I've rested long enough. It's time to come back. Does anyone here know Wu Fu?" A pink-haired girl named Xiaoya raised her hand. "President, I do. Qing Qing asked. "Where is he now?" Xiaoya explained. "He's a new student. He just arrived and already offended Tian Hao. Now he's being blocked at the gate. I'm afraid things don't look good for him," she asked curiously. "President, do you know him?" At such a sensitive question, Qing Qing became flustered. She turned her head away, her face flushing red. I don't know him," she muttered, silently cursing in her heart. That damned thug. At the school gate, Wu Fu let out a loud sigh. Just then, a black car sped toward him, another one right behind it. Wu Fu grew wary, his eyes narrowing as he scanned his surroundings and sensed something was off. It wasn't just 1 or 2 cars, but 4 or 5, closing in and cutting off any path of escape. A thug yelled at the crowd of students gathering to watch. "What are you looking at? You want to die?" Wu Fu frowned. Ha, in his arms, was not so calm, barking loudly. A thug approached Wu Fu, and the dog barked even more ferociously. The opponent was a burly man named Da Biao. He stared at Wu Fu. "You're Wu Fu?" The lackeys holding baseball bats saw how small and frail Wu Fu looked. One spoke up, "Boss Biao, let me handle this punk." Another was incredulous. Tian Hao let this piece of trash humiliate him? Wu Fu put Ha down, readying for a fight. "I'll teach you all a lesson." Da Biao's lackeys rushed forward, swinging their bats. A dangerous swing aimed for his head, but Wu Fu dodged. Another bat grazed past his face as he leaned back effortlessly. Immediately after, Wu Fu pivoted, stomping his foot on the ground for leverage. His other leg flew up in a high kick, snapping the baseball bat in the thug's hand. The man stared in terror at the splintered bat he was still holding. Wu Fu sneered. "I thought he might have invited some people who could actually fight." "What a disappointment," Da Biao smirked. "Oh really? Feeling proud for beating a few grunts?" Wu Fu had no idea 2 pairs of hands were reaching out to grab him from behind. 2 of Da Biao's goons held him tight. "Boss Biao, get him!" He brandished his baseball bat, boasting. "At Yunhai University, the person who dares to face me hasn't been born yet." Just as he finished speaking, Ha shot forward from below and bit his leg. Enraged, De Biao kicked the dog aside. "You damn mutt!" Ha hit the ground, grievously injured and unmoving, but De Biao was still fuming. "I'll make sure your master is bedridden for the rest of his life." From a balcony above, Qing Qing saw this and ordered Xiao Ya, "Quick, call an ambulance." Xiao Ya nodded. "Yes. No matter how bad Wu Fu is, he's still a student at Yunhai University. I'll call one right away." After that, Qing Qing stopped watching and turned to leave. "No, the ambulance is for those thugs." Xiao Ya was utterly confused. "For the thugs? President, why for them?" Qing Qing didn't answer, only offering a faint smile. "He's very strong." And indeed, down below, the two thugs were already losing their grip on Wu Fu. "We can't hold him much longer," one of them thought in shock. "What's happening?" His strength suddenly skyrocketed. De Biao gritted his teeth. "Damn it, you useless trash, let me handle him." But Wu Fu's brow furrowed, his eyes turning ice cold. What a pity. He flung his arms out, throwing the two goons backward. Too late. De Biao swung his bat and charged at Wu Fu. "Die!" Wu Fu rushed forward like a bullet, while Da Biao waited, bat raised. As he got close, the bat came crashing down. Wu Fu narrowed his eyes, making a split-second calculation. In the next instant, he shot out a kick, bending the steel baseball bat in De Biao's hands. Wu Fu's leg continued its arc with inertia, slamming both his foot and the now bent bat into De Biao's face. He collapsed to the ground, his weapon clattering from his grasp. His lackeys were scared out of their wits. "Boss Biao, are you okay? Boss Biao." De Biao didn't answer. He was already unconscious, foaming at the mouth, ready for the emergency room. But even with De Biao down, his underlings seemed to have lost their minds, charging forward one after another. Wu Fu was indifferent, looking to die. Before the next goon could even move, Wu Fu sent a fist crashing into his face. Seeing their comrade get hit, the remaining few charged together. "This bastard, let's get him." A whole mob, wielding bats and clubs, rushed toward him like moths drawn to a flame. After just a few minutes, the red-haired lackey's face was already swollen and bruised. He muttered, "What kind of monster did Tian Hao even provoke?" The thugs exchanged nervous glances as Wu Fu commanded, "Stay right there." One of them mustered up the courage to speak. "Be boss. We were wrong today. Please, spare us." Before he could finish, his buddy cut him off, "Boss." Wu Fu didn't give them a chance to argue. In a cold voice, he said, "Let's go." The thugs had no choice but to obey meekly. "Yes, sir." Meanwhile, a girl from the martial arts club ran to report to Ting Tin. "President, that fool Wu Fu is actually going after Tian Hao." Hearing the report, a slight smile touched Tin Tin's lips. She offered a silent 1-minute prayer for Tian Hao's soul. Sunlight streamed through the main academic building. The only thing disrupting the peaceful scene was the group of battered thugs limping along behind Wu Fu. Up on one of the higher floors was Classroom 3. Chu Thom burst into the classroom. "Brother Hao!" Tian Hao and the others turned in surprise. Chu Thom was beaming. "I just got news about Dai Bu. That punk Wu Fu is finished this time." Meng Dao laughed heartily. "That's what he gets for messing with us." Tian Hao leaned back, hands behind his head, and stared at the ceiling. "From now on, Yunhai University is mine." Chu Tham gloated. "What a pathetic loser." Just then, the classroom door creaked open again. Tian Hao and Chu Tham jolted, their heads whipping towards the entrance. Meng Dao saw who it was and gasped in horror. "Wu Fu!" He was dragging someone by the collar. Staring at the group inside, he asked, "Were you looking for me?" Wu Fu casually let go, and the person collapsed to the floor in a heap. "Because I was looking for you, too." The man on the floor was none other than Dai Bu, unconscious and twitching violently. Seeing him, Chu Tham's face went pale. Dai Bu." Tian Hao finally realized how dire the situation was. Cold sweat beaded on his forehead as he thought, How is this possible? Wu Fu had been a one-man army, taking on everyone at once, completely unarmed. Not a single one of the thugs had managed to even scratch him, and their screams of pain had echoed across the campus. Back in the present, a few students in the classroom stood up and advanced toward Wu Fu. He paid them little mind, giving them only a passing glance. The instigator, a guy in a white shirt, spoke with arrogance. "Hey, punk, don't you know how to knock?" He pointed a finger right in Wu Fu's face. "Get the hell out of my sight now." When Wu Fu remained silent and didn't move, the guy grabbed him by the collar. "Damn it, are you deaf?" In the next instant, the troublemaker learned the true meaning of a resounding slap. Wu Fu sent him flying with a single backhand, warning, "This doesn't concern you, get lost." Tin Tin had entered the classroom and was watching from the back, remarking to herself, "He's so arrogant." Someone nearby whispered, "How did he suddenly get so strong?" Hearing Tin Tin's voice, Wu Fu glanced in her direction. Tin Tin was surprised when he started walking towards her. Wu Fu handed air ha to her. I'm going to get revenge for Ha. Take care of him for me. The dog was thrilled to see Tin Tin, but her face darkened. Suddenly turned into a dog sitter, she cursed under her breath. Damn it, that bastard. Seeing Wu Fu act like no one else mattered, Chu Tham yelled, Wu Fu, this is a school. You actually dare to cause trouble here? Wu Fu didn't answer, simply giving him a razor-sharp glare. Chu Tham fell silent, thinking in terror. That look is terrifying. Wu Fu warned him coldly. Before I really lose my temper. Just then, Vu Bok picked up a chair, offering with a sneer, Why don't you have a seat and we can talk? His words were polite, but his actions were savage. He swung the chair straight at Wu Fu's head, screaming, Die! Wu Fu simply dodged, activating his spiritual energy as he spun around. One punch was all it took to knock him out cold, and the chair flew from his hands, embedding itself in the blackboard. Chu Tham stared at the spiderweb of cracks on the board, swallowing hard. Wu Fu delivered his final warning. Get out of here if you don't want to die. With that said, he turned to leave, ignoring the calls behind him. Wait! Wu Fu! Hiding behind a girl, Tian Hao was still running his mouth. You think you can act all high and mighty just because you know a little martial arts? In my eyes, you're nothing but an ant. Before he could finish his sentence, a lightning-fast kick from Wu Fu sent him flying. What nonsense. Meng Dao was stunned, realizing the kick had flown right past her without touching her. Wu Fu brushed past Meng Dao. Don't play with fire, or it will burn down everything that belongs to you. With that, Wu Fu left, while Meng Dao rushed to check on her new boyfriend. Are you okay, Tian Hao? Out in the hallway, Tin Tin walked alongside Wu Fu, analyzing the situation. Tian Hao is just a second-generation heir of his clan. With your current strength, you stand no chance against Tian Kang. You're in big trouble. Wu Fu remained indifferent. We'll see who's really in trouble. Tin Tin was speechless, scoffing. So arrogant. The scene shifts to a high-end hospital in the city. The facilities were top of the line, a truly premium medical center. Inside a room with Tian Hao's name on the door, he was screaming, Dad, you have to help me kill him. In the room, the patient lying in bed with his arm in a cast was Tian Hao. The man standing by the window, looking out, was his father, Mr. Ha. I've already contacted your older brother, he said. He'll be back in Yunhai soon. Taking a drag from his cigarette, he reassured his son, Don't worry, no one in Yunhai would dare to touch our family. I was initially thinking of just having a talk with the kid. Just then, the hospital room door opened, and a gloomy aura filled the space. Tian Hao turned his head in surprise. The visitor was a red-haired man with a braid that reached all the way to his waist. The man spoke. Second uncle, rest assured. Wu Fu, if he's just some chi cultivator, I'll make him disappear within a few days. A dark, sinister smile spread across the red-haired man's face. Back at the school dormitory, golden sunlight bathed the hallway. From one of the rooms, a dog barked loudly. Wu Fu watched the little monster knock over the trash can but didn't seem to care enough to stop it. Suddenly, Mang Mang burst through the door, shouting in a panic, Fu, Brother Fu, we have a problem. Wu Fu remained calm, lying on his bed with his hands behind his head. What's all the fuss about? Mang Mang explained frantically. Chu Tham and the head teacher are coming to your room. The head teacher is Chu Tham's uncle. They're almost here. You need to hide. But it was too late. Chu Tham and the head teacher had already arrived. Crossing his arms smugly, Chu Tham sneered. Trying to run? It won't be that easy. Seeing the strangers, the dog let out a few loud barks. The head teacher stared the dog down, his malicious gaze making it shrink back in fear. Wu Fu's face darkened, his eyes shooting daggers at the two uninvited guests. The head teacher adjusted his glasses, a sly grin on his face. Without asking a single question, he went straight to the accusation. So you're the one who brings thugs onto campus to assault my students, all while raising a wild animal in the dorms. Mang Mang tried to explain. Sir, Wu Fu didn't bring any thugs. Tian Hao was the one who brought them. Chu Tham immediately shot him down. Did I say you could speak? Shut your mouth. Wu Fu looked at the uncle-nephew duo and told Mong Mong, Don't say any more. He frowned. These animals only understand power and money. If that's the case, knowing his friend's temper, Mang Mang tried to stop him. Brother Fu? Don't. Before he could finish, Wu Fu's fist flew toward Chu Tham's face. However, the punch never landed. His speed was so immense it created a powerful gust of wind. The wind was strong enough to blow the toupee right off the head teacher's head. Wu Fu pointed to the door. Get out! Chu Tham was terrified, but he desperately tried not to show it. Wu Fu, I'm warning you, don't start anything here. A classic case of being too dumb to be scared. Wu Fu grabbed him by the collar. Do I need to show you the way out? The terrified head teacher scrambled outside to retrieve his toupee. Fumbling to put it back on, he shouted, Wu Fu, I'm reporting this to the school board. You will be severely punished. With that, he turned and fled for his life. Chu Tham finally snapped out of his daze and screamed, Uncle, help me! Don't leave me alone! But the head teacher was already running faster than a rabbit, completely ignoring the screams of pain erupting from inside Wu Fu's room. The next day, inside a classroom at Van Trung University, Mang Mang turned around. "Fu, don't you think we were a little too reckless yesterday?" But before he could finish, the classroom door burst open. The class headmaster strode in, followed by several other teachers. "Everyone, quiet down." He stood at the front, gripping the teacher's desk as he began his announcement. "I have something important to tell you all." The headmaster twisted the truth completely. First-year student Wu Fu has disrupted school discipline, disrespected his teachers, and grievously injured student Ha Tianhao, putting him in the hospital. Whispers erupted throughout the class. A red-haired boy asked, "Am I hearing this right?" The girl next to him replied, "It's true. I saw it yesterday morning. Ha Tianhao attacked Wu Fu at the school gate, but ended up getting taught a lesson by him instead." The headmaster continued reading from the disciplinary notice. "After discussing with the school's leadership, we have decided to expel Wu Fu indefinitely." The red-haired boy was confused, but Tianhao was the one who started the trouble. "Why is Wu Fu being punished?" The girl sighed. "If you have to blame someone, blame Wu Fu." Outside the classroom, Chu Thom sneered. "This is what you get for crossing me, you bastard." Inside, the headmaster asked, "Student Wu Fu, do you have anything to say for yourself?" Wu Fu was silent, a murderous aura radiating from him as he calculated his next move. Just then, the door opened again. Someone called out, "Wait!" The headmaster snapped his head toward the door. Startled, seeing who it was, he barked in a cold voice, "Hua Tin Tin, class is in session. Get out of here right now." But Tin Tin was unfazed. "Headmaster, the martial arts club was founded to protect the rights and safety of our students, and that includes Wu Fu." As she spoke, she turned and shoved Dai Bu into the room. "Get in." Tin Tin pointed at the thug. "This man was hired by someone to attack Wu Fu. We caught him and are currently investigating." The entire class stared, stunned. It seemed there was another twist to this story they never expected. A small smile played on Wu Fu's lips. He stood up and said to Tin Tin, "Thank you, but I'll handle this myself." His words infuriated the girl. "You arrogant jerk! If I hadn't brought Dai Bu here, how exactly were you planning to solve this?" Wu Fu gathered his chi and his dantian. "Dealing with these scumbags is a trivial matter." Tin Tin's eyes widened. "That chi, that aura, when did he become so powerful?" The headmaster pointed a trembling, furious finger at the door. "Wu Fu, you've been expelled. If you dare cause any more trouble here, I'll call the police immediately." Chu Tham, who had slipped into the classroom at some point, smirked arrogantly. "There's no evidence to prove you're innocent. Just get the hell out of this school." But inwardly, he was worried. Hua Tin Tin is the treasured jewel of the Hua family. Is she really willing to pressure the school for a nobody like Wu Fu? Wu Fu walked coolly toward the front of the class. As he passed Chu Tham, the other boy sneered under his breath. "You should blame yourself for having no background." The words hit a nerve. Wu Fu's expression instantly darkened as he turned back around. He flashed a chilling smile at Chu Tham. "No background? Is that what you think?" Wu Fu raised two fingers, hissing coldly. "Your mouth is going to be your downfall." His fingers shot forward with lightning speed. Chu Tham could only watch, frozen, with no time to dodge. Chu Tham's eyes bulged, but he felt nothing. Suddenly, a cold sensation bloomed on his forehead, and his head snapped back as if he'd been flicked hard. An intense, throbbing pain exploded in his skull, causing Chu Tham to clutch his head and scream. The sudden turn of events sent the class into an uproar. "What happened? What's wrong with him?" "Serves that rich brat right." The headmaster rushed to his nephew's side. "You bastard, how dare you hit my nephew?" Chu Tham pointed a shaking finger at Wu Fu. "You, what did you do to me?" But Wu Fu had only raised his hand. He hadn't touched him at all. He shot back, "Do you have any proof?" The others were clueless, but Tin Tin knew. It's mental force. All at once, Chu Tham dropped to his knees on the platform. "Ngo. Wu Fu, I was wrong," he replied coldly. "My name isn't something you can just say." Though reluctant, Chu Tham immediately changed his tune. "Master, I'm going to die. Please, spare me." Wu Fu's voice was like a hypnotic command. "Tell them the whole truth." Clutching his head, Chu Tham confessed everything that Ha Tianhao had picked a fight with Wu Fu, and the whole story was fabricated by Tianhao. The students were floored. This story was escalating way too fast. The headmaster slammed his hand on the desk, roaring, "Wu Fu!" Wu Fu just gave him a calm look. "What is it? Didn't Chu Tham just make everything clear?" Looking back at his nephew, he saw him gasping for air, the pain apparently subsiding. The furious headmaster temporarily postponed Wu Fu's disciplinary action. "I will investigate this thoroughly. Don't celebrate too soon." Tin Tin crossed her arms, smiling as she chimed in, "I hope the headmaster will restore justice for Wu Fu, a member of our martial arts club." She tilted her chin, adding a hint of a threat. "You understand what I mean, don't you, sir?" The headmaster seethed inwardly. Since when did this brat get involved with the Hua family? But he couldn't show weakness. Rest assured, student Hua. Our department will enforce the rules impartially. We will never show favoritism. With that, he stormed out, slamming the door behind him. Wu Fu glanced at the girl beside him. Since when did I become a member of your martial arts club? Tin Tin shot him a look. You little pervert. I did this to stop them from trying to frame you again. She grinned. I'm from the Hua family, you know. In Yunhai City, we're one of a kind. But someone behind her whispered, President. President. Wu Fu left. Tintin's face flushed with anger. Does he really think he can handle this alone? So arrogant. At a dormitory building not far from the academic hall, a hand turned the knob and opened a door. The moment Wu Fu stepped inside, Erha started barking and ran out to greet him. Looking at the room, which was a total mess littered with trash, he gently scolded his pet. Ha, what have you done to my room? He was about to punish the dog when his phone vibrated. Wu Fu opened it to see a message from Mang Mang. Fu, I have to go get my shoes repaired. It seemed Ha had chewed up his friend's shoes. Wu Fu scooped up Ha. Let's go too. And with that, the man and his dog left the dormitory. At a sprawling swimming pool in a luxurious villa, Tin Tin and Tunya were lazily sunbathing when a rustling sound came from the nearby bushes. Because Wu Fu didn't like to be disturbed, the villa was quiet, with very few servants. This made it all too convenient for an intruder to break in. The red-haired man vaulted over the railing, successfully infiltrating the mansion. Hearing the noise, someone called out, Who's there? Ha popped his head out and barked. Seeing the dog, Tin Tin lowered her guard. Oh, it's just Ha. She glanced toward one of the rooms, thinking to herself, does that mean Wu Fu is here too? Tin Tin suddenly blushed, her spirits lifting. Let's see how I catch you this time, you pervert. Meanwhile, at the front entrance, Wu Fu was slowly walking through the door, but as soon as he was inside, he sensed something was wrong. Wu Fu moved cautiously through the villa, searching for his dog. Ha. As he was calling out, 3 sharp throwing knives shot out from the shadows. Wu Fu had already felt a faint presence. He turned his head toward the source. He barely had time to register the 3 blades flying at him before his eyes widened in alarm. But this was Wu Fu. He stepped back lightly, effortlessly dodging the 3 knives, which embedded themselves deep into the wall. He turned his gaze to where they had come from. Who's there? His opponent gave an amused laugh. You have some skill. The newcomer was the red-haired man, the assassin sent to kill Wu Fu. But it's a shame you ran into me. In the end, you'll still die. Wu Fu narrowed his eyes, gauging his opponent's strength. The red-haired man reeked of bloodlust and a heavy killing intent. Out of nowhere, he produced several more throwing knives. Without another word, the red-haired man flicked his wrist, sending the knives flying at Wu Fu. He calmly watched them approach. In the next instant, Wu Fu circulated his spirit energy, enveloping his hand in an aura. He swung his arm in a wide arc, batting away each of the assassin's blades. The moment he deflected the last one, the red-haired man was already upon him, brandishing a long red saber in a surprise attack. Wu Fu used his spirit energy to protect his hand. He parried the strike. Then, twisting his wrist, he used his hand as a sword, knocking the blade from the red-haired man's grasp. Beneath the setting sun, their silhouettes swiftly separated. The red-haired man was ecstatic. Swordchi, this kid. Wu Fu circulated the spirit energy around him. Since my rebirth, the man thought, this is the first time I've met a decent opponent. I'll play with you for a bit. The red-haired man gripped his blade, his aura flaring with power and killing intent. I acknowledge your strength, he sneered, but it's far too soon for you to act arrogant in front of me. You'll D. The moment he finished speaking, his eyes transformed, becoming sharp, cold, his voice laced with the stench of death. Die! The red-haired man blurred, instantly appearing behind Wu Fu. He swung, aiming for a sneak attack from the rear. But Wu Fu was faster. A second later, the man slashed his blade across Wu Fu's head, but he leaned back just in time, dodging the blow. Frustrated, the man yelled, You think you can keep dodging, you coward? Unfazed, Wu Fu retorted. I'm afraid you can't even handle a single one of my attacks. The red-haired man gathered his strength and lunged, still boasting even when you're about to die. He rapidly closed the distance. Wu Fu's gaze turned serious. I'm done playing with you. The red-haired man froze for a few seconds. Wu Fu immediately channeled his power, forming a blade of sword chi and hurling it at his enemy. In the next moment, Wu Fu's attack slammed into the pillar right behind the red-haired man. Horrified, the man glanced behind him. This couldn't possibly be the power of a kid who wasn't even 20. He stared at Wu Fu and demanded, Who? Who in the world are you? Wu Fu answered bluntly, You don't deserve to know. Nearby, a petite figure had been watching the entire exchange. Qing Qing thought to herself, he's clearly only at the mid-stage of chi refining, yet he completely overpowers someone at the peak. She stared intently at Wu Fu. That rogue. Suddenly, the red-haired man noticed Ching Ching. She, in turn, realized she had become his new target. But her reaction was a step too slow. The man pressed the tip of his blade to her throat, a move that surprised even Wu Fu. The scoundrel held Ching Ching hostage and threatened him. "Young man, if you don't want your girlfriend to die, you'll obediently come with me." Wu Fu waved a dismissive hand. "Don't misunderstand. This girl isn't my girlfriend." Hearing this, Ching Ching's face darkened instantly. Furious, she screamed, "You bastard! Do you have any humanity? He took me hostage because of you. If you're not going to save me, fine, but why bother explaining?" The red-haired man saw this and thought, "This doesn't look good." As he held her, Ching Ching's power surged, erupting from her body. The man felt a chill run down his spine. Another master. A moment later, a massive crash echoed through the building. Outside, two girls looked at each other in surprise. The pink-haired girl asked, "What's going on?" The white-haired girl quickly replied, "I think the president is in there." Inside, the red-haired man was kneeling on the ground, begging for his life. "Milady, please spare me." Ching Ching glared down at him. "Listen here, I could kill you with a single finger, yet you dared to take me hostage? It seems you're digging your own grave." But the man had a hidden trick up his sleeve. He stuck out his tongue, revealing a poison needle, and blew it forward. Ching Ching saw it coming and ducked to avoid it, but Wu Fu instantly recognized the danger. As Ching Ching dodged to one side, he coiled his body, preparing to spring forward. Wu Fu launched a powerful kick. He stopped, staring intently at the man for a moment. Then, he slowly walked towards the red-haired man, who was now coughing violently, unable to catch his breath. Seeing things were bad, the man wheezed. Wait, we can negotiate." He clutched his stomach, struggling to speak. "No, there's no antidote. That girl. She's definitely going to die." After speaking, he looked at Ching Ching and burst out laughing. How ironic. She hadn't been able to dodge the attack completely. The poison needle was now lodged in the back of her neck. Wu Fu gave him a cold, hard look, then summoned a sword into his hand. Without a moment's hesitation, Wu Fu ended him. The red-haired man's eyes widened. No. Wu Fu ignored him, turning away and focusing his gaze on Ching Ching. She was sprawled on the ground, struggling to call his name. Wu Fu! Dark bruises appeared around her eyes, and her face turned purple from the poison. I can't die yet." Wu Fu looked at her and said, "With me here, not even the king of hell would dare take you." He then bent down and pulled out the needle, which was still slick with her blood. Looking at it, Wu Fu thought, "There's still a trace of poison left." He let out a soft sigh. A drop of water fell into a still pool, creating ripples. Ching Ching closed her eyes and felt a sense of comfort. The spirit energy was so familiar, so warm, just like Ching Ching pressed her lips together, but her expression slowly relaxed. Wu Fu was using his mouth to suck the poison from her neck. As she gradually opened her eyes again, a piercing scream echoed from outside. Ching Ching's eyes shot wide open, while Wu Fu glanced towards the source of the sound. They both stared at the uninvited guests who had just broken in. The white-haired girl covered her face, embarrassed by the compromising scene. "Pre-president, please, continue." The pink-haired girl blushed and said, "Sorry, we'll be going now." And with that, they both turned and fled. After finishing, Wu Fu stood up. "You're fine now. I've completely removed the toxin." Ching Ching carefully pushed herself into a sitting position. Blushing, she tucked her hair behind her ear and replied, "Thank you." He glanced at his phone and answered her matter-of-factly, "Don't mention it. Their target was me. I'd feel a little guilty if you died." With that, Wu Fu pressed the call button on his phone. Ching Ching was completely dumbfounded. Did he have to be so brutally honest? The scene shifts to a hospital, where Tian Hao is leaning against his bed, his arm in a cast. Men Yao picked up the phone and said to Mr. Ha, "Uncle, it's Wu Fu's phone." The old man replied pensively, "Did they fail again?" Mr. Ha looked out the window and told Meng Yao, "Answer it. Put it on speaker." Wu Fu's cold voice echoed from the phone. "In 3 days, Xia Tianhao must come to the school, kneel, and apologize to me. This is his last chance." He hung up, plunging the room into silence. Standing nearby, Ching Ching turned away. Does the Xia family really think they can run wild in Yunhai City? Wu Fu's expression darkened. The Xia family? They're nothing in my eyes. She scoffed and muttered under her breath. What a braggart. The scene shifts back to the hospital. The door to Tianhao's room was slightly ajar. He gritted his teeth and said, "Who the hell does he think he is, making me personally apologize?" Mr. Ha lit a cigarette and assured Tianhao, "Your older brother will be back in 2 days. I guarantee that kid will suffer a tragic death." Back at Wu Fu's dorm, Meng Meng burst into the room panting. Ha is getting more and more out of control. The other day he chewed my shoes to pieces, and today he peed on the bed. The Ha he was talking about was a dog. Meng Meng glared at it and said, "I don't know you." Out in the hallway, a gang of delinquents with pink and green hair arrived, looking for Wu Fu. Brother Jin. Wu Fu is in this room. They lined up in front of his door. Meng Meng looked at Wu Fu helplessly. Big bro, don't tell me you picked a fight with the karate club? Wu Fu replied coldly. I don't even know who they are. A short-haired thug spoke up. Brother Jin, do you really have to personally teach a freshman a lesson? The man called Brother Jin said dismissively. This kid has some skills, but he's too arrogant. He actually dared to lay a hand on the president's younger brother. Wu Fu looked up and asked, Are you Xia Tianhao's lackeys? Brother Jin pointed confidently at himself. That's right. I'm taking over the karate club on behalf of the president. At his signal, his underlings charged forward in unison. You little punk, we're going to get revenge for Brother Hao. He smirked, looking at them with utter contempt. Another swarm of flies. Wu Fu shot to his feet, building momentum before unleashing a kick so powerful it sent the man flying straight out the door. Hearing that, the underlings roared, ready to tear him apart. Damn it, this guy is too arrogant. Let's waste him, brothers. Wu Fu glared at the one who had just provoked him. In the next instant, he swung a punch straight into the man's face. In that instant, Wu Fu got serious. He used magic to empower his punch, sending the guy crashing to the ground with a single blow. Wu Fu ignored the downed thug and advanced on the rest of the group. He looked them over and asked, You want to cripple me? He spoke with an icy tone. Come on then, keep going. The lackeys, who knew no fear, charged forward. Wu Fu smirked, whispering, You don't know what's good for you. He quickly channeled magic into his fist and sent two of them flying. With a slight glance, Wu Fu smoothly pivoted on his feet to build momentum. Then, he slammed his fist into one guy's face, knocking the final thug away. The last of the lackeys had fallen. The only one left was Kim Ka, who looked at him and said, It's easy for a chi practitioner to deal with normal people, but against me? Kim Ka began to channel his magic. You're just courting death. In response, Wu Fu simply beckoned with his finger, as if to say, Bring it on. Immediately, Kim Ka concentrated magic into his hand, then slashed towards him. Wu Fu thought he had some skill, but Kim Ka was determined, lunging forward with an empowered palm strike aimed to kill. Wu Fu also empowered his own fist to block the attack. But he was a step faster, spotting an opening and landing a clean punch to Kim Ka's stomach. Caught completely off guard, his eyes bulged in shock. Reacting on instinct, he planted his foot and slid backward to keep from falling. A lackey hiding behind a door called out, Kim Ka, are you okay? Are you all right? Kim Ka clicked his tongue, realizing he'd underestimated Wu Fu. He roared in fury, You bastard. The henchman clutched his stomach, coughing. This guy, he's too strong. Meng Meng, a little worried for Wu Fu, called out, Big brother, be careful. He calmly replied, These guys, Wu Fu rolled his wrists, getting ready to give them a proper beating, are beneath my notice. Ching Ching appeared out of nowhere, drawn by the commotion. Since when did you get to bully my people? One of the thugs recognized her, stuttering in shock. Huh? He's from the Martial Hall. Kim Ka frowned at Ching Ching. This has nothing to do with you, so stay out of it if you don't want trouble. Unafraid. She shot back loudly. I'm waiting to see just what kind of trouble your little karate dojo can cause me. Seeing this wasn't a fight he could win, he turned to leave. This isn't over. Ching Ching glared at him. Oh, is that so? Kim Ka couldn't leave without a parting shot at Wu Fu. A real man hiding behind a woman. How pathetic. Do you dare to fight me one-on-one outside? Meng Meng quickly warned, Brother Fu, don't fall for his trick. Wu Fu just smirked. All right. Hearing this, Ching Ching yelled at him. Are you crazy? You and he are on completely different levels of power. His dog suddenly started barking, and Kim Ka thought with exasperation, like owner, like dog. He pointed a finger at the ground, a gesture of utter contempt for Wu Fu. We'll meet again tonight at the stadium. Meanwhile, his underlings egged him on. Kim Ka, you have to kill him tonight. Yeah, you definitely have to kill him. Meng Meng worriedly asked him. Brother Fu, why did you agree to his challenge? Wu Fu replied nonchalantly. Because I find it interesting. The blue-haired girl with Ching Ching leaned in and whispered, President, isn't this a bit childish? She replied coolly. Childish? How so? Our martial hall always settles things with strength. Ching Ching then pointed at the dog being held by Meng Meng. Including Erha, all of them are members of our martial hall. Ching Ching turned away and said, It's a disgrace. Even if you don't care about yourself, you have to uphold the honor of the martial hall. Hearing this, Wu Fu couldn't help but ask, Since when did I become a member of your martial hall? Ching Ching said seriously, I don't care. I don't care. The point is, you're one of us. Meanwhile, Meng Meng cried a little inside, thinking, I'm not even as important as a dog. The scene shifts to a gym. Tianhao's face was dark as he roared, I want to see him die right in front of me. Kim Ka held several poison needles in his hand, stating confidently, Don't worry, even without these, I'm confident I can kill him. The air grew quiet for a moment before Tian Hao insisted, take them. He instructed Kim Ka, use these poison needles as your killing blow. One of the lackeys checked his watch. He then announced to the group, Hao, it's already been half an hour. Don't tell me he's too scared to show up? Tian Hao gritted his teeth, his face contorted with rage. His underlings started whispering, in the end, a freshman is still just a freshman. Why did we even bother gathering so many people? I could have handled him by myself. Tian Hao, sitting in his wheelchair, quietly called out to the one who was laughing. You, come here. Brother Hao, the man leaned down. What is it? His boss was radiating pure killing intent. In the next second, Tian Hao used his good arm to punch the man square in the face. He screamed, if you worthless trash could have beaten him, do you think I'd be stuck in this wheelchair? Get out. Suddenly, Tian Hao noticed someone approaching. Kim Ka announced, they're here. From the opposite side, Wu Fu and Ching Ching slowly walked forward. He stopped and called out, Tian Hao, aren't you here to apologize to me? Tian Hao's eyes narrowed. Apologize? I'm afraid you won't get another chance to run your mouth. Wu Fu replied coolly. Is that so? Tian Hao growled through clenched teeth. You're dead today. But Wu Fu remained utterly unfazed. You sound very confident. Meng Jiao, standing behind Tian Hao, raised her hand and gave the order. Kill him. On command, Kim Ka stepped forward, his body erupting with an incredibly powerful surge of magic. He looked at Wu Fu and sneered. A little chi-refining brat dares to talk tough here? Are you looking to die? Ching Ching saw this and thought to herself, that's the transformation realm. She looked at Wu Fu with a hint of fear. This is bad. Maybe you should just surrender. He turned to her and said, just take care of Erha for me. Kim Ka, however, threatened him. I have no intention of letting you walk out of here alive. Wu Fu shot back, neither do I. The moment the words left his lips, Kim Ka rushed forward to attack. Wu Fu dodged the blow with a simple tilt of his head. Kim Ka's eyes remained fixed on him. Suddenly, his palm opened, revealing the poison needles he had hidden inside. He then swung his arm, launching the needles toward Wu Fu. Wu Fu casually used a short dagger to block the hidden weapons. Kim Ka immediately launched another wave. That's not all! Wu Fu stood his ground, watching the swarm of needles fly toward him. Ching Ching, thinking fast, shouted, be careful! Kim Ka raised his hand, flinging a volley of poison needles right at Wu Fu's face. Yet, he swiftly used his dagger to block every single one of them. Meng Jiao, who had been watching from the side, gasped in astonishment. Is that magic? Kim Ka zipped past him, then empowered his hand for a piercing strike. Wu Fu stomped his foot hard on the ground, using the momentum to leap high into the air, dodging the palm strike. Missing his target, Kim Ka quickly looked around for him, but Wu Fu was already airborne, crying out, Spirit Sword Art! The small dagger in his hand gradually transformed into a long sword. Wu Fu then brought it down in a powerful strike right on Kim Ka. The blow landed, and his eyes shot wide open in disbelief. The attack had dealt a fatal blow, piercing him right through the heart. No, impossible. Ching Ching stared at him, horrified. Meng Jiao's face was a mask of terror. Kim Ka's underlings panicked and screamed, He killed him! Run! Tian Hao, seeing things had gone south, called to Meng Jiao, Push me! Quickly! But she was so frightened she collapsed onto the ground. Seeing he couldn't rely on her, Tian Hao got out of his wheelchair and tried to crawl away. Damn it, I never thought that Wu Fu would be this strong. But his path was suddenly blocked by the dog, Erha. It stared him down, letting out a low growl. A chill ran down Tian Hao's spine. He turned to see Wu Fu, sword in hand, standing right behind him. Where do you think you're going? Tian Hao pleaded in fear. Wu Fu's voice was a low growl. Weren't you so confident just now? He desperately begged for his life. Big brother, please, let me go. I swear I'll never cause you trouble again. Wu Fu glanced at him and said, I gave you plenty of chances. It's too late now. Instantly, a poisoned needle pierced Tian Hao's hand, and the venom began to spread across his palm. Tian Hao frantically called out to Meng Jiao. Give me the antidote, quick! He held out his hand. Hurry up, give it to me! But Meng Jiao's expression twisted as she screamed in his face. What's the point of you still being alive, you cripple? Powerless. He managed to choke out a few words. You, before coughing up a mouthful of blood. And then, he collapsed. Seeing this, Meng Jiao immediately started cursing him. Useless trash. Suddenly, Wu Fu's eyes shot open, glaring at her. Meng Jiao trembled and pleaded, Don't kill me. He replied calmly, You can't die yet. You have to live, and feel true despair. Wu Fu's face darkened as he thought to himself, for the grudges of his past life, he would make her repay them 100-fold. The scene shifts to a hidden mountain deep in a green forest, where a guild was operating. A voice echoes, it's one of the 3 white masters. Looking at the magic artifact in his hand, he says, Do not underestimate this. It can kill you in an instant. Tian Kang bowed his head. If I cannot get revenge, I fear my heart will never be calm enough to cultivate. Thank you, Master, for helping me this time. The old man instructed, cleanse your inner demons, then return to your training. He replied succinctly, thank you. In the morning, at a high-rise building, Meng Dao was standing on the ledge, ready to log out of this world. Her hair whipped wildly in the wind. Meng Dao said to herself, rather than live in humiliation like this, it's better to be dead. She didn't forget to curse one last person, Wu Fu. Even if I become a ghost, I will never forgive you. And with that, Meng Dao leaped from the ledge. But luckily for her, someone reached out and stopped her. The person grabbed her hand just in time. She turned to ask her savior, who are you? Tian Kang frowned and said, Tian Hao just died. If you die too, who will be left to witness Wu Fu's tragic end? The scene cuts to Wu Fu's bathroom, where he had just finished showering and was drying his hair with a towel. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and looked down at his hands. Wu Fu tried to use a spell. He looked at his reflection in the mirror, recalling events from his past life. My master refined a spirit pill for me, helping me forge a high-level magic weapon. In this life, even without that pill, my weapon is just as strong. All at once, a loud shriek came from outside. Don't lick there, Wu Fu shouted. Who is it? And then he stepped out of the bathroom to check. Who's there? The person in his room was Lu Lin, and she was being licked by Ergu. That tickles. Stop licking me. Seeing Wu Fu, Lu Lin invited him over. Aren't you going to come sit with me? Wu Fu pointed a finger at her. Lu Lin put on a hurt expression and whined. Your senior came all the way to your room. Can't you be a little more welcoming? Wary, Wu Fu asked. Why are you approaching me? What are your intentions? She stood up and said, Of course I have intentions. Lu Lin then took out a small wand and twirled it in her hand. Then, she fired a spell from the wand, attacking him. I came to test your strength. Wu Fu stood there calmly as the force of her spell knocked the towel from his shoulder to the floor. She looked at Wu Fu and asked, Why didn't you? Before she could finish, countless sword projections had materialized around her, ready to strike at any moment. Seeing this, she retracted her attack. Soundless sword shadows. I didn't even sense them. Lu Lin narrowed her eyes. When did you make your move? Wu Fu replied coldly. From the very beginning. Suddenly, he felt something wrong with his body. Wu Fu's condition caught Lu Lin's attention. His power was surging dramatically. This is bad, he thought. I think I'm about to enter a breakthrough stage. Noticing this, she spoke up. The spiritual energy in the dorms is weak. Wu Fu sat on the bed. If you hadn't ruined my original plan, I wouldn't have to be breaking through in a dorm room. Lu Lin retorted, I'm the student council president. You caused such a serious incident, it's my duty to question you. He yelled, Get out! She narrowed her eyes. Have you prepared any cultivation pills? Wu Fu closed his eyes and answered, No, helpless. Lu Lin lightly slapped her own forehead. I can't believe you're this stupid, he said quietly. Because I don't need them. Lu Lin was left completely stunned. Spiritual energy from all around began to flood the room. The qi is enveloping Wu Fu. How can someone at the qi refining stage even do this? As Wu Fu focused on his meditation, his eyes suddenly shot open. An abundant source of spiritual power was surging into his body. Lu Lin was dumbfounded, wondering, did he just break through? And then, for some reason, her clothes were suddenly torn to shreds. Lu Lin let out a panicked, piercing scream. A group of boys standing outside his room began to whisper amongst themselves. Hey, let me see. Hey, don't push. Let me look first. Holy crap. Did Brother Fu already take care of the senior? Mang Mang curiously peeked through the peephole to see what was happening inside. And then, the whole group burst the door wide open. Mang Mang's eyes went wide. In front of him was the sight of Lu Lin, without a single scrap of clothing. She was mortified, being stared at by the crowd of boys. Wu Fu roared in anger, Get out! Mang Mang turned back and gave him a thumbs up. Brother Fu, you're amazing. After saying that, he turned and left, not forgetting to close the door. Blushing furiously, Lu Lin said to him, Are you still not going to look away? Hurry up and get me a set of clothes! The scene changes to a grand mansion. The clock on the wall ticked steadily, striking exactly 9 in the morning. Haka asked nervously, First uncle, it's so late, and he's still not here. He's not tricking us, is he? Acting so arrogant for someone who's only at the qi refining stage. The man shrugged. How powerful can a qi refiner even be? Tintin crossed her arms and said, At least stronger than me. And Tian snapped irritably, Quiet. Shang Yu looked out the window and said, He saved Tintin's life this time. What does it matter if we wait one more day? Everyone obeyed. Yes. The scene cuts to a forest, where the weather was clear and bright. Wu Fu and Ergu were walking when they suddenly stopped. Sensing something, he said, You're already here. Show yourselves. Ergu suddenly turned and looked behind them. Right behind Wu Fu stood Tian Kang's men from the Huyen Dia sect. With your meager qi refining strength, you wouldn't dare run to a crowded place for help, would you? The man with the two-toned hair winked, luring us all the way out here. You're really asking for death. Wu Fu answered with contempt. No, I'm already in the formation realm. They yelled back. Who are you to offend senior brother Tian Kang? The man with the top knot said softly, he only told us to investigate you a little. The two-toned hair guy glared at him, but if we happen to bring your head back, the man with the top knot drew a sword from behind his back. He immediately swung his sword, attacking Wu Fu from a distance. Wu Fu focused his gaze on them. The scene cuts back to Tin Tin's house, where Tien was anxiously asking her, Tin Tin, is Wu Fu here yet? Holding her phone, she was just as worried. This is strange, he should have arrived by now. Suddenly, the sound of a dog barking echoed from outside. Ergu ran in, panting heavily, and Tien saw him. Shang Yu's face twisted in annoyance as he cursed, Damn it, that qi-refining brat dares to insult us by sending a dog? Tin Tin knelt down and asked the dog, Ergu, where's your master? The dog immediately bit onto her sleeve. Tin Tin astutely asked, You want me to go outside? Shang, Yu said gravely. Looking at the situation, he's run into some trouble, and Tien immediately declared, Let's go. Back in the forest, the sword from the top-knotted man was flying towards Wu Fu. He tilted his head slightly to dodge it, as the man controlled the sword with his hand. Wu Fu quickly recognized the technique and continued to tilt his head to evade the blade. The man with two-toned hair seized the opportunity, drawing his sword and closing in on Wu Fu, who remained calm and focused on dealing with him. The man swung his sword at Wu Fu, who instantly conjured a sword of his own to block the attack. The man looked at him, slightly surprised. The formation realm. This kid actually broke through. Wu Fu stared him down. There's still a lot you don't know. Just then, Tin Tin and her family arrived. She immediately cried out, 2 cultivators at the formation realm. Shang Yu stopped her. Tin Tin looked at him, confused. Grandpa? Shang Yu said, No, that's not right. Wu Fu has broken through the qi refining stage. At that very moment, Wu Fu was using his sword to block a slash from the man with two-toned hair. Then, with a surge of force, he shattered his opponent's sword. The man with the top knot was utterly astonished. Haka stared, wide-eyed, and Tien was frozen in place, and Tin Tin's eyes were wide with disbelief at the scene before her. Shang Yu calmly thought, his spiritual energy is fragmented, yet it holds such incredible power. Wu Fu's slash was so powerful, it stunned his opponent. The old man saw another sword hovering above the boy's head, a true materialized sword floating right there. Wu Fu looked down at the defeated man and said coldly, It seems I've been underestimated again, sending a piece of trash like this. The man with the top knot quickly turned to flee. The intel was wrong. This guy isn't at the qi refining stage. He glanced back at the boy. And what's more, his materialized form looks like it's from a specific sect. Wu Fu's eyes narrowed on him. Trying to run? It won't be that easy. He then raised his sword, and Wu Fu unleashed a devastating slash. But it was too late. The man was instantly logged out of existence. The man with the top knot couldn't accept it. No, this can't be happening. And then, he collapsed in front of Wu Fu. Seeing the boy, Ha happily trotted over. Tin Tin looked at Haka and asked, Tamka, isn't this like 1 man against 10? He scratched his head and laughed. The moon is so full tonight. And Tien looked at Haka, completely exasperated. This idiot was a total disgrace. Wu Fu stared down at the man with the top knot lying on the ground. Ha pulled a spirit stone from the man's body. Haka exclaimed in shock, Huh? Did that dog just swallow it whole? The dog then licked its chops, looking utterly satisfied. The white-haired man in the group clicked his tongue in regret. What a complete waste, Haka said in disbelief. To let a dog eat such a fine spirit stone. Ha wagged its tail happily, looking smug as it savored its delicious treat. Wu Fu looked at it with a fond expression. The spirit stone is rich with spiritual energy. It's good that you absorbed it all. Not bad. Ha lifted its head and let out a loud woof, its eyes shining as if it had just performed a great deed. Tin Tin rushed over, asking worriedly, Wu Fu, are you okay? Both he and she jumped in surprise, looking down at Ha and shouting in unison, Ah! At that moment, the dog grinned widely, revealing a set of sharp, gleaming teeth as sharp as razor blades. Everyone stared at Ha, their faces a mixture of surprise and fascination. At the same time, in another location, 2 luxury cars pulled up slowly in front of a large building. A few seconds later, the car doors burst open. A man stepped out, angrily stomping his foot on the ground. Tian Kang frowned, thinking furiously, All I told them to do was investigate the situation. He roared, A life for a life! Wu Fu, get out here! But as people walked out of the building, Thien Kang froze. The patriarch of the Shu family. What is he doing in Thien Fu Hao Vien? Elder Ha spoke up curiously. Could it be that Brat Wu Fu was really killed by them? Thien Kang replied coldly. That depends on whether they have what it takes. If he was really killed by my 2 junior brothers, it would save us the trouble of doing it ourselves. Meng Zhao stood behind him, her eyes glaring and her lips curled into a sneer. Someone's about to die. Suddenly, a familiar figure appeared, causing her to cry out in alarm. Thien Kang, you! Didn't you say Wu Fu was dead? He replied grimly. My 2 junior brothers were both at the manifestation stage. There's no way a Qi refining stage cultivator like Wu Fu could be their opponent. The Shu family must have helped him. Elder Ha's eyes widened as he pointed and bellowed, How dare you, Shu family? How dare you murder disciples of the Qingyang sect? Ha Ka quickly refuted the claim. Don't talk nonsense. Wu Fu killed them. The Shu family had nothing to do with it. Hearing this, the faces of those around him immediately darkened. Thien Kang's eyes turned icy as he growled. What? You think I'll believe that? Thuong Uyen roared in fury. Thien Kang, you've got some nerve. My Su family has stood firm in Yunhai for years. Our word is law. You think you can question us so easily? With that, the patriarch immediately gave an order. All members of the Su family, listen. Anyone who dares take a single step into Shu territory will be killed without mercy. The Shu family members answered in unison. Yes. Wu Fu tightened his grip on the corpse in his hand, his voice ringing out. Thank you, senior. I appreciate your kind intentions, but Wu Fu lifted the corpse high, his eyes blazing with killing intent. Let me handle this myself. The man in his hands was then thrown forcefully to the ground, landing right in front of the crowd. Thien Kang's face darkened, his eyes burning with murderous rage as he snarled, Wu Fu! The boy looked at him provocatively. You want revenge? Let's see if you have what it takes. Then, Wu Fu quickly channeled his spiritual energy. Streams of sword qi erupted from him, dancing around his body like sharp ribbons of silk. The members of the Shu family gasped in astonishment. Sword? Sword intent? Thien Kang gritted his teeth, his eyes wide with utter shock. A violent tremor ran through him. In just half a day, he broke through to the manifestation stage. His companion quickly advised. Thien Kang, the Shu family's strength cannot be underestimated. Shu Thuong Uyen is a Grandmaster Realm cultivator. We should retreat for now. Thien Kang angrily turned to leave, but not before shooting Wu Fu one last glare, his voice laced with hatred. Wu Fu, you just wait. I will make your life a living hell. Suddenly, Ha sensed imminent danger and began to bark loudly, the sword in Wu Fu's hand. His eyes turned cold, his sharp voice cutting through the air. I feel it. On the other side, Meng Zhao spoke with sarcasm. What's so special about a guy who just relies on the Shu family? Hao Feng added. Just wait until he comes out here. I'll definitely show him. Inside the Shu family villa, Haka was fawning all over Wu Fu. Come on, Wu Fu, come here, have a seat. Wu Fu, have some tea. He stuck to the boy like glue, continuing to flatter him. Brother Fu, your materialized form is really amazing. If you gave it to me, I wouldn't have to worry about finding a girlfriend, right? Thuong Uyen looked at Wu Fu with a wary expression and spoke cautiously. Little brother, your strength is extraordinary. Even I couldn't have imagined your connection to Lord Jin Chang. The boy replied casually. He'll be traveling to Yunhai in a little while. The old man glanced discreetly at his granddaughter, silently calculating. I originally thought this brat was just an arrogant nobody. I never expected his backer to be so powerful. If my Shu family wants to advance, we might have to rely on him. Thuong Uyen then said with a meaningful tone, Wu Fu is a good kid. I hear you two go to the same school. The girl, embarrassed, reacted sharply. Grandpa, what are you thinking? The old man just rubbed his head and laughed it off. At that moment, in a dorm room, Mang Mang was lounging on his bed when the door suddenly burst open. He shot up in alarm. Who is it? One of the intruders spoke up. Thien Kang, besides Tin Tin. This guy is also close to Wu Fu at school. Mang Mang was stunned, his voice trembling. You're Thien Kang? The man immediately pointed at him and roared. I'm going to make Wu Fu regret killing my brother. Beat him up! Mang Mang scrambled backward in fear, screaming in terror. No, please don't. Back at the Shu residence, Wu Fu was saying his goodbyes. Well then, I should be getting back to school now. And Tien, holding a box, called after him. Wait a moment. He gently opened the box, revealing 2 sparkling azure spiritual pills. Seeing the contents, Haka gasped, his heart filled with astonishment. Spirit God pills. The boy asked, confused, What's this? And Tien immediately replied, It's a gift from the old man to you, to repay the 2 times you saved her life. The pills are a small token. The man asked curiously, Spirit God pills are only effective for cultivators at the Tungswan realm. Isn't it too early to be giving them to him now? Thuong Nguyen frowned, his eyes as sharp as daggers and his face filled with anger. Tin Tin is my only granddaughter. Wu Fu helped her twice. Do I need your permission to gift him a spirit god pill? Ha Ka said awkwardly. It's just that spirit god pills are too precious. Wu Fu gestured at the valuable item before him and politely declined. Senior, giving me spirit god pills would truly be a waste. Tin Tin shot him an annoyed glance. Are you an idiot? No one said you have to use them now. Wu Fu calmly stated, I have my own ways to improve my cultivation. At that moment, the man thought to himself, I guess you know your place, kid. The boy gently took out a broken sword fragment, his eyes filled with reverence. I don't need the pills, but seniors, could you perhaps help me keep an eye out for a fragment like this? She frowned in anger, her voice sharp and bitter. A spirit god pill is far more powerful than that piece of junk sword of yours. Are you an idiot? Hearing this, Wu Fu was completely taken aback. Yunk sword. He immediately swung his arm, and a blast of sword energy ripped through the air toward a water basin. A sharp streak of light sliced through space, followed by a thunderous boom. The ground itself cracked and split in two, forming a massive chasm. The old man's mind reeled in shock. A single slash from that sword could rival an expert at the profound connection realm. No wonder he could face old He. The man pointed at the sword, his gaze probing. That divine sword must be the ultimate treasure of the Golden Lion. Wu Fu stared at the blade in his hand, his voice laced with mystery. It doesn't belong to this world. Kang Yue didn't press further, stating firmly, I will take note of this. He clasped his hands and bowed. Thank you, senior. Wu Fu added, then I'll take my leave. Meanwhile, in front of Yunhai University, a bus slowly ground to a halt. The heavy screech of its tires against the pavement echoed through the air. Jin Lu and his cronies swaggered off the bus. Just a moment later, a frantic Zhou Tan rushed toward them. He sneered, Is Yunhai University really this pathetic? Jin Lu grabbed the man by the hair, letting out a loud, mocking laugh. If we beat you again this time, shouldn't you all be on your knees to welcome us? The man didn't dare argue, just nodding obsequiously with a fawning look in his eyes. Suddenly, Zhou Tan spotted a familiar figure. Ha sensed danger and immediately froze. He watched Wu Fu's retreating figure, a calculating glint in his eye. I have an idea. Hearing this, Zhou Tan's attitude instantly changed. He pointed behind him, his voice full of defiance. Winning once doesn't mean you'll win this year. Our school has some real powerhouses now. Enraged, the man grabbed Zhou Tan by his shirt, threatening, You little brat, are you asking for a beating? With your skill level, you should be grateful if you can even get past my front door. Zhou Tan feigned terror, turning to shout behind him, Wu Fu, hurry and save me! Jin Lu casually threw a punch at Zhou Tan's face, yelling, Who are you putting on a show for? Who do you think you're scaring? Seeing the man stumble unsteadily, he scoffed, pathetic. The infuriated Zhou Tan goaded him, Wu Fu, aren't you supposed to be so tough? Aren't you the great hope of Yunhai University? Go on, fight them. Wu Fu gave him a surprised and suspicious look. What did you just say? When things didn't go as planned, he worried inwardly. Why isn't this kid losing his temper? Jin Lu laughed heartily, his voice dripping with mockery. Just as I thought. Yunhai University is full of nothing but losers. You're guaranteed to lose this cultivator exchange. Wang Gang quickly ran to block Wu Fu's path, grabbing him by the shoulder and growling, Bring your school's senior beauty over here, you bastard. Wu Fu's face darkened, his lips tightening into a thin line as he remained silent. Without a word, he lifted his leg and sent a powerful kick straight into Wang Gang. Wang Gang dropped to his knees in pain, sent flying backward. He snarled in fury. You rotten punk, you're asking to die. Wu Fu casually dusted off his shoulder, his voice cold. If you have something to say it. Don't get physical. Clutching his aching stomach, Wang Gang growled, Kid, you want to die? Suddenly, a brilliant golden light erupted from him. Spiraling spirit energy swirled violently, radiating an immense and overwhelming pressure. Jin Yun remarked sarcastically, Our senior's legendary fierce tiger fist is incredibly powerful, but try not to kill the guy. One of his lackeys quickly chimed in, Don't worry, he's just trying to scare him. Wang Gang stomped hard on the ground to build momentum. In an instant, he shot toward Wu Fu with the speed of light. Wu Fu's brow furrowed, his gaze turning ice cold as he focused all his attention on his opponent's every move. A thunderous impact echoed through the air. Jin Yun couldn't believe his eyes, staring in utter shock. How? How is that possible? Wu Fu's hand had effortlessly stopped Wang Gang's punch, leaving his opponent's arm trembling uncontrollably. Wu Fu issued a cold warning. You're no match for me, so get lost now while you still can. Wang Gang ground his teeth, his face rigid with fury. Stop acting tough in front of me. Xia Li smirked. Looks like he picked a fight with a real master. Jin Yun added sarcastically, Who knew? It seems Yunhai University has a few competent losers this year after all. Wu Fu remained perfectly calm. Wang Gang roared, spirit energy exploding in his clenched fist as he prepared to strike. I'll show you the consequences of showing off in front of me. Drawn by the commotion, a girl rushed over, screeching to a halt right behind them. Lu Ling's eyes widened in shock at the intense confrontation. She yelled frantically at her companions, "Hurry up and save him!" But Wu Fu remained composed, casually swinging a hand to meet Wang Gang's powerful fist. For a split second, a blue light flashed around his body, his expression serene and confident. Then, in a flash, Wu Fu drove his knee straight into his opponent's side. Lu Ling and her companions were stunned, their faces masks of disbelief. Wu Fu smirked tauntingly. "I already told you, you're no match for me." Xia Li and Jin Yun roared in fury, pointing directly at Wu Fu. "Aren't you from the student council? We're talking to you." He paused, putting a hand to his chin in mock contemplation. "Sorry, let me think. If you put it that way, I guess I am." Before Wu Fu could finish, her eyes flashed with triumph. "So you really are an officer of the Yunhai University Student Council." Her companion chimed in, "How despicable, trying to hide your identity to trick us?" Wu Fu suddenly clapped his hands as if he just had an idea, a smile playing on his lips. "That's right, I'm a member of the martial arts club," Xia Li shouted angrily. "Cut the crap! The student council is the strongest representative of your school. I've never even heard of some martial arts club." She raised her hand and pointed straight at Lu Ling, her voice dripping with provocation. "President Lu, we'll be coming to you for a lesson this time. I hope this little brat fights too." She replied coolly, "No problem." Wu Fu frowned, shooting an icy glare at the person beside him. His voice was filled with annoyance. "Did you even bother to ask for my opinion?" Lu Ling retorted angrily, "I'm the student council president. Do I need your opinion?" She pointed at him and continued. "And another thing," Lu Ling went on, taking all the credit. "The student council was the one who handled that whole mess with Xia Tiankang for you. Consider this your way of repaying the favor. You don't get a say in it." Hearing this, Wu Fu frowned thoughtfully. "So that's why no one from the school has been bothering me anymore." Wu Fu had no choice but to concede. "Just this once." She gave him a thumbs up. "Okay, go wait for me in the student council meeting room." As she watched him walk away, Lu Ling thought to herself, "I never expected this Wu Fu guy to be so strong." She continued to ponder. It's only been a few days since his breakthrough, yet he can already defeat Wang Gang of the Lion Institute, a cultivator who has reached the form transformation realm. A sense of triumph filled Lu Ling. Maybe our school will actually win the exchange competition this time. Later, in the student council room, a voice piped up. Yunhai University has never once beaten the Lion Institute in any exchange competition. The Lion Institute is just too powerful. They even have an expert at the profound connection realm, so it's no disgrace to lose to them. Lin Xin pointed at Wu Fu and continued. "But making a first-year student who just enrolled participate. Are we treating this competition like a game?" She slammed her hand furiously on the table with a loud bang. Lu Ling replied helplessly. "The student council is the strongest representative of Yunhai University. If we lose again this time." Suddenly, Wu Fu broke the tense atmosphere. "If there's nothing else, can I go now?" she asked, her voice cold. "Wu Fu, the exchange competition is this afternoon. Don't be late." Lu Ling then added in a softer tone, "The opponents are even stronger than fierce tiger Wang Gang. You can't underestimate them." Completely unafraid, Wu Fu stroked Ha's head. "It's just the profound connection realm. What's there to be afraid of?" Another member roared in anger. "You arrogant brat. You only beat Wang Gang, the weakest member of the Lion Institute. Don't think you're so great." Feeling disrespected, the man lunged toward Wu Fu. "Hey, the president is talking to you, damn it." Wu Fu's brow furrowed, his face twisting in clear annoyance. Suddenly, a thunderous crash shook the entire building. He uttered a threat. "I'm warning you, you'd better save your strength." Lan Tam's face went pale as he stumbled back in fear. The entire wall behind him shattered into pieces. Wu Fu slammed the door shut and left without another word. At that moment, the corner of Luke Lin's mouth curled into a triumphant smile. The scene shifts to a dormitory room, utterly wrecked, with belongings scattered everywhere. Mang Mang sat on the bed, clutching his wounds and groaning. It hurt so much. He was so lost in thought that he didn't notice Wu Fu had already returned. Harthian Kung's power was terrifying. If Brother Fu found out, he would definitely hunt him down at his home. Seeing the chaotic mess, Wu Fu froze, his expression turning grim. Wu Fu's voice was low. Was Harthian Kung here? Mang Mang raised a hand to hide the bruises on his face, stammering, "Brother Fu, what are you talking about?" I just fell." Wu Fu's face darkened, his eyes glinting with determination. "Stop hiding it. I saw everything. Don't worry, I'll make him apologize to you." Meanwhile, the atmosphere in the competition hall was electric. Voices buzzed from all corners. "The Su Viren Academy is here to challenge the student council. Look, it's President Luke. I hope we win this time." The student council members asked nervously, "President, Su Viren is our rival. This time, we're using first and second year cultivators. Isn't that too risky? Luke Lin replied with absolute confidence. It's not a risk at all. At Fanhai University, Lin Donghuai spoke up. Are we really letting a freshman represent our student council in a fight? An Lam calmly replied, I'm sure the president has her reasons. The person next to them added excitedly, if you can beat him, you'll be able to move up. Suddenly, a figure appeared behind them. The girl quickly exclaimed, he's here! The figure, Lin Dong, scoffed, I have a responsibility to protect the dignity of our student council. An Lam panicked, trying to warn him, hey, don't cause any trouble, or the president will punish you. But Lin Dong completely ignored her, stepping forward with a voice dripping with contempt. So, you want to join the exchange competition? Then you'll have to get through me first. Wu Fu stared silently at the person in front of him. Thinking he had intimidated his opponent, Lin Dong let out a cold, disdainful snort. An Lam grabbed his sleeve to stop him. If you don't stop now, you'll be punished. Lin Dong shoved her away, snapping, you're so annoying. While those two were struggling, Wu Fu turned to walk away. Is that so? In that case, I won't participate. Luke Lin pointed a finger at Wu Fu, her voice booming with a threat. Wu Fu, now that you're here, don't even think about leaving. From behind, Lin Dong spun around and launched a powerful kick straight at Wu Fu. Wu Fu swiftly raised his fist, spiritual energy surging and concentrating in his hand. Instantly, he blocked Lin Dong's kick cold. The challenger stumbled backward, a flicker of fear in his eyes. In just a split second, Lin Dong regained his balance, sliding back several feet. Beads of sweat dotted his face as he thought in terror, is he really just a freshman? Wu Fu raised a fist threateningly. Want to try that again? Fear gripped Lin Dong as a thought flashed through his mind. Are all freshmen this ruthless nowadays? Just then, Tin Tin arrived on the scene. Oh, has the competition started already? She asked in surprise. Lin Dong thought in shock. The goddess of the second years, Tin Tin? She continued. I haven't even arrived yet. Why did it start so early? Seeing Tin Tin's power level, he was horrified. Late-stage transformation realm. Who is that guy? Suddenly, Lin Dong was shoved hard from behind. He spun around, furious, and roared. Who the hell was that? Thien Kung radiated a murderous aura, growling. Lin Dong's attitude changed in an instant, and he mumbled, just kidding. It was nothing. His face went pale with fear as he realized, Mystic Realm, Har Thien Kung. As expected, the first and second years are packed with talent. Spotting Wu Fu, Thien Kung exclaimed in surprise. Oh, I didn't expect to see you here. Wu Fu's eyes turned to ice, locked onto the figure before him. Suddenly, Mang Mang rushed over from behind, shouting, Brother Fu! He skidded to a halt, positioning himself between the two rivals. Mang Mang tried to keep the peace. The exchange competition is more important. The exchange competition is more important. Out of nowhere, Wu Fu spoke. With or without him, the result is the same. His face was grim, his voice filled with confidence. We will win. Hearing this, Mang Mang was so moved that tears streamed down his face. Brother Fu, he whimpered. Suddenly, with a loud crunch, dust and smoke billowed out. Wu Fu couldn't hold back his anger any longer and had already struck. Sorry about that, he said coolly. My hands moved on their own. Mang Mang was lying flat on the ground. So what about my brother's life? Shouldn't it be a life for a life? Thien Kung snarled. Wu Fu replied with cold fury. He deserved to die. If you want revenge, I'll be waiting for you anytime. But right now, Wu Fu continued, you need to apologize to him. I was the one who killed your brother, not him. Thien Kung laughed mockingly. A worthless nobody without an ounce of power. Is he even worthy of my apology? He turned to Mang Mang with a fake look of remorse. Hey, bookworm, I'm sorry. Do you dare accept it? Mang Mang immediately shot up and yelled, I dare! Thien Kung's brow furrowed, his voice dropping to a low growl. Then you're asking to die. He quickly unleashed his power, summoning an object. Wu Fu stared intently at it, his eyes filled with caution and suspicion. The object began to vibrate violently. Thien Kung's voice was full of glee. I didn't expect the reaction from the great treasure of the Chongyang sect to be this intense. It seems even it wants you dead. Wu Fu shot back contemptuously. Is that so? That's what I felt the first time I saw you, too. Thien Kung stared blankly at the great treasure, a knot of worry forming in his stomach. What's going on? Why is the reaction getting stronger and stronger? I feel like I'm about to lose control. Wu Fu's eyes narrowed, his focus sharpening as he took control. A single command echoed in his mind, come. At his command, the great treasure of Chongyang instantly shot out of Thien Kung's hand. Without hesitation, it flew swiftly towards Wu Fu. Terror seized Thien Kung as a single thought raced through his mind. This is bad. The great treasure immediately began to resonate with the sword in Wu Fu's hand. It instantly erupted in a dazzling spiritual light, forcing everyone around to shield their eyes. Murmurs of awe spread through the crowd. Such powerful sword energy. Facing such a formidable opponent, Wu Fu didn't flinch. He quickly channeled his power, launching a defensive move against the earth-shattering punch. The collision sent Wu Fu flying backward. At that moment, a dark bruise was clearly visible on his arm. The crowd gasped in astonishment. So this is the power of the mystic realm. Then, Tian Kung charged forward at full speed, roaring. This is the true power of... He launched another attack, his voice laced with ice. The mystic realm! A voice suddenly cut through the tense air. Stop! Instantly, a shockwave erupted between the two fighters. Tian Kung instinctively raised his arm to shield his face, shivering. Such immense power. In the next moment, both had been pushed far apart. Luke Lin turned away, her eyes burning with irritation. Her glare made Wu Fu jump in surprise. He feigned a cough and said, Mang Mang, a true gentleman knows that revenge is a dish best served cold. Mang Mang stared back, utterly bewildered. Huh? At the same time, Tian Kung was lost in thought. One of his teammates, Ngoc Nian, was a peak Mystic Realm cultivator. The person next to him asked curiously, could he also be a student at Fan Hai University? She continued. Har Tian Kung, a second year at Fan Hai University, reached the Qi refining realm just 1 year ago. A woman stared silently ahead and sighed to herself. Fan Hai is going to be a real problem this year. Suddenly, Near Cap began digging at the ground furiously, as if searching for something. Mong Mong asked in surprise, Near Cap, what are you doing? The creature continued to dig with gusto. Nearby, Luke Lin was furiously scolding someone. I'm talking to you! You've just reached the transformation realm, and you already want to fight Har Tian Kung, a mystic realm cultivator? Are you trying to get yourself killed? And what about the exchange competition? Suddenly, a furious roar echoed through the area. Wu Fu! Tian Kung bellowed, the ground cracking beneath his feet as he screamed, Give me back my treasure! Wu Fu replied calmly. This treasure has simply returned to its rightful owner. Tian Kung gripped his sword tighter, roaring in rage. 3 years ago, the fragments of the divine weapon. His eyes turned sinister, his killing intent surging. Now, give me back my treasure. Tian Kang charges forward, a curse already on his lips, but his rampage is cut short when he stumbles right into the second-level pit the boy just dug. Tian Kang falls flat on his face, skidding across the ground. A moment later, laughter erupts around him like firecrackers. Meng Meng covers her mouth, trying so hard not to laugh that tears stream down her face. Humiliated, his face darkens with rage. With a flick of his wrist, his sword slashes toward the boy at a terrifying speed. But in an instant, Wu Fu's blade is there, blocking the attack. Tian Kang glares, murder flashing in his eyes. The boy, having just narrowly escaped death, looks at his savior with gratitude and whispers, Brother Fu. Tian Kang seethes, You damn fatty. If you want to live, get that worthless mud away from me. Wu Fu quickly urges the boy, You should go first. Meanwhile, a single thought consumes Tian Kang's mind. That's a real treasure. The thought echoes in his mind. Suddenly, Lu Ling snaps. Can you two just drop your personal grudge for a second? She points to the crowd of onlookers, her voice filled with indignation. Don't embarrass our academy. Dong Er, however, looks amused. He grins widely. It's fine. Beside him, Ha Lai immediately chimes in. Their internal affairs are clearly more important than the exchange competition. Another person adds with a sarcastic tone. I never knew their internal affairs were so complicated they'd start fighting over it. She continues, From what I see, that Ha Tian Kang isn't much to worry about. Dong Er asks curiously, and Ha Li quickly replies, I heard he's a first-year student, supposedly on the same level as Ha Tian Kang. The man watches the amusing scene unfold, commenting, But why do I get the feeling this guy still isn't using his full strength? Just then, Tian Kang rushes forward again, determined to settle the score. Wu Fu remains calm, silently observing his every move. With a flick of his wrist, he expertly blocks the incoming attack. Then, Wu Fu twists his sword and immediately launches a counterattack. A fatal sword strike shoots straight toward his opponent, Tian Kang. But Tian Kang quickly plants his foot, pivoting. In a flash, he kicks out, striking Wu Fu's hand. The sword is instantly knocked from Wu Fu's grasp. It flies through the air, spinning end over end, as everyone watches in stunned silence. Then, Tian Kang leaps forward, growling, That treasure is mine! The sword lands perfectly in his hand. Without this divine weapon, you're nothing but trash. But then, a surge of energy explodes from Wu Fu's hand. Wu Fu instantly unleashes a strike straight at him, leaving no openings. A deafening boom echoes through the area as a blinding light erupts from the impact. Tian Kang is thrown backward, his feet dragging across the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. After stumbling for a moment, he finally regains his balance. But just then, his shirt is torn to shreds. He frowns, his eyes filled with tension as he thinks, Sword Chi. Tian Kang looks at the blade in his hand, overjoyed. It doesn't matter, the treasure is mine anyway. But in the next instant, the sword flips in the air and shoots back towards Wu Fu. In a heartbeat, the sword is back in its owner's hand. Wu Fu smiles. It has always been a part of my body. You can't steal it. Seeing this, Dong swears loudly. Holy hell, is he really just a first-year student? Ha Lai speaks slowly. 2 months ago, he was hospitalized by Ha Tianhao over some relationship issue. The man asks, intrigued, Ha Tianhao, isn't that Tian Kang's younger brother? I thought he was just an ordinary person. She continues, from my analysis, either he managed to cultivate all this in just 2 months, or he's been hiding his true strength all along. At that moment, Wu Fu's face turns grim, his eyes burning with killing intent. He grips his sword and charges his enemy, radiating an overwhelming pressure. Tian Kang freezes, unable to react, his mind filled with terror. I'm screwed. In a flash, a powerful, invisible wave of sword chi slashes toward him. Lu Ling instinctively raises her hand, shouting in shock, that sword chi is so strong. He has only reached the spirit transformation stage. Seeing the scene before her, she is horrified, and the man beside her is equally stunned. This kid, how is this possible? Right now, Wu Fu is radiating a terrifying power. A violent surge of spiritual energy swirls around him, forming a colossal monster that exudes an incredible pressure. Tian Kang murmurs, so he's using a secret technique. He turns to leave, not forgetting to add a threat. Wu Fu, next time, I'll settle all our scores, new and old. Mang cheers with excitement. Holy crap, Brother Fu is so damn cool. He was awesome just now. Dong adds, he relies too much on that divine weapon. Wu Fu speaks coldly. Are you here to cause trouble at my school? The man replies calmly, Junior, this exchange competition between immortal cultivators has always been a tradition between our schools. We aren't here to cause trouble. He points to the academy's crowd with a provocative tone. I already sent Ha Tian Kang running, so I'll take his place this time. Which one of you is up first? Donger's brow furrows in anger. Kid, don't think you can do whatever you want just because you have a divine weapon. Ha Lai warns, his cultivation is only at the early stage of spirit transformation. Even with a divine weapon, if our leader steps in, you won't last long. Wu Fu waves a dismissive hand. I hope you all come at me at once. It'll save time. Fury erupts from the man. He growls, radiating, killing intent. You're too arrogant. I will make you pay the price. Donger immediately brandishes his weapon, threatening, Kid, it's not too late to regret this. He glares, his killing intent flaring intensely. Don't think you can beat me just because you have a divine weapon. Suddenly, a hand rests on Wu Fu's shoulder, and a voice hisses through gritted teeth. Hey, Lu Ling whispers threateningly, with Ha Tian Kang, we had at least a 60% chance of winning. If you lose, I swear I will tear you to pieces. All of a sudden, Ching, standing behind them, shouts in a panic, Hey! She shoves the two apart. Isn't this a competition? Your opponent is right in front of you. If you two stick so close together, you'll make him feel awkward, you know? Donger quickly waves his hands. Not at all. Ching angrily curses. A bunch of worthless scum. I'll wipe you all out. The man scoffs. My, this kid's luck with women is pretty good. Blushing with rage, she snaps. Are you looking to die? Instantly, Ching stomps her foot, coiling her body like a spring ready to explode. She charges furiously towards Donger, cursing, You son of a bitch. He smirks. You're still not good enough. Then, Donger's entire body tenses, his muscles bulging. In an instant, a defensive barrier envelops his body. Ching's attack has no effect at all. Her eyes widen in shock as she thinks, his defense is so strong. Dong swings his axe in a counterattack. You want to die, don't you? Well, don't blame me for what happens next. Ching's face turns pale, her heart pounding with fear. I can't dodge this. The attack is unleashed with terrifying speed, kicking up a massive cloud of smoke and dust that obscures everything. He stares at the scene, confused. She disappeared. Donger looks up and sees Wu Fu holding her in his arms. At that moment, Ching is still struggling, her eyes squeezed shut. He quickly draws his sword, ready for battle. Wu Fu says coldly, Your opponent is me. Hearing the familiar voice, she jolts, opens her eyes, and whispers, Wu Fu. The man tightens his grip on his axe, taunting, Well, kid. You finally decided to step up. Ching whispers a worried reminder. Be careful. Donger smirks, his voice dripping with confidence. This is the body protection, divine art, passed down from my ancestors. That pathetic little sword of yours can't do a thing to me. Wu Fu narrows his eyes, his gaze turning dark. Is that so? He says with contempt. The man rushes towards Wu Fu. One strike is all I'll need to take you down. Jin Yun raises her hand, cheering excitedly. Get him! Get him! The two clashed violently, their attacks a blur of motion. They were perfectly matched, neither gaining an inch. After a fierce exchange, they both leaped back, dust kicking up at their feet. Suddenly, he withdrew his sword, and the blade slowly vanished from sight. Lu Ling's eyes widened in shock. A single thought raced through her mind. Is he conceding? She frowned, her lips pressed into a thin line, her displeasure obvious. Am I going to lose again this year? Just then, a sharp cracking sound echoed, startling everyone. Lu Ling stared in utter disbelief, her eyes wide. Healy cried out in alarm. Senior brother's body protection art. It's been shattered. Nu Fu lifted her chin arrogantly. Nothing can stop the spirit sword. Not now, not ever. Terrified, the crowd in the pavilion cowered, collapsing to the ground. Wang Gang stammered out his surrender. We lose. The young man spoke calmly. Good, as long as you know when to quit. Hand over the spirit stones. The loser stared, sweat beading on his face as he asked fearfully, Spirit stones? Ha trotted over to Wang Gang, who cried out in alarm. What do you want? The young man replied nonchalantly. My dog seems to have a taste for spirit stones. It opened its mouth, revealing a set of sharp, glistening teeth. The man screamed in terror, his voice echoing through the stands. Stay away from me! The scene shifts. A gentle breeze rustles through the canopy of trees as the sky melts into a canvas of pink and purple at sunset. Deep in the forest, in a small, hidden house, a wooden door creaks open, the sound echoing in the silence. Inside, Leqiu kneels respectfully, his hands clasped. Master, he says, your disciple has sensed the power of a treasure in Tianfu Garden. The old man quickly takes out a fragment of a divine weapon. Seeing the object, Leqiu's face pales. He gasps in shock. Master, you mean? The master breaks into a violent coughing fit, speaking in a weak whisper. A divine weapon is an extraordinary thing. If it has already chosen its master, then give this sword to him. Leqiu was stunned, his heart pounding. He couldn't accept what he was hearing. Though he felt deep resentment, he could only feign obedience. A glint appeared in Leqiu's eyes as a resentful thought took root. A treasure like this, only I am worthy of it. The old man continued to cough, and a look of panic crossed Leqiu's face. He shot to his feet, crying out, Master! Jing Tong spoke slowly. My life is nearing its end. If I cannot reach the Herp Dao realm, my time will be cut short. Meanwhile, at Tian Kang's luxurious villa, Meng Yao screamed in terror. Wu Fu is that strong already? So he meant it when he said he'd make my life a living hell? A sharp slap cracked across her face. Tian Kang roared in fury. Damn it, shut your mouth! He continued, his voice laced with venom. That brat is more than he seems, to think he could fight me on equal footing just by relying on a divine weapon. Still, his death is not far off. On another street, a familiar bus rolls to a smooth stop in front of a magnificent, high-end shopping center. A heavy-set man stands pensively in a corner. Looking at the object in his hand, he muttered in confusion, How do you read this thing? It turned out to be a smart map capable of providing precise directions. Xiang Kui, the man, quickly spotted a nearby staff member. Hey, little buddy. But just then a commotion erupted behind him. Sir, this is a private area. If you wish to enter, please present your invitation. Wu Fu stood silently, not moving a muscle, as if the entire space was holding its breath with him. Then, he calmly pulled out a crumpled ticket. My dog tore up the invitation. Will this still work? The guard stated coldly. A torn invitation is invalid. You cannot enter. Suddenly, a man's voice dripped with mockery. Well, now. Wu Fu startled, whipping around to see who the arrogant voice belonged to. The man had his arm wrapped around a beautiful woman, his tone dripping with sarcasm. And he even uses the excuse that his dog tore the invitation? Couldn't you find a better lie? The guard addressed the newcomer respectfully. Young Master Chu. Wu Fu asked flatly, So, as long as I have an invitation, I can get in, right? The guard immediately replied, That's correct. Wu Fu turned, his gaze landing on the man behind him, a faint smile playing on his lips. Well then, this is simple. Chu Thom paled and tried to turn away. I just remembered I have something to do. I'll be going now. But before he could leave, Wu Fu grabbed his shoulder. Chu Tham stammered in fear. Big brother, what do you want? It's not right to grab people like this in public. Wu Fu chuckled, but the sound was cold. You don't want to go in? The woman, Wei Ying, chimed in contemptuously. Who do you think you are? My Tham doesn't associate with broke trash like you. Then, she whined, clinging to him. Tham, darling, I saw a necklace I really want. You have to buy it for me today. Okay? He hastily pulled an invitation from his pocket, bowing low. Brother, no, please, take this. Wei Ying's voice went shrill with anger. Tham, what are you saying? Chu Tom humbled himself further. I only came here to deliver this invitation to you. Wu Fu quickly took the card and walked away. Thanks. Chu Tham forced a smile. It was my pleasure. Watching Wu Fu's back, Chu Tham muttered to himself. He's gotten stronger. Wu Fu entered the luxurious venue and was immediately greeted by a cheerful voice. Wu Fu, over here! He respectfully clasped his hands in greeting. Senior, you said a fragment of the sword would be auctioned here? The man replied instantly. That's right. That's why I notified you, little brother, so you could come see for yourself if it's really a piece of that sword. Yin Shan continued, Little brother, you did a great favor for our Shu family, so we must do everything in our power to help you. Wu Fu replied respectfully, Thank you for your help, Senior. If it is indeed a fragment of the sword, I will pass on a cultivation technique to the Shu family. Hearing this, another member of the Shu family sneered. Brother, I don't think you know how much this thing is worth, do you? What kind of cultivation technique is worth 5 million? The elder snapped. All of you, be quiet. Wu Fu continued firmly. I can see that old Master Su has been stuck in the Yuan Shen realm for a long time. This technique can help him break through to the Fan Shu realm. The elder was stunned, thinking to himself, he could tell? Could it be that he really has a way? A moment later, the auction officially began. A heavy gavel struck the podium, signaling the start. The auctioneer's voice boomed across the hall. Distinguished masters, honored guests, and wealthy patrons, welcome everyone. The auction officially begins. The elder glanced at Wu Fu, his voice full of concern. Little brother, if you see anything you like, just let me know. The host continued. Our first item today is a supreme grade spirit marrow. She paused for effect. The starting bid is 500,000. First come, first served. At the sight of the item, Erha suddenly let out a loud bark. A paddle shot up, bidding 5 million. The auctioneer shouted with excitement, 5 million! Ching Ching leaned in and whispered, Dad, our family isn't short on spirit stones, but while spirit marrow is precious, it's not particularly useful to us. Yin Xian replied simply, Erha likes it. Her face fell, her heart filled with jealousy. He's even spoiling the dog? What if Wu Fu is just bluffing about everything? Ching Ching mumbled sadly. You've changed, Dad. He just laughed cheerfully. Little brother, it doesn't matter if it's you or your dog. If you see something you like, you just have to say the word. Item after item was brought out. The Longyan Cauldron sold for 5 million. A Tongling Pill sold for 3 million. The Puta Stone going for 2 million. Down in the audience, one man asked another, We're almost at the final item. What do you think it's going to be? His companion replied instantly, Whatever it is, I can't afford it anyway. The auctioneer took the stage again. Our auction today is nearing its climax. For the final item, there will be no price limit. The next item was quickly brought out. It was completely covered by a thick cloth. Her voice rang out. And for our final item today, we have. With a flourish, the cloth was whipped away, revealing the object beneath. A brilliant light erupts from the sacred treasure, forcing every eye in the room forward. The divine weapon fragment explodes with a blinding, radiant aura. For a split second, the entire auction hall falls utterly silent, as if no one dares to breathe. Yin Xian immediately asks, Xiao Xuan, is that it? Wu Fu replies, That's the one. A man shamelessly announces, I, Li Ju, have only just arrived. Would anyone be willing to bid on this fragment and gift it to me? Someone scoffs in disgust. How dare a scoundrel like you show your face at this auction, let alone ask someone else to foot the bill for you? Are you dreaming? Tiangang frowns, thinking to himself, I thought Wu Fu was the most shameless person I knew, but this guy is on another level. The man beside him sneers, Hey, are you still dreaming? Li Ju's face darkens, his expression turning grim, but he doesn't say a word. Suddenly, Li Ju's eyes snap open, his gaze so cold and sharp it feels like it could slice through the air itself. The man who mocked him recoils in terror, his voice trembling. Even Yin Xian's eyes go wide with astonishment. Wu Fu's brow furrows, his entire body instantly tensing with vigilance. A tremor runs through the auction hall as people cry out, This pressure, it's overwhelming. Li Ju speaks again, his voice cutting through the chaos. My master taught me there is nothing wrong with a gentleman's ambition. So I ask again, will anyone here acquire this for me? The moment Li Ju finishes speaking, someone behind him raises a bidding paddle. It's Tiangang, I'll buy it, 10 million. Li Ju adds, My master also taught me that a favor should be repaid twofold. He continues, Therefore, I will grant you one wish. When this auction is over, you can find me, and I will do anything you ask. Tiangang replies coolly, A treasure of this caliber belongs to the strong. It's only right. Hearing this, Wu Fu is overcome with curiosity, thinking, Who is this man? His cultivation is immense. Yin Xian speaks hesitantly. Xiao Xuan, his power is. Wu Fu quickly reassures her, Don't worry, this is beyond something your Xia family can handle now. A surprised voice asks, Does he know you? Wu Fu replies instantly, No. A cold glint flashes in his eyes. But I know him. Later, back at the Xia family's villa, a talisman is slammed onto the table. This man promised to grant me one wish, Tiangang says with excitement. This will be incredibly useful when the time is right. A smug look crosses his face. Wu Fu, oh Wu Fu, did you really think a mere divine weapon would be enough to defeat me? Just then, a series of urgent knocks echoes from the door. Meng Jiao rushes to open it. Before her stands a large, imposing man whose very presence is overwhelming. Tian Gang greets him warmly. Senior brother, you're here. The man booms. Junior brother. Master told me someone has been bullying you. Point me to the bastard and I'll wring his neck. But Tian Gang waves his hand dismissively. No need to rush. Once we have the divine weapon, we can make him suffer. Slowly. Meng Jiao smirks to herself. Wu Fu, this time, you're finished. Meanwhile, back at the dormitory, warm sunlight streams through the window frames, bathing the rooms in a peaceful glow. The sound of Erha's barking fills the air. The spirit beast wags its tail excitedly, its mouth open, revealing sharp teeth. Wu Fu exclaims with delight, the spirit stones actually worked. I can't believe they helped it evolve. The door suddenly swings open and Lu Ling steps inside. Oh, look who's grown up. Wu Fu sits on the bed and asks coolly, all right, spit it out. What do you want? She suddenly closes the distance between them. Can't I come see you just because? Lu Ling purrs playfully as she climbs onto the bed. Alone in the room, Wu Fu suddenly grips Lu Ling's slender shoulders. A startled cry escapes her lips. Her face flushes a deep crimson, and she averts her gaze in embarrassment. What are you doing? Lu Ling cries out, flustered. He tightens his grip on her hand, his voice low and dangerous. If you're not ready for the consequences, don't play with fire. Leaning close to her ear, Wu Fu whispers, because you might get burned. Overcome with embarrassment, she shoves him away, her face completely flushed. Lu Ling straightens her clothes. Wu Fu turns away with a sharp whistle. Not interested. It's fine if you refuse, she says, changing the subject. After all, our opponents are powerful. Fenhai University probably won't place well anyway. Lu Ling gives him a sly wink. That's right. In this competition, there are 10 opponents who have reached the profound connection realm. She feigns disappointment. Looks like I'll just have to find someone else. He instantly grabs her by the shoulder. Wait. A smug smile spreads across her face. This trick works every single time. Fine, Wu Fu says quickly. Help me, he continues, but first, there's something I need to do. With that, Wu Fu suddenly starts taking off his shirt. Lu Ling's face flushes pink as she covers her eyes, shouting, Hey! What do you think you're doing? Wu Fu calmly removes his black pants. The profound connection realm may not be difficult to handle, but I can't stay in the transformation stage forever. Lu Ling snaps, You pervert! Wu Fu's voice echoes in the room once more. First, I need to break through to the mid-transformation stage. Realizing his intentions, Lu Ling closes her eyes and covers her mouth, embarrassed. So he just wanted to cultivate. I totally got the wrong idea. She opens her eyes, plants her hands on her hips, and yells, Hey! Cultivation breakthroughs aren't like buying groceries. You can't just decide to do it and make it happen. With his eyes still shut tight, Wu Fu replies, Breaking through to the profound connection realm wouldn't even be that hard for me. The mid-transformation stage should be enough to handle this, he calculates. Lu Ling looks up, her eyes widening at the shimmering streams of energy materializing in the air. Is that spirit energy? Suddenly, Wu Fu's eyes snap open, unleashing an incredibly oppressive aura. Sensing the immense power shift, Lu Ling flinches and glances toward him. She immediately draws her sword, conjuring a transparent protective barrier around herself. Streams of spirit energy surge from Wu Fu, crashing against Lu Ling's barrier but failing to break through. An unknown amount of time passes before the intense assault finally ceases. Across the room, Wu Fu sits with his eyes closed, his entire body glowing with a blinding light. Lu Ling stares at the scene, completely stunned, unable to believe her eyes. He actually broke through. What did you expect? Wu Fu asks, opening his eyes and looking directly at her. Lu Ling turns away, running a hand through her hair in frustration. It took me 5 years just to get past the chi refining stage, and I was stuck in the transformation stage for 4 years. And you just break through whenever you feel like it. Just then, Meng Meng, who had been eavesdropping, mutters a curse outside. Inside, Lu Ling grabs the doorknob and swings the door open. As the door swings open, she sees who's standing on the other side. For a moment, they both freeze in an awkward silence. Meng Meng quickly waves his hands, feigning innocence. Senior sister, you don't have to say a thing. I get it. You two were cultivating. Yes, that's it. Definitely cultivating. He crouches down to pet Erha's furry head. Wu Fu, Erha and I will get going. It's too cruel to leave a single dog here to be a third wheel. As if understanding him, Erha lets out an excited bark. Woof. Just then, Lu Ling storms out of the room, slamming the door shut with a loud bang. Seeing this, Meng Meng asks tentatively, Did I interrupt something? Erha barks again as if in response. Meng Meng stands up, scooping the spirit beast into his arms, and suggests with a smile, Hey, Wu Fu, it's my birthday today. We should go out for drinks later. Wu Fu casually agrees. Sounds good. Happy with the answer, Meng Meng takes his leave. The scene shifts to a bustling city street lined with towering skyscrapers. Inside a private room, a phone resting on a table suddenly lights up with a message notification. Who could that be? Mr. Xia wonders aloud, sitting on the sofa with his back to the window. Calling at this hour. Tiangang picks up the phone. He's the one I planted next to Wu Fu. It seems the fatty invited them to a bar tonight. Meng Jiao repeated the location aloud. A bar. She was already hatching a plan. That's right, today was Wang Manman's birthday. If she offered him a small incentive, Tian Kang, as if reading her mind, picked up the thread. Are you thinking of arranging for someone to go to the Yunhai bar? The owner there was so influential that even the Shu family had to show him respect. Using him to take care of their problem wasn't a bad idea at all. Elsewhere, deep in the desolate mountains, stood a simple, tiled roof house. Lei Jiu knelt, desperately trying to get the attention of the man slumped before him. Master, please drink your medicine. Jingtong covered his mouth, letting out a series of ragged coughs. Lei Jiu's face filled with worry. Master, slowly. Jingtong's head remained bowed, but his lips moved, his voice weak. I feel my body growing weaker every day. It's gotten so bad I can no longer even sense the aura of the divine artifact. If you find the one destined for it, bring him here to me. Hearing the request, Lei Jiu dropped to one knee, clasping his hands together respectfully. Your disciple obeys, Jingtong added. Perhaps. He possesses the secret art that could help me reach the Dao integration stage. Lei Jiu's eyes lifted, catching the glint of a tall green glass bottle lying on a table made of leaves. The last few drops of liquor trickled out, forming a small puddle on the ground. A sharp voice cut through the noise. You damn fatty, wake up, wake up! Sprawled across a table, his face flushed, Manman mumbled, I'm not drunk. Let's have another round. The words had barely left his lips when a foot clad in a black stocking and high heel kicked him squarely in the back. Get up, you damn fatty! When that didn't work, Lu Ling changed her tactics. Manman suddenly felt a sharp, blossoming pain in his rear. He face-planted onto the sofa, clutching his backside and wailing, Ow, ow, ow. Lu Ling stood beside him, arms crossed, fuming. You damn fatty, why did you call us here? Wu Fu chimed in, equally confused. Fatty, why did you come all the way out here? Hearing Wu Fu's voice, Man finally sat up. Brother Fu, you're here. The sound of a dog barking drew his attention. He turned to see Ha and called out. The dog then trotted over and dropped something from its mouth onto the table. Manman's face darkened slightly as he pointed to himself. For me? Ha nodded enthusiastically, letting out 2 sharp barks of confirmation. Man nervously eyed the object in his hand. Well, I guess this counts as a birthday present. But before he could even bring it to his mouth, a blinding golden light erupted from the side. Lu Ling whipped her head around, searching for the source. This is bad! Something's wrong, she yelled to the others. We need to run, now! Wu Fu turned and saw a hazy curtain of sand in the distance, slowly spreading towards them. The wall of sand stretched from the floor all the way to the ceiling. In what felt like an instant, the ground beneath Wu Fu's feet had completely turned to sand. The entire room had transformed into a desert, with grains of sand being pulled upward by some unseen force, hovering in the air. Lu Ling and Man could only stare, their eyes wide with disbelief at the scene before them. Coiled in front of them was a colossal golden snake. Its eyes glowed with a menacing red light as its long tongue flickered. In a flash, the serpent lunged, its massive jaws wide open, aiming to swallow Wu Fu whole. Watch out! Lu Ling screamed from behind. The 3 of them scrambled backward, narrowly dodging the attack as the snake's head slammed into the ground. It raised its enormous head once more and charged. A voice echoed through the illusion. It's not so easy to leave my domain. Manman grabbed onto the person next to him, screaming in terror, Brother Fu! Ha dug its paws firmly into the sand, bared its teeth, and unleashed a torrent of power. Instantly, a gigantic spectral dog materialized to face the serpent head-on. Ha lunged, sinking its teeth precisely into the giant snake's neck. The serpent let out a horrific shriek as its body began to dissolve. Ha absorbed all the spirit stones that fell from its dissipating form. Man smiled, walking over to praise the dog. Good boy, Ha. Wu Fu picked Ha up in his arms. Not bad. You didn't let a single spirit stone go to waste. In a room below, unknown to them, Tongtian, who had been observing through a screen, stammered, That's a dog? Meng Jiao, standing beside him, was equally stunned. Even the dog by his side is. Tongtian felt a chill of fear but tried to compose himself. But it's fine, this is my illusion. As long as he's trapped inside, I can still eliminate him. Lu Ling stared at the dining table sitting incongruously in the middle of the vast desert. What do we do now? Manman clutched Wu Fu's shirt tightly. Brother Fu, where are we? Wu Fu answered calmly, "We're still in the room." Cradling Ha, he walked slowly toward the table, explaining, "It's just that this kind of illusion is what's known as a ghost wall. All we have to do is find the one thing that exists in parallel with reality, and smash it." Wu Fu stopped, his eyes glancing down at the table. "Leaving something this obvious right here. Do they really think we're blind?" He clenched his hand into a fist and brought it crashing down onto the table. The sudden action made Lu Ling shout in alarm, "Don't!" The stone table shattered into countless pieces. At that exact moment, the ceiling in Meng Jiao and Tong Tian's room began to crack, glowing fissures spreading across its surface. Seeing this, he cried out, "This is not good!" The ceiling exploded, raining down chunks of stone into the room below. Wu Fu leaped directly down through the hole created by the blast. Lu Ling coughed, waving away the thick cloud of dust. "This is clearly the floor below us." Wu Fu's gaze landed on the person in front of him. "So, you were here all along?" He confronted her directly. "I assume this little show was your doing, along with Xia Tiankang, right?" Meng Jiao admitted it without a hint of fear. "So what if it was?" "Wu Fu, you're finished this time." Wu Fu looked utterly unimpressed, casually cleaning his ear with his pinky finger. "Yeah, I've heard that one before." Tong Tian gripped the hilt of his sword, slowly advancing. "Brat, if you want to leave, hand over the divine artifact first." Wu Fu calmly sized him up. From behind him, Lu Ling shouted a warning. "Wu Fu, be careful. Uncle Tongqian has a lot of power in Yunhai." Wu Fu handed Ha to Manman. "You hide and don't wander off. Let Ha look after you for a bit." Ha barked once. "Woof!" Sweat beaded on Manman's forehead. Tongtian had already drawn his sword, muttering a threat. "Running is useless. Now that you've broken my illusion, none of you are getting out of here today." Wu Fu summoned a sword of his own, his voice dripping with contempt. "Please, you dare to show off in front of me with a pathetic illusion that anyone could enter?" Behind his dark glasses, Tongtian's eyes widened in shock at the scene unfolding before him. He had been pulled into another illusion, a barren desert dotted with withered trees. Wu Fu had launched himself into the air without him even noticing. A flicker of fear finally entered Tongtian's mind. The power of a transformation stage expert, even their illusions. From above, Wu Fu looked down with absolute authority and commanded, "Kneel!" Instantly, an immense force slammed down on Tongtian, forcing him to his knees. This pressure is terrifying, he thought, panicked. Tongtian's brow furrowed as he felt the change within his body. Even I, a peak profound connection expert, have been completely suppressed. This is bad. Wu Fu began to channel more power. Suddenly, a mysterious voice echoed through the space. "Little Swandi expert, have you no shame, using your great strength to bully the weak?" Hearing the voice, Wu Fu froze for a second, his eyes widening. The scenery around them cracked and shattered, and from the void, an arm reached out. It grabbed Tongtian firmly by the collar and yanked him through the rift. Back in the real world, Lei Ju had pulled Tongtian free from the illusion. Lei Ju peered into the collapsing illusion and called out a greeting. As Wu Fu dispelled his domain, a cold memory surfaced. "Lei Ju, in my past life, you were the one who poisoned our master just to achieve a breakthrough. In this life, I was destined to stand before you and expose your deceitful facade." Outwardly, he asked the man, "Are you looking for me for some reason?" Lei Ju raised his hand in invitation. "I wonder if this little brother would be willing to accompany me somewhere." Lu Lin placed a hand on his shoulder, cautious. "Easy, Wu Fu." He tilted his head and patted her hand reassuringly. "It's nothing. I'll be back soon." As Wu Fu spoke, he looked up at the person opposite him. Lei Ju lowered his head, hearing him say, "A nascent soul stage expert. Can you refuse?" Lu Lin's eyes widened in shock, the words echoing in her mind. The nascent soul realm. The scene flashes back to the past, where blood dripped from a sword onto the ground. Wu Fu called out, "Master." He looked at the white-haired old man slumped before a tree. "Your disciple has been searching for you for over 300 years. Wu Fu's hand lifted the incense burner he held. "And yet, you passed the cauldron on to an outsider." He frowned, his gaze returning to the present. Wu Fu affirmed to himself, "Master, I was reborn into this outcome, and I absolutely refuse to play out the same tragedy again." A voice called out from the doorway of a tiled roof house in the mountains. "Master, look, I've brought him!" Jing Tong, sitting inside, saw the two people at the door and said, "Quickly, invite them in." He looked at Wu Fu and smiled in praise. "This little brother is truly a talent." Wu Fu clasped his hands together and asked directly, "I wonder, for what reason has Senior summoned this junior?" Jing Tong didn't hide his purpose. "It is rumored that our young friend possesses a divine artifact. This old man can sense it. Our karmic connection is not small. I hope to find a way to break through with the help of this artifact." Wu Fu stated his speculation. Senior is stuck at the void returning stage, unable to break through. This junior believes perhaps the time is not yet right. Hearing this, Jing Tong asked urgently. Could it be that our young friend has a way? Li Ju glanced warily at the person beside him, thinking, this guy. At that moment, Wu Fu replied to Jing Tong, that's right. He slowly walked towards a table in the corner. When this junior entered, I smelled a very strong medicinal scent. Li Ju cursed angrily, insolent brat! Watch your tongue, or you'll lose your life for your boasts. Jing Tong snapped back at Li Ju. How rude, silencing him. Wu Fu, seemingly unconcerned, opened the lid of the incense burner on the table to inspect it. This junior believes Senior's body has been weakened. He held up 2 fingers, his eyes sharp with diagnosis. I'm afraid an old ailment plagues you. Jing Tong's eyes widened in surprise. He thought to himself, how could he possibly see my condition just like that? Wu Fu turned around and held up 1 finger. This junior can treat Senior's ailment, but I have one condition. Li Ju could no longer hold back. He gritted his teeth and gestured angrily. Do you have any idea how powerful my master is? You, a mere form transformation stage brat, dare to make such boasts. Wu Fu's eyes narrowed slightly. Li Ju pressed his lips together, thinking, this brat. Seems like he realized I swapped master's medicine. Wu Fu extended his hand, a surge of power slowly gathering at his fingertips. With incredible speed, Wu Fu swiped his hand past Jing Tong's face. Seeing this, Li Ju lunged forward. How dare you harm my master? You're asking for death. Suddenly, Jing Tong shouted, stopping him. Wait! The old man closed his eyes and placed his hands on his legs, explaining, our young friend is merely imparting a cultivation technique. Don't overthink it, Li Ju called out, unconvinced. Master! Seeing Jing Tong's resolve, he gritted his teeth and plotted internally. It seems I can't let this brat live. I must find a chance to eliminate him, or he'll become a major disaster in the future. Sometime later, the sky outside the house was serene and clear. Inside, Jing Tong's entire body was emanating a white aura. He closed his eyes, sensing the change. I've only cultivated half of it, yet my meridians are already so much clearer. Young friend, you are truly a hidden dragon. Wu Fu pointed to the side. I sense the fragment of the divine artifact is on him. My efforts this time should be enough to trade for it, right? Jing Tong signaled to him. Li Ju, didn't we agree to give the artifact to someone with a karmic destiny for it? Although Li Ju was displeased, he had to clasp his hands and obey. Yes, your disciple will give it to him immediately. That guy. Finally, Jing Tong came outside to bid Wu Fu farewell. This old man has lived a long life and never seen such a treasure. Young friend, you must take good care of it. Li Ju supported his arm, reminding him worriedly, Master, slow down. Before leaving, Wu Fu also said one last thing. This junior will be careful. Back in the city, where skyscrapers with modern designs pierced the sky, Li Ju placed a white porcelain vial on the table. Take care of Wu Fu, he demanded, and this body-gathering pill is yours. Thong Tian nodded furiously. Yes, yes, yes. This little brother will gather his men at once. By tomorrow morning, he will no longer be in this world. Li Ju cursed inwardly, rotten brat. Did you really think that with Master protecting you, I couldn't do anything? You dared to take what's mine. Now you'll disappear. That night, at a magnificent 3-story villa, the hands of a clock on the pillar pointed to exactly 9 o'clock. The sound of running water and clouds of steam drifted from the bathroom into the hallway. Inside was a glass-walled shower. Behind the glass, the silhouette of a woman appeared, blurred by the steam. The woman tilted her head back, enjoying the feeling of clear water cascading over her face. Suddenly, a voice echoed from outside the door. Wu Fu, get out here. Startled, Tin Tin whipped her head around, her eyes darting cautiously toward the door. She immediately turned off the shower valve. Then, she reached for a towel hanging on the rack. Just as Tin Tin finished wrapping the towel around herself, 3 men burst through the door. One of the despicable thugs taunted, Well, hello there. Tin Tin remained calm and asked, Who are you? I suggest you get lost right now. Thong Tian looked at her and asked directly, Where is Wu Fu? Tin Tin frowned. He's not back yet. 2 of the thugs cracked their knuckles as they slowly advanced on her. The guy we're looking for isn't here, so why don't you play with us big brothers for a while? A round-faced goon with a lecherous grin lunged forward. Come here, little darling. Tin Tin stood perfectly still, but her eyes had become incredibly sharp. With a single swing of her arm, she sent the round-faced thug flying, a spray of red blood erupting from his mouth. Thong Thien's eyes widened, only now realizing she was a form transformation cultivator. The remaining goon's face was a mask of disbelief as he glanced to the side. Seeing his comrade soar past him, his jaw dropped. How can a little girl be this strong? He wondered. While he was distracted, he turned back to find a woman's knee right next to his cheek. Where are you looking? Tintin's knee slammed into the side of the goon's face with tremendous force. The thug's entire body was sent flying into the glass panel, shattering it into countless pieces. Thong Tien glanced at the reflection of his unconscious subordinate in the broken glass. He turned his head back to face his opponent. With Wu Fu's form transformation strength, I don't need to worry at all. You, on the other hand, hearing this, Tin Tin raised a hand and asked, "So you also think I'm stronger than that bastard Wu Fu?" Thong Tien replied, "I'll deal with you first, then we'll talk." Suddenly, from out of nowhere, Wu Fu appeared behind him and spoke up. "Hey, were you just talking about me?" Thong Tien reacted instantly, lunging away. He dodged to the side, asking in a panic, "You, when did you get there?" Thong Tien's face was drenched in cold sweat as he stared intently at him. Wu Fu's expression darkened. "I've been standing right here, watching you fight for a while now." Realizing his panic, Thong Tien faked a couple of coughs to appear calm. He's just a mid-stage form transformation cultivator. If it weren't for my carelessness last time. Wu Fu's eyes glinted as he asked, "You still haven't said, why didn't he come himself?" Thong Tien lowered his head, a threatening smirk on his lips. "This is like using a butcher's knife to kill a chicken. You're not getting away." Tin Tin screamed a warning. "Wu Fu, watch your feet!" Wu Fu, still holding Erha, looked down, confused. Whoosh, a silent question formed in his mind. An illusion? From below, chains pulsing with golden spiritual energy began slithering up Wu Fu's legs. One chain wrapped around his arm, while another coiled around his torso and snaked behind his back. In an instant, he recalled Thong Tien's movements, so that was it. The moment he'd jumped, he'd fallen straight into an illusion. Without hesitation, Wu Fu reached out his hand and commanded, "Sword, come!" He swung the blade, shattering the ethereal chains and slicing the illusion to pieces. Seeing him break free, Tin Tin asked anxiously, "Wu Fu, are you all right?" Wu Fu shot back. "Where are they?" She pointed towards the shattered glass door. They all ran. Thong Tien was already outside, cursing under his breath. "Damn it, he has a divine weapon. I couldn't even activate my formation array." "Wu Fu," Thong Tien sneered, a wicked grin spreading across his face. "Without that divine weapon, 10 of you wouldn't be a match for me." His first punch, aimed straight at Wu Fu's face, whistled through empty air. A second hook aimed at his head also missed its mark. Wu Fu dodged the blow, his body fluidly anticipating Thong Tien's next move. Sure enough, a vicious kick followed, but it too failed to connect. Thong Tien growled in frustration. "Is running all you know how to do?" Wu Fu didn't answer. He simply smiled as he ducked under another uppercut from his opponent. Taking a rhythmic step backward, he unwittingly fell right into a trap. Wu Fu glanced down, annoyed by the troublesome predicament. His feet sank, locked in place by a sudden mud pit, rendering him immobile. Thong Tien lunged forward, throwing a punch. "Let's see you run now." Wu Fu remained silent, his sharp gaze fixed on the approaching fist. A thunderous explosion erupted. The shockwave so powerful it sent cracks spiderwebbing across the wall behind him. But when the dust settled, it wasn't Wu Fu who had taken the hit, it was just his outer jacket. Thong Tien realized something was terribly wrong. His clothes? Just then, Wu Fu appeared directly behind him. "Are you done playing around?" Thong Tien whipped his head around. He felt an overwhelming sword aura and bellowed, "A sword! That's sword energy! You! Who in the world are you?" Wu Fu's fist was already inches from his face as he replied coldly, "You don't need to know." His punch landed with incredible force, slamming Thong Tien straight through the wall. Crash! The wall crumbled as the impact sent a web of fractures spreading outward. The aftershock was so intense that Tin Tin had to shield her eyes. He's gotten stronger again. The only thing left behind was Thong Tien's pair of shattered glasses. Wu Fu slipped his jacket back on and said, "Let's go." Tin Tin looked worried. "Wu Fu, with Chu Thong Tien's physique, trying to bury him at your place without anyone finding out. I'm afraid." Before she could finish her sentence, the bath towel wrapped around her body fell away. The towel pooled at her feet. Wu Fu froze. Tin Tin was paralyzed for a few seconds before she quickly crouched down, grabbing the towel to cover herself and yelling, "Pervert, are you still looking?" Erha let out an appreciative growl. Wu Fu immediately denied it. "I wasn't looking." On a nearby rooftop, a mysterious masked figure stood watching the entire scene unfold. It seems things are getting more and more interesting. Tin Tin stomped towards her room, still fuming. "If I find out you were peeking, I swear I'll rip your eyes out." Clutching the towel, she stormed into her room, a mix of shame and anger on her face. Behind her, Wu Fu covered one eye and said with a smile, I'm not looking. Tin Tin entered the bathroom and slammed the door shut, ready to take off the towel and change. Damn pervert. But she suddenly realized she wasn't alone in the bathroom. She looked again and saw Erha, wagging its tail with great enthusiasm, eagerly waiting for her to get dressed. It had the same dopey look as some lecher staring at a beautiful woman. A moment later, the bathroom door opened. The girl had finished changing, her hair neatly arranged. Just then, A fluctuation of spiritual energy emanated from Ha's body. Tin Tin stared at the dog in surprise. Ha? Wu Fu looked at the dog with satisfaction. Looks like it's about to break through. After eating so many spirit pills, it'd be hard for it not to transform. Ha barked proudly. Tin Tin was speechless. She had never heard of a dog that could cultivate. Ha's breakthrough didn't take long. Its claws grew noticeably sharper. It gnashed its teeth, its bite force now strong enough to shatter a floor tile. Tin Tin's face darkened as she thought. Fangs and now claws. It's getting better and better at destroying the house. Like owner, like dog, indeed. Just then, 2 patrol guards carried Thong Tian's body in. Miss, should we take the body to the family head for him to handle? Wu Fu stopped them. No need to go to that trouble. I know who the real person behind this is. Tin Tin grew curious. Who is it? He glanced upwards. The one above. Hearing that, she quickly opened the door and ran outside to look, but Wu Fu calmly walked out after her. Don't bother looking. That person is already gone. Tin Tin pointed to the roof. He was there the whole time? Wu Fu nodded. That's right. Then he gave an order. Take Chu Thong Tien with us. I've never had the chance to pay a visit to the Ha family. This opportunity is truly a rare one. Tin Tin ordered the guards to take Chu Thong Tien and head to the Ha family's estate. A guard hesitated, advising, Miss, I think we should first ask for the master's opinion before making a decision. However, the girl declared confidently, in this city of Yunhai, the Ha family wouldn't dare touch a single hair on Hua Tin Tin's head. Seeing they couldn't dissuade her, the guards had no choice but to obey. Yes, miss. They then drove Tin Tin and Wu Fu towards the Ha family villa. A guard at the gate spotted them and immediately gave an order. Quick, go inform the young master, the Hua family, and Wu Fu are here. A guard ran to do his bidding. The car stopped at the security gate. Someone from inside asked politely, Excuse me, who are you looking for? Ha poked its head out and barked twice. The guard in the passenger seat turned to Tin Tin. Miss, what now? Wu Fu spoke up. They don't seem to recognize me. Why so many guards? Not dwelling on it, he opened the car door and stepped out with Ha. Let's make this quick, Wu Fu said nonchalantly. The guards rushed out, and upon recognizing him, their expressions turned hostile. You refused the path to heaven and barged right through the gates of hell. Get him. The Hua family's guard couldn't help but ready his gun. There are so many of them. Should we call for backup? Tin Tin stopped him. Just stay put. She smiled as she looked outside. Let's just watch for now. Outside, the group of guards charged at Wu Fu. Seeing this, Ha leaped forward, barking fiercely. It even jumped up and bit one of the guards on the arm, making him scream in pain. Damn it! Inside the luxurious villa, someone reported loudly, Young master, Wu Fu has come knocking. Tian Hao was startled. I haven't even gone after him, yet he has the audacity to come find me? Meng Dao at his side worried. What do we do now? A ferocious glint flashed in Tian Hao's eyes. I've already arranged for a dozen or so highly skilled bodyguards at the gate. All they need to do is drain 30% of his power. He thought to himself, since you've come, don't even think about leaving alive. But things rarely go as planned. One by one, the guards were defeated by Ha, the sound of its barking echoing throughout the villa. One guard saw Tian Hao and cried for help. Young master, you're finally here. Your subordinates, are being bullied by a dog. Tian Hao furiously kicked the guard aside. A bunch of useless trash. Get out of my sight. Seeing his target, Tian Hao grew vigilant. Wu Fu, you and I are mortal enemies. I didn't come for you, yet you dared to come for me. Wu Fu didn't waste words on him, simply ordering the Hua family's guard. Bring it here. Thong Thien's body was thrown down right in front of Tian Hao. Meng Dao was stunned. Uncle Thong Thien? Tian Hao quickly tried to clear his name. Don't get the wrong idea. Wu Fu crossed his arms arrogantly. Don't be afraid. I just want you to deliver Uncle Thong Thien to someone for me. Tian Hao was curious. Who? Wu Fu narrowed his eyes and spoke a single name. Li Ju. At dusk, Meng Dao and Tian Hao stood frozen in front of the villa gate. Watching the car carrying Wu Fu drive off into the distance, Tian Hao clenched his fists tightly. Tian Hao vowed to himself, at this year's inter-school tournament, I will definitely kill him. Meng Dao fretted, but he even killed Uncle Thong Thien. Just then, someone perched in a tree looked down at him and reassured his girlfriend, with Hung Kei's divine power. Tian Hao sensed a presence and whipped around, shouting, Who's there? From behind the foliage, Li Ju silently appeared, his face hidden by a hood. The moment he saw who it was, Tian Hao flinched, horrified by his own disrespect. He and Meng Yao immediately bowed low. So it is you, young senior. I hadn't even used this talisman, and you've already arrived. Li Ju nonchalantly drew his sword. I've been here ever since Wu Fu arrived. Hearing this, Tian Hao grew frantic. Could it be that you know Wu Fu? A smile touched Li Ju's lips. Of course, he's the one who cured my master's poison. Unclear of his intentions, Tian Hao made his stance perfectly clear. Senior, Wu Fu and I are sworn enemies. Even if you try to mediate, I will never agree. Li Qiu's eyes narrowed, flashing with danger. Is that so? He plunged his sword into the ground, cracking the earth beneath it. In the next moment, Li Qiu swung his blade, unleashing a wave of deadly darkness. Tian Hao swallowed hard. The menacing sword qi had barely grazed past him, yet the entire building behind him had just been sliced in two. The bodyguards arrived late, shouting, "Men, protect the young master!" After just one strike, Li Qiu tossed the sword aside. He muttered, "Black as the night sky, and it cuts through iron like mud, a truly fine blade." The sword spun in the air several times before landing, its tip buried in the ground right in front of Tian Hao. Li Qiu tempted him. I imagine even Tongshuan realm experts would covet a blade like this. Tian Hao was stunned for a moment, then asked tentatively, "Senior, what is the meaning of this?" Li Qiu turned away. "I just need him dead. As long as he hasn't reached the Tongtian realm, I must intervene." With that, he leaped into the air and vanished, leaving Tian Hao and his men frozen in place. Grasping the priceless sword, Tian Hao sneered in triumph. If Wu Fu dies, he can only blame himself for making too many enemies. With a Yuanshan cultivator on my side, your death is already guaranteed. The next morning, at Wu Fu's villa, Qing urged him, "Wu Fu, the auction is about to start. We need to go." He glanced toward a distant point. "Just a moment. I have something to take care of. I'll be there soon. You take Ha and go on ahead." Wu Fu's gaze was fixed on the sky, sensing the fluctuation of spiritual energy coming from the mountain behind the villa. With that, Wu Fu stepped into the back mountains. He wondered to himself, why has the spiritual energy here suddenly become so dense? After a short walk, he arrived at a lake. Seeing the thick spiritual energy swirling around it, he knew, this is the place. The water's surface rippled, but there was no one in sight. However, Wu Fu spotted wet footprints on the bank, proof that someone had been here recently. Just then, he heard the rustle of leaves directly behind him. Wu Fu's senses screamed as he detected a sword chi attack hurtling toward him. The blue energy was impossibly sharp. The sword chi slammed into the spot where he had just been standing. He had dodged it with ease, but Wu Fu didn't relax. Instead, his brow furrowed as another attack came for his new position, forcing him to sidestep once more. But the sword strikes were getting faster, the assault growing more ferocious. Seeing that he couldn't dodge in time, Wu Fu enveloped his hand in spiritual energy. Using his hand as a blade, he parried his opponent's strike. In the next instant, both were thrown backward. Wu Fu stomped hard on the ground to break his momentum. He crouched low, finally steadying himself. Across from him, the attacker let out a soft breath, her lips slightly parted. Looking like a goddess who had descended from the heavens, Luo Kei held her sword, opened her eyes, and asked coldly, "Who goes there?" Wu Fu explained calmly, "If I told you this was all a misunderstanding, would you believe me?" Luo Kei raised her sword. "Then let me gouge your eyes out first." Her gaze was like ice, but her mind was in turmoil. The Asura Sword Manual is a peak-level sword art. How can this man, who's only in the Waxing realm, possibly evade it? Without another thought, she swung her sword fiercely at Wu Fu. He simply watched her attack with a puzzled look, then leaned slightly to one side. Seeing Wu Fu dodge her blade by merely tilting his head, Luo Kei stated flatly, "You're thinking too much." Her sword was both swift and sharp. Wu Fu raised his hand, summoning a protective aura of sword chi, and effortlessly caught the very tip of her blade. Then, he smoothly pushed the sword aside. It really is just a misunderstanding. Luo Kei was shocked as she felt the power radiating from him. Sword chi. Using the momentum of the push, Wu Fu glided forward a short distance. He turned his head and added, "And another thing." Luo Kei wasn't entirely convinced. She switched the scene to the school, where the afternoon sun was beginning to dip westward. Inside the room, Ha let out a massive, open-mouthed yawn. The teacher, Chen Hao, took a head count. "Is everyone here?" A student spoke up. "Sir, Wu Fu still isn't here." The teacher scowled, displeased. "It's him again." Another student sneered. "He's bold enough to fight second and third years. He couldn't care less about this cultivators gathering." Just then, Wu Fu strode in. Ha barked twice, happily. Hearing himself being bad-mouthed, Wu Fu shot a kick at the gossiping student. Wu Fu glanced at his watch. Teacher Chen Hao wanted to criticize him but couldn't find a reason, so he just turned away and grumbled, "Get back in line." He crossed his arms and looked up at the arena. The event is officially starting. From the 1st to the 4th years, only 8 people can participate. That means only 2 will be chosen from you first years. The 8 participants would undoubtedly be the strongest representatives from each grade. Hearing the rules, Wu Fu's eyes narrowed into a smirk. Interesting. He immediately leaped onto the arena, seizing the high ground. Looking down at the crowd, he asked provocatively, "Who's next?" His classmates were indignant. This guy is way too arrogant. Just then, footsteps echoed from behind them. A figure shrouded in dark purple spirit energy approached. Someone recognized him. A first year, Fang Kun, at the peak of the form transformation stage. The same student continued with the intel. He's a master of hidden weapons and is rumored to have never lost. Fang Kun curled his lip into a smile. I've heard you're quite the show-off. Since this is our first meeting, I hope you'll go easy on me. Wu Fu didn't answer. He simply crooked his finger, motioning for his opponent to attack. Fang Kun let out a wicked laugh as dark spirit energy erupted around his body. Then, like a whirlwind, Fang Kun vanished on the spot. He lunged forward, but Wu Fu had already noticed something was wrong. With a loud crack, Fang Kun's fist slammed into Wu Fu's face, snapping his head to the side. The classmates stared, stunned by the scene. When teacher Chen Hao saw it, he felt like he'd been struck by lightning. What? But Wu Fu had only taken the hit to expose Fang Kun's dirty trick. 2 poison needles had been stopped cold by his spirit energy. In fact, his spirit energy was now crushing the 2 needles. Fang Kun's brow furrowed as he thought to himself, no, that's impossible. At that moment, Wu Fu moved. He snapped the poison needles in half. My turn. Fear flashed in Fang Kun's eyes, and he immediately tried to retreat, wanting to get as far away as possible. But after just one step, he was caught in Wu Fu's iron grip. Wu Fu pressed his attack, not forgetting to mock him. Why are you trying to run? Fang Kun had lost the upper hand. What? Wu Fu unleashed a palm strike, surging with overwhelming spirit energy. With a deafening boom, the strike hit Fang Kun square in the stomach. A yellow stain spread across the arena floor as he experienced, in the most literal sense, what it meant to be scared pissless. Since we're schoolmates, I'll spare your life, Wu Fu warned. But if you ever dare use poison again, I won't be so merciful. Fang Kun collapsed, his clothes in tatters. He had escaped with his life, but the humiliation was absolute. Chen Hao watched, feeling a bitter sense of injustice. Fang Kun lost just like that? Wu Fu looked down from the arena. Anyone else? The group of first years remained dead silent. No one dared to step up. He flashed a smile at Chen Hao. Well, teacher, it looks like one of the 2 spots for the first years is mine. The teacher gritted his teeth, his thoughts unreadable. Suddenly, the door to the room was thrown open violently. Seeing the newcomers, Chen Hao shouted, What are you third years doing here? The roster has already been decided, hasn't it? The one who entered answered confidently. That's right. The young man, named Hua Feng, had long hair tied back neatly in a rather stylish fashion. He spoke up. The third years chose me to compete alongside Senior Lu. He sized up Wu Fu on the stage. Come on now, let's see who's the one that humbled our senior here. Wu Fu stared back at Hua Feng, completely unafraid. As someone who loved a good fight, Hua Feng only grew more interested under that defiant gaze. The students who knew his reputation quickly backed away. Senior Hua Feng has been in seclusion for nearly half a year. Now that he's out, his power must have grown immensely. Back up, don't get in the way. Even though Chen Hao disliked Wu Fu, this was still his class. He didn't want the third years bullying the first years. Hua Feng, what do you think you're doing? Hua Feng paid a teacher like Chen Hao no mind, beckoning 2 of his lackeys onto the stage. Obviously, I'm here to teach this little junior a lesson. One of the lackeys stepped forward with a baseball bat, a grin on his face. But while he was still smirking, Wu Fu's figure flickered. Wu Fu narrowed his eyes, assessed the situation, and decided to take out the 2 goons before dealing with their leader. He moved instantly, striking the bat-wielding lackey hard in the stomach before landing a punch on the other one's shoulder. With that done, Wu Fu moved again, finally stopping right behind Hua Feng. Hua Feng sneered, activating his emerald green spirit energy. You dare show off your speed in front of me? He glanced at Wu Fu with disdain. You're still wet behind the ears. As he finished speaking, he moved, instantly vanishing from his spot. Chen Hao couldn't help but marvel. The Hua family's legendary movement technique, it truly lives up to its reputation. Hua Feng's figure blurred across the arena, his voice booming. And here I thought you were something special. Wu Fu's calm reaction only fueled his contempt. Hua Feng zipped all over the arena, yet Wu Fu remained perfectly still, unfazed by his opponent's display of speed. A moment later, Hua Feng's figure reappeared behind Wu Fu. That's enough time for me to kill you 10 times over. Wu Fu said nothing, only letting a smirk play on his lips. A punch that tore through the air shot forward, only to hit empty space. Hua Feng couldn't believe his eyes. What? He scanned the arena but saw nothing. To avoid a surprise attack, he immediately leaped backward. He frantically searched for Wu Fu, his heart pounding with panic. What just happened? Where did he go? Just then, a voice came from right behind him. Looking for me? A look of pure shock crossed Chen Hao's face. His speed. It's even faster than Hua Feng's. Hua Feng's eyes darted towards Wu Fu, who was now gliding past his back. Am I seeing a ghost? He bent his knees, preparing to move. Hua Feng's movement was fast and decisive, allowing him to dodge a dangerous blow from Wu Fu. Through a cloud of white dust, a triumphant look was visible in Wu Fu's eyes as Hua Feng leaped away. Although his face showed a hint of panic, he had successfully evaded the attack. But Wu Fu gave him no time to rest, lunging forward with powerful strides as his voice rang out. Had enough of a break, senior? Hua Feng was startled by the sudden advance. Wu Fu's mocking voice continued to echo. Then don't try to run so fast. A glint appeared in Hua Feng's eyes. The resulting attack from Wu Fu created a massive explosion that sent Hua Feng flying. His arm was injured from blocking the blow. How can his power be so immense? Wu Fu didn't wait for Hua Feng to recover, rushing towards him with impossibly fast steps. That terrifying speed left Hua Feng stunned. This kid, he gritted his teeth. Is he really just? Hua Feng looked at Wu Fu's face, the thought forming in his mind. In the form transformation stage, Wu Fu unleashed a palm strike, knocking him clear off the platform. Hua Feng flew through the air, slammed into a wall, and collapsed to his knees on the ground, red blood trickling from his mouth. Though injured, Hua Feng struggled to his feet, his voice filled with disbelief. Are you really only in the form transformation stage? In response to his question, Wu Fu walked to the edge of the platform and spoke. To be precise, he looked down from his high vantage point, his voice a clear warning. My cultivation is far higher than any of yours. Elsewhere, sunlight streamed down on a building. Inside a private room, a young woman's voice rang out. The 8 names for this competition. She slammed a piece of paper onto the table. 3rd years, Lu Ling, Hua Feng. 2nd years, Xia Tiankang, Shu Qingqing. 1st years, Wu Fu, Fang Kun. As she spoke, she glanced at Wu Fu. You just made an enemy of Hua Feng, and now there's Xia Tiankang. You absolutely must be careful. Wu Fu replied without a hint of concern. With Xia Tiankang's level of skill, he's not worthy of being my opponent. Model, Lu Ling said to Wu Fu with a hint of worry. I heard Xia Tiankang is about to break through to the profound connection stage, but he was unusually calm, replying, let them come, we'll handle whatever they throw at us. What's there to be afraid of? Even so, Lu Ling still reminded him, you can never be too careful. The scene shifts to a temple in the forest, a voice echoing from within. Master, it's time for your medicine. Jing Song spoke, his voice stronger than before. It's only been a few days of cultivation, but my body already feels much better. I've even recovered a good deal of my power. Li Ju brought a bowl of medicine closer and said, that's mainly because your body is naturally strong, master. Jing Song gave him an order. Go and call Wu Fu here. In a modern-style building, inside a restroom, a strange red mist could be seen seeping out from under the door. Inside, the silhouette of a crimson figure was slowly taking shape. Tian Kang sat calmly in a tub filled with some unknown liquid. Suddenly, a strange noise was heard from outside the restroom. A group of people burst in, shouting his name with bravado. Tian Kang! A murderous glint flashed in Tian Kang's eyes, and his words dripped with deep-seated hatred. I am just one step away from the primordial spirit realm. When that time comes, Wu Fu, let's see how you'll dare to fight me then. Light from the early morning sun streamed down the building's corridor and into the student council meeting room. Lu Ling placed a piece of paper on the table and announced, now that everyone is here, the meeting will begin. She held the paper up, her gaze sweeping over everyone present. The names of those competing have been decided. Does anyone have any objections? The list of competitors was displayed. South 1st's Fang Kun, South 2nd's Xia Tiankang, South 3rd's Hua Feng, and South 1st's Wu Fu. Seeing no objections, Lu Ling was about to finalize the decision. If there are no objections, then we'll proceed with this list. But suddenly, a dissenting voice echoed from the doorway, startling the entire room. All heads snapped towards the source of the sound. From the entrance, the figure of Xiao Wei strode in confidently. South 4th Xiao Wei. Lu Ling's expression changed, a thought flashing through her mind. Could he be the only one from South 4th participating this time? The person in charge next to her spoke up. Student Xiao Wei from South 4th will be solely responsible for this competition. Lu Ling leaned in and whispered into Wu Fu's ear. To prevent you from competing, they even sent him. She gave him the critical intel. He's the most powerful senior at Yunhai, the heir to the Xiao family fist, and his cultivation is about to reach the primordial spirit realm. Hearing this, a spark ignited in Wu Fu's eyes. Not bad. Lu Ling's concern was genuine. Even he has shown up. Whether you'll even be able to participate in this match is now uncertain. The official left, leaving Xiao Wei with a single sentence. This place is in your hands. Xiao Wei leaned against the doorway, his voice laced with dissatisfaction. Senior Lu, I go away for an internship for a little while, and Yunhai has already run out of talent? Hearing his accusatory tone, Lu Ling could only force a smile. "Senior, what do you mean?" Xiao Wei walked over and picked up the list of participants. South First's Fang Kun is a profound connection stage cultivator. Besides, he's not the only one at that level. After reading, he glanced contemptuously at Wu Fu. So why is this guy being allowed to compete? Fang Kun immediately sided with Xiao Wei. The senior is right. This Wu Fu has only been showing off because of his divine artifact. Without it, he has no real strength to speak of. Hearing this only strengthened Xiao Wei's resolve. Is that so? In that case, I'll be the one to remove him from this competition. Tiankong, sitting nearby, listened to everything, his eyes filled with contemplation. What's this Xiao Wei's background? Just how many people has Wu Fu managed to offend? From behind, Lu Ling gently tapped Wu Fu's shoulder. Hey. She pointed at Xiao Wei and said worriedly, "He's trying to disqualify you, and you're still so calm?" Wu Fu decided to tease her a bit. "Senior, it's so obvious. Haven't you figured it out yet?" His words had the intended effect, making Lu Ling explode in fury. You bastard, you're infuriating." A voice cut through the heavy atmosphere. "Senior." Xia Tiankong's eyes and words were now aimed at supporting Wu Fu. This Wu Fu's individual strength is not to be underestimated. At school, even I am not his match. This statement from Xia Tiankong caused Xiao Wei's expression to darken instantly. Lu Ling was stunned. But when she looked back at Wu Fu, he was still as calm as ever. Even Hua Feng shot a suspicious glance at Xia Tiankong. "Xia Tiankong!" Lu Ling shot to her feet, her gaze fixed on everyone in the meeting room. She raised her voice, about to speak, as Wu Fu's eyes scanned the room. Suddenly, Xiao Wei's voice boomed. Just how capable is this Wu Fu? That's not something you can prove with just words. Wu Fu's gaze sharpened, locking onto him. Xiao Wei threw a punch, aiming straight for Wu Fu. A little test will tell us everything. Seeing the danger, Lu Ling screamed a warning. "Watch out!" A majestic golden lion charged straight towards Wu Fu. Despite his bravado, seeing Wu Fu's composure made Xiao Wei think, he's only at the form manifestation stage, yet he has this level of poise? But he had no idea that several swords were now materialized above his head, pointed directly at him. After a moment of silence, Wu Fu shot to his feet. His voice echoed lightly in the air. "I left the form manifestation stage a long time ago." The atmosphere in the room froze as they heard Wu Fu's next words. "I'm at the profound connection stage." Before the eyes of everyone in the meeting room, a question rang out loud and clear. Is he trying to break through right now? Seeing Wu Fu's decision, Lu Ling shouted a warning. "Wu Fu, stop this madness! Cultivation must be done step by step. If you do this, you'll suffer a severe backlash." Wu Fu's eyes were terrifyingly cold and dark as he summoned his sword. "I repaired the spirit sword myself. Cultivation level doesn't always reflect true strength. But if this is what they want..." Lu Ling opened her mouth, but no words came out. Wu Fu's voice was filled with rage. "Then I'll show them." The entire room suddenly exploded, glass shattering everywhere. Smoke billowed through the room as the other students looked on with apprehension. This is a breakthrough." Lu Ling looked towards Wu Fu with concern. "It really did explode. Good thing I dodged in time." He looked towards Xiao Wei and declared, "I am now a profound connection stage cultivator. May I ask, Senior, am I qualified to participate in this competition now?" Hearing this, Xiao Wei had no choice but to answer, "You are." Xia Tiankong was left stunned by the news. Profound connection stage. Before anyone could react, Wu Fu turned and walked away with a wave. Just as he was about to step out the door, the sound of a tongue clicking and a voice rang out, to break through to the profound connection stage so easily. Wu Fu glanced back at the source of the voice. Li Ju stood leaning against the wall with his arms crossed. "Your future is limitless." Seeing him, Wu Fu retorted sarcastically, "Senior, you must have already broken through to the late-stage primordial spirit realm. Why would you care about my humble profound connection stage?" Li Ju's face darkened at the sarcastic remark. Inside another building, a loud noise was heard. From within a room, a questioning voice echoed. "What happened? Did you?" Xiao Wei sighed. "He's at the profound connection stage. I couldn't stop him." The master couldn't believe what he was hearing and raised his voice. "Impossible! He just broke through to the mid-level form manifestation stage not long ago. How could he possibly be at the profound connection stage?" Seeing his disbelief, Xiao Wei stated firmly, "He broke through in the meeting room. I saw it with my own 2 eyes." Elsewhere, Li Ju was deep in thought. Besides Master, no one should be able to see my cultivation level. Suspicion was clear in his eyes. How did he know? Li Ju couldn't help but have serious doubts about Wu Fu's identity. But Wu Fu remained as calm as if nothing had happened. "Didn't you come looking for me to meet that old senior?" Instantly, Li Ju swung a blade, slashing decisively past Wu Fu. Li Ju's eyes looked as if he wanted to eat the person opposite him alive. Who in the world are you? Wu Fu dodged the attack. Oh, I'm Wu Fu. Wu Fu drew the sword he had acquired during his previous breakthrough. Even Li Ju himself felt a strange sensation as the divine weapon began to transform on its own. A bizarre thought crossed his mind. Could this brat be using his own body as the vessel? As he pondered this, Li Ju slowly sheathed the sword on his back. He'd let the boy live a little longer. He couldn't risk damaging this divine weapon. Seeing him suddenly halt his attack, Wu Fu called out, "What's wrong? Aren't you going to make a move?" Li Ju turned his head slightly, his voice calm but laced with a warning. "I don't care who you are, but I advise you not to get any ideas about the elixir furnace." Memories of the past flooded Wu Fu's mind. In his previous life, his master had been targeted by Li Ju precisely because he was refining a supreme elixir. It was what led to his murder. Wu Fu raised his voice, questioning Li Ju. "So, master was also refining an elixir?" But before he could finish, he was cut off by Li Ju's threatening tone. "Watch your mouth in front of me, or I'll kill you right now." As he watched Li Ju walk away, a calculating glint appeared in Wu Fu's eyes. "At least you can't kill me now. Looking at the situation, I'll have to speed up my cultivation." The mountain scenery was peaceful, with sunlight bathing everything in its glow. A sound echoed from within the temple, where an alchemy cauldron was radiating light. Suddenly, from outside, the voice of Li Ju's fellow disciple rang out, "Master, Wu Fu is here!" The announcement startled Jing Tong, causing him to lose control of the refining process as the ingredients scattered wildly. A massive explosion erupted, sending smoke billowing up from the depths of the forest. Jing Tong's coughs echoed through the ruined landscape left in the blast's wake. Seeing the destruction, Li Ju asked with concern, "Master, are you all right?" Wu Fu chimed in. From the looks of it, the furnace exploded. Seeing his two disciples' worried faces, Jing Tong reassured them, "It's nothing, it's nothing." The old man stared at the pill in his hand, a puzzled look on his face. As soon as Wu Fu saw the pill in Jing Tong's hand, he recognized it, a supreme elixir. Jing Tong sighed with a hint of regret. Another failure. Wu Fu's mind flashed back to his previous life, calculating the timeline. There was still half a year before the supreme divine pill would be successfully refined. As Li Ju helped Jing Tong up, he offered words of comfort. "It's all right, master." A look of determination flashed in Wu Fu's eyes. He might as well refine the supreme divine pill ahead of schedule. A fate that simply repeated the past would be far too boring. Wu Fu clasped his hands in respect toward Jing Tong. "Senior." Seeing the young man speak, the old man smiled warmly. "Ah, young friend, you've arrived. To have such a kind heart at your young age," Jing Tong began. "This old man doesn't know how to repay you, but I do have plenty of elixirs." He immediately called out, "Li Ju." His disciple responded, "Yes, sir." With that, Li Ju walked over, holding several vials of pills. "These are the elixirs I've recently refined." Jing Tong pointed to the vials and said to Wu Fu, "Young friend, please, feel free to choose." Without hesitation, Wu Fu picked one up to examine it. The action stunned both Jing Tong and Li Ju. Enraged, Li Ju screamed, "You're looking for death." But he was immediately stopped by his master. Jing Tong spoke gently to Wu Fu. "Young friend, what is the meaning of this? If the pills are not to your liking, this old man has other things to offer." Wu Fu held up a red pill, his eyes filled with interest. "If this junior is not mistaken, this is a qi and blood pill, is it not?" Wu Fu's words reached Jing Tong's ears. To be able to identify a qi and blood pill from just its faint spiritual aura, this boy was certainly no ordinary person. He calmly explained how he knew. The qi and blood pill is a treasure that enhances one's qi and blood, helping to break through cultivation bottlenecks. But then, Wu Fu's expression shifted dramatically. However, its actual effect is the complete opposite. Jing Tong's face changed, his expression darkening. Seeing Wu Fu's attitude, Li Ju grew furious again. "Insolent fool!" But Jing Tong remained calm and spoke. "This old man has been refining pills for over 200 years. Although the old master maintained his composure, he was clearly annoyed. Are you saying this qi and blood pill cannot help one break through?" Li Ju, on the other hand, was not calm at all. He had been itching to tear Wu Fu apart for a while now. "If you can't explain yourself today, I'll make sure you die right here." Unfazed, Wu Fu held the pill out towards Li Ju. "Why don't you try it and find out for yourself?" Jing Tong instructed Li Ju, "Try it." The moment the pill went down, a terrifying glint flashed in Li Ju's eyes. "You brat, you're dead for sure." But Wu Boy watched with a faint smile. Jing Tong let out a soft grunt. Without another thought, Li Ju drew his knife, his eyes locked on Wu Fu. But just as he was about to strike, Li Ju's feet suddenly froze. Wu Fu smirked as Li Ju's face contorted, sweat pouring down his temples. The sword in his hand clattered to the ground. Li Ju looked toward Jing Tong, clutching his stomach as he struggled to speak. Master." At this point, the old man could no longer stay calm. Impossible. Li Ju immediately bolted for the back. Master, your disciple must excuse himself. Jing Tong watched him go, letting out a helpless sigh. Wu Fu held up the pill and revealed the truth. There's a problem with the qi and blood pill. It's not because your refining method is wrong, senior, but because the spiritual energy in your body is tainted with poison. Hearing Wu Fu's words, a thought struck Jing Tong. Poisoned spiritual energy. You also understand alchemy? Wu Fu replied softly with a smile. A little. Even from inside the restroom, Li Ju's voice echoed out, Master, don't listen to this brat's nonsense. This kid is up to no good. He definitely has an ulterior motive. Jing Tong shouted back, Silence! Inside, Li Ju slammed his fist against the door in frustration. His face turned black as soot. Scolding me for an outsider? Why isn't the old geezer dead yet? Wu Fu's voice cut through the tension. Senior, could you let me see the pill you just refined? The moment he saw the pill, he immediately noticed something strange. This elixir is fantastically complex, but I feel like something is still missing. Hearing this, Jing Tong finally understood what he'd been lacking. Jing Tong chuckled as if he'd just had a revelation. Young friend, your words have truly awakened a man from his dream. No wonder all my years of experiments have yielded nothing. Inside the restroom, Li Ju overheard their conversation. It's nothing. The young friend and this old man truly share a bond of fate. Consider all these pills my gift of thanks. Li Ju gritted his teeth in fury. How could he possibly know? It must have been a coincidence. The next morning, in a modern building, sunlight streamed through the hallway, illuminating the entire passage. A door to one of the rooms opened, and someone's footsteps became visible. As he stepped inside the room, a look of suspicion crossed Wu Fu's face. Mang? Broken fragments of furniture were scattered across the floor. Near the bed, several torn pieces of paper were strewn about. As he got closer, Wu Fu realized someone was in the room. He reached out and flicked on the light. It was Mang, hugging his knees and sobbing. Fuj, you're back. Seeing this, Wu Fu wasn't sure what to say. As long as nothing happened, that's what matters. Before he could prepare himself, Mang lunged forward, grabbing onto Wu Fu's leg and wailing, If you had been any later, there might not have even been a single bone of me left. In the end, Wu Fu had to console him. Hey, I'm back now, aren't I? He held out the vial of pills toward him. This is for you. Consider it compensation. Mang was still dazed, unsure of what it was. What is this? As Mang held the vial, he noticed the words written on it. Great strength pill. His eyes lit up as if he'd just discovered a long-lost treasure. Could this be a divine tool for a true man? Wu Fu just replied nonchalantly, Try it and you'll know. The moment the vial was opened, a stream of jade-green energy flowed out from its mouth. Outside, bolts of lightning struck down from the sky. Somewhere else, Li Ju seemed to sense it. He stared directly toward the source of the glowing light. A breakthrough. But then he noticed something strange. No, this isn't a heavenly tribulation. Discussions echoed from within a building. The old master has broken through. This is cause for celebration. The first half-step Grandmaster of Yunhai. We welcome him, model, and Tian spoke to Qing, who was standing near the door. Come in. Qing glanced at him and said, That arrogant guy is late every single time. Let's not wait for him. And Tian's voice dripped with sarcasm. The others waiting in the room chimed in, I'm afraid he's a big shot. The current head of the Shu family is a half-step Grandmaster. Who could possibly be so important that the Shu family has to welcome them like this? Mr. Xia remained silent, but his mind was racing. The Shu family and Wu Fu are so close. What's going on this time? He raised a hand, summoning one of his men. Mr. Xia ordered his man to disrupt the party and keep a close eye on Shu Qing. A loyal, yes sir, echoed in response. Suddenly, a voice filled with anticipation cut through the room. Is he here yet? Seeing him finally arrive, Qing was annoyed. You're so late. Everyone's been waiting for you. Murmurs erupted across the room as they saw Wu Fu. A half-step Grandmaster is actually waiting for a kid who's still wet behind the ears. I bet the brat got lost. Qing teased him. You arrogant jerk, you're always late. Wu Fu, however, was still pondering the influence of the cultivation technique he had shared. How could passing on a single technique cause such a massive stir? Only Mr. Xia remained calm, sitting silently at the table, but a cold, sharp glint flashed in his eyes. So, it's that brat Wu Fu again. To think the Shu family would actually shelter someone at the mere form transformation stage. Without warning, the subordinate Mr. Xia had ordered lunged at Wu Fu from behind, shouting, Wu Fu, die! Wu Fu and Qing's eyes darted to the movement behind them, while Mr. Xia let out a cruel smirk. A majestic voice boomed through the tense air. Insolent! Before the attacker could even touch Wu Fu, a powerful blow pierced straight through his body. A single strike to the forehead. Blood gushed out as the man collapsed to the ground with a heavy thud. Everyone in the room stared, unable to comprehend the scene that had just unfolded before them. The sight left Tianhao's father utterly terrified, stammering under his breath. This is... After witnessing Kang Rao's power, he couldn't help but gasp in awe. Is this the true power of a half-step grandmaster? Furthermore, Kang Rao's face, contorted with murderous intent, sent a chill down his spine. At that moment, Kang Rao turned and ordered his subordinate, "Take this piece of trash and throw it out." Those words sent Tianhao's father into a rage. He screamed, "Old man, you dare!" But Kang Rao ignored him, instead making a grand declaration to everyone present. "From this day forward, anyone who dares to touch Wu Fu becomes an enemy of my Shu family." The declaration left Tianhao's father seething with hatred. He immediately turned to leave with his two subordinates. "We're leaving." But before he left, he couldn't resist a final taunt. "Shu Kang Rao, for a mighty half-step grandmaster, you sure have no shame, lowering yourself to suck up to a kid at the form transformation stage." Even An Tian looked at his father, Kang Rao, with a puzzled expression and whispered, "Father." He remembered the moment he discovered his father's breakthrough. At the time, Kang Rao had been staring at the cultivation technique Wu Fu gave him, concluding it couldn't possibly belong to this world. He believed Wu Fu must have another hidden identity. Back in the present, Tianhao's father had just stepped out of the restaurant when he announced loud and clear, "To the four corners of the world, hear me! From this day on, an enemy of Wu Fu is an enemy of my Xia family." In response, Wu Fu simply let out a disdainful laugh. Suddenly, Kang Rao lunged towards the two Xia family subordinates. "If that's the case," he said to their master, "then you can just stay behind." Just as Tianhao's father felt a wave of killing intent from behind him, Kang Rao unleashed his internal energy. A deafening roar echoed as blood splattered across the ground. After mercilessly dispatching the two Xia family guards, Kang Rao bluntly declared war. Starting today, the Shu family and the Xia family cannot exist under the same sky. Everything happened so fast that everyone was left bewildered, asking each other, "What was that? Did I miss something? I have no idea what's going on either." As for Tianhao's father, after a moment of pure terror, he finally regained his composure. "So this is what a half-step grandmaster is like," he said calmly. "But don't forget, I am, after all, a direct disciple of F, uninterested in the man's boasting." Kang Rao simply glanced at him, then flicked his finger, sending a wave of internal energy hurtling towards him. Faced with Kang Rao's overwhelming power, Tianhao's father could only brace for his inevitable death. But unexpectedly, another stream of internal force shot out from the side, managing to completely deflect Kang Rao's attack. This left him, and Tian, and Qingqing utterly stunned. Just then, Wu Fu's calm voice floated through the air. "Senior, I understand your intentions, but the Xia family has tried to corner me and kill me time and time again." His words enraged Tianhao's father. Just as he was about to retort, a dagger suddenly plunged deep into his chest. "Kill me? You dare!" Wu Fu walked towards him step by step, his voice chillingly cold. "The moment your Xia family developed the intent to kill me, your fate was sealed." Meanwhile, at a school, a shout rang out. "Come on, fatty! You were talking big just a second ago." A bottle of pills lay spilled on the ground. Man was being bullied by a group of thugs, able to do nothing but take the beating. Just then, a passerby saw the scene and immediately called the police. "Hello, 110. At the same time, Man, despite being bruised and battered, was painstakingly picking up each pill and putting it back in the bottle. As he did, he lamented, "Wu Fu, you've gotten me killed." One pill rolled over to Lu Ling, who bent down and picked it up. She instantly recognized what it was. A great strength Vajra pill. She immediately confronted Man. "Fatty, where did you get this?" "Great strength Vajra pills. A single one is worth millions." "How did you get your hands on a whole bottle of something so rare?" Man didn't bother to answer, too busy crying and whimpering. Elsewhere, a young man knelt on the ground in agony, staring at his father's dead body. Meng Jiao, meanwhile, was still panicked. "We have to go apologize to Wu Fu right now." The moment she said it, Tianhao flew into a rage, smashing the table and letting out a low, menacing laugh. Meng Jiao continued to ramble in a state of shock. "We're no match for him. If this keeps up, I'm afraid." But Tianhao had already snapped. Killing intent radiated from him as he growled, "First he killed my little brother, then he killed my father." His gaze shot towards Meng Jiao as he questioned her. "And you're telling me to endure it?" As he stalked towards her, she stammered in fear. What? What are you planning to do?" Tianhao grabbed her by the hair, his eyes wide with fury. "Aren't you his girlfriend? Or perhaps, you still have feelings for your old flame?" His current state terrified her so much she couldn't form a complete sentence. "You can't do this." He completely ignored her fear. He raised his hand, which was already glowing with internal energy. Then, he spoke, each word dripping with ice. "I don't just want him dead. I'm going to make sure his name is cursed for all eternity. She knew what he was about to do to her. Meanwhile, after taking the pill Wu Fu had given him, Man felt a surge of internal energy coursing through his body. He exclaimed with joy, "I've become a cultivator too." Outside the door, Lu Ling had secretly witnessed everything. She scoffed in disdain, muttering, "Such a good pill, yet it's only truly effective for Qi refining stage cultivators. You're still just a useless piece of trash." Shrugging it off, she turned and walked away, seemingly making a phone call. "Hello, have you found out anything?" A voice on the other end replied, "Miss, I've investigated thoroughly but still haven't found anything unusual." This made Lu Ling pause for a moment before she gave her next order. That in itself is what's unusual. Keep digging. Back at the Su residence, several people were whispering as they left. The Su family is really trying to defy the heavens. He's a grandmaster. What can you do? One person even bowed farewell to Kang Rao. "Grandmaster Shu, we'll be leaving now. No need to see us out." Kang Rao didn't even bother to respond, simply letting out a cold snort. Suddenly, Wu Fu approached him and said, "Old master, there's no need to draw such a clear line between us." Kang Rao gave him a solemn bow and replied respectfully, "If it weren't for little brother's guidance, this old Shu would have likely remained hopeless at the half-step grandmaster stage." Hearing this, Wu Fu humbly replied, "Not at all. I haven't even broken through to the mystic connection stage yet." However, Kang Rao insisted firmly, "My judgment is never wrong." It turned out that in his eyes, Wu Fu possessed a mysterious and formidable energy that simply could not be underestimated. At that very moment, someone suddenly scattered joss paper everywhere. Wu Fu instantly felt a wave of hatred surging towards him. The man leading the group, holding a portrait of a deceased Xia family member, roared in fury, "Wu Fu, this hatred is irreconcilable." Faced with this animosity, Wu Fu was not only unafraid but even taunted back. The Xia family is certainly efficient. Unlike his relaxed demeanor, and Xian and Qing were a bit horrified to see who the Xia family had sent this time. In stark contrast, Shang Rao remained perfectly calm. He recognized the newcomer, Xia Tiankang, and with him, the Zhongyang sect. Then, his voice dropped low, "The Zhongyang sect is a reclusive school. I never expected to see it radiating such killing intent." Shang Rao's questioning voice rang out. "Did you appear at the Shu family's gate just to have a cup of tea?" Faced with the question, a disciple of the Zhongyang sect showed no fear, even smirking. Suddenly, from the black car behind them, a voice spoke out. "He's just barely reached the Grandmaster realm." The man's voice was slow but carried immense pressure. His eyes, filled with killing intent, locked onto Shang Rao as he growled a single name, Yan Kuang. The moment he finished speaking, his overwhelming aura erupted, a stark warning to anyone who dared to oppose him. And Xian, Qing, and Shang Rao immediately met that pressure with their own murderous glares. After a moment of silence, Qing stammered, a Grandmaster." The person in the car then slowly revealed his reason for coming. "I came to see who exactly destroyed my disciple's family. And while I'm at it, to congratulate Yi Langswan on achieving the half-step Grandmaster realm." Wu Fu himself instantly realized who was in the car. The Grandmaster of the Zhongyang sect, Xia Tiankang's master. Suddenly, a sharp voice warned him, "Wu Fu, don't be reckless." It was Xian. Seeing Wu Fu daring to step forward and confront the Xia family, he hastily reminded him, "Wu Fu, a grandmaster can kill without a trace. Be careful." However, Wu Fu was already locked in a battle of internal energy with Xia Tiankang, and he clearly had the upper hand. "You're nothing but a lapdog for the Zhongyang sect. You're not qualified to speak to me." His contemptuous words sent Xia Tiankang into a rage, ready to strike. But before he could move, the man in the car called out sharply, "Disciple." Hearing his master's voice, Xia Tiankang quickly turned back. The group from the Xia family and the Zhongyang sect promptly left. Seeing them go, Qing rushed over and asked, "Wu Fu, are you all right?" Though blood was trickling from his mouth, Wu Fu answered calmly, "I'm fine." But when Qing saw the blood, she couldn't help but cry out in alarm, "You're bleeding." He acted as if it were nothing, wiping the blood away while musing. Things are getting more and more interesting. His actions earned him a great deal of respect from Shang Rao. To think a single person could withstand the pressure of a grandmaster. Next, everyone urged Wu Fu to rest. "Go get some rest. It's obvious you're no match for them, you arrogant fool." In a large courtyard, a hand was tightly gripping another. Qing, panting, asked, "What? What are you doing?" Wu Fu replied casually, "If my cultivation is limited, then I just have to break through again. So, I need you to do me a favor." His words, combined with his handsome face, caused Qing to let out an involuntary ah. Completely ignoring her infatuated expression, he bluntly doused her hopes with cold water. "Don't get any ideas. I want you to help me find the fragments of the divine artifact." His reality check shattered the romantic mood, infuriating her, but she had to force herself to hold it in. It's fine, I can take it. I can endure this arrogant jerk. Right now, Wu Fu was focusing on his training, and Xian, watching from a distance, realized with a shock what he was doing. He's trying to break through. A powerful vortex of internal energy suddenly erupted from where Wu Fu stood. The energy grew larger and larger. Though he was already some distance away, Xia Tiankang could still see the vortex through his car window. He hurriedly turned and called out, "Master." The man he called master stated coldly, "In a short while, half of the divine artifact will take form." Han Po thought to himself. When a divine artifact appears, the world changes. He immediately gave an order to his subordinate, "Relay my command." The entire Zhongyang sect is to gather the fragments of the divine artifact. On Shang Rao's side, he was also busy issuing urgent orders to his own men. Hearing this, a member of the Xia family felt uneasy and replied, "Wu Fu is just a profound mystery stage cultivator. Why is our Su family placing so much importance on him?" But Shang Rao announced with conviction, "If he can lead the Shu family to a wider world, what does it matter if we risk our entire fortune?" Hearing this, and Xian immediately understood his intentions and asked, "You're making a bet?" Staring intently at the vortex of divine power, the old man stated calmly, "I'm 100% certain." A moment later, the vortex began to fade. A sword now appeared in Wu Fu's hand. As dust and debris swirled around him, Wu Fu calmly exhaled. Qingqing and Anxian felt the change in him and cried out in disbelief. He's about to enter the mid-stage of the profound mystery realm. A sense of frustration welled up in Qingqing as she thought, he wasn't even at the qi refining stage at first, and now he's already surpassed me. Seeing her suddenly walk away, and Xian asked, "It's so late. Where are you going?" She shouted back, "To train." A single thought now burned in her mind. I really want to teach that arrogant jerk a lesson. After Wu Fu finished his cultivation, Shang Rao approached him. Wu Fu responded humbly, "Regarding the divine artifact fragments, I can't let a senior like you work for nothing." He then generously presented Shang Rao with a few pills. "These 2 bottles of medicine are for you. Even though a half-step grandmaster supports the Void Return realm, you can't neglect your training." After accepting the gift, Shang Rao's eyes widened in astonishment. "Heart-refining pills, a medicine worth 1,000 gold pieces that's nearly impossible to find, and you're giving me 2 bottles at once." Seeing his shock, Wu Fu explained his reasoning. "It's because of the current physical disparity of your body, senior." His reminder made the old man consider his own body's endurance. Understanding the hidden meaning in Wu Fu's words, Shang Rao replied respectfully, "I will respectfully follow senior's guidance." Seeing his respectful attitude, Wu Fu laid out a condition. "If you find the fragments of the divine artifact, I have a gift to repay you." The old man knew full well that this was an incredibly good offer and quickly replied, "The Su family will certainly do its utmost to help." And Xian seemed to realize that Shang Rao might know something about the reward Wu Fu offered and asked, "Father?" Shang Rao said slowly, "It's just a guess. I can't be sure if it's true or not." But then, his eyes filled with killing intent as he instructed, "The Xia family is about to make a move. Our first step must be to secure our relations." His instruction confused, and Xian, who asked, "Isn't Qingqing our first step?" The old man said softly, "I'm afraid the gap between them is too great to bridge." At the same time, somewhere else, a man filled with hatred slammed a knife into 2 pictures on a table and growled, "First you killed my little brother, then you killed my father." The 2 pictures were of Qingqing and Meng Meng. It was clear this man bore an immense grudge against them as he declared, "So I'll kill all of your good friends." His eyes burned with hatred as he commanded, "Tomorrow morning, bring me their heads." His subordinates quickly accepted the order, responding in unison, "Yes, sir." Now only 2 people remained in the room. The woman standing beside him asked in a raspy voice, "They are only at the qi refining stage. Can they complete the mission you gave them?" The man explained coldly, "Wang Mengmeng is just a useless weakling with no skills." His face twisted with malice as Tiankang reminded her in a stern, cold voice, "Remember your mission." Being singled out by him, Meng Luo was so scared she swallowed hard. He, on the other hand, casually ordered her to leave and return quickly. At that exact moment, at the student council, Lu Ling handed a match bracket to someone and advised, "Your opponent this time is very strong. Remember not to be careless." The person took the bracket and replied calmly, "If the opponent is too weak, I won't participate." Wu Fu, Xiang Kui. But Lu Ling didn't stop at nagging. She had something else to bring up. A swordmaster professor at the academy had personally requested to teach him swordsmanship. Wu Fu was a bit puzzled. Personally requested? Lu Ling then held up a picture of Luo Kei and said, "It's her." Of course, the moment he saw the picture, he recognized her instantly. He asked, "Are you sure she's the one who wants to teach me?" Lu Ling, ever the nag, reminded him, "Professor Luo Kei's understanding of the sword is far greater than yours." Just as she finished speaking, the student council room door swung open. Lu Ling immediately bowed respectfully to the person who entered. "Professor Luo." Wu Fu, however, simply stood still, watching the newcomer. Luo Qi coldly commanded him, "Follow me to the back mountain." With that, she turned to leave, but Wu Fu didn't hurry to follow. Instead, he asked, "So you're the one who's going to teach me swordsmanship?" Hearing this, she replied icily, "No, I'm here to be your whetstone." Her words made Lu Ling curious, thinking to herself that it was just another way of saying teach. In a small forest behind the academy, Lu Ling tagged along, endlessly singing Luo Kei's praises in Wu Fu's ear. She's been at the peak of the profound insight realm for years. Her power is far beyond anything you can imagine. It seemed Luo Kei overheard her because she couldn't help but let out a faint smirk. Lu Ling, however, was still absorbed in advising Wu Fu. In a moment, "Remember to be humble, let her win. Just a little," just as she was saying, "She is your teacher, after all." Luo Qi whipped her head around, her face a mask of fury as she demanded, "You think I'm going to lose?" Caught. Lu Ling flinched and backed away, forcing a smile. "Please, continue." A moment later, they arrived in a clearing. Luo Kei declared with absolute confidence, "Below the primordial spirit realm, no one dares to show off in front of me." She swiftly drew her sword and unleashed a flurry of powerful, dazzling strikes. Wu Fu didn't seem to care in the slightest. Luo Kei, however, shouted authoritatively, "You've already lost." As the words left her mouth, her internal energy surged toward Wu Fu. Yet, even as the attack closed in, he remained perfectly still. Then, without warning, a wave of his own power erupted, effortlessly scattering Luo Kei's flashy attacks. The sight made Lu Ling's eyes go wide in astonishment. So strong, but Luo Kei wasn't ready to give up. She pressed on, her voice dripping with ice. "When it comes to the art of the sword, if I claim to be number one," she charged forward again, shouting, "No one dares to claim number two." But suddenly she felt something was terribly wrong. "Wah, what is this?" She realized there was something in the air around him. It was pure sword Ji. Looking at Wu Fu, she finally understood. No wonder she couldn't even scratch him. In the air, two butterflies formed from her own internal energy were now fluttering gracefully, slowly coming to rest on Wu Fu's outstretched hand. He pointed out the flaw in her technique with chilling indifference. A dual cultivation sword style modified into this mess. "No wonder you've been stuck in the profound insight realm for so many years." His words made Luo Qi cry out in shock. How could you possibly know that?" he continued coldly. "This modified version has numerous openings. To start, there are two fatal flaws." Hearing this, Luo Qi urgently asked, "What two flaws?" Wu Fu gave a slight smile and presented his condition. "If I help you find these openings, you'll help me make a few adjustments to the opponent roster for the upcoming competition." His condition puzzled Luo Kei. "You want to switch to a weaker opponent?" He dismissed the notion and replied nonchalantly, "No, I want you to give me the strongest ones to deal with." His sheer confidence prompted her to warn him, "You've only just broken through to the profound insight realm." He simply stated, "A cultivator's level has never been a true measure of their strength." Having seen the power he'd displayed, Luo Kei accepted his terms. "I agree." With the deal struck, Wu Fu said coolly, "Follow me." He then led Luo Qi away. At that same time, near the dormitories, the sound of a struggle echoed from a small alley. A man with panicked eyes stammered, "How? How is this different from what they told us?" His accomplices were all lying on the ground, beaten unconscious. Their attacker approached, saying angrily, "If it weren't for the medicine master gave me, you scum might have actually killed me." Terrified of this person's power, the assassin frantically begged for his life. "I won't do it again." But Meng Meng wasn't about to let him go so easily. He grinned sinisterly and said, "Since you're already here, you should leave something behind." Ha also charged ferociously toward the assassin. A short while later, in the forest behind the academy, Wu Fu and the two women stood before a small shop. Lu Ling spoke up, "I'll wait outside." And so, only Wu Fu and Luo Qi entered. He asked, "Is this where you seclude yourself for training?" Luo Qi simply grunted in confirmation. He looked around for a moment before remarking, "It's a little better than I imagined. The spiritual energy here is decent." Seeing that he still hadn't mentioned the flaws in her sword style, Luo Qi grew impatient. "You can tell me the openings in my technique now." Wu Fu then made a shocking suggestion. "Take off your clothes and lie down here." Naturally, his request enraged her. She growled, "It seems you have a death wish." But then, he materialized something in his hand, and the sight left Luo Kei utterly stunned. Her mind was reeling. My family's secret. How could he possibly know it? Sensing her confusion, Wu Fu didn't explain. He simply stated coldly, "To me, there are no secrets in this world. Now, take off your clothes and lie down." Left with no other choice, Luo Kei snorted coldly, "I'll trust you. This once." With that, she quickly removed her outer robe. To her surprise, she saw Wu Fu starting to undress as well. She asked guardedly, "Aren't you just transferring energy? Why are you taking your clothes off?" He explained with a hint of exasperation. Undressing is part of transferring the energy. Powerless to argue, Luo Kei had no choice but to close her eyes. Wu Fu began to focus, channeling his power into her. She, in turn, had to concentrate with all her might to feel the energy flowing through her body. In that moment, she finally understood the flaw in her technique. He was restoring the complete, original dual cultivation sword style. After a moment of contemplation, she opened her eyes and asked, "Wu Fu, who exactly are you?" He answered nonchalantly, "A first-year student at Fanhai University." As silence fell between them, Luo Kei's hand slowly reached for her white robe on the ground. Then, in a flash, she whipped her sword out from under the robe, its tip aimed directly at Wu Fu. Completely unfazed, he actually smirked. "What's this? Are you trying to bite the hand that feeds you?" Luo Kei demanded. "The dual cultivation sword style is a secret of my clan. It has never been taught to outsiders. So how do you know it?" Wu Fu casually replied, "I don't just know the dual cultivation sword style." He gently pushed the tip of her sword aside and added calmly, "I also know that your grandfather is about to reach the void returning realm." Hearing this, Luo Kei was so shocked she could only stammer, You. In an instant, Wu Fu had her backed into a corner. He leaned in close and declared coldly, "There are no secrets in this world hidden from me, and that includes you." Then, as if nothing had happened, he turned to leave, not forgetting to remind her, "I'll be counting on you for that list." Luo Kei, however, couldn't help but worry, warning him, "Many powerful experts will be competing this time. I've heard the other academies have a lot of strong new students." Elsewhere, Tian Kang presented a sword to another man, saying in a harsh voice, "Senior brother, you must do everything in your power to kill Wu Fu." Xiang Kui, who was in the middle of eating, stared at the sword. He recognized it. He then grabbed another roasted pig leg from the rack and said, "The purging sword, usually just carried for self-defense." With utter confidence, he reassured Tian Kang, "Junior brother, don't you worry. Below the primordial spirit realm, no one is my match." Hearing this, Tian Kang thought smugly, Xiang Kui was born with divine strength. Not even a mid-stage primordial spirit expert is a match for him, and with Master's help on top of that, Wu Fu is as good as dead. A few days later, the Leitai arena was already buzzing with a noisy, excited crowd. The opening bell rang. Han Po, the representative, loudly inaugurated the tournament. "I declare the third inter-school Leitai competition," his voice echoed through the hall, "officially open." Just then, 3 figures entered through the main gate. Upon seeing Tian, Ching calmly explained why she was there and asked, "Where's my bodyguard, Wu Fu? Why don't I see him?" And Tian simply replied, "He hasn't arrived yet." His answer left her speechless. How could Wu Fu not be here at a time like this? Suddenly, Ching asked, "Father, Wu Fu is incredibly strong. Is it really necessary to make such a big deal out of this?" And Tian quickly explained. "The one backing this tournament is Xia Tiangong's master, the great elder of Xiangyang." His gaze shifted to Han Po on the stage as he spoke his name with a grave tone. Han Po. Moreover, Tian detailed the danger for Ching. Han Po has been on the verge of becoming a grandmaster for years. I'm afraid this time, Wu Fu's chances of survival are slim to none. At the same time, Lu Ling spotted him from afar, thinking to herself that the Shu family had mobilized everyone just for Wu Fu. Her eyes suddenly glanced to the side. She was looking towards the Shenyang Sect's area. The presence of an old man there was enough to startle her. Shu Shenyang is here too. A moment later, Tian saw the person he was waiting for. Wu Fu had arrived. In response to his arrival, Erha let out a bark. Just then, some reckless fool approached Wu Fu and arrogantly asked, "Are you Wu Fu?" As soon as the words left his mouth, Wu Fu glanced over at him. The one who had called him out was none other than Xiang Kui, and standing right behind him was Tiangang. The moment Erha saw these two troublemakers, he barked a few times as a warning. Xiang Kui suddenly stepped uncomfortably close to Wu Fu. Then, he whispered a warning. "In a little while, I'm going to cut your head off and use it as a ball." With that, he casually walked away, leaving Wu Fu with a face radiating pure killing intent. The bracket clearly showed who would fight whom. Wu Fu versus Xiang Kui. Wu Fu versus Huang Tianxi. Wu Fu versus He Haoran. Seeing Wu Fu slated to fight 3 people by himself, the audience below erupted in confusion. "Today we have 3 matches back-to-back, and it's just Wu Fu alone?" Tiangong sneered dismissively. "So arrogant. Senior, please add more opponents. I'm afraid he'll lose in the very first round." Wasting no more time, the drums signaling the start of the match thundered. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed from the stage. The spectators were startled by the sound. Someone in the crowd seemed to recognize the person on stage, noting that the fighter who just entered possessed a divine power that couldn't be underestimated. The audience below was terrified by this display, stammering in shock as they recognized the fighter's level. A primordial spirit expert. A man with glasses in the stands also easily identified the first fighter's power level. A primordial spirit expert. The person next to him voiced his high regard for the man on the stage. Zhang Yunhai's strength is not to be taken lightly. Just watch. Meanwhile, Qing worriedly reminded Wu Fu, "That's a primordial spirit expert. You have to be extremely careful. If you can't win, run from the ring immediately." But he just declared confidently, "I have never lost." With that said, he leisurely walked towards the stage. Everyone was baffled by his actions. Was there some kind of mistake? A primordial spirit expert, and yet Zhang Yunhai was sending a kid from the profound connection realm to fight? Isn't that just sending him to his death? Ignoring the jeers from the crowd, Wu Fu simply curled his lip into a faint smile. The spectators, ready for a good show, gossiped amongst themselves. Profound connection realm versus primordial spirit realm. How is that even a fight? Let's just watch and see. Suddenly, with a loud boom, Lu Ling, Luo Shi, and Qing all gasped in shock at the scene unfolding on the stage. Even Tiangang himself was stunned. It turned out Wu Fu had struck first. He delivered a brutal punch straight to his opponent's stomach, sending him flying back several feet as the crowd roared with excitement. Just as the battle was reaching a fever pitch, back in a student dormitory, a voluptuous woman walked into a room, seething with resentment. "Wu Fu," she vowed to herself, "even if you die, I will make sure your reputation is utterly destroyed and that you are spat on by the world for eternity." At the school at 7 o'clock, Uncle Tan urgently tried to persuade the class director, "Sir, don't get involved in this. Please, listen to me." However, the director insisted, "But this concerns the school's reputation. Someone wants Wu Fu dead." Just then, a tragic scream echoed from the hallway. Uncle Tan and the class director quickly burst into a room where they found none other than Meng Yao. She was pretending to be a victim, blaming everything on Wu Fu. Wu Fu drugged me." And then, Uncle Tan was completely fooled by her pitiful act and roared in fury, "That animal?" The men with him were also tricked and began shouting in unison, "In broad daylight, how dare he act like such a hooligan? It's shameful, and he used drugs." Seeing everyone on her side, Meng Yao leaned deeper into her performance, squeezing out a few pathetic-looking tears. Despite this, the class director asked with a stern voice. His question made Meng Yao flinch, thinking to herself, "Didn't Tiangang already explain everything clearly?" But since the show had started, she had to see it through. "Every word I've said is true. Last night, Wu Fu, he..." Before she could finish, a sharp slap echoed through the room. A perfect handprint was emblazoned on her face. The sight left Uncle Tan and his accomplice completely bewildered. The class director, the one who had struck her, then roared in anger, "Lies!" His action made Meng Yao cry out in panic, Director, he's just a student." Before she could finish, he cut her off, shouting, "It's not your place to say what he is or isn't." Then, he revealed why Wu Fu couldn't possibly have assaulted Meng Yao. Besides, Wu Fu wasn't even in the dormitory last night. He was at the Shu family's residence. This news left Meng Yao completely frozen. The class director then calmly turned to leave. "We're going." Realizing he'd been duped, Uncle Tan cursed at her, "If you want to die, don't drag us down with you." Back at the arena, the fighter who had been punched by Wu Fu quickly regained his balance. Although the blow hurt, the humiliation enraged Xiang Kui even more. "Damn it, he actually made me retreat. I've lost so much face." He flew into a rage and bellowed, "I'm going to kill you." Seeing him lose control, the people in the stands began to murmur. The primordial spirit expert is finally using his full power. And Tian calmly thought to himself, "Wu Fu, the entire Shu family is hoping you'll be all right." At that moment, Xiang Kui prepared to unleash a full power strike at Wu Fu. But strangely, Wu Fu didn't move an inch as the massive axe prepared to fall. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, which blazed with murderous intent, and uttered a single word, "Break!" Instantly, a shocking explosion erupted, releasing an extraordinary pressure. This stunned everyone, and they began to clamor, "Is this guy really only at the profound connection realm? The secret Buddhist sect has been hidden for years. Could he be a true disciple of the Buddhist gate?" Now, on the stage, Wu Fu casually blocked Xiang Kui's strike with his bare hand. The sight horrified his opponent, who stammered, Aren't you supposed to use a sword?" Wu Fu smirked contemptuously in response. Hearing this, Xiang Kui thought he was just being arrogant and declared smugly, "How conceited! Watch me finish you!" But Wu Fu's ice-cold gaze remained fixed on him, completely unfazed. A cyclone of spiritual power formed around Xiang Kui as he screamed, "Die!" From the stands, Tiangang watched with a triumphant grin, thinking, with my senior brother using his full power, he could even fight a peak primordial spirit expert. Xiang Kui planned to launch a sneak attack while Wu Fu was distracted. Seeing this from the stands, Lu Ling screamed in alarm, "Watch out!" but Wu Fu didn't seem to care in the slightest. Then, noticing Tin Tin was still casually eating popcorn, the woman beside her asked in bewilderment, "Wu Fu's opponent could be a nascent soul expert. How are you not worried at all?" Tin Tin just smiled and replied, "With that guy's bravado, a nascent soul master wouldn't even withstand a single blow from him. There's no need to worry." True to her words, on the stage at that very moment, Wu Fu's aura shifted. He was preparing to unleash hell. The moment Hung Kei's saber lunged at him, Wu Fu dodged back, gathering his power, and shattered the blade with a single punch. This left Hung Kei staring in disbelief, screaming, "What?" Wu Fu remained ice cold. "I told you. Your cultivation level means nothing against true power." The crowd erupted, thrilled by the spectacular display. From the stands, Thuong Yu calmly analyzed the fight. The way sword chi flows around his entire body, that's the supreme technique of a peak nascent soul master. "I fear this will be over in one move." Hearing this, and Tien, who was beside him, asked, "Father, you saw this from the start?" His voice turned grave. "I came here for one reason, to stop the Grand Elder of the Zhongyang sect from making a reckless move." He was the main referee. His eyes were fixed warily on Han Fach. "If he truly makes a move, I fear even I am not his match." At that same moment on the stage, Wu Fu prepared to deliver the final blow. "It's over." Knowing he was defeated, Hung Kei desperately called for help. "Master!" The moment Han Fach heard his disciple's cry, he moved. In an instant, Wu Fu's gaze, cold as a blade, snapped towards the old man. In the stands, Thuong Yu and An Tien grew anxious. Han Fach had leaped directly onto the stage, blocking Wu Fu's attack. But even when facing the Grand Elder, Wu Fu showed not a single shred of weakness. Even Han Fach was forced to see the young man in a new light. After a tense standoff, Wu Fu finally agreed to spare Hung Kei. "If that's the case, then hurry up and declare the winner." This turn of events clearly irritated Lu Ling in the crowd, and even Tin Tin cursed under her breath, "Damn it." Suddenly, Thien Kang walked onto the stage, calling out to Hung Kei, senior brother. He held out an exquisite sword and offered, "This is the Swan Tai divine weapon, a gift from junior elder Li Ju. Now is the time." But Wu Fu's divine power lashed out like a whip of energy, shattering the blade into a dozen pieces. He then turned his furious gaze on Han Fach. "Is this the training you spoke of, elder?" He suddenly announced, "In that case, allow me to give my senior a little welcoming gift." The moment Han Fach realized what he intended to do, he screamed, "Hung Kei, run!" But there was no way he was giving Hung Kei a chance to escape. It was already too late. All the while, Hung Kei was still standing there, completely dazed and unable to process what was happening. And then Wu Fu's immense wave of divine power slammed into him. The sight horrified Han Fach, who roared, "Hunk!" Watching it all, Tien Kang's eyes went wide with terror, and he screamed through gritted teeth, "Hunk!" With that roar, he launched himself into the air. A moment later, Thien Kang appeared behind Wu Fu, demanding, "You dare commit murder on the dueling stage?" Wu Fu calmly turned his head, his voice dangerously casual. "If he hadn't tried to kill me, he wouldn't be dead." But Thien Kang, his face radiating killing intent, refused to back down. "My senior brother is dead. You will pay for it with your life." At that, Wu Fu's own power flared to life as he declared coolly, "I don't need to explain myself to you. He's dead because I killed him." Unwilling to yield, Thien Kang gave the order, "A life for a life. Attack." Just then, a steely voice cut through the chaos. "Protect Wu Fu." Instantly, a group of warriors appeared from nowhere, leaping into the fray and forming a protective circle around him. The sight of these new arrivals made Thien Kang pause, his brow furrowing. Sensing the escalating tension, the crowd below began to panic, murmuring amongst themselves before starting to flee. Meanwhile, in the stands, Han Fach began channeling his power, preparing to strike, but suddenly, a hand landed firmly on his shoulder. It was Thuong Yu, his own spiritual energy flaring to match the Grand Elder's. "Your opponent, Elder Han, is me." Han Fach narrowed his eyes, glancing at the hand on his shoulder. "Are you telling me the Thuong family is willing to risk everything? For that brat?" Thuong Yu's only reply was to gather power in his other hand. "That is not something you need to concern yourself with, elder brother." With a final glare, he roared, "Take this!" A massive shockwave erupted between them, blasting dust and debris across the stands. When the smoke cleared, Han Fach was still standing, a scornful sneer on his face. "You've only just had your breakthrough. You are no match for me." The moment he finished speaking, Tin Tin urgently called out, "Wu Fu, my grandfather is holding Han Fach back for you. Get down from there, now." But it wasn't going to be that easy. Thien Kang had no intention of letting him leave, sneering, "About to die, and you're still hiding behind a woman. Wu Fu, are you even a man?" Seeing this, Tin Tin anxiously warned him, missing the cryptic smile that touched his lips. "Wu Fu, Tien Kang is trying to provoke you. Don't fall for it." but the moment she spoke, he had already launched himself into the air. Wu Fu hovered in midair, his power swirling around him like a storm as he issued a challenge. "All of you, come at me at once." Seeing this, Tin Tin could only palm her forehead and sigh in exasperation. I knew this would happen. Answering his challenge, the disciples of the Zhongyang sect swarmed forward, shouting, "Kill him for me!" Watching them charge Wu Fu, An Tian realized the danger and cried out in alarm, "This is bad." That Tian Kang came prepared. Looking at the aerial battle, Han Fach spoke with absolute confidence to Thuong Nhu, who was struggling to get back on his feet beside him. "The fight over there is about to end. It's time we finished ours as well." But as the words left his lips, the elder's eyes shot wide open in shock. Ah! Because at that exact moment, a small, glowing circle materialized in front of Wu Fu as he began to whisper an incantation. Down below, Tin Tin stared in utter disbelief, stammering. Instantly, brilliant beams of light shot out like lightning, striking down every single disciple of the Zhongyang sect. The force of Wu Fu's single attack was immense, kicking up a massive cloud of dust and forcing everyone on the ground to brace themselves against the shockwave. When the dust finally settled, Tian Kang could see the aftermath clearly. He screamed in disbelief. "Impossible! He's only at the profound understanding stage." Before he could finish, Wu Fu cut him off. "Nothing is impossible." He slowly raised his hand, preparing to command a legion of swords. But just then, a familiar figure appeared, shouting a challenge. "You dare?" The voice made Wu Fu's body tremble slightly, and he paused. It was Han Fach, his face dark with fury as he threatened from behind. "Move one more inch, and I dare you to see what happens." But Wu Fu had no reason to fear the old man. Without a hint of mercy, he clenched his fist and roared one word, "Execute." A terrified Tian Kang screamed for help. "Master, quickly help this disciple kill him." But it was far too late. A storm of 10,000 swords descended upon him from above, locking onto their target. They showed absolutely no mercy. Moments later, as the dust began to clear, a dark silhouette could be seen impaled upon the forest of swords. With his last breath, Tian Kang weakly called out in despair, "Master." This was the final straw. Han Fach flew into a rage and lunged at Wu Fu. "Wu Fu, die!" But just as his hand was about to strike, it froze in midair. Looking closer, he saw that his hand was inexplicably bound by shimmering threads. The sight of them sent a jolt of shock through Han Fach. He slowly followed the threads with his eyes. High above, on a balcony, Li Jiu called out, "Master's orders! Spare Wu Fu's life!" After delivering the message, his own face darkened with displeasure, and he gritted his teeth in frustration. The crowd below was stunned to hear Li Jiu's command. Only Wu Fu remained perfectly calm, a sly smirk playing on his lips. But at that moment, Han Fach unleashed his power, shattering the tense silence with a furious roar. The sound of his roar blasted outwards like a shockwave. "You think you can stand in my way even now?" After breaking free from his bonds, Han Fach instantly summoned a volley of ice shards and launched them forward. "You little brat, Wu Fu, hand over your life." Seeing the deadly projectiles, Tin Tin screamed in horror, "Watch out!" Han Fach aimed the ice shards straight at Wu Fu in midair and attacked. "Die!" The shards shot towards him at the speed of light. At that very moment, Wu Fu's sword instantly unleashed its own torrent of power, and then the two forces officially collided, erupting in a colossal explosion. Witnessing this, a worried Tin Tin and Nearcap cried out, "Wu Fu!" Meanwhile, their opponent smugly thought to himself, "A Grandmaster's full power attack. Wu Fu is definitely dead." Below the stage, Tin Tin, her eyes lifeless, muttered a curse. That arrogant bastard." Just as she finished speaking, something emerged from the smoke and dust, startling everyone. It was Wu Fu's toned body, standing defiantly without a single injury. A flash of anger crossed Wu Fu's eyes. Just then, Tin Tin ran up to him, pouting as she scolded him, "You jerk, I thought you were dead. You scared me half to death." Following her, Tin stroked his beard and remarked in awe. He even blocked a full power strike from Han Fach. Shang Yu clutched his stomach, roaring with laughter and delight. This old master's judgment is never wrong, but their celebration was cut short by Han Fach's familiar voice. "Don't celebrate too soon." Wu Fu immediately whipped his head around, his gaze sharp and wary as he looked toward the sound. Just then, a gigantic block of ice appeared, and a brilliant red gash was suddenly sliced across its surface. The cut came from a lightning-fast reflex strike by Wu Fu, but he wasn't done. He gathered his power, ready for the next challenge. "Even if you are a grandmaster, you're going to leave something behind today." Han Fach refused to back down, continuously launching ice shards at him in response. "Let's see if you have what it takes." Immediately, Wu Fu's eyes flew open as he shouted the name of his technique, "Spirit Sword Art." He then leaped into the air, using the flying ice shards as footholds to launch himself toward his enemy, all while unleashing a chaotic storm of sword glints. Once he had accumulated enough sharp sword glints, Wu Fu's voice rang out like steel. Chaotic spirit! Hanfach was no pushover. He pushed his own energy to its absolute limit, his face becoming gaunt as he roared, "You arrogant little brat!" In the next instant, they crashed into each other, exchanging a flurry of hand-to-hand blows. Watching the scene unfold, the spectators swallowed nervously and marveled. It's like watching a monster who can fight them on equal footing. And when the decisive moment arrived, neither Wu Fu nor Hanfach was willing to back down, both pouring all their strength into one final attack. In the end, the two techniques collided, creating an even bigger explosion than before, like a volcanic eruption threatening to obliterate everything around them. When the blast cleared, it was Hanfach who had been knocked back several feet. One of his arms was now injured and bleeding. Hanfach frowned, unable to believe his eyes, and muttered, "What kind of sword technique is this powerful?" Just then, Jing Tong leaped behind him, his voice a low threat. "A mere half-grandmaster dares to injure someone in my sight?" Hearing his voice, Hanfach broke into a cold sweat, thinking to himself, "A grandmaster. It seems there's no way to kill Wu Fu today." With that thought, he quickly used his movement technique to flee, shouting a warning, "Wu Fu, my Trung Dung sect will hunt you to the ends of the earth for this." Before leaving completely, Hanfach added one last threat. "The next time we meet, I will take your dog's life." Hearing this, Nearcap just gave a confused, innocent smile, because as Wu Fu's actual dog, he had no idea what the man meant. Suddenly, Wu Fu felt unwell and quickly raised a hand to his forehead. Seeing him sway, Tintin anxiously scolded him, "You idiot!" The moment she spoke, Wu Fu lost his balance and collapsed. Fortunately, someone appeared in time to catch him, and he fell into their firm yet soft embrace. That person was none other than Luke Lin. She carefully asked with concern, "Are you all right?" He tried to regain his composure, pulling away from her. "His cheap little tricks aren't enough to kill me." He might have said that, but inside, Wu Fu was already calculating. "In this situation, I need to recover my cultivation as fast as possible." Amidst this gentle atmosphere, one person, Tintin, looked down at her own small body, feeling incredibly self-conscious. While they were lost in their own concerns, someone unexpectedly approached and praised Wu Fu. "I never expected that little brother is not only skilled in alchemy but also has such profound knowledge of the sword." Jingtong was extremely startled. Only then did Shang Yu notice his presence. Seeing his father's shocked expression, Tian asked, puzzled, "Father, what's wrong?" Shang Yu, as if he couldn't believe his eyes, stammered, That's a grandmaster." On the other side, Jing Tong took out a pill and offered it. "This is a power pill I just refined a few days ago. It will be very helpful for your stamina." Witnessing this scene, Shang Yu sighed with emotion. A grandmaster has finally appeared in our Vanhai city, and he's on such familiar terms with Wu Fu. Wu Fu gratefully accepted the pill from Jing Tong. After he took it, the old man immediately clasped his hands and expressed his intentions. This old man has been stuck on the path of alchemy for many years. A few days ago, thanks to your reminders, this old man had a great epiphany. "If you don't mind, how about you take me as your disciple?" Upon hearing this offer, Wu Fu suddenly coughed up blood. Jing Tong panicked and asked, "What's wrong with you?" He quickly waved his hand and replied, "It's nothing, nothing." He said it was nothing, but inwardly he was cursing. "You're supposed to be my master." To avoid a prolonged awkward situation, Jing Tong suggested an idea. "If you feel I'm putting you on the spot, please think it over carefully. We can discuss when you'll accept me as a disciple later." Faced with the old man's insistence, he could only sigh helplessly. "My list of troublesome people just got a new entry, though this one's different." The scene changed. At the same time, in the main hall of the Trung Dung sect, Hanfach was now sitting comfortably on the highest seat, giving orders. "Relay my command. Wu Fu, the Van Hai's Hua family, and any other hidden cultivators must all die." As soon as he finished, the other disciples in the sect immediately clasped their hands in obedience. Just then, the large doors to the main hall were suddenly thrown open. From outside, a mysterious young man stepped in and spoke. "Elder, you were looking for me?" The scene quickly shifted back to the tournament arena, where the announcer stepped forward to make a declaration. Only Wu Fu remains on the stage. Just as the announcer was about to declare, "The winner is," someone cut him off. "Wait!" From the main entrance of the arena, a strange group of 3 students appeared, letting a freshman take all the glory. "Have you no shame?" The 3 were none other than students from the Hoa Nam Martial Arts Academy. The beautiful girl with a charming smile is Hoak San. The young man in the middle pushing up his glasses is Captain Tun, and the one with an annoyed expression next to him is the vice captain. Seeing them, Luke Lin quickly moved to Wu Fu's side. Tinting continued the introduction for him. "They are officers from the Student Council of the Hoa Nam Martial Arts Academy, some of the organizers of this competition." and the student council officers in question were now standing directly opposite them, brimming with confidence. A moment later, over Nearcap's incessant barking, the vice captain stepped forward and demanded, "You're Wu Fu?" He answered unflinchingly, "Yes." Sensing hostile intent from the man before them, Nearcap continued to bark non-stop, and its barking successfully drew the attention of the vice captain. Just as the vice captain's fist flew out, a familiar hand shot forward to block it. In the next second, he seemed to realize something, and a look of panic flashed across his face. Wu Fu showed no mercy, directly slamming the vice captain to the ground with a warning, "Don't touch my dog." After throwing him down, he roared out a challenge, "Who else?" After saying this, Wu Fu flashed a confident smile. Meanwhile, the two startled members and their captain could only stare, completely stunned. At that moment, Captain Chin muttered to himself in utter disbelief. The vice captain's skill was nothing to scoff at, his raw power nearly on par with his own. Yet, he was just effortlessly tossed aside by some wet behind-the-ears freshman. And the man he was talking about was now holding his head, wondering to himself, "What just happened? Where am I? Who am I?" By the time the vice captain collected himself and sat up, everyone was already cheering for Wu Fu. This new student really hadn't let them down. Fearing he might go too far, Lu Ling spoke up again with a reminder. The South China Martial Arts Academy is the top school in all of Beihai Province. They're honored guests at this tournament. Offending them would be a very bad idea. The moment she finished speaking, Captain Chin turned to the students on the stage and boomed, "He's just one inexperienced freshman. Is there really no one else who can take him on?" Hearing his challenge, they immediately scrambled to find excuses to leave. "I suddenly remembered I haven't finished my homework. And I just remembered my cat is sick at home. I have to go now." Watching them all back down, Huo Shuang let out a cold, disgusted snort. "A bunch of useless cowards. Not a single one of you can beat him." With that, she stepped forward herself, volunteering for battle. "Captain Chin, step aside and wait for me to crush this little brat." Seeing who was stepping up, Lu Ling immediately grew wary. "Be careful." As soon as she stepped onto the stage, Huo Shuang arrogantly unleashed her power. "Little brother, I hear you're pretty strong. Let me test you with a few moves." Not to be outdone, Wu Fu released his own power. Seeing him agree, she gave a slight smile. "Really? In that case, I won't be polite." Before the words were even out of her mouth, Huo Shuang lunged forward to attack. "Here I come." She spun gracefully, gathering momentum for a devastating blow. "Take this." Wu Fu remained perfectly still, calmly waiting for Huo Shuang to unleash her technique. And then, a colossal hammer, true to its name, materialized and came crashing down on him. Giant fist. After landing the blow, a smug Huo Shuang was still brimming with confidence. "Did I make you cry?" But just as she spoke, her hammer began to tremble before a powerful force erupted from within, shattering it completely. Huo Shuang stared, unable to believe her eyes, and let out a choked cry. "What?" Wu Fu's aura blazed as he glared back at her with piercing intensity. Wu Fu flashed past Huo Shuang like a gust of wind, his eyes still holding a murderous glint. "It's over." Her eyes, now glowing a furious red, widened in shock. Suddenly, a slow clap echoed from the distance. A first-year student managing to defeat all his seniors, the captain approached, speaking as he walked. Wu Fu turned to him and proposed, "Perhaps the captain would like to come up and give me a few pointers himself?" Ting Ting, sitting beside Lu Ling in the guest seats, covered her face in exasperation. "This idiot doesn't even know who the South China Martial Arts Academy is." Captain Chin adjusted his glasses, his tone dripping with sarcasm. "Junior brother, you're quite skilled, but don't you think you're being a bit too aggressive in front of us?" Wu Fu listened, thinking to himself, "I haven't been here long, but I've already heard of South China's reputation. I just didn't expect them to be the only ones here." He then held up two fingers as if to negotiate. "If what you say is true, Captain, then I'll come pay my respects another day and ask for your guidance then." The captain immediately understood the hidden meaning in Wu Fu's words. This kid was no fool. Captain Chin then turned to leave, but glanced back over his shoulder. "No need. In a few days, we'll be paying a visit to Yunhai University." The scene shifts to another school on a beautiful day, where an announcer's voice booms. "Today's victory goes to Yunhai University." Deep in a forest, a man holds out a small white vial. "I've heard that Yunnan University is a rather mysterious sect. Brother Wu Fu, you must be careful. These elixirs are for breaking through your cultivation. They'll help you reach the primordial spirit realm and will serve you well." Wu Fu stepped forward in front of the two men. "Thank you, senior." The moment the vial was opened, a cloud of blue bubbles emerged, startling everyone. Jingsong was stunned by the sight. "Don't tell me you plan to swallow all those elixirs in one go?" Li Qiu's face darkened as he analyzed the scene, thinking, the power of a dozen of these elixirs. Even if he manages to reach the primordial spirit realm, He'll explode and die soon after. This kid must be desperate to increase his power. Wu Fu then clenched his hand into a fist, while the blue bubbles continued to float in the air. In that instant, a sword pulsing with immense power materialized behind him. From a distance, Jing Song began to cast a spell. Li Chu, guard your martial uncle. And just like that, the sword returned to its original position. From its tip, a single drop of blood formed and fell, accelerating as it descended. It landed squarely on Wu Fu's forehead, startling him. Right where Wu Fu stood in the forest, a towering column of red energy erupted into the sky. Jing Song stared in awe at the sight. This is the primordial spirit realm. Li Chu ground his teeth with frustration. This is bad. If he doesn't stop soon, we'll lose any chance of seizing that divine weapon. Kang Yu arrived, supported by Ting Ting and Yin Xian. Despite Kang Yu's words, Wu Fu continued his ritual with the sword. The old man placed a hand on his chest and said again, "This old man will take his leave to treat his injuries first." Just as Kang Yu and his group turned to leave, Wu Fu finally spoke. "Senior, please wait." The old man stopped and glanced back, only to see a dangerous beam of light flying straight toward him. The old man flinched, seemingly too shocked to react. A guard rushed forward, screaming, "Wu Fu, we treated you well. Why would you hurt him?" But Yin Xian threw out an arm to stop him. "Wait, Wu Fu is healing the old master." Kang. You stood frozen to the spot, faint, illusory cracks appearing in the air before him. This is... Kang. Yu's eyes flew open, his pupils shrinking to pinpricks, reflecting only the brilliant light before him. Then, in front of everyone, he coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood. Yin Xian screamed, "Father!" Ting Ting was equally horrified. Grandpa, Li Chu, standing off to the side, muttered quietly to Jing Song, "Master, I'm afraid this situation is getting unpredictable." Kang, you remained motionless. Suddenly, a bizarre, brilliant golden energy enveloped him. Back with Li Chu, Jing Song replied, "Li Chu, your vision is far too narrow." Before their very eyes, Kang Yu bowed his head to Wu Fu in gratitude. "Thank you, little brother." Wu Fu waved it off. "No need to thank me. If it weren't for a junior's help, I would have had to pay a great price today." From a distance, Jing Song marveled. With just a sliver of spiritual energy, he not only removed the injury, but also increased his cultivation significantly. Standing beside him, Li Chu's face grew dark, and he seethed through clenched teeth. "I thought it was just a shallow wound, but it ran that deep. It seems I need to get rid of him, and quickly." Wu Fu turned and walked away. From within the forest, a voice called out, "Li Qiu, it's time to go." The other replied, "Coming, master." The scene changes to the front gate of Haiyun University. Someone in a car says goodbye to Lu Ling. "President, I have other matters to attend to, so I'll be leaving first." A young man waves from the window. "Goodbye, President, let's go celebrate." Another person cheered. "That first-year student is incredible. He completely controlled the entire arena all by himself. But I heard he was a complete nobody not too long ago." The young man beside him replied nonchalantly, "Who cares? As long as he brought honor to our school, that's all that matters." Wu Fu was stretching, thinking he could finally rest, when Lu Ling appeared out of nowhere. "Finally, I can take a break." She warned him lightly, "Don't celebrate too soon. We still have one more trip to make." Wu Fu's cheerful expression immediately turned serious as he looked at her. "What?" Right in front of them, Uncle Tan was hanging a massive banner that read, "Congratulations, Brother Fu, on your triumphant return." He was also shouting it at the top of his lungs. "Congratulations, Brother Fu, on your triumphant return." Everyone present was stunned by the massive banner. Uncle Tan rushed up to the two of them, smiling and clasping his hands. "Congratulations, Brother Fu." Lu Ling started to ask, "Uncle Tan, you..." But he completely ignored her, continuing to ramble on without pause. "Brother Fu, while you were competing, Meng Jiao went by your room." Wu Fu replied lazily. "So? What about it?" Uncle Tan leaned in conspiratorially. "Those girls were conspiring with Jia Tiankang to slander you. Luckily, Ju Yi and I found out in time." Wu Fu smirked at him. "Jia Tiankang? He's dead." A chill ran down Chu Tham's spine as he thought, "Thank God I didn't help them harm Wu Fu." He quickly waved his hands in denial. "Brother Fu, I did as you asked and locked Meng Yao in the dorms." Before leaving, Wu Fu placed a hand on Chu Tham's shoulder and said meaningfully, "You're a smart kid." He replied obediently, It's what I should have done." Only after Wu Fu was a good distance away did Chu Tham call out, "Brother Fu, don't forget about the student council meeting." The scene shifts to a hotel, where Wu Fu walks up to a room and knocks, his voice laced with a threat. "You'd better open this door right now, or you'll face the consequences. Understand?" The door creaked open, revealing Meng Yao inside. As the door swung fully open, she finally lifted her head. Wu Fu stepped inside, and Meng Yao pointed a trembling finger at him, her voice filled with terror. "You, Aren't you supposed to be dead? Where's Xia Tiankang? Wu Fu let out a scornful laugh. Xia Tiankang? He shot her a sideways glance and said, he's dead. The Xia family no longer exists. Meng Yao froze, unable to believe her ears. How? How is that possible? Without even bothering to properly dress herself, she lunged toward him, ready to beg for her life. Wu Fu, I know I was wrong. It was all Xia Tiankang. He made me do it. Meng Yao started spouting crocodile tears. I really know I was wrong. Not stopping there, she tried to use her charms on him. Just give me a chance to live and I'll be your slave. I'll do anything for you, okay? He was sick to his stomach. You're really something else. But Meng Yao desperately continued. Wu Fu. Suddenly, a resounding slap sent Meng Yao flying across the room. She crumpled to the floor, completely disoriented. Wu Fu lowered his hand, but the force of his power still hung in the air, causing the blanket on the bed to suddenly lift and float. Before Meng Yao could even process what happened, the blanket drifted over and landed on her. Wu Fu's voice was ice. Put on your clothes and get out. Her eyes were wide and vacant, a trickle of blood at the corner of her mouth as she sat motionless on the floor. Outside in the dormitory hallway, two figures were lurking. There was a loud noise just a second ago. Why is it so quiet now? Chu Thom motioned for the guy next to him. Keep your voice down. As the two were tiptoeing forward, Meng Yao's door flew open and she stormed out. He watched her leave, completely bewildered. What in the world happened in there? Clutching her body, she walked away with a bone-chilling aura of hatred. Wu Fu, I swear I will make your life a living hell. Chu Thom's underling was starting to get scared. Brother Thom, maybe we should head back. We really shouldn't be messing with Wu Fu. The scene cuts back to the dorm room, where Wu Fu was hanging clothes in his closet. Suddenly, a voice called his name, making him glance over. Brother Fu. Standing before him was a figure in a red cape. Even more absurdly, he was wearing red underwear on the outside of his pants, a sight that would make anyone howl with laughter. With a Superman logo pinned to his chest, Mang Mang gave a playful wink. Brother Fu, so? Do I look any different today? He was clearly ecstatic about his new outfit, while Wu Fu was so stunned that Ha, his dog, began to retch beside him. Wu Fu covered his face, completely exasperated. What is it now? Mang Mang just kept cheerfully flexing his muscles. Brother Fu, I've gotten stronger. Wu Fu threw on a jacket and headed out, teasing him. With that kind of strength, I'm afraid you couldn't even beat Ha. Mang Mang pointed at the dog in disbelief. No, no way. In response, Ha let out a questioning bark. Mang Mang pointed a finger at the dog, which only served to make it angry. How can you say that? Ha is just a dog. While his finger was still extended, Ha's jaws snapped open. And so, the only thing that could be heard in the hallway was Mang Mang's scream of agony. Damn it! Stop! Stop! I surrender! He lay flat on the floor, bruised and battered, while the dog stood victoriously on his back. I can't even beat a dog. Wu Fu seemed to notice something. He picked up Ha and asked, How did you have a breakthrough so quickly? Mang Mang slowly pushed himself up. Oh, right, Brother Fu. A fourth-year senior was looking for you earlier. Wu Fu replied nonchalantly, If it's not urgent, tell him to wait. Mang Mang scrambled after Wu Fu, insisting, But he's a fourth-year senior. Over at Tianfu Academy, Lu Ling was probing Shu Qingqing. Do you know Wu Fu's true identity? Qingqing glanced up from her relaxing hot bath. Are you investigating him? Lu Ling casually lifted her wine glass. Not at all, just a routine inquiry. After all, my father wants to meet him. Qingqing shot up out of the water, completely naked. You're not from the Yunhai Lu family, are you? Lu Ling blushed and smiled. You could be a little bolder with your guess. Before she could even finish saying Lu, Qingqing silenced her with a gesture. We cut to a beautiful morning in the mountains behind the academy. Inside a cave, Ha was being refined. After some time, Luo Shi was stunned, stammering. This is? Wu Fu, standing beside her, quickly answered. Ha is about to have a breakthrough. His statement astonished her. A dog can have a breakthrough? He explained in his usual cold tone, nourished by such rich spiritual energy. If Ha has a special bloodline, it might just awaken a new ability. Suddenly, Luo Shi asked shyly, If I have some free time, could you guide me? While continuing to help Ha, Wu Fu stated plainly, The purple tassel sword art is inherently a dual-body sword technique. If you want to fully break through its limits, there's no other way besides dual cultivation. Although she knew this, Luo Shi was still a bit flustered, but she said with determination, I can't wait any longer. However, she was met with Wu Fu's flat refusal. I'm busy. I have to take care of Ha. This left her slightly disappointed. But then, Wu Fu suddenly suggested, However, I can use my hand. This suggestion made Luo Shi furious, but before she could get any angrier, he clarified what he meant by using his hand. I can use my energy projection to suppress the technique's backlash, allowing you to unleash 9 levels of its power. Hearing his explanation, she finally understood his true meaning. Wu Fu seemed to realize she had misunderstood and asked, "What did you think I was going to do?" Realizing she'd had an improper thought, Luo Shi could only answer shyly, It's just as you thought." A moment later, she quickly entered a meditative state. "Then let's begin." She executed each form with a smooth, masterful grace, like flowers floating on water. The second form, the third form, the fourth, the fifth, the sixth, the seventh. By the final form, a powerful vortex of internal energy swirled around Luo Shi, the eighth form. After completing the sequence, she stopped. She then explained, "After performing all 8 forms of the purple tassel sword art, I can't cultivate it any further. This is as far as I can go." Wu Fu heard this and said casually, "A trivial matter." This time, he would personally instruct Luo Shi. "Next, I will enter your consciousness." At his words, Luo Shi relaxed, allowing him to enter her mindscape. Her eyes suddenly shot wide open, and in the next instant, she was inside her own consciousness. Wu Fu's spiritual form was already there, urging her on. "What are you spacing out for? Hurry up and cultivate the sword art." At that moment, however, looking at him, only one word filled her mind: naked. The wind rustled through the leaves, making a soft, whispering sound. Luo Shi remained focused on her training, concentrating on the patterns of the sword art within her mind. A moment later, a powerful surge of inner energy erupted. Luo Shi had finally succeeded. "I've mastered the purple tassel sword art." She was so overjoyed she laughed out loud until a cough from nearby snapped her out of her celebration. Realizing someone else was there, she was so mortified she squatted in a corner, muttering to herself, "So embarrassing. I completely forgot he was still here." After her embarrassment subsided, Luo Shi stammered, that." But Wu Fu cut her off coldly. "Don't disturb me." Only then did Luo Shi notice Erha and ask curiously, "From a chrysalis to a butterfly, does that mean this dog can fly?" Just then, the cocoon shattered. Erha emerged from the broken shell and shook its body. Whatever it was that Luo Shi and Wu Fu saw on it, it made both of their faces darken in utter helplessness. It turns out they never expected Erha to actually sprout wings like a butterfly reel, functional wings. After waiting for Erha's transformation to complete, Luo Shi smiled brightly and said with gratitude, "Wu Fu, I owe you a huge favor." Wu Fu heard this and replied casually, "It was as easy as flipping my hand." Suddenly, his eyes glanced somewhere specific as he added, "If you really want to thank me." Realizing he was staring at a rather inappropriate part of her body, a flustered Luo Shi quickly covered herself and declared loudly, "No way, I'm not selling my body." She even reminded Wu Fu of her status. "I'm your teacher, you know." After saying that, she suddenly bolted. "I'm leaving first." Luo Shi's bizarre behavior left Wu Fu completely baffled, turning to Erha to ask what had just happened. "I just wanted her to help me find a few opponents." "Was that really so cruel?" Ha, equally clueless, simply responded with a couple of barks. Meanwhile, at a park, Uncle Tham was being mocked by the very man who had just beaten him up. "Aren't you and Wu Fu enemies? Why are you sucking up to him now?" Just then, the man heard a rustling sound from the bushes. Peeking over, he saw Erha emerge, leaving him a bit bewildered. Though his face was swollen from the beating, Uncle Tham just chuckled and replied, "What's more important, revenge or your own life?" His attitude infuriated one of the thugs, who moved to give him another thrashing. "I see you're just begging to die." Just when it seemed like his life was over, a powerful stream of internal energy suddenly shot out from nowhere, saving him. The bullies were stunned by this divine force and shouted into the air, "Who's there?" Uncle Tham, just as confused, let out a gasp. Ah, he recognized the dog and thought in astonishment, "Erha?" The bullies also realized the dog's identity, their confusion mounting. "A doe. Wait a minute, that dog looks like..." At that moment, Wu Fu walked toward Erha and asked, "Erha, what are you doing here?" Erha barked once as if answering him. The moment the bullies saw who had arrived, they grew nervous, thinking Wu Fu. Wu Fu, in turn, looked at the group in front of him and wondered, what are these people doing? One of them, not knowing his own limits, stepped forward and demanded, "You're Wu Fu?" Before Wu Fu could answer, the questioner launched himself forward, aiming a kick at him. Of course, Wu Fu easily blocked the attack. Then, with an annoyed tone, he asked, "Who are you?" The man completely ignored Wu Fu's question and instead accused him, "It was you. You've already made a deal with the Xia family, and now you want to make a deal with the Chongyang sect too." Unfazed, Wu Fu effortlessly blocked each kick. After being pushed back a certain distance, a realization dawned on him, and he quickly asked, "A disciple of the Chongyang sect?" The man who had attacked him out of nowhere lifted his leg and loudly confirmed his identity. That's right, hearing this, Wu Fu showed no more mercy and made a chilling declaration. "Then, I'll kill you." He attacked in an instant, without a second thought, no longer needing any reason. Only now did the Chengyang sect disciple sense the mortal danger coming from Wu Fu. He quickly retreated, dodging the blow. He stared at the wave of internal energy Wu Fu had unleashed, a sense of dread creeping in. He hastily backed away to a safe distance. However, the Chengyang sect disciple wasn't ready to give up. He let out a cold snort and launched another attack. 8 trigrams palm. The symbol of the Bagua swiftly appeared behind him as he unleashed a wave of immense internal power. The bullies with him, and even Uncle Tham, were all affected by the sheer pressure of this attack. Just as the disciple was showing off his power, a sharp whoosh echoed through the air. Wu Fu was already behind him, a blade pressed against his throat as he commanded, "Don't move." He then smirked contemptuously and said, "Send a message to your Chengyang sect. Next time, don't send such trash." This sudden attack left the disciple stunned, wondering to himself, "When did he get behind me?" Wu Fu paid no mind to his shock, simply giving a cold smile and declaring, "And another thing, I, Wu Fu, am always ready to welcome any guest." As for Uncle Tham, after witnessing everything, he thought to himself, as expected, Wu Fu is no longer the coward he used to be. Just then, Ha, who was beside him, let out a few barks. The sound caught his attention. Ha. To thank the dog for coming to his rescue, he rewarded him with delicious treats. "Thank you for saving my life, Brother Cap. Come here, come here. This is for you. Eat slowly or you'll choke. There's plenty more." While Ha was enjoying his meal, Wu Fu approached and remarked, "No wonder Ha has gotten so fat lately." The moment he saw Wu Fu, Uncle Tham put on a sycophantic smile and confessed, "Well, we had our disagreements before, so I figured I'd bribe Ha first." Hearing this, Wu Fu shot him a scornful look and warned, "You should worry about yourself." Suddenly, Uncle Tham gave him a piece of intel in a low voice. A few days ago, an official from the Nan Qijing Martial Arts Academy wanted to come to the school. "You'd better handle it," Wu Fu replied coldly. "I don't need you to worry about me. Let's go." Ha. Hearing his name, Ha quickly barked in response and followed. Although Wu Fu acted like he didn't care about Uncle Tham's words, he was in fact taking them to heart, wondering, have the truly strong enemies not appeared yet? At the same time, in another place, someone was so enraged he smashed his teacup and roared, "Just because he's in the primordial spirit realm, he dares to think my Chengyang sect has no one left?" Zhong Nan seethed to himself. Sect forces don't normally interfere in worldly grievances, but this Wu Fu has provoked us too many times. So what if he's overcome a few challenges? With that, he immediately called out, "Hanpo." Hanpo, who was standing respectfully by his side, answered, "Yes." He quickly gave the old man an order. "Bring me his head." At Qingyan Mountain, inside a small wooden house, Jing Song was busy with alchemy. He examined the pill he created and thought to himself, "I've secluded myself here specifically to refine the chaotic spirit pill." Suddenly, he thought of Wu Fu and mused, "If we're talking about the standards of the Tao of alchemy, I'm afraid he is far above me." The person beside him, sharpening a blade, seemed to sense his thoughts and stopped. Li Ju spoke up, "Master, in the Tao of alchemy, you are second. Who would dare claim to be first?" He chuckled, adding, "It was probably just a lucky fluke for him." Just then, the wooden door creaked open. Li Ju quickly turned his head to see who had arrived. Wu Fu walked in and remarked, "With such dense spiritual energy, Senior must be refining a chaotic spirit pill." Ha, in his arms, barked twice as if greeting the host. The moment Wu Fu entered, Jing Song was utterly shocked to discover that his spiritual power had increased to an unbelievable degree. Even Li Ju was astonished. His intense stare terrified Ha, who quickly burrowed into Wu Fu's arms. Wu Fu himself noticed the killing intent in Li Ju's gaze and gave a contemptuous smile. He then ignored the man's dark brooding and spoke in a mocking tone. "Looks like you've lost all hope, haven't you?" Next, he turned to Jing Song, "Senior, the chaotic spirit pill, composed of 35,000 threads of worldly essence for its refinement. Once it's successfully refined, it can forge a supreme foundation." Hearing this, Jing Song replied, "The chaotic spirit pill is no small matter." Wu Fu's words made him realize something, and he asked in a loud, astonished voice, "Are you one of the 9 heavens supreme?" Wu Fu didn't answer directly, only thinking to himself, "The path of the 9 heavens supreme, looking down upon all living beings." He then took something out and said, "My goal is to become one of the 9 heavens supreme." The moment Wu Fu uttered those words, a sharp clanging sound echoed as 2 swords fell to the floor. Li Ju was stunned, whispering the words, "9 heavens supreme." At this moment, anger and jealousy completely consumed him. It seems the plan to eliminate him must be carried out immediately. He quickly made his exit. "Master, I'm going down the mountain for a bit. I'll be back tonight." Wu Fu knew exactly where he was going and just let out a cold smirk. Then he made a request of Jing Song. "I have reached the primordial spirit realm. Senior, Please don't hesitate to advise Li Ju. Don't let his bottomless greed lead him astray." Hearing this, Jing Song only sighed helplessly and said, "From the moment he poisoned me, I stopped caring." The old man's words made Wu Fu exclaim, "So, you already knew." Even though the master claimed not to care about Li Ju, he was still pleading for him. Understanding King Tung's intent, Wu Fu asked, "You want me to spare him?" Knowing full well that the boy would never forgive anyone who'd wronged him, Qin Tung sighed again. "Forget it," he said. "Perhaps this is the end he was always meant to have." Suddenly, Wu Fu blurted out, "Master, you haven't changed one bit." He glanced at King Tung and continued, "Still so forgiving toward your own disciple." Those loaded words seemed to spark a realization in King Tung about the boy's true identity. "Wait a minute," he stammered. "Don't tell me you're—" Before the old master could finish, Wu Fu was already gone, leaving only his words behind. "We'll meet again." The rustle of leaves echoed through the forest as Wu Fu walked, then suddenly stopped. He called out in a loud voice, "Li Ju, stop hiding! Show yourself!" Li Ju stepped out from behind a tree trunk, his voice dripping with arrogance. "It seems you've prepared yourself for death." Wu Fu looked at him and sneered. "You haven't changed a bit. Truly a lost cause." Of course, he paid no mind to the jeer, retorting, "You can say that in the underworld." Wu Fu suddenly pointed to the sky. "Just like a master of the origin spirit realm, you think you have what it takes to defeat me?" Or perhaps, the moment the words left his lips, something materialized in the sky, pulsing with a formidable spiritual energy, but Wu Fu was unfazed, dismissing it with contempt. Child's play. Instantly, the objects shot towards him, erupting in a deafening explosion. From within the cloud of dust and smoke, Wu Fu's voice rang out, "What a shame. It's still not enough." This left Li Ju completely stunned. Wu Fu, however, emerged from the attack without a scratch. "If I hadn't reached the origin spirit realm," he said calmly, "that formation might have actually killed me. What a pity." Seeing his opponent's shock, Wu Fu just smiled and spoke slowly. "Your little trick has been exposed. So now." Without finishing his sentence, he shot toward Li Ju in a blur of motion. He appeared instantly behind his foe, his voice cold. "My turn." A sharp clang echoed as Li Ju managed to block Wu Fu's attack. But it was a struggle, and he grunted, "This sword, it's too heavy." Giving him no chance to counter, Wu Fu struck again. "Celestial body sword art?" The moment he unleashed the technique, Li Ju recognized it. This move, before Li Ju could even compose himself, Wu Fu was on him again, forcing him to desperately dodge aside. He knew exactly where that technique came from. My school's stabbing sword flow technique. Wu Fu pressed his attack once more. "Celestial body sword art!" The two clashed in a fierce dance of blades. When Wu Fu used the flowing water technique, Li Ju mirrored him with the very same move. The two fonts of internal energy slammed into each other, triggering a massive explosion. The piercing shriek of steel against steel rang through the air as their swords met. Li Ju growled, demanding, "Where did you learn this technique? Who are you?" But before he could finish his question, Wu Fu switched his form. The fourth stance, resonating shock. Another huge explosion rocked the forest as Qin Tung watched from afar, seeing his two disciples fighting to the death. The old master let out a helpless sigh, thinking to himself, "I had hoped you would see the error of your ways and turn back, but I never imagined you'd sink this deep." In the end, he chose to walk away, leaving his two disciples to their fate. "The tiger spirit mark is almost fully formed," he murmured. "It's time I left this place too." Back at the battle, the dust settled to reveal Li Ju, his hand dripping with blood as he slumped in defeat. Using his last bit of strength, he asked, "Wu Fu, who are you?" He reached out, grabbing Wu Fu's shoulder. "Why do you know so many of the same techniques as me?" Wu Fu supported his staggering foe, a strange look in his eyes. "In this world, I suppose I should call you by another name." He then crushed Li Ju's sword in his hand and uttered two words, "Senior brother." Meanwhile, far out in space, something was hurtling towards Earth. It glittered in the sky before crashing into a cliffside with a world-shaking boom. Wu Fu, deep in his cultivation, snapped his eyes open, sensing the disturbance. A gust of wind blew through his room. Wu Fu recognized the energy immediately. A fragment. Has another one appeared? At a certain academy, the bell rang, signaling the start of classes as several cars pulled up to the entrance. Someone from the academy rushed out, bowing respectfully to greet the arrivals. From inside one car, a young woman emerged. Dressed to the nines, she scanned her surroundings with a look of pure disdain. "Just as I thought, a mediocre school. The spiritual energy here is pathetically thin." Then, Huo Shuang turned and asked, "I heard that. The young miss of the Liu family is the student council president of Fenhai University?" Lu Ling shot back with contempt. "The person who defeated you last time is just a freshman at our school." Invisible sparks practically flew between the two women. Just as they were about to go at it, someone stopped them. "We didn't come here to argue." Captain Chin stepped forward, explaining their purpose. "Fenhai University was the victor of the last tournament. We are here to transfer the admission slots." Lu Ling's interest was piqued. "The prize for winning is?" Captain Chin stated it plainly. "Naturally, it's the admission slots for the South Huajing Martial Arts Academy." As they spoke, other students nearby took notice. They whispered to each other in awe. The South Huajing Martial Arts Academy is the top school in all of Yunhai. As for Lu Ling, she was worried, thinking to herself that getting into South Huajing meant facing a whole new level of powerful rivals. Wu Fu won't refuse, she thought. Just then, a familiar voice cut in. She turned to see him approaching and asked sternly, "What are they doing here?" But instead of answering, Lu Ling shot back. "Wu Fu, what are you doing here?" He answered casually. "Just running some errands." "Why?" At that moment, Captain Chin cleared his throat to get the boy's attention and called out, "Wu Fu." He held out an invitation card. "I told you I would come find you." Wu Fu took it and asked, "What's this?" Huo Shuang suddenly appeared beside him, whispering in his ear, "It's an invitation to the South Huajing Martial Arts Academy." Of course. Ignoring his obvious disdain, she continued her seductive pitch. "And what's more, you'll have access to the most incredible learning resources." She even presented a whole platter of fruit to try and entice him. Furthermore, the South Huajing Martial Arts Academy is full of masters. Her little performance did not go unnoticed by Qing Qing. She yelled out in anger, "Despicable! She's trying to seduce him with her chest. So what if it's big?" After shouting, she glanced over at her own companion. Seeing Lu Ling's equally impressive fruit platter, she just grew more frustrated and let out a cold huff. His action clearly displeased Huo Shuang. With a contemptuous smile, Wu Fu crumpled the invitation and tossed it away. The balled-up card rolled to a stop right at Huo Shuang's feet. One of her lackeys erupted in anger. "Do you have any idea who we are at South Huajing?" Huo Shuang's face darkened, and she gritted her teeth. "You insolent brat." Meanwhile, Lu Ling couldn't help but think with satisfaction. Serves you right. But one of them, clearly with a death wish, stepped forward to block Wu Fu's path. "Stop right there. Letting you join South Huajing Academy was the school's decision. Don't be so stubborn." His action truly angered Wu Fu, whose face darkened as he issued a warning. "I advise you not to start anything here." But the man was arrogant, daring to challenge him. "What's the matter? Scared?" He even dared to tighten his grip on Wu Fu's shoulder, saying, "I'm going to do more than that." Having provoked a tiger, Wu Fu furiously stomped his foot, and the ground beneath him cracked and splintered. The immense pressure from his internal energy completely froze the student from South Huajing in place. At that moment, Wu Fu's voice echoed, "Truly." He glanced at the terrified man. Wu Fu casually rolled his wrist and said, "This is Fenhai University." After giving the clueless guy a thorough beating, he shot a glare at the others and growled a final warning, "You will follow the rules here. Obey and live, resist and die." With that, he turned to leave. His actions made Captain Chin explode with rage, shouting threats after him. "Wu Fu, not only have you offended the Zhongyang sect, but now you've made an enemy of South Huajing. Do you have a death wish?" Unfazed. Wu Fu shot back with contempt, "You're not worthy of speaking to me." Knowing he couldn't win, he could only swallow his resentment and wait for his chance. "For the humiliation I suffered today," he vowed, "I will repay your Yunhai University in full." A few days later, inside a cave in the forest behind the academy, Wu Fu let out a sudden sneeze, causing Luo Shi to ask with concern, "What's wrong?" Despite being naked and soaking in the water with Wu Fu, she reminded him, "When cultivating the Tu sword art, you must not have any impure thoughts." He replied nonchalantly, "How about, you put some clothes on?" Just as he was saying, "Otherwise, it'll." Luo Shi's nose suddenly gushed blood. Wu Fu sighed in exasperation, "A nosebleed." "Hold on." The afternoon sun began to set behind the mountain. Outside the cave entrance, Erha's barks echoed alongside a familiar voice calling out, "Wu Fu!" Lu Ling shouted into the cave, "Teacher Luo Shi, Wu Fu, are you guys in there?" Ha punctuated her call with another series of barks. Lu Ling stepped inside, declaring, "Wu Fu, I know you're in here." As she finished, Ha barked a few more times as if to agree. Just as she was about to call out again, her eyes landed on something that made her freeze in terror. Wu Fu. Stunned by the horrifying scene, Lu Ling's face turned beet red as she stammered, You two, did you?" Then, she let out a piercing scream that reverberated throughout the entire cave. A flustered Luo Shi tried to explain, No, you're misunderstanding." But Lu Ling was adamant, "It's already done. Do you think I'm blind?" In the middle of her tirade, her eyes caught sight of the cultivation manual and a medicine bottle resting on a rock. The manual. Was I mistaken? She wondered. Wu Fu, completely unfazed, finished getting dressed and turned to her. "What do you need me for?" Lu Ling snapped back to reality and explained the urgent matter. An expert from Manhwa Jing has defeated our Yunhai University. Wu Fu's interest was piqued. Manhwa Jing, do they have a lot of experts? Lu Ling quickly replied, the Nan Huajing Martial Academy is an existence that not even the Trung Din sect can compare to. Even their instructors are. Before she could finish, a powerful tremor shook the ground beneath them. The violent shaking left Luo Shi and Lu Ling bewildered, while Wu Fu simply scowled in annoyance. After a moment, the tremors stopped. Wu Fu's voice was grim. I didn't expect them to come here. Luo Shi, still confused, asked him, what's happening? His face darkened as he replied, just a few old friends stopping by for a visit. I'm going to go say hello. Outside, the wind howled and leaves rustled. Jing Song bowed respectfully to the two figures who had just arrived. Greetings, senior brother. The man he addressed with such reverence was none other than Bai Yuan, accompanied by his disciple, Zi Yan. Jing Song quickly asked, I have been awaiting you for many days, senior brother. The medicinal ingredients I need? Bai Yuan's voice was low and steady. Of course, I have them. He gestured toward the box in Zion's hands. These are the ingredients you require, junior brother. Thank you, senior brother. Jing Song accepted the box gratefully. The spirit energy in this world is far too thin, but it's perfect for refining the Hunling pill. The ingredients are just so scarce. I've troubled you, senior brother. Bai Yuan dismissed his concern. The refinement method for the Hunling pill was lost long ago. Since you are able to refine it, junior brother, it is only natural that I would offer my full support. Just then, Ziyan sensed someone approaching. Jing Song recognized the presence and quickly stopped Bai Yuan. Wait, senior brother, that might be a friend I've made here on Earth. Hearing this, Ziyan spoke slowly. So, an odd friend of our esteemed uncle, however. He sized up the approaching figure and sneered. Looking at this one, I suppose the lower life forms on this planet aren't entirely useless after all. The one who had caused such a commotion was, of course, Wu Fu. Jing Song rushed to his side. Little brother Wu, are you injured? Wu Fu replied calmly, I'm fine. Jing Song then introduced Bai Yuan. You've arrived just in time. This is my senior brother, Bai Yuan. But Bai Yuan looked down on him with utter disdain, not even bothering to acknowledge his presence. Junior brother, after years of refining pills in every corner of the world, it's inevitable that you've been tainted by these mortals, Bai Yuan said condescendingly. As for me, I have no need to introduce myself to some nameless junior. The moment he knew the man's identity, Wu Fu hissed his name through gritted teeth, Bai Yuan. He then added a cryptic statement. I thought that if I could refine the Hunling pill quickly enough, Master would be able to escape the clutches of the flower-killing god. But I never thought you would show up here. His words made Bai Yuan frown. What? You recognize me? In that split second, Ziyan sensed a surge of killing intent. He leaped in front of Bai Yuan and yelled, Master, look out! Wu Fu's sword strike was blocked by Ziyan's own blade. However, Wu Fu's sword effortlessly pierced right through his opponent's weapon. The blade shattered. Seeing him in the way, Wu Fu charged forward, roaring, Get out of my way! He sent Ziyan flying with a single powerful kick, causing Bai Yuan to cry out in alarm, Ziyan! But while Bai Yuan was distracted, Wu Fu instantly closed the distance, his voice dripping with ice. Where are you looking? You're next. Seeing him about to risk everything, Jing Song yelled in a panic, Little brother Wu, what are you doing? Stop! But it was too late. Wu Fu had already unleashed his technique, Heavenly Body Sword Art. He expertly executed the chaotic Heavenly Body technique. Bai Yuan, however, scoffed with contempt, courting death. With that, he took a few steps back and unleashed his internal energy, blasting Wu Fu away with ease. The harsh reality of the situation crashed down on Wu Fu. I've miscalculated. At his current level of cultivation, escaping Bai Yuan's grasp was nearly impossible, let alone protecting his master. Just as Bai Yuan was about to finish him off, snarling, You wretched Yuan Shen realm insect, how dare you act so insolently? I'll tear you to shreds. Jing Song rushed to intervene. Senior brother, his action made Bai Yuan pause. What is the meaning of this? Jing Song quickly explained. The fact that this Hunling pill could be refined ahead of schedule is almost entirely thanks to his efforts. Naturally, this statement made Bai Yuan raise an eyebrow in suspicion. Him? He questioned. Jing Song elaborated. Senior brother may not believe it, but I had the exact same thought at first. Hearing this, Bai Yuan hesitated. The method for refining the Hunling pill was lost long ago. If junior brother hadn't restored 70% of it, this day would never have come. If what you say is true, it seemed that out of respect for Wu Fu's alchemy skills, he would let the attack slide. I will act as if today's events never happened. At that moment, Wu Fu made an offer. Why don't I refine one for you right now? A short while later, at Jing Song's wooden cabin, Wu Fu spoke up. Senior, may I borrow your pill furnace? Jing Song naturally didn't refuse but wanted to be certain. You wish to refine the pill yourself? Wu Fu answered decisively. That's right. However, Ziyan scoffed in disdain. With your pathetic level of cultivation, you want to refine pills? Wu Fu ignored him completely, his expression cold. He clasped his hands together and focused his internal energy on the refinement. After a moment, something happened that left Bai Yuan, Ziyan, and Jing Song utterly stunned. Watching the flow of internal energy, Bai Yuan felt a sense of déjà vu. This refinement technique. Why does it feel so familiar? Just then, the internal energy surged as Wu Fu shouted, "Condense!" Instantly, the power swirled and converged inside the pill furnace, with each stream being absorbed in perfect order. The refinement process seemed to have reached its final stage. Moments later, the pills were complete. Bai Yuan quickly ordered, "Junior brother, go take a look." Wu Fu didn't mind their inspection. "Be my guest." Ziyan was the first to grab a pill. He actually refined it, he muttered to himself. But is this thing even effective? Jing Song also picked one up to examine it. This is? Meanwhile, Ziyan stared at the pill in his hand, debating whether to try it. Could this be the real deal? Maybe I should find out. He slowly raised the pill to his mouth. But before he could do anything, a horrifying sight made him recoil in terror. He threw the pill away and shrieked, "Holy crap, it's poisoned!" Looking at his junior brother and his own idiotic disciple, Bang Wen sighed helplessly. Honestly, these two. Just then, Ziyan wiped his mouth with one hand and pointed an accusing finger at Wu Fu with the other. "You were clearly trying to poison us. I swear, I will kill you today." Powerless against such ignorance, Wu Fu heaved a sigh. "You truly can't tell good from bad, can you? Now, watch closely." The moment he finished speaking, the internal energy within Jing Tong suddenly erupted with explosive force. Even Bang Wen was stunned, realizing that Jing Tong's cultivation level had just surged after consuming that pill, the soul recovery and regeneration pill. Wu Fu then turned to Jing Tong. "Senior, for years you have been afflicted by a poison from your enemies, causing your cultivation to stagnate completely. This medicinal pill is merely helping you flush the toxins from your system." Bang Yuan remained silent, but his mind was racing. To think he can not only refine a soul recovery and regeneration pill, but one that is this potent. A smirk crept across his lips as he uttered a simple phrase. How interesting. But Wu Fu suddenly cut in, his eyes blazing with killing intent as he stared down Bang Wen. You can never be too careful who you trust. This sudden hostility left Bang Wen completely baffled. Is there some history between us? If my memory serves me right, this is the very first time we have met. Wu Fu didn't answer directly, his reply shrouded in mystery. From the moment you let your killing intent show, you haven't changed one bit. Realizing this young man was far from ordinary, Bang Wen quickly reassessed the situation. This brat, he's much more than he appears. For now, I'd better keep a close watch on him. And with that, he plastered on a fake smile. Little brother, I was rude to you just now. Please, don't take offense. This sudden, shameless change in attitude disgusted Wu Fu, who cursed inwardly. What an old fox. Ignoring the man completely, he turned to King Tung with a warning. I hope these pills help you achieve a breakthrough soon. And one more thing, be more careful about the people around you. Just then, his phone suddenly chimed, drawing the attention of everyone in the room. Meanwhile, at the Shu family estate, chaos reigned as everything was being torn apart. Han Fach, leading the disciples of the Zhongyang sect, had stormed the residence and made a grim declaration. Today, my Zhongyang sect will wipe every last one of you from the face of this earth. Shang Yu stood alone, holding back the invaders to forge an escape path for his descendants. Go now, run. Tin Tin was being pulled away, but she fiercely resisted, determined to stay. Her heart breaking, she looked back towards Shang Yu and screamed his name, Elder, and desperately tried to drag her to safety, pleading, Tin Tin, we have to go. Where there is life, there is hope, but the girl stubbornly refused. I won't go. She was adamant, believing with all her heart, he will definitely come for us. Hearing this, Han Fach let out a triumphant laugh. Even if he does show up, all he'll find are the cold corpses of the Shu family. He then barked an order to his disciples. Slaughter them all. Faced with this desperate crisis, Shang Yu resolved to risk everything. Even if it costs me this old life, you will not harm a single member of the Shu family. With that declaration, his internal energy exploded outwards. He roared at the top of his lungs. Get out of here! The instant the words left his mouth, he charged towards the disciples of the Zhongyang sect. Han Fach watched on with utter contempt. You can hardly protect yourself, and yet you have the nerve to worry about anyone else? Then, without a shred of mercy, he unleashed his attack. Go to hell! A torrent of raging fire shot directly at Shang Yu. As expected, Shang Yu was no match for Han Fach and was struck down by the devastating blow. Shang Yu was blasted backwards, sending Tin Tin and Elder An into a panic. "Grandpa!" they screamed. Seeing that his family still hadn't fled, Shang Yu cried out in desperation, "Why are all of you still here?" But before Tin Tin could even reply, Han Fach struck again, sending another wave of incinerating flames hurtling toward Shang Yu. In this terrifying life-or-death moment, Tin Tin screamed out one name in sheer terror: Wu Fu! Instantly, a thunderous explosion rocked the very heavens. Seeing his attack neutralized, Han Fach roared with rage. To oppose the Zhongyang sect is to court death. But then, something caught his eye. What is that? What he saw was a pair of massive, powerful wings. After blocking Han Fach's devastating attack, the wings slowly unfurled, revealing the Shu family, completely unharmed within their protective embrace. Han Fach was utterly aghast, his mind reeling. Where in the world did this spirit beast come from? Suddenly, someone began attacking the Zhongyang sect disciples. Only then did Han Fach notice, his eyes darting to the side. What he saw made his blood run cold. The one attacking his men was the very person he dreaded most, Wu Fu. Wu Fu's eyes burned with incandescent rage as he glared at him and the remaining disciples. "Today," he roared, "not a single one of you is leaving here alive." Sitting on the ground, her face streaked with grime, Tin Tin looked up and cried out with relief, "Wu Fu, you came!" Floating in the sky above, Wu Fu gave his orders. "I'll handle this. Ha, you protect everyone." Ha let out a single bark, as if in agreement. Tin Tin turned her head curiously to look at the beast. "This is Ha?" Across from them, Han Fach's face was a mask of contempt. "So what if you've arrived? You'll still perish at my hands." Down below, Elder An shouted a desperate warning. "Wu Fu, Han Fach is a void-returning grandmaster. He's only a single step away from the Dao fusion realm." But the moment the words left his lips, Han Fach raised his hand to strike. "Too late," he roared. "Your life is over." But just as he was about to attack, something stopped him dead in his tracks. The world around him seemed to plunge into darkness, his entire body frozen in place. Suddenly, a figure materialized out of thin air, landing directly behind Han Fach. A voice drawled, "I thought something truly serious was going on. You got here awfully fast." Han Fach was stunned, his mind reeling. This presence, a Dao fusion realm great grandmaster, could it be? Below, Elder An's eyes widened, his face a mask of pure terror as he recognized the newcomer. Shang Yu's expression mirrored his, one of utter disbelief. And then, two more figures appeared. As soon as they arrived, one of them began to complain. "Senior brother, can't you walk a little slower?" Shang Yu watched them, thinking to himself, "They're with Wu Fu." Elder An came to the same conclusion, his mind echoing, "So, he had backup after all." Han Fach glanced over his shoulder, his mind racing with dread. "This is bad. Forget killing Wu Fu. My entire Zhongyang sect could be annihilated today." But Bang Wen just chuckled and clarified, "This old man is only here to watch the show. I have no intention of interfering in your little dispute." Han Fach stared at him, needing to be sure. "Senior, are you not allied with Wu Fu?" With a continuous, easy smile, Bang Wen confirmed, "Most certainly not." Jing Tong, however, had other plans. He spoke up urgently, "Senior brother, little brother Ingo has shown me great kindness. I must repay this favor. If you won't help him, then I will." Bang Wen placed a restraining hand on his shoulder. "This is a conflict among the cultivators of this low-level planet. It is not our place to intervene." Wu Fu simply held out his hand, summoning a small sword. "There's no need. I will settle my own affairs." Seeing this, Han Fach laughed triumphantly. "Wu Fu, it seems even the heavens have ordained that you will die today." A red-orange flame ignited in Wu Fu's eyes. "We'll see who dies today. But I admit, dealing with you is going to take some effort." He thrust the sword forward, muttering an incantation under his breath. "Celestial body sword art, imperial coil." Han Fach's brow furrowed, momentarily taken aback by the technique, but he recovered instantly, thrusting his own hand to the sky as countless gleaming swords materialized in the space above. Han Fach raised both hands high and roared, "Now, taste the power of my mountain guardian sword formation." At his command, the legion of swords shot forward as one. From the ground, Shang Yu saw the swirling vortex formed by countless swords and screamed in terror. "This is bad! It's the Zhongyang sect's guardian formation." Tin Tin could barely keep her eyes open, her voice trembling as she called out his name, "Wu Fu." At that very moment, at the heart of the maelstrom of blades, his silhouette became visible. He closed his eyes, a calm expression on his face. "It's a pity. I haven't gathered enough of them yet." Wu Fu gave the sword in his hand a slight flourish. "Otherwise, I would have been quite tempted to see if I could shatter this formation of yours today." A burst of golden light flared out, its power shattering the swords in the air. Countless fragments of broken blades rained down, scattering everywhere. Han Fok shielded his eyes, crying out in disbelief. Impossible! When the old man looked up again, he froze, a single thought echoing in his mind. What is that? Wu Fu had returned to the form of his past life. He hovered in the air, his body enveloped in a shimmering golden aura. Below, Tin Tin and Shang Yu stared with wide eyes, unable to believe the scene before them. Was that really Wu Fu? Tu Yan looked up anxiously at the figure standing before him. He stammered, "My master." Bai Wen glanced at him, his brow furrowed in confusion. He's only at the origin spirit realm, isn't he? Even I can feel a dangerous aura from him. Wu Fu closed his eyes, the power swirling around him, moving restlessly. After what felt like an eternity, Wu Fu's eyes slowly opened, then widened into a sharp glare. The sheer pressure from his gaze shot towards his opponent, stunning Han Fach. The old man clenched his jaw so tightly it audibly clicked. He cursed silently. "Damn it, I was just about to escape!" Raising his hands to cast a spell, he roared, "If I'm going down, you're coming with me." On the other side, Wu Fu's sword hand twirled gracefully before he shouted a single word. A streak of light shot forward, slashing across Han Fach's body while he was distracted. Han Fach froze, feeling something strange on his body. To his astonishment, he discovered a deep gash on his shoulder, with blood already gushing out. Jingtong, Bai Wen, Tu Yan, and even Shang, you were all stunned by the situation. Tu Yan lifted his head and asked, "What just happened? Where'd that brat go?" Standing beside him, a murderous intent crept into Bai Wen's expression as he muttered, "Damn it, I didn't even notice." Han Fach raised a hand to his wounded shoulder, coughing in pain. "What the hell was that? He's all the way over there. How could he attack me?" Suddenly, Wu Fu's voice echoed right beside his ear. "Han Fach, for what you did to the Shu family, I will make you pay 100-fold. Where are you? Where in the hell are you?" A barrage of unexpected attacks rained down on Han Fach. His body absorbed every blow, and he roared in agony. Han Fach's face twisted with fury. "You rotten brat, don't get cocky!" He lowered his head, pressing his palms together to generate a colossal amount of power. Han Fach threw his head back and unleashed all the spiritual energy in his body, screaming, "There's nowhere to run!" A series of massive explosions rocked the area. Bai Wen and his two disciples had to create a barrier to protect themselves. Han Fach, seemingly having lost all control, yelled, "Who said I was running? Your pathetic bit of spiritual energy is nothing compared to mine." He spread his arms, slowly forming a protective shield. But somehow, Wu Fu had already appeared right in front of him, tearing through the old man's defensive barrier. Han Fach's eyes widened in shock as he thought, "What? How did he pierce my shield so easily?" In the next moment, Wu Fu completely shattered the shield Han Fach had created. With a thunderous crash, both of them plummeted to the ground. Deep within the earth, Han Fach laughed triumphantly as he blocked the sword tip aimed at him. "Got you now." Wu Fu, his face calm, simply raised 2 fingers and uttered 3 words. Too late. A look of sheer panic finally flickered in Han Fach's eyes. A gigantic sword, created by a formation array, pierced straight through him. Han Fach began to sink downwards at an incredible speed. As he felt his body starting to disintegrate, he cried out desperately, "Don't!" A massive explosion erupted from beneath the ground. As the white dust and smoke cleared, a giant crater was revealed to everyone. Tu Yan stared at the pit, thinking to himself, "I knew the kid wasn't useless, but this level of destructive power, it's not inferior to masters." He looked down, scanning the crater for any sign of life. "So where is the kid?" When Tu Yan looked up again, he saw Wu Fu hovering in the air. The sword in his hand was broken in half, and the power surrounding his body had vanished. Cracks had begun to appear on the golden armor covering his shoulders. Finally, the golden armor on Wu Fu's body completely shattered into pieces. Seeing this from below, Jingtong shouted with worry, "Little brother Wu!" Wu Fu began to fall headfirst from the sky. In that instant, Tin Tin launched herself forward at incredible speed. She wrapped her arms around Wu Fu's waist, catching him in an embrace. They fell together, but thanks to Tin Tin landing firmly on her feet, they were both safe. She called out to the man slumped over her shoulder, "Hey, you arrogant jerk, are you okay? Don't scare me." Wu Fu coughed a few times and managed to speak. "Avoid returning master. Nothing special." The moment he finished his sentence, he passed out, becoming unresponsive. Tin Tin cried out in a panic, "Hey!" She called his name repeatedly. "Wu Fu, arrogant jerk." Jingtong approached them and asked, "How is little brother Wu?" Tin Tin looked up at him and answered, "He's unconscious." Bai Wen stepped forward and offered, "Let me take a look." Suddenly, a hand reached out from the side, stopping him and catching him by surprise. Jingtong explained, "Senior brother, let me examine him." Tin Tin turned her head and asked worriedly, "How is the arrogant jerk?" Jingtong held Wu Fu's wrist, a look of complete surprise on his face as he stammered, he's... The old man was startled, his eyes widening as he thought, "This is?" Tintin's eyes filled with tears as she guessed tearfully. Is the arrogant jerk really badly injured? Jing Tong chose his words carefully. After all, Han Fach was a cultivator at the void-returning realm. Hearing this, Tintin came to her own conclusion and began to sob even more desperately. Is the arrogant jerk beyond saving? Jing Tong sighed with emotion. To stimulate that much potential, the price one must pay is immense. Bai Nguyen turned to leave. Tu Yan, let's go home. Tu Yan tilted his head in confusion and asked, Master, aren't you going to wait for Martial Uncle? Bai Nguyen explained, let's give him a little more time to say goodbye to his young friend. The two of them transformed into two streaks of light and flew away. At that moment, Jing Tong glanced over at the retreating figures of Bai Nguyen and Tu Yan. The two streaks of light shot into the sky before splitting off in different directions. Bai Nguyen remarked, I thought that brat was some peerless expert from another world, but it turns out he's just a reckless kid. Flying beside him, Tu Yan asked, Master, why do you say that? Bai Nguyen narrowed his eyes, concluding, he stimulated his potential by burning his own life essence. I'm afraid he'll be bedridden for the rest of his days. Back on the ground, Tin Tin pleaded anxiously, Senior, you have to save the arrogant jerk. Shang Yu, sitting beside her, added, Senior, isn't there any other way? Jing Tong gently placed Wu Fu's arm by his side and reassured them, Everyone, calm down. Little brother Wu is perfectly fine. He bowed his head and thoughtfully stroked his beard. Judging from his pulse alone, his body isn't lacking any power at all. In fact, he's showing signs of a breakthrough. Tin Tin was shocked to hear this, and Shang Yu gasped in surprise. Jing Tong looked at the unconscious Wu Fu and said, I also thought he had burned his life essence. Who would have thought he had another way to handle it? He wondered to himself, Wu Fu, just how many secrets are you hiding? Before leaving, Jing Tong instructed the others, I have no more business here. Please take good care of him. The Zhongyang sect must be very worried right now. Elsewhere, the sky was filled with countless blinding bolts of lightning. A stone gate stood beneath the crashing thunder. 3 characters were carved on the sign above it. Inside a grand hall, a person sitting on the central throne commanded his subordinate, Bring her in. Immediately, 2 guards grabbed a woman by the arms and dragged her into the room. The 2 henchmen released their grip, throwing the woman hard to the ground. The man sitting on the chair gave a signal. Look up. The disheveled, battered woman pushed herself up from the floor on her hands and knees. Trung Nam stretched out his hand, conjuring something from thin air. If you weren't begging for my help to get your revenge, I would never grant you these hundreds of treacherous, malevolent, demonic spirits. His brow furrowed, his eyes fixed on the woman below. I hope you won't disappoint me, Li Mengdao. Hearing her name, she weakly lifted her head to face him directly. In the pitch-black space, a chorus of voices echoed, Lu Lin, look! This is the nourishing chicken soup I made for Wu Fu. Tin Tin, Wu Fu saved our Shu family. We can't repay kindness with malice. Lying on the bed with his eyes closed, Wu Fu stirred slightly as the sounds reached his ears. Your chicken is burnt to a crisp. Feeling a little better, Wu Fu called out to his dog, Ni Kao. Dai Kao, hearing its name, barked twice in joyful response. Wu Fu's nose twitched as he tried to identify the aroma wafting through the air. He looked around, turning his head to search the room. Staring at the closed door, Wu Fu thought to himself, Are they cooking? I'm starving. Just then, a mocking voice came from outside the door. What are you doing in there, creating a bioweapon? I can't even stand to look at it. Outside the room, Tin Tin shot back angrily. If you can't look, then don't. It's just a little charred. And another thing, how come I run into you even when I'm just out buying groceries? You even suddenly decided to come back with me. With a hand on her hip, Lu Lin retorted, You're lucky I came along, otherwise Wu Fu would have been poisoned to death by you. Tin Tin haughtily turned, holding up the dish she had just prepared, and declared, I'll try it. I refuse to believe I could poison him with this. But Lu Lin wasn't done criticizing her. Couldn't you have been a little more low-key when you went shopping earlier? You brought more than 10 bodyguards with you. The sales ladies at the market were scared half to death. Suddenly, the door behind them swung open. Wu Fu poked his head out and asked, Are you two cooking? Hearing his voice, Lu Lin and Tin Tin both jumped and whipped their heads around. Tin Tin forced a smile. Wu Fu glanced suspiciously at the object she was hiding behind her back. On a white porcelain plate sat a chicken, burnt completely black. A fly appeared from nowhere, landed on the chicken's meat, and took a sip. A moment later, the fly's face turned a sickly green. It collapsed onto the table, completely motionless. Having witnessed the entire event, Wu Fu's face turned purple with horror. He cracked a stiff smile, waving at the two of them as he backed away into his room. I'm not that hungry yet. I'll wait a bit longer. Lu Lin glanced at the person standing behind her. You saw that, and you still dare to say it's not poisonous? The fly is dead. Tin Tin could only offer a weak, sheepish smile. Sometime later, Shang Yu stood on a balcony, pointing down below. Wu Fu, This is the entire army of the Shu family. From now on, you may command them as you see fit." Leaning on the railing, Wu Fu looked down and replied, "Thank you, senior." Shang Yu asked curiously, "If I may ask, Wu Fu, why do you need so many men?" Without any hesitation, he answered frankly, "To annihilate the Trung Duang sect, of course." Hearing the conviction in Wu Fu's tone, the old man threw his head back and laughed loudly, exclaiming, "Excellent! Shang, you had barely gotten 3 words out. You're still young when a sudden realization wiped the smile from his face. Shang, you stared at the young man beside him, needing to confirm what he just heard. You want to annihilate the Trung Duang sect?" Wu Fu glanced at him coolly. "The insignificant Trung Duang sect? Wiping them out is a trivial matter." He raised his hand, materializing a book. "But before that, your Shu family needs the ability to fight back." One of the soldiers below spoke up worriedly. "Patriarch, the Trung Duang sect is a major power. Based on our current cultivation levels, isn't that just a suicide mission?" His comrades beside him quickly agreed. He's right. Shang Yu slammed his hand on the railing and roared, "Insolence!" The men below immediately fell silent in fear. The patriarch turned, clasped his hands together, and bowed his head to Wu Fu. "My deepest apologies, Wu Fu. I have failed to manage my subordinates properly." Wu Fu waved it off, unconcerned. "It's nothing," Shang Yu continued. "If we master this martial skill, the rest should be manageable for now." And Tian slowly opened the book Wu Fu had given him. A brilliant light shone from within its pages. His eyes widened as he cried out, "A top-tier martial arts manual!" Shang Yu's attention was caught, and he repeated, "What?" And Tian urgently handed the book to Shang Yu. "Patriarch, look!" The soldiers below gasped in astonishment. Shang Yu glanced at Wu Fu, who stood calmly in front of him, wondering to himself, "It really is a top-tier manual. Just how many secrets is he hiding?" Once more, he clasped his hands and bowed, pledging to Wu Fu, "Following you may truly be the wisest choice we've ever made." Wu Fu looked down at the soldiers and shouted 3 words, "Begin your training!" All the soldiers replied in unison, "Sir, yes sir." He then turned to Shang Yu with another instruction. "You all start training. I have some business to take care of." The old man replied, "Understood." Before leaving, Wu Fu added one more warning. "Also, lay low for now, in case the Trung Duang sect comes looking for you." Shang Yu bowed his head with the utmost respect as he saw him off. Understood. Elsewhere, under a cloudy daytime sky, the bright sun beat down on the Kai-Thuk building. In the hallway, Mang Mang asked in confusion, "Brother Fu, you've already offended the Manhwa Jingwu Dao Academy, and now you're coming to the demon capital?" Wu Fu answered coldly, "I'm only here to take back what belongs to me. I never told you to come along." Mang Mang chuckled playfully. "Brother Fu, going into a fight without a cheerleading squad is so boring." Wu Fu dismissed his comment. "I'm not here to play games." Mang Mang just kept smiling cheerfully. "I want to come along for the fun of it." Suddenly, Wu Fu stopped in his tracks, and Mang Mang stared at his serious expression. In the distance, a figure was approaching them. Wu Fu was slightly startled and called out, "Who's there?" Calming himself, he looked at the woman before them and asked, "So? You've come again? Still looking for revenge?" Behind her, countless shadowy figures began to gather. Mang Mang demanded loudly, "Who are you?" The woman, her face shrouded in darkness, slowly lifted her head. Seeing her face, Mang Mang's eyes widened in recognition. Li Meng Dao. He cracked his knuckles and offered, "Brother Fu, let me teach her a lesson." Suddenly, an arm shot out, blocking Mang Mang's advance. Wu Fu stepped in front of him. "You're no match for her." Mang Mang laughed confidently, pointing to himself. "Brother Fu, I'm a Thong Huyan realm master now, you know?" Wu Fu glanced back at him and explained, "You can't even beat Ni Kao. She currently wields the power of primordial spirits. Take a good look at what's accompanying her." Still unconvinced, Mang Mang turned to look. What could it be? It's just a bunch of thugs. But when he truly saw what was in front of them, the color drained from his face. A black aura swirled around Li Meng Dao's body, filled with the horrifying, contorted faces of vengeful spirits. Mang Mang panicked, grabbing onto Wu Fu and screaming at the top of his lungs, "Mommy, there are ghosts!" Li Meng Dao's eyes grew incredibly fierce. She muttered under her breath, "Wu Fu, I will haunt you forever. I will watch you die a miserable death right before my very eyes." Terrified by her aura, Mang Mang could only cling tightly to Wu Fu's arm and whimper. The dark green energy morphed into ferocious faces and lunged toward the two of them. Wu Fu simply stood his ground, his eyes narrowed as he stared intently at the approaching force. He remained perfectly still as the dark energy swirled around him. "It seems you've been forcibly upgraded by some forbidden art. This kind of thing is useless against me." In a room down the hall, a detective angrily pushed his door open and yelled out, "Who's making all that racket? Don't you know people are trying to sleep at this hour?" But when he saw the scene unfolding in the hallway, he froze, completely stunned. A dark, ominous aura flooded the entire hallway. Terrified, Chu Tham collapsed to the ground as two women rushed out of the room, crying out in alarm, "Boss! Boss! Are you okay?" As his two underlings tried to drag Chu Tham back into the room, they sensed something and whipped their heads around. The ghosts had noticed them, their mouths gaping open in horrifying laughter as screams and the sounds of a chaotic escape echoed from the dorm hallway. Ghosts! Two black shadows swirled around Ngopu's ears, whispering incessantly, "I will haunt you for the rest of your life. I will haunt you for the rest of your life." He slowly opened his eyes. With a lightning-fast movement, No Fu slashed his hand through the air, and the black mist instantly vanished. The black smoke began to flee, but not before leaving behind a threat. Today was just a friendly visit. Don't expect any peace from now on. Mang Mang, still on the floor, asked uncertainly, "Brother Fu, is she gone?" No Fu confirmed, "She's gone." He grimaced, clearly annoyed. What a pain. After some time had passed, the unconscious Chu Thumb finally opened his eyes. No Fu walked over, and the man startled, his eyes darting to the marks that had appeared on the nearby wall. Chu Thumb explained, "Brother Fu, I came to replace your door with a steel one, the best kind." Mang Mang chimed in with a cheerful grin. "Brother Fu, you should accept his token of gratitude." No Fu was speechless. He raised a hand, materializing a book. "All right, I don't want to owe you anything. Take this martial arts manual and go train." Overjoyed, Chu Thumb prostrated himself, bowing his head to the floor and calling out, "Master!" Seeing his antics, Ingo Fu's eye twitched, but he remained silent. Finally, he turned to leave, leaving one last instruction. "I have to leave Yunhai for a while. You must practice this body-forging art diligently." Still face down, Chu Tam replied, "As the master commands, your disciple will absolutely complete the task ahead of schedule." Only after Ingo Fu had left did he lift his face, a triumphant grin spreading across it. "Brother man, your plan really worked." Mang Mang proudly held up a finger. "Of course, Brother Fu has no weaknesses, but his heart is far too soft," Chu Tam declared with fierce determination. "Right. Since Master is going away, I, his disciple, must perform exceptionally well," Mang Mang added, satisfied. "Good. A man of his word." Inside the bustling city, the air was constantly filled with the sound of car horns. A sleek black car sped forward, honking to clear a path. Ngofu frowned, glancing into the back seat. "Why are you all following me?" Tintin, sitting with her arms crossed by the right window, answered matter-of-factly, "We ladies were afraid you might run into danger, so we came along to protect you." Luke Lin avoided his gaze, making up an excuse. "The South China Martial Arts Academy is in Wutong City. Am I supposed to go with you as part of a cultural exchange?" Only Luo Kei sat in silence. Tin Tin and Luke Lin both turned to her, demanding, "What about you?" Tin Tin and Luke Lin stared, waiting for her answer. Luo Kei glanced out the window and explained hesitantly. Just as their car passed the sign for Wutong City, a lively discussion erupted from within. "The specialty in Wutong City is xiaolongbao. I'll treat everyone when we get there. It's a deal. You shouldn't eat any more xiaolongbao. You need something more nutritious." As the car drove past a high-rise hotel, someone shouted, "Stop the car!" Inside, Mang Mang suggested, "Brother Fu, I'll go check us in." No Fu tilted his head towards the others, signaling, "The rooms are booked. Let's go up and talk." Just then, two men standing at a distance spotted their group and began whispering, "Three beauties." Tin Tin and Look Lin's faces turned pink as they shyly looked down. Luo Kei, however, glanced away and informed Ingo Fu, I'm gonna head home first." His expression was calm, seemingly unconcerned, as he gave a simple reply. Luo Kei then departed, clutching her sword. Mang Mang called out to the others, "Brother Fu has the room keys. Let's go." In the room, Tin Tin launched herself onto the bed, exclaiming, "The bed is huge. This is so comfortable." Luke Lin checked her phone and reported to Ingo Fu. "The South China Martial Arts Academy sent an invitation. They want us to meet them tomorrow." Cradling Ergu in his arms, he flatly refused. "Not interested." Tintin looked up, asking curiously, "My lord, then why did you come to Wutong City?" Ngo Fu gazed out the window and replied, "To find something that belongs to me." Luke Lin looked at her phone screen, reading the information aloud. "The Wutong City region. The South China Academy is a powerful force here. If not," Ingo Fu tilted his head, gesturing for her to continue. "Then tell them to come here." Ingo Fu's voice echoed in the hotel room. "Mang Mang, pack up. We're getting ready to leave." Sometime later, Ngo Fu and two others stood before the gate of a villa. Mang Mang rang the bell several times before saying, "Brother Fu." There's no response. Tin Tin, standing beside him, asked again, "Are you sure you're here to find an item and not a person?" Ngo Fu stared intently at the villa, summoning a small sword into his outstretched hand as he affirmed, "This is the place. Mang Mang." seemingly losing patience, proposed an idea. "Brother Fu, how about we just force our way in?" Suddenly, the gate before them creaked and slowly swung open. A man peeked out from inside the house, asking, "Who are you looking for?" Ngo Fu respectfully clasped his hands and bowed to the old man. "This junior has come to find this senior to discuss a trade." Huo Zheng frowned, wary, and immediately tried to shoo them away. "Why don't you just leave? You can't meet the price I'm asking for." Instead of leaving, Ngo Fu began to reveal some information. Everyone knows the Huo family, along with the Luo family, rose to become the two great magnates of South China thanks to the Huo family fist. They didn't realize that Huo Zheng, who had turned to go back inside, suddenly froze with his hand on the door after hearing Ngo Fu's words. Outside, Tin Tin whispered worriedly, "No Fu, you can't just say things like that." No Fu glanced at her and retorted, "I'm not speaking carelessly. The trait I'm talking about is this. The Huo family ancestor took the entire Huo family fist technique with him to the grave." Huo Zheng was stunned, frozen to the spot in a state of complete shock. Tin Tin was also astonished, thinking to herself, "The Huo family ancestor is dead?" Mang Mang was bewildered, his mind blank for a few seconds. Huo Zheng turned his head, his eyes sizing up No Fu. "Who are you? Very few people know about this. How do you know?" Huo Zheng calculated internally. This young man seems to know something. Hearing him out can't hurt. Ngo Fu asked once more, "This trade. I wonder if Senior is still interested." Huo Zheng walked straight into the house, telling Ngo Fu's group, "Follow me." From the study, a request was made. "Our conversation here must not be repeated to anyone." Ngo Fu assured him, "Don't worry, telling anyone wouldn't benefit me in any way." Hearing this, Mang Mang, standing nearby, looked a little guilty. Because on the phone screen he was holding, a stream of messages was constantly appearing. Shocking! The Huo family ancestor is dead. Is the Huo family fist lost forever? Is he clinically dead, or... Mang Mang's face paled slightly, and he could only keep his mouth shut, not daring to utter a single word. Huo Zheng raised his hand, clenching it into a fist. "I don't know what you want. Are you just like the others, here for the fragment?" The glittering red light of a crystal shard illuminated the entire room. No Fu called out, summoning a small sword. "Sword." Huo Zheng's eyes widened as he stared intently at the blade in No Fu's hand. "This is..." In an instant, the crystal fragment in the old man's hand was pulled by a powerful force toward Ngo Fu. The crystal shard flew into his hand. "This fragment has always belonged to me." In the Huo family's training courtyard, Ngo Fu stood before a stone tablet and announced, "Now, I will perform the entire Huo family fist technique correctly, one time." Ngo Fu focused, his brow slightly furrowed, his eyes wide and fixed on the tablet before him. He stretched out his hand and unleashed a roaring beast of fire that shot forward. The wooden tablet shattered into countless splinters in a single second. The force of Wu Fu's blow even cracked the stone wall behind it, sending dust billowing everywhere. Huo Zheng muttered inwardly, "The Huo family fist." Wu Fu let out a heavy sigh. It had been too long. This fighting style had been all but forgotten. Qing Qing crossed her arms and scoffed, "Look at you, acting all high and mighty. Who do you think you're trying to impress?" Beside her, Mang Mang gave a thumbs up. "Brother Fu, you're the best!" Suddenly, the sound of footsteps approached the door. Huo Shuang smiled as she pushed the wooden door open, calling out, "Grandpa, did you succeed in your training?" But as she stepped inside, she froze, startled by the others in the room. Qing Qing and Mang Mang turned around, just as stunned. Huo Shuang pointed at them, demanding, "What are you people doing in my house?" Huo Zheng asked her in return, "You know each other?" Huo Shuang answered angrily, "Know each other? We have a score to settle." She defensively clenched her fists, her tone interrogating. "Speak, what are you doing in my home?" Wu Fu calmly explained, "Just making a transaction." But Huo Shuang remained hostile. "Grandpa, don't trust him. I've looked into this guy, he's nothing but trouble. Be careful, he doesn't trick you." Qing Qing and Mang Mang stood to the side, covering their mouths to hide their snickering. This girl has no idea what just happened. Huo Zheng closed his eyes, cleared his throat, and suggested, "This isn't the best place to talk. Let's go into the other room." Once they were outside, Huo Shuang pointed at Wu Fu, who was walking behind them, and speculated, could he be the successor to the Huo family fist that Grandpa has been searching for? Huo Zheng glanced back as well. He had only spoken 3 words when one of his men was sent flying right past him. Outside, a man stormed in aggressively, flanked by 2 underlings and a mysterious figure cloaked entirely in black. "Where's the old man of the Huo family?" "I, Jin Kan, have come to visit." Wu Fu tilted his head, studying him, and asked, "And who are you, kid?" Huo Shuang, annoyed, started to speak. Jin, but Huo Zheng held up a hand to stop her. He addressed the man directly. "What are you doing here?" Jin Kan pointed at Wu Fu with a sneer. "Isn't your family's Huo family fist already a lost art? Why are you teaching it to some newly recruited disciple?" Provoked, Huo Shuang started to step forward. "You." Huo Zheng blocked her again and began to curse. Who says the Huo family fist is lost, and who the hell do you think you are, Jin Kan? Everyone in Wutong City knows I'd rather die than let my Shuanger marry you. Jin Kan listened to the tirade without a single retort, instead tilting his head back and letting out a vile laugh. After a moment, he lowered his head, closed his eyes, and murmured, "All you had to do was let me get engaged to Huo Shuang. I would have let everything slide, but I see you don't appreciate it when I show you respect." Jin Kan's eyes snapped open, and he smirked, giving a signal to his men behind him. Huo Shuang and Huo Zheng startled, immediately taking a defensive stance. Standing behind Wu Fu, Qing couldn't take it anymore and muttered through gritted teeth, "He's not even human." She turned to the other two. "This has nothing to do with us. Let's go." Wu Fu's group had only taken a few steps before the two underlings moved to block their path. Jin Kan stood behind them, asking smugly, "What's this? Do you think you can just ignore me, Jin Kan? Did I say you could leave?" Qing shouted, "What do you think you're doing?" Jin Kan once again pointed at Wu Fu and demanded of Huo Zheng, "Old man, who is this piece of trash?" "The one you've been looking." He never finished the sentence. A powerful fist slammed into the side of his face out of nowhere. Jin Kan's entire body was sent flying hundreds of meters, his stunned subordinates watching in disbelief. The mysterious cloaked figure also turned in shock, facing the direction Jin Kan had flown. Huo Shuang and Huo Zheng stood frozen, their eyes wide at the scene before them. Wu Fu rolled his fist and issued a cold warning. "Do that again, and your life is over." The two underlings rushed over, shouting, "Young master!" The cloaked figure's hands slowly moved toward the edge of their cloak, as if to do something. From a distance, Jin Kan roared in a frenzy, "Don't let him get away! Finish him for me!" But the mysterious cloaked figure suddenly lowered their hand, making no move at all. Seeing this, Jin Kan flew into a rage. "Old man, move! What are you doing?" One of the underlings looked up and stammered, Young master, look up." Jin Kan rubbed his cheek and glanced up. Hovering directly above him was a sword, its razor-sharp tip aimed right at his face. Beads of cold sweat broke out on his forehead. As Wu Fu walked away, he glanced back at the man. "Count yourself lucky. I don't feel like dealing with you today. We're leaving." Watching him go, Huo Shuang whispered in admiration, "He's not afraid of power, a true man." After Wu Fu left, Jin Kan got to his feet, frowning at Huo Zheng. "Who was he?" Huo Shuang put her hands on her hips and declared confidently, "He's my master's new disciple." Jin Kan ground out through clenched teeth, "New disciple? I don't buy it." Huo Shuang then grabbed Huo Zheng's arm. "It's true, isn't it, Grandpa?" The old man was startled and didn't say a word to back her up. Jin Kan snorted, his face filled with rage at not getting the answer he wanted. He turned and signaled to his men. "We're leaving." But before he left, Jin Kan glanced back with one last threat. "If I investigate and find out that man isn't the successor of the Huo family fist, you just wait." Only then did Huo Shuang begin to worry, clutching her grandfather's arm. "Grandpa, what do we do now?" Huo Zheng's expression darkened. Just then, Huo Shuang had an idea. "Grandpa, I'll go chase after the guy who helped us and make the lie come true." With no other choice, Huo Zheng agreed. "For now, that's all we can do." Meanwhile, somewhere else, Wu Fu was walking down the street when he suddenly sneezed. He rubbed his nose and wondered, "Is someone talking about me?" Beside him, Mang grinned teasingly. "I never thought Brother Fu could catch a cold." He gestured knowingly. "The weather has been changing a lot lately. You should take care of yourself." Wu Fu's eyes darted to the side, noticing a figure following them. The group turned into an alley, and Mang suggested, "Let's head back to the tavern now." Huo Shuang crept closer to where the three of them were, pressing her back against a wall. When everything went quiet, she peeked her head out to look, but there was no one in front of her. Where did they go?" Huo Shuang wondered. Suddenly, a finger poked her in the back. Huo Shuang yelped in surprise. Wu Fu, who had appeared behind her without a sound, asked, "Are you looking for us?" Qing pointed at her, demanding impatiently, "Spit it out." Huo Shuang quickly invented a reason. "It's because Jin Kan will come looking for you. That's right, I'm here to protect you." After saying this, she tilted her chin up and pointed to herself confidently. "The innocent have nothing to fear." Qing's gaze fell on the girl's ample chest, and her own face darkened. She produced a gleaming needle from thin air. "Hand over those breasts so I can pop your 2 lumps of silicone." Qing grinned menacingly. "Now tell me, why are you really following us?" Huo Shuang shrank back in fear, her face slightly flushed. She clutched her chest and answered honestly, "I came to ask you for a favor." When the three of them turned to leave without a word, she reached out. "Hey, according to the script, you're supposed to ask me what the favor is." Qing shot back bluntly, "I'm not interested in your games." Huo Shuang lowered her head, her voice filled with helplessness. "The Jin family is incredibly powerful, and this time, my Huo family has really offended him." At this, Wu Fu stopped walking. Mang tilted his head. Brother Fu, why'd you stop? Ching Ching slapped her forehead and sighed. Oh, we're done for. Wu Fu turned to look at the girl behind him. What is the Jin family standing in Wutong City? Huo Shuang explained, although Jin Kan's own cultivation isn't high, his family is filled with talented people. You should be careful. He cut her off before she could even finish. I agree. A stunned Hawk Sang asked. You? You agree to what? Wu Fu smirked, enjoying her confusion as he answered, to help you deal with the Jin family. Huok Sang clutched her chest and staggered back again. Even if you do manage to defeat the Jin family, I will never marry you. Mang Mang and Ting Ting, watching from the side, were left speechless by her wild imagination. Wu Fu turned away. You're overthinking it. I simply want to face a stronger opponent. Huok Sang's eyes widened, her mind swirling with doubt. Is it really that simple? Just then, a black car slowly pulled up to the hotel entrance. The door slid open, and Wu Fu stepped inside. Luke Lin walked over to greet him as if she'd been waiting. Wu Fu, you're right on time. Mang Mang looked around curiously. Why are there so many people? In the distance, a large group was staring in their direction with intense interest. Luke Lin whispered a warning to him. Wu Fu, the people from Namhoa Martial Arts Academy are here. This is their home turf, so be careful. The leader in the button-down shirt was the first to speak, his voice dripping with contempt. To think we had to come all this way just to invite some cultivator from a backwater university. The young man behind him chimed in, just watch me knock him flat. Wu Fu beckoned them with a finger, taunting them. You want to fight? Then come at me, all at once. The man in the button-down shirt raged. You little brat, another lackey added. He's standing right on our doorstep and still acting all high and mighty. The leader gestured to the others. Get him. A man nearby, who looked like a hotel employee, saw the commotion and pulled out his phone. I'd better call an ambulance for the kid. At the same time, in the bar on the second floor, a shadowy figure was observing the situation in the lobby below. Li Mengjiao, wrapped in a cloak that concealed her identity, gritted her teeth. It's not enough. There's no way he can win against them. Down below, a mob swarmed around Wu Fu. He stood his ground and looked up, his wide eyes flashing with a brilliant white light. With a deafening boom, every single person surrounding Wu Fu was sent flying. Only their captain remained, standing unharmed in the distance. With a whoosh, Wu Fu's figure vanished. He reappeared in a flash directly in front of the captain, the tip of his sword pressed against the man's throat. Now, it's just you. The man scrambled back in terror. Ha, who had been enjoying the show, let out two excited barks. Kung Forn callously tossed Ha aside. Where did this stray dog come from? Ha was thrown so hard his head smashed into the wall right behind Tin Tin and Lukelin. Wu Fu glanced over to see them rushing anxiously to the wall to pull the dog out. Ha. Kim San arrived with his entourage, a sinister smirk playing on his lips. Well, well, little brat, I've found you. Up on the second floor, Meng Jiao's heart leaped with joy when she saw him. How did the Jin family find Wu Fu? This is the perfect opportunity. Luke Lin used both hands to pry Ha from the wall, while Tin Tin checked to see if he was all right. Kim San pointed at the two of them. Look, even your girlfriends are a total mess. If you want to live, get on your knees and beg me to spare you. Luke Lin scowled and sighed. Tin Tin also let out a breath of what seemed like regret. I was just worried about you, but it looks like you've successfully pissed him off. Kim San turned to Wu Fu, who was still looking up with an air of arrogance. Him? Do you have any idea who I am? The stone floor cracked under an immense pressure as something shot into the air. Wu Fu, holding a small sword, closed the distance in an instant, a dangerous glint in his eyes. Kung Forn raised two fingers, stepping in front of his master. Young Master Kim, allow me. A man outside shouted, It's over! The Kim family's Kung Forn is about to finish this kid. A massive, spherical barrier materialized in front of Wu Fu, completely enclosing Kim San and his men. Standing behind Kung Forn, Kim San laughed smugly. You dare offend me with such pathetic power? Suddenly, Kung Forn flinched as if he realized something was terribly wrong, thinking to himself, this is bad. Two parallel slash marks appeared on the barrier right in front of him and Kim San. The barrier shattered, and Wu Fu's sword continued hurtling toward them at incredible speed. The sword flew back into Wu Fu's hand, and in that same instant, a deep cut appeared across Kung Forn's body. Kim San collapsed onto the ground, waving his hands in a panic. Wait, wait! Wu Fu aimed his sword at him with a stern warning. Ha isn't someone just anyone can bully. His eyes radiated a powerful killing intent as he growled, Scram. Kim San nodded obediently. Yes, yes, yes! I'm leaving right now! He staggered to his feet. Up on the second floor, Meng Jiao ground her teeth, muttering, completely useless. She raised a hand, conjuring a ball of green light. With a puff of breath, she sent it flying down to the lobby, out the door, where it sank into the back of Kim San's neck. The moment he stepped outside the hotel, Kim San's body went limp, and he collapsed face first onto the ground. His two underlings screamed in panic, "Young master! Young master!" Outside the towering hotel, the sky had turned ominously dark, with thunder rumbling in the distance. Hiding behind a door, Meng Jiao watched the scene unfold with a delighted smile. "Wu Fu, let's see you get out of this one." Luke Lin stood behind Wu Fu, her brow furrowed as she recognized the approaching group. It's the Jin family. Luke Mao, leading the group, strode forward aggressively and demanded, "Are you the one who assassinated Kim San?" Wu Fu walked right past him, tossing out 3 dismissive words. He wasn't worthy. Luke Mao ground his teeth, spitting out each word with venom. "You think you can just walk away?" As Wu Fu, holding Erha, reached the door, he was blocked by Luke Mao's men in black suits. "You want to cause trouble too?" Luke Mao roared, lunging at Wu Fu with a surprise punch. "You brat, die!" Wu Fu's expression darkened as he tilted his head, his cold gaze locking onto the attacker. A beam of light appeared out of thin air. The crimson beam slammed into the ground, blocking Luke Mao's path to Wu Fu. Amidst the swirling dust, he smirked and declared, You bastard. Kim San was the sole heir of our Jin family." Luke Mao then pointed at the terrified onlookers. "And all of you will die with him." The crowd of spectators gasped in stunned horror. A moment later, chaos erupted as they screamed and scrambled to escape. "Run!" But everyone who made it to the door was shot in the back. Jin Rong aimed her still-smoking gun toward the ceiling. "Not a single one of you is getting out of here alive today." At that moment, a raging red aura flared to life around Wu Fu, ready to explode. In the blink of an eye, he appeared right in front of the man. His face went pale, instantly drenched in sweat. So fast. Wu Fu's eyes flashed as he pointed a single finger at the man's forehead. "Listen carefully. I wasn't the one who killed him." Luke Mao sneered back. "You don't even have the guts to admit what you've done." Are you? Before he could finish his sentence, Wu Fu fired a beam of light straight through the center of his forehead. Luke Mao's eyes went blank and lifeless as a stream of red gushed from the hole in his head. His 2 men stood frozen, utterly stunned by what had just happened. Jin Rong stared intently. The others could only gape in absolute shock. Captain Chin quickly explained, "Big brother, you're so incredible. I wouldn't dare bother you even in death." Meng Jiao, watching the entire scene from the floor above, laughed with manic excitement. "Wu Fu, you've really dug your own grave this time." She focused her gaze on him. Suddenly, he glanced up, and their eyes met. Her eyes widened in terror, and she froze, not daring to move. A second later, Meng Jiao used her magic to vanish on the spot. Jin Rong summoned a massive golden axe. "Brat, I don't care who you are. In Windong City, I will not allow such arrogance." Wu Fu lowered his gaze to the ground where she stood. Wearing enormous high heels, Jin Rong stomped her foot down with incredible force. Wu Fu closed his eyes and remarked, "She's big, but surprisingly light on her feet." Jin Rong then launched herself into the air, aiming for the back of Wu Fu's head as she swung the axe down, screaming, "Surrender your life." From outside the hotel's glass doors, countless streams of light accompanied by ethereal butterflies burst into the room. The light shot forward, striking the figures she had created and triggering a small explosion. Lin stood to the side, her eyes wide with shock, unable to comprehend what was happening. The others around them were just as bewildered by the rapid series of events. Even Captain Chen could only stand there in stunned silence, just like the rest. Luo Shi entered the hotel, followed by 2 figures in hooded cloaks. "Cheng Yuandong," she said, her voice ringing out, "You're not the only one with power. The Jin family can't just block out the sky with one hand." Captain Chen, drenched in a cold sweat, couldn't help but gasp. "Oh my god, the Luo family from Luminous Spirit Mountain is here. What kind of immortal did I manage to offend?" Luo Shi rushed to Wu Fu's side, asking with concern, "Wu Fu, are you all right?" He just calmly replied, "They couldn't hurt me." Jin Rong staggered to her feet, clutching her wound, a ferocious grin spreading across her face. She spoke with a mocking tone. "So you've succeeded in mastering the dual cultivation sword art. It seems even that old nun from your Luminous Spirit Mountain couldn't stand the loneliness." Luo Shi's eyes flashed with anger as she snapped, "You!" Jin Rong's voice dropped to a menacing growl. "You killed my brother. Don't even think about escaping here without paying with your lives." Annoyed, Luo Shi prepared to lunge forward, but Wu Fu held her back. She could only scowl and say, through gritted teeth, "I wasn't the one who killed him. Let's see them try to make a move." Wu Fu's eyes glinted with killing intent, and an oppressive aura radiated from him. "Die!" he commanded. Xing Xing's eyes sparkled, her hand covering her mouth in awe as she whispered, "So badass. You rotten brat." Jin Rong cursed angrily, his razor-sharp gaze swept over to her. Wu Fu casually waved his hand, and a powerful surge of energy shot straight towards her. Jin Rong's eyes went wide in disbelief as she silently exclaimed, "Sword Chi!" The blast of sword chi flew directly toward its target. As the sword chi struck, she tensed up, thinking, he's clearly only at the primordial spirit realm. Wu Fu raised his hand, releasing his spiritual power. He stared at Jin Rong and said coldly, I'm far stronger than you imagine. Star Arrow Sword Art. A swirling vortex of spiritual energy appeared in the palm of his hand. A crushing pressure began to fill the room, and Jin Rong instinctively grew tense. Her henchmen in the room also grew wary, watching Wu Fu's every move. Jin Rong waited, sweating, but nothing happened. She began to feel confused. Just then, Meng Jiao, who was hiding in the crowd, noticed something was wrong and thought to herself, this is bad. She turned to flee, thinking, he's aiming for me. But in a flash, Wu Fu appeared behind her, blocking her escape. He gave her a knowing look and smirked, I spotted you a long time ago. Without any mercy, Wu Fu threw Meng Jiao to the floor in the middle of the room, stunning everyone. Jin Rong, watching his series of actions, asked with confusion, what is the meaning of this? Wu Fu planted his foot on Meng Jiao's face, causing her to grit her teeth in pain. Jin Rong asked with a scrutinizing gaze, are you saying someone framed you? He couldn't be bothered to answer. He just calmly picked up Ha, turned, and walked away, saying, your Jin family isn't worthy of me wasting my breath on an explanation. Believe it or not, I don't care. Annoyed by Wu Fu's attitude, Captain Chen pointed an angry finger at him and yelled, you arrogant punk, do you have any idea who you're talking to? Luo Shi followed Wu Fu toward the door and said cheerfully, Wu Fu, how about a trip to my home? My grandmother wants to meet you. Let's go, he agreed. Xing Xing quickly ran after them, calling out, wait for me, I want to go too. One of the subordinates turned to Jin Rong and asked, Miss, what should we do now? Her face darkened as she gave an order. Investigate him thoroughly. Find out exactly who he is. Jin Rong's sharp gaze glanced back as a reminder. My brother's death must be reported clearly to the clan, or we'll all be finished. Suddenly, Meng Jiao started laughing. What are you laughing at? Jin Rong demanded with suspicion. Meng Jiao's eyes filled with hatred as she spat through gritted teeth. That bastard. I know him. At the Luo family estate on Luminous Spirit Mountain, Wu Fu bowed politely. Greetings, senior. Luo Shi cheerfully ran to the old woman, took her hand and said, Grandma. Luo Shi's grandmother smiled warmly and praised him. I've heard my granddaughter speak of you. You are indeed as handsome and polite as she said. She then glanced at Luo Shi with a meaningful look and whispered, not bad. That boy is quite handsome. Luo Shi blushed. Meanwhile, Xing Xing, annoyed by Wu Fu's cluelessness, puffed out her cheeks and turned away, muttering, you idiot, do I have to be the one to make the first move? Luo Shi's grandmother waved her hand, giving an order to the servants. Servants, show our guests inside to rest. The group bowed respectfully and replied, yes, ma'am. She then turned to her granddaughter. Luer, you go with them too. Luo Shi replied shyly, yes, Grandma. The old woman explained gently, I wish to speak with Wu Fu alone. Then, Luo Shi's grandmother turned and walked away, not forgetting to call out, Wu Fu, follow me. The two of them slowly walked into a private area. They had barely entered when Luo Shi's grandmother got straight to the point. I won't beat around the bush. I've already heard about what happened between you and the Jin family. You helped our Luo family improve the dual cultivation sword art. This is a debt our family will never forget. Wu Fu replied modestly. It was nothing. Seizing on his answer, she quickly tried to distance herself. Here's the situation. Regarding the matter between you and the Jin family, I can't just stand by and watch someone die, but our Luo family is no match for them. Therefore, I advise you to return home at once. Wu Fu just gave a faint smile, thinking, so, you're just afraid of bringing disaster upon yourselves. Luo Shi's grandmother turned and asked, what are you smiling about? He calmly leaned against the wall, crossed his arms, and replied with a voice full of sarcasm, it's nothing. I'm just smiling because the Jin family doesn't know its own limits. She frowned and warned him, the Jin family's power is not to be underestimated. And Jin Kan was the direct grandson of the family head. You've picked a fight with the wrong people. Our Luo family is powerless to help. Wu Fu's gaze was firm as he spoke. I think you've misunderstood. I was not the one who killed him. In a closed room, the interrogation was still underway. Talk! Jin Rong screamed impatiently. Meng Jiao remained stubborn. I'm not lying. He's the one who killed Jin Kan. Enraged, Jin Rong grabbed her hair, yanked her head back, and warned through clenched teeth, don't think you can fool me. Meng Jiao struggled to answer, I'm really not lying. Her face was bruised and swollen as she painfully explained, Wu Fu is not only cruel and cunning, but he's also a lecher. I heard Jin Kan already had a grudge with him at the Luo family estate. If you don't believe me, go ask him yourself. Jin Rong turned suspiciously to her subordinate. Is this true? He confirmed, yes, it is. After hearing the answer, she turned and headed for the door, commanding, bring the 10 great enshrined elders. We're going to the Luo family now to find that brat. He will pay for this with his blood. A sinister smile spread across Meng Jiao's face now that her plan had succeeded. Wu Fu, she thought with glee. You're a dead man. The study door was suddenly flung open, and a servant rushed in, shouting, Matriarch, we have a problem! She bowed her head and quickly informed the two. Jin Rong is here with the Jin family's 10 great enshrined elders. Luo Shi's grandmother gave Wu Fu a well-meaning warning. The Jin family always takes revenge. You must be careful. He just scoffed, saying confidently, now that they're here, they won't be going back. On the mountainside of Luminous Spirit Mountain, Wu Fu calmly walked toward the group from the Jin family. Jin Rong jeered, don't you think for a second that the Luo family can protect you? Luo Si gravely assessed the number of enemies, stating to a shocked Xing Xing, the Jin family's enshrined elders are almost all void refining experts, and there are 10 of them. Jin Rong gestured with her hand, and her men brought forward the Luo family's patriarch and Luo Shuang, who were being restrained. She asked smugly, you know them, don't you? A flicker of surprise crossed Wu Fu's eyes. Xing Xing couldn't help but cry out in worry, Luo Shuang. Luo Shi asked, confused, you know them? Xing Xing answered honestly, yes, we visited their home not long ago. He asked in a serious tone, what are you planning to do? Jin Rong screamed in fury, a life for a life, go! 2 of the Jin family's martial artists charged forward, confidently yelling, a piece of trash at the primordial spirit realm like you dared to ambush our young master? I'll chop him into pieces, the other one added. Letting him die so quickly would be too easy. How about I torture him first? Wu Fu frowned, glancing at the 2 fools before him who had no idea what they were up against. You want to kill me? He warned. Today, every single one of you will die right here. Tintin cried out in panic, no, I have to help him. But Luo Shi's grandmother suddenly appeared, stopping her. Wait. Luo Shi was stunned. The old woman's eyes flashed with unfathomable wisdom. We don't need to interfere. That boy already saw this coming. From the sky above, 3 figures shot down towards the crowd at lightning speed. The air ripped with the sound of their descent. They landed right in front of Luo Shi and Tintin with a bone-shattering impact that shook the very ground. The sheer force of their arrival sent the Kim clan members flying. Tintin was floored, thinking to herself, this presence. It's Jingtong, Ban Wen, and Tu Yan. They all came at once, and their power is immense. Jin Rong tensed up. The association, she thought. Jing Tong, holding a box, presented it to Wu Fu. Little brother no, if senior brother Bai hadn't come with me, I'm afraid things would have ended badly for you. He took the box, his voice dripping with arrogance. Thank you, senior, for finding this. On the other hand, killing all of them, that sounds a bit challenging. The old man stared in disbelief. You want to kill them all? Ban Wen spoke up with a contemptuous sneer, a cocky brat from the primordial spirit realm. If you're that confident, I'd very much like to see you try. Wu Fu's eyes turned to ice. From the box, he summoned a sword that pulsed with overwhelming pressure, radiating pure, killing intent, he declared. Today, you'll all serve as a test for my sword. Jin Rong shrieked at her underlings. Seize him! 2 Kim clan guards charged Wu Fu with savage force, splitting to attack from both sides. He just casually swung his sword. But as the guards lunged, they struck nothing but a fading afterimage. The 2 exchanged a stunned glance, a single thought flashing between them. He's too fast. Suddenly, the guards sensed that something was terribly wrong. Wu Fu raised his hand, and countless razor-sharp blades materialized in the air, shimmering with light. They took aim at the 2 men below and rained down upon them. It was a torrent of 1,000 swords, and the sound of relentless impacts filled the air. Jin Rong watched Wu Fu's attack, her face a mask of pure shock. Even Ban Wen was forced to see him in a new light. Luo Shi couldn't help but marvel silently. He's incredible. He landed gracefully, standing between the 2 motionless bodies. Wu Fu leveled his sword, his voice grim. My turn to attack. Wu Fu lunged forward like a lightning bolt. Their swords clashed with equal force, and both fighters were knocked back. The Kim clan expert sneered at Wu Fu, grinding his teeth. A mere primordial spirit realm whelp thinks he can fight 10 of us? He's completely delusional. Tintin shouted with worry, don't be so arrogant, let us help you. He just frowned slightly and replied, they are not my opponents. Luo Shi also tried to warn him. They're all void reflection experts, you can't possibly face them all alone. But Wu Fu ignored their pleas, his confidence unwavering. Just stand back and watch. In the next instant, he vanished again. The old man behind Jing Tong murmured, Junior brother, even if we stepped in, it might be a lost cause. Every single one of them is at the void reflection realm. He glanced at Ban Wen. What are your thoughts, senior brother? The man replied with a knowing look. That divine weapon is truly a gift from the heavens. To think such a desolate planet could forge a treasure like this. But Wu Fu charged fearlessly back into the fight. Channeling his power, he formed a colossal sword that he aimed directly at the Kim clan experts. Even they were on high alert, feeling the suffocating pressure he was giving off. Wu Fu's aura blazed. With a single precise sweep of his sword, he effortlessly wiped out the entire group of powerful experts. Watching from the side, Luo Shi's grandmother was completely astonished. But he's clearly only in the primordial spirit realm, she thought. Jin Rong shrieked in terror. Stop him! Kill him now! One remaining Kim clan expert quickly threw up a defensive barrier. Wu Fu's sword struck it, but couldn't break through. As the dust settled, the protective shield remained intact. He silently stared at the survivors who were desperately holding on. The expert stammered in fear. It must be. The sword in his hand. At that moment, Wu Fu casually tossed the sword aside. He held up his empty hands, a defiant smirk on his face. Feel free to try me. Ban Wen was irritated by Wu Fu's cockiness. He knows how strong they are, yet he's still acting so high and mighty. He's practically begging to be killed. Jing Tong immediately shot back. I've known little brother Ingo for a long time. If he's acting this way, it's because there's no danger to him at all. Seeing that Wu Fu was unarmed, a Kim clan expert sneered. Let's see how you win now. Without that divine weapon, you're nothing but trash. Wu Fu. He opened his eyes, and they burned with a thick, murderous intent. In a flash, he appeared directly in front of the man and drove a fist into his chest. Get lost! He looked down at the man, who now had a gaping hole through his body, and mocked him with a sneer. With such a pathetic level of cultivation, you're still a long way from catching up to me. The other experts stared in absolute horror. One of them whispered in disbelief. One punch killed him? But they hadn't given up. They launched another attack. Supreme Sword Formation! A magic circle flared to life under his feet. Wu Fu glanced up. A second later, the ground began to shake, and the expert's formation shattered into pieces. Wu Fu charged forward and took down the entire group with a single move. He scoffed, "You're all still too green." The Kim clan experts now lay defeated all over the ground. Wu Fu turned his attention to Jin Rong, and now only you remain. He stood over her and Meng Dao, who were cowering on the ground in fear. Who was it that killed Kim San? His eyes blazed with killing intent as he growled. Speak, she stammered. I was the one who killed Kim San. Jin Rong glared at Meng Dao with pure hatred. You bitch, she seethed. You. Wu Fu glanced down at them with disdain. It's over. Meng Dao was stunned by his words. She suddenly sensed something was wrong and scrambled back, screaming, 100 ghosts, divine banner! A wave of evil energy erupted around Meng Dao, but the black smoke that was meant to cover her was instantly sliced apart. A colossal blood-red hand materialized in front of her. Meng Dao screamed in terror. That hand is massive. Jin Rong stammered. What? What in the world is that? As she spoke, the giant red hand began to squeeze Meng Dao. There was a sickening crunch as she was crushed. Wu Fu warned calmly. This is the price you pay for provoking me. Meng Dao dragged her broken body from the rubble, crawling desperately towards Wu Fu. Tears streamed down her face as she pleaded, I don't want to die. Wu Fu coldly kicked her away. Get lost. Meng Dao fell into utter despair, her tears signaling the end of her game. Tintin spoke up, her voice laced with cold contempt. You brought this on yourself, coming here to cause trouble again and again. Chu Shou. The Erha in her arms growled in agreement. Luo Shi breathed a sigh of relief, but Meng Dao struggled back to her feet, a sinister look on her face. This isn't over yet. She shot a sideways glance, a wicked smile playing on her lips. A flag appeared directly over Tintin's head. Luo Shi screamed, Look out! A black cloud began to swirl around her. Tintin struggled in terror, calling out, Wu Fu! A moment later, she lost consciousness. Meng Dao pulled the limp Tintin to her side and sneered, Wu Fu, are you going to let me go now? He spoke only a single ice-cold word, scram. Meng Dao's eyes went wide, and she ground her teeth in fury. The Erha in Tintin's arms sniffed at the black smoke and suddenly let out a sharp yelp. Ban Wen, Luo Shi, and even Jin Rong all wore expressions of utter disbelief, thinking the exact same thing. What? Meng Dao thought in a panic. Even his dog recognizes the star form? She scrambled backward, shoving Tintin out of the black smoke. Wu Fu. He gently caught her in his arms. The Erha, now on Tintin's chest, began barking frantically. It licked her face, whining her name. Tintin. The tickling sensation stirred her, and she mumbled, You, stop it. Luo Shi ran toward them, calling out anxiously, Wu Fu. Wu Fu's brow furrowed, his razor-sharp gaze fixed on Meng Dao. Now, there is nowhere left for you to run. He raised his sword and, without a moment's hesitation, brought it down. A beam of sword energy slices through the thick mist, hurtling straight for Meng Jiao and striking down with deadly force. Struck by the blow, Meng Jiao plummets from the sky, crawling from the crater with her body covered in wounds. But it's not over. 4 members of the Luo family surround Meng Jiao and Jin Rong, sealing them within a formation. Panicked, Jin Rong cries out, Wait a moment! Her mind spins, sweat pouring down her face as she scrambles for a solution. What on earth am I supposed to do? Meanwhile, Ziyan watches the drama unfold from the sidelines, musing that the Jin family is famous for holding grudges. After this, she thinks, they'll definitely come after Wu Fu for revenge. He coughs, trying to de-escalate the situation. Now that the misunderstandings have been cleared up, why don't we just let this go? Ziyan turns to Wu Fu, her tone condescending. You're a friend of my martial uncle. If the Jin family comes looking for trouble, I'll be there to step in. Wouldn't that be much better for you? But Wu Fu replies without a shred of respect. And who the hell are you? Enraged, Bai Yuan points a trembling finger at him and bellows, You arrogant brat! Meng Jiao, refusing to accept her defeat, screams, No! I haven't lost! I haven't lost yet. Far from giving up, she zips over to Jin Rong and whispers urgently, This is our chance. We have to work together to kill him. A glint of vicious satisfaction appears in Jin Rong's eyes. He must die. Then die, you arrogant bastard. Weapon in hand, Jin Rong turns to Meng Jiao. Our personal grudge can wait. We'll settle it after he's dead. Meng Jiao gives a short, sharp nod. Agreed. Seeing their pact, Qing Qing screams a warning. Wu Fu, look out! But he remains perfectly calm, uttering two simple words. Courting death. A deafening roar explodes as two immense streams of power converge, both aimed directly at Wu Fu. Meng Jiao grinds her teeth, screaming, It won't be that easy to kill me. Jin Rong, now! With a deafening crash, their combined attack rains down as they both yell, Go to hell! Wu Fu, however, doesn't even flinch, standing almost perfectly still. Just as the devastating attack is about to connect, he vanishes. Jin Rong's eyes fly open in shock. You, where did you go? As the dust and smoke settle, all that remains is a giant fissure in the earth. Suddenly, Meng Jiao's terrified scream cuts through the air. Be behind you! Jin Rong whips around, but it's too late. Wu Fu is already there, his sword aimed directly at her face. Too slow. A blood-curdling scream tears from Jin Rong's throat. Meng Jiao's face darkens in utter disbelief at what she just witnessed. No, it can't be. Jin Rong is dead. As thunder cracks across the sky, another scene unfolds. Elsewhere, a man named He Zheng stands in the pouring rain, gazing into the distance. New Dong City has been this way for 30 years, he murmurs. I fear the time for change is finally upon us. His thoughts drift to the power he just witnessed. Even we only grasp a fraction of the true sword arts. This man. I fear his abilities are truly heaven-defying. He Zheng turns to Luo Shi beside him and gives a command. Relay my orders. If the Jin family shows up, our people are to protect Wu Fu. Back on the battlefield, Meng Jiao watches Wu Fu sheathe his sword and stammers. You're not killing me? He simply turns away, not even bothering to look at her. Seeing her chance, Meng Jiao's demeanor completely shifts. She begins to crawl towards him, her voice dripping with honey. Oh, Wu Fu, in all the time we've been apart, I've missed you desperately, every single moment. In response, Wu Fu lets out a cold, disdainful laugh. Meng Jiao's eyes widen in fury. What are you laughing at? Before I could even process what was happening, a strike slashed across my chest. Wu Fu's contemptuous voice rang out. I sheathed my sword because I was afraid you'd stain it. Li Mengnu clutched her chest, a grim smile spreading across her face as she laughed. She screamed, Wu Fu, I curse you. May you never find peace, even in death. Bai Yuan's expression turned ice cold, and junior brother Jing Tong's face darkened beside him. Senior brother, you can't just keep acting on your own whims. Everyone is targeting Engo Tiohue. Bai Yuan seemed to sense Jing Tong's dilemma. Jing Tong had never meddled in worldly affairs before. For him to act this way, could he already know something? No, this Wu Fu character. He must be expelled. Outside, massive bolts of lightning began to streak across the sky. At the Chung Duang sect, a plume of black smoke erupted. Inside the main hall, a gourd was slowly absorbing the dark, swirling energy as Zhang Han held it and whispered, She's dead. A girl's voice drifted in from the doorway. Li Mengnu was just a pawn for Master's greed. Her cunning eyes gleamed. As her senior, it was only natural that I teach her a lesson. The scene shifts to a hotel, where Tintin is soaking in a hot bath. Suddenly, she screams in the middle of the bathroom, This is so annoying! Erha's eyes suddenly lit up, spotting something on Tintin and starting to bark. Without another word, she mercilessly threw him out of the room. You damn dog. But Erha was overjoyed to see a familiar figure standing right in front of him. Tintin, completely unaware that Wu Fu was behind her, continued to complain. You perverted mutt, you're just like your master. Oh, am I now? Hearing his name, he spoke up. Just like me in what way? Flustered and furious, Tintin tried to shoo him away. You disgusting pervert, get out! But Wu Fu grew suspicious seeing her strange behavior. You're covering your eyes. Wu Fu turned, scooping up Erha, and started to leave, but not without a parting shot. You should be covering something else. The next day, at the gates of the Manhwa Martial Arts Academy, a tearful Tintin sobbed in frustration. Damn it, my skills are still no match for that girl. Wu Fu, still holding the dog, said, Quiet down, don't forget why we're here. Leaning against a nearby stone pillar, Huizhe crossed his arms and taunted them. What now? Here for another fight? Wu Fu frowned. A fight? He pointed in another direction. Look over there. He Miao stood with an iron pipe slung over his shoulder, his face a mask of arrogance. Hey, is this whole damn school so scared of me that you're all hiding? You, 4 eyes. Freeze! He pointed towards the now isolated Hua Bai. Well then, don't mind if I do. Lu Lin glanced over at Wu Fu, eager for some drama. What do you say? Should we give him a hand? But he and Tintin were each munching on a slice of watermelon, enjoying the show. This watermelon is really good. Lu Lin was speechless. How could those 3 be so calm? Hey Miao, approached Hua Bai, iron pipe in hand. Today, you're my first customer. But suddenly, he whipped his head around as a loud clang echoed through the air. Having finished his watermelon, Wu Fu turned his gaze to the two. Hua Bai adjusted his glasses. Is there a problem with my sword? Hey, Miao's thoughts raced. That power, it's monstrous. Captain Tan's voice came through. They're the ones standing at the main gate of Manhwa Jing. Huizi clenched his fist so tightly his knuckles cracked. Do they not know where the hell they are? They must have a death wish. He walked over and provocatively placed a hand on Wu Fu's shoulder. Hey, you little punk, I'm talking to you. Turn around, let me get a look at you. Captain Tan's voice rang out. Same old rules. Make them get on their knees and sing a song. Feeling the hand on him, Huizhe smirked and pointed, while Captain Tan froze in place. Well, look what we have here, Captain. It's that gigolo. He started sweating bullets. Ngo. Wu Fu. Captain Tan clutched his stomach. Oh, my hemorrhoids are acting up again. I'll, leave this to you two. Wu Fu looked down at Ha in his arms. Ha, isn't that you they're talking about? I bet their pockets are full of spirit stones. Huizhe, still oblivious, shouted, I think you're the one with a death wish. Huizhe gritted his teeth, ready to attack. Captain Tan is overreacting. It's just a dog. But when they saw Ha's true form as he transformed, the 2 bullies stuttered in fear. A damn dog? The 2 of them stood frozen, trembling with fear. Was this the same little puppy from before? This tiny thing looked completely different when it grew up. Ha let out a mighty roar, sending spittle flying everywhere. The 2 bullies bore the full brunt of the slobbery assault. They could see Ha was trying to tell them something. Hey, what's it trying to do? Tintin kindly explained. He's asking for your spirit stones. Hearing this, sweat poured down their faces like rain. Here? You've got to be kidding. Flustered, they fumbled for their things to give to Ha. We get it. We'll give them to you right now. Here, take them. Wu Fu watched with a satisfied expression. Interesting. Lu Lin reminded him. The Manhwa Martial Arts Academy is full of hidden masters. Don't let your guard down. Meanwhile, Ha was still terrorizing the 2 bullies. Dog bro, we're really all out. Me too. Having eaten his fill, Ha happily shrank back to his small size and trotted over to Wu Fu. Did you have a good meal, Ha? The 2 bullies wailed in despair. Those were my spirit stones from the last 2 years. Mine were from 3 years. Suddenly, another figure approached. I heard someone was causing trouble at the school gate. That would be you, wouldn't it, punk? Wu Fu's eyes narrowed with caution. The commotion had drawn an even bigger crowd. You country bumpkin, you want to fight? You think I can't cripple you with one kick? Get on your knees and beg for your life right now. If you're lucky, our captain might just spare you. With our captain's peak, primordial spirit power, it probably won't even take a minute. Without hesitation, Wu Fu sent one of them flying with a resounding punch. Get lost. Lu Lin sneered in contempt. These guys must be using their brains for decoration. A look of utter shock appeared on everyone's faces. Wu Fu warned the crowd, if you don't have the strength to back it up, you should learn to shut your mouth. A volley of throwing knives flew towards Wu Fu, who instantly perceived the attack. He effortlessly caught every single one of them. Instructor Jiang approached, clapping his hands in mock praise. Not bad at all. You've certainly got the guts to show off at the main gate of Manhwa Jing. The student he'd just saved stuttered when he saw the instructor. Instructor, when did you get here? If you were any later, you'd be collecting our corpses. He immediately pointed an accusing finger at Wu Fu. It was him. He's only in the primordial spirit realm. I could beat 10 guys like him. Instructor Jiang sighed. You're courting death. I can't interfere. The student refused to back down. You'll get what's coming to you in a minute. Instructor Jiang smiled warmly. I heard from your school that you were esteemed guests. Please, come in. Lu Lin looked skeptical. Is everyone at Manhwa Jing this arrogant? At that question, Instructor Jiang grew suspicious. Wait, you're not them? Lu Lin was at a loss for words. Sir, The scene shifts to the Manhwa Jing martial arts building. They were led to the martial arts hall to come here and declare war, and you're the first to make it this far. But you will also be the last. I will fight you. But Wu Fu was completely unfazed. You're still not worthy. Is there no one stronger here? Enraged by his attitude, the student threw a punch at Wu Fu, roaring, "You little brat! You're asking for it!" Just as his fist was about to connect, Wu Fu vanished. He can't even take a single punch, and he dared to show off at Manhwa Jing, but shock was written all over the crowd's faces. That's an afterimage. Wu Fu moved like a machine, fluidly dodging every one of his opponent's attacks. Just as things were about to spiral out of control, Instructor Jiang's voice boomed, "Stop!" But he couldn't stop them from charging at each other. Their fists collided with a series of dull, heavy thuds. Instructor Jiang's student gasped in horror. That power. Smoke was even rising from Wu Fu's fist, a terrifying sight. "I told you, you're not worthy. Bring out someone who can actually fight." Instructor Jiang rushed over to check if the student was dead or alive. Still breathing. He was still arrogant enough to declare, "This is the place with the best martial arts in the city. Don't think for a second that no one here can handle you." Wu Fu shot back just as arrogantly, "Oh yeah? And how many of you here can actually take me on?" Lu Lin crossed her arms, her voice tinged with reproach. "Teacher Jiang, Wu Fu is a member of the Yunhai University Student Council. Last time, people from your school came to Yunhai University and started trouble. This time," she continued, clearly furious at the dojo's disrespect, "it's our turn to see what gives all of you the right to look down on everyone." A murmur rippled through the crowd as a boy with a lollipop in his mouth piped up, "What gives us the right?" A senior student with the surname Ma stepped in front of Lu Lin, smirking. "The right comes from the fact that every other school is trash." "Senior Ma, Yunhai University has gone too far," one of his peers shouted. "They've been bullying people since the moment they stepped through the gates, and they were just regular students." Tin Tin, who was already fuming, finally snapped. "You people can't say a single decent thing, can you? A bunch like you definitely needs to be taught a lesson." "So now you're itching for a fight too?" Senior Ma said with a sneer. "Little sister, that's very impolite of you. I think you need to be punished for that." Furious, Tintin grabbed Wu Fu's arm. "Wu Fu, teach this bastard a lesson." Hearing that name, Senior Ma suddenly froze. Wu Fu. A wicked grin spread across his face as he ordered his underling. Well, an uninvited guest. Bring out the wanted poster." He shoved the wanted poster right in Wu Fu's face. "The entire city of Namdong is looking for you," he gloated. "All I have to do is turn you over to the Jin family, and this 10 million will be all mine." Seeing the horribly distorted face on his own wanted poster, Wu Fu completely ignored the threat and turned to his friends. "Do I really look that ugly?" His only focus was on the insult to his appearance. To get revenge, they even drew me this badly on the poster. This is infuriating. Senior Ma's face twitched with annoyance at Wu Fu's complete lack of respect. "I'm about to capture you right now," he growled. "Could you at least try to be a little serious?" But Lu Lin stepped forward, deciding to handle this herself. "No need to use a butcher's knife to kill a chicken," she said coolly. "I alone am more than enough to deal with you." Senior Ma's underling tried to egg him on. "Boss, boss!" Enraged at being talked down to by a girl, Ma kicked his subordinate. "I'm not damn deaf. Did you need to repeat it?" But as he was distracted, a leather whip sliced through the air towards him. "Now everyone's heard you," a voice called out. He recognized it instantly. Without hesitation, he drew his weapon to face Lu Lin. "You worthless trash from Yunhai. Watch closely." He dodged her attack with a single fluid motion. His lackey immediately began showering him with praise. Senior Ma's spear technique is incredible. Leaping into the air, his eyes sharp, he readied his spear for a downward strike. "Taste this!" Unyielding, Lu Lin met his powerful attack head-on, blocking it completely. "Damn it," she muttered, feeling the force of the blow. Worried, Tintin started to move forward. "I'll help you." But Wu Fu held her back. "She can handle this." Tintin turned to Wu Fu, her tone urgent. "This is the Manhwa Jing Martial Arts Academy. It's full of hidden masters. You can't underestimate them." But he remained perfectly calm. "Just keep watching." Senior Ma scoffed. "Beg for mercy now, and I'll consider letting you go." But Lu Lin wasn't having it. "Let's see if you have what it takes first." Seeing her unwavering defiance, his expression hardened. "If that's how you want it, then don't blame me for being cruel." A devastating blow slammed toward the ground, sending Lu Lin reeling backward. She was starting to lose ground. "Damn it," she thought. "I didn't expect him to be this strong." Lu Lin resolved to go all out. "Looks like I have to use my full strength." Her opponent, however, was still gloating. "With that pathetic level of power, I think you should just get the hell out of here. I don't waste my time fighting worthless trash." A group of girls in the dojo were cheering wildly. "Senior Ma, you're so cool." But Tintin, now wielding a mace, pointed it straight at him and roared, "Get down here. I'm going to smash you to bits with this thing." Completely unfazed, Senior Ma taunted Tintin as well. Little sister, why don't you come on up here too? But Lu Lin seized the opening, striking unexpectedly. Where are you looking? Your opponent is right here. The whip in her hand blurred, creating multiple afterimages that lashed out towards him. Witness the art of my whip. He muttered the name of his countermove, Petty Parlor Trick. But he was completely disoriented by the whistling sound of the whip's mirages. Only Wu Fu, watching from below, could see how amateurish he truly was. To show off with such a low-quality spear technique, he really doesn't know his own limits. He suddenly appeared behind Lu Lin, but to his shock, she spun around, and a single sharp crack of her whip sent him flying. Even after being thrown across the room, he still couldn't understand how she'd done it. The senior student still refused to admit defeat. Interesting, he sneered. Can you even see me? Wu Fu just shook his head. What an idiot. He walked right into the trap. Lu Lin was more direct. You moron. She expertly manipulated her whip, and the sharp crack of leather hitting something solid echoed through the air. Senior Ma was being thrashed relentlessly, and a sense of dread washed over him. This is not good. And finally, he was bound tightly by Lu Lin's whip. She gave him a mocking smile. So, who's sparing who now? Who was just toying with who, I wonder? Wu Fu stepped forward. Let's not waste any more time. We have other business here. Realizing how badly he'd screwed up, the senior immediately began begging for his life. Big sister, I was wrong. Please spare me. I'll never do it again, he pleaded. But Wu Fu noticed a man named Er Ha staring intently at him. Er Ha? In a flash of insight, Wu Fu understood. Where are the sword fragments? You're looking for the fragments too, aren't you? He pressed further. Are there others? Sweat poured down Senior Ma's face like rain as he stammered, thinking, he's asking me about the sword fragments. Besides him, there are two others, he confessed. The fragment is hidden in our Academy's student council room. Please, just spare me. The scene shifts, a quiet, dimly lit room. On the floor, a dark silhouette lies motionless as a strange liquid pools around it. Senior Ma pushed the door open for the group, rubbing his head nervously. Sis, this is the place. I'll get going now. With a grim expression, Lu Lin moved toward the door. But just as her hand reached for the handle, another hand grabbed her wrist firmly. It was Wu Fu. Wait, he said, his voice low and cautious. Something doesn't feel right. Tin Tin waved out and in front of her face, wrinkling her nose. Yeah, there's some kind of metallic smell in the air. At that exact moment, the door creaked open, and a stream of crimson liquid trickled out from the gap. Lu Lin gasped in shock. Blood. Her face paled with fear. We need to get out of here, now. But Wu Fu quickly cut her off. I'm afraid it's already too late for that. His eyes darted toward the entrance, his mind racing. There are a lot of people outside, he stated grimly. We're surrounded. Elsewhere, a man in a hat burst through a door. I saw a group of people force their way in here, he reported. I also heard a terrible scream. Another subordinate cried out, President, they're still in there. Let's go in and save them. But Huabai, a calm man with glasses, held up a hand. There's no need. The intruders are in there, yes, but Old Lai is already dead. Before he could say another word, a loud bang rattled the door from the other side. It was Tin Tin, her hands on her hips as she yelled furiously. What the hell is going on at your school? First you pick a fight with us, and now you're trying to frame us for murder? A subordinate shot back. The student council room has always been off limits to outsiders. Do you think good people just barge in wherever they please? His words enraged Tin Tin further. Gritting her teeth, she slammed her fist into a nearby sign. We wouldn't have bothered coming here if you hadn't hidden the fragment in the first place. The moment the words left her mouth, the man with the glasses clutched his head and let out a mysterious laugh. Just as I thought. So, you're after the mysterious fragment as well. At his words, his underlings lost all composure. A sharp blade was pointed directly at Tin Tin as one of them growled. Who sent you? It was them, wasn't it? Answer me. Wu Fu slowly stepped forward, his voice calm. I came to retrieve what belongs to me. I don't need anyone's permission. However, I can no longer sense its presence. The underlings gritted their teeth. Kill him! What do you mean what belongs to you? Who the hell do you think you are? The others lost their composure and roared in fury. He's already killed someone, and now he thinks he can run? Take him down. A suffocating tension filled the air as the man in the hat simply smirked and retreated into the background. Wu Fu slowly continued. Ultimately, the most important thing you all should be doing right now is finding out who the real killer is. You're not pinning this on us, a large man roared, losing his patience and taking a dangerous step forward. Still trying to make excuses, he assessed the situation and spoke with cold authority. Wu Fu, I heard you're a swordsman. In that case, why don't you explain why this wall is covered in sword marks? The big man pointed at the wall and yelled, It looks to me like you have a guilty conscience. Otherwise, why would you have been in such a hurry to run? Wu Fu flinched slightly. Ching Ching observed the long slash marks on the wall. Hey, you! None of this was here when we first entered the room. Lu Ling also spoke up to defend them. Don't you dare slander us. Our being here is purely a coincidence. From the crowd, Hua Bai stepped forward, his voice thoughtful. To dare kill a member of our student council, all for one tiny little fragment. The moment he finished speaking, Wu Fu's eyes turned razor sharp. His eyes flashed with a dangerous light. He's already gathering the power of the divine dragon. A blast of energy erupted, its presence seeming to crush everything around it as Captain Qin roared. And you still dare to deny it? The wave of energy seemed powerful enough to erase space itself, causing even Qing Qing and Lu Ling to gasp in awe. Such terrifying power. Meanwhile, on the rooftop of a tall building not far away, the city was bathed in a pale, peaceful green hue. From the rooftop, Ban Yuan spoke dismissively. This brat's origins are unknown. He's arrogant and conceited. If we don't deal with him soon, he'll become a major problem. Zi Yan respectfully reported, Master, the fragment has already been taken by the Zhong Ruong sect. He pondered, realizing the head of the Jin family was about to come out of seclusion. The news of Jin Nung and Jin San's deaths had already spread throughout all of Yuantong City. He won't live much longer, Ban Yuan said, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. Excellent. Just excellent. It won't be long now. The spirit-gathering pill is almost complete. Back at the academy, the underlings prepared to charge, only to be stopped in their tracks by Qing Qing's massive mace slamming into the ground before them. She hoisted the weapon onto her shoulder, her voice stern. I'd like to see you try. Anyone who dares take another step forward gets their head smashed in by this mace. Hua Bai spoke with a weary tone. Ignore her. Forcibly remove them. Just as his last word faded, Wu Fu spoke nonchalantly. I came to the Nanhua Martial Arts Academy for more than just the fragment. Qing Qing added, Are you all so certain? Wu Fu then continued, I also came here too. Before he could finish, one of them shouted, What are you trying to do? Wu Fu remained perfectly calm. This is perfect. It saves me a lot of trouble. I want to challenge all of you. The group with Hua Bai burst out laughing. The last person who said that is already pushing up daisies. Who gave this guy the nerve? He gave the order. Take them away. Wu Fu casually summoned a small blade, a magical sword materializing from his hand. His voice was low and resonant. In my past life, I entered the Tao through the sword. Perhaps in this life, I should be a bit more virtuous, he mused. 1,000 years of techniques across 10 millennia. The blade appeared and then vanished in an instant. Wu Fu spoke again. This seems like a good opportunity to test it out. Outside, a lightning rod drew crackling bolts of electricity from the stormy sky. The lightning converged on Wu Fu, erupting in a blinding flash of light that left the entire crowd staring in utter disbelief. What? As the blinding scene unfolded, a girl shielded her eyes and cursed angrily. Damn it! It looks like he's achieved godhood. Captain Qin gritted his teeth in frustration. It seems they're not as simple as I thought. Stacks of folded papers appeared out of nowhere. Wu Fu's voice deepened, seeming to merge with the space around him. Yiwei Heavenly Scripture. More and more scrolls materialized, swirling around Wu Fu as he declared with satisfaction, Heavenly Scripture! Form! Qing Qing stared at his transformation with pure admiration, thinking to herself, so this is what an arrogant maniac looks like. He's so cool. Beside her, Lu Ling was completely stunned. Researching techniques, combat methods, how can he understand all of this so clearly? Sensing the tide had turned against them, Hua Bai's voice deepened as he commanded, Everyone, get behind me! The book swirled around them like a vortex. But the challenge didn't faze Hua Bai. He replied calmly, Wu Fu, the Jin family is searching every corner of the city for you. We don't want any more trouble. A green shield now enveloped his group. Captain Qin tried to mediate. Therefore, we ask you to leave the Nanhua Martial Arts Academy immediately. We want nothing to do with you. Hearing this, the girl asked in shock, Big brother, they killed someone. Are we just going to let them go? He calmly replied, They are not the killers. The girl next to him spoke with excitement. But I can feel an aura from that brat's weapon that's just like the fragments. Let's attack together and avenge old hat, another yelled. Enough talk. Wu Fu taunted with a curious smile. President, don't you want a taste of my power? Don't worry, I won't kill any innocent people. A glint appeared in Hua Bai's eyes as he fell into deep thought. Before the girl could finish speaking, the sound of a swift attack whizzed straight towards Wu Fu. The underlings snarled with contempt. Enough of this nonsense. President, let's go. Wu Fu's composure remained unshaken as he replied in a cold voice. Since the challenge has been made, there will be no deaths, but there will be injuries. Wu Fu finished coldly. Instantly, the scrolls shot forward like missiles. The entire group charged, unleashing their techniques, but were instantly subdued by the divine aura of a massive Buddha statue that appeared behind him. Lu Ling exclaimed in shock. Isn't he a sword cultivator? How does he know combat arts like this? Qing, holding Erha in her arms, was equally impressed. He subdued them all in a single move. Such a powerful technique, Lu Ling nodded. Mastering one of these thousands of combat skills would take at least 10,000 years. The ponytailed girl with Hua Bai refused to accept it, shrieking, "What are you all staring at? Get him for me!" Witnessing the unpredictable display of techniques, his face darkened as he wondered, how does he know this move? The underlings and the ponytailed girl were seized with a mixture of terror and confusion as they were pinned down by an immense pressure. The girl, sweating and trembling, asked President, "Why are you suppressing us?" Hua Bai's chilling voice echoed, "Do you all really take me for a fool?" As he spoke, a fearsome pressure radiated from him. He turned and interrogated his subordinates. "Confess, now, who was the real killer?" The group, terrified, scrambled to deny it. Big brother. Wasn't the killer Wu Fu? Hua Bai's eyes glinted behind his glasses as he answered calmly. With his level of power, he would have no reason to sneak around and steal a fragment. He calmly analyzed the situation piece by piece. The underlings behind him were speechless. With that kind of strength, do you really think he'd need to break into a room to steal a fragment? I'm afraid if I faced him head-on, even at my best, my chances would only be 50-50. The girl stammered. I had my doubts from the very beginning. Hua Bai shot a sharp glance behind him, his gaze relentless as he pressed for the killer's identity. "Speak. Who was it?" The girl trembled. "President. I don't know either. We only heard about it from the man in the hat." He gritted his teeth in frustration, then gave a cold warning. Hua Bai pushed his glasses up his nose and continued grimly, "I will investigate this matter thoroughly and get back to you. But for now, you cannot leave. I need to ask you some questions." Wu Fu was taken aback. Lu Ling, confident in the turn of events, turned to chat with Qing. "The matter has been cleared up. The fight was just a misunderstanding. They won't think we were behind this anymore." Hearing this, she just smiled faintly and replied, "From the moment I met that arrogant maniac, he's never once failed at something like this. You don't need to worry." Lu Ling looked up at the two of them with admiration. The status of the Non-Huajing Martial Arts Academy was in a league of its own, far surpassing even the major and minor sects. And among its greatest pillars, the contributions of Zhang Xiaoran were undeniable. Both Tintin and Erha glanced over at her, confused. "Isn't he just a student?" The two men stood facing each other, calm and composed. Meanwhile, Lu Lin insisted that he and Wu Fu were one and the same. The bald guy from Hua Bai's faction grumbled, "If they don't fight, how can we decide a winner?" The hot-headed girl snapped back, "Are you blind? They are fighting." Two immense auras erupted from the men, coalescing into giant Buddha apparitions behind each of them. The entire space trembled as the energies collided in a blinding flash of light. Suddenly, Hua Bai's glasses began to crack, the fractures spreading like a spiderweb. A moment later, they shattered with a sharp, crisp sound. He raised a hand to the broken lens, a faint smile on his lips. Slowly, he removed the glasses, muttering, "So it's true." In that instant, a torrent of internal energy burst forth from his body. "I am the sole inheritor of the ancient Buddha fist art," he declared, his voice low and intense. "I want to know how you possess it too." Hua Bai's once limp hair now stood on end, his pupils glowing red as the aura around him raged violently. Wu Fu's eyes were like ice, his entire being radiating an arrogant fearlessness. His own aura exploded outwards, wave after powerful wave, matching his opponent's intensity. The two men stared each other down. With a swing of his arm, Hua Bai unleashed the seal of the ancient Buddha fist art, roaring, "Take this." The massive seal surged toward Wu Fu, threatening to swallow him whole. A shadow fell over Wu Fu's face as he let out a soft scoff, his lips curling into a smirk. With a deceptively gentle wave of his hand, the seal instantly shattered into countless fragments that shot through the air. The pieces flew back towards Hua Bai, stunning him. Before he could even react, a colossal Buddha's hand was already upon him. As it tore through the air, his eyes widened in utter disbelief. Hua Bai's limbs went weak, and he collapsed to his knees, utterly defeated. His subordinates rushed forward in a panic to support him. "President, are you okay?" "President, what happened?" One of them yelled indignantly, "What did you do to our president?" Wu Fu arched an eyebrow, his voice flat. "We were just deciding a winner and a loser, that's all." The man argued, "Our president definitely won. You must have severe internal injuries." But just then, the president slowly got back to his feet. Seeing the situation calm down, Tintin, holding Erha, couldn't help but ask, "Who won?" Lu Lin speculated, "I can't say for sure, but from the looks of it, Wu Fu won." On the other side, the girl watched in confusion as Hua Bai slowly walked toward Wu Fu. "President, what are you doing?" Wu Fu also grew wary. "Are you getting ready for round 2? Just as he finished speaking, Hua Bai knelt before him, declaring respectfully, "Please, accept me as your disciple." The request left Wu Fu utterly speechless. The girl was so stunned she couldn't even speak. The president is actually asking some back alley freshman to be his master? Another subordinate checked himself. Am I still dreaming? Somebody pinch me. He clasped his hands and pleaded, I beg you, master, please take me as your disciple. Wu Fu looked at him, annoyed. This is a pain. How about you just stand up first? Hua Bai looked up, his eyes filled with hopeful anticipation. Does this mean you agree to accept me as your disciple? The air grew quiet. Wu Fu simply turned away and said casually, come with me to this place. I'll consider it along the way. Hua Bai immediately brightened up and agreed. Yes, master. He glanced at his subordinates and ordered, you all continue searching for the culprit. I'm leaving. In unison, they replied, yes, President. Meanwhile, at Fanhai University, a loud sneeze shattered the silence within. A skinny man asked, Fatty, what's wrong? You catching a cold? Fatty replied, it's a bad omen. I feel like I'm about to lose my job. The scene shifts to the ghost city of UN capital, now shrouded in darkness. Inside the merchant guild, Kim Lu stood on an upper floor, speaking. You're saying Wu Fu will come here on his own? The old man pressed. Are you that confident? Tu Yan sat calmly in a chair, gazing at the red jewel in his palm. Based on his arrogant personality, he answered coolly, he will definitely come. Suddenly, the doors to the guild burst open, revealing a woman whose robes billowed in the wind. Kim Lu stared in shock. Luo Kei of Mount Luke. Then dares to come here? Luo Kei from Mount Luke, then stepped inside, her voice even. I heard that the great and wealthy Jin family came all this way just to kill a student who has reached the primordial spirit realm. The old man hissed in displeasure. You! Luo Kei walked forward, declaring firmly, I want to see if that rumor is true or false. The old man growled, do you intend to become an enemy of the Jin family? Luo Kei's resolve was unshakable. I only wish to ensure the safety of my student. Suddenly, the doors flew wide open again, and a voice boomed from the entrance. And me. Huo Zhen's voice was loud. His eyes locked on the group inside. My Huo family has also heard the news, and we've come to see how the great and wealthy Jin family deals with a mere boy in the primordial spirit realm. The girl beside the old man from the Huo family also chimed in. The red-haired boy next to her added, who on earth managed to poke the Jin family's hornet's nest? The other girl said mockingly, just for killing Kim San, this kid is already as good as dead. I can't miss this excitement. The sound of a dog barking echoed, and Huo Zhen announced, Wu Fu is here. Kim Lu shot to his feet, slamming his hand on the table as he glared down below. The kid you're all talking about. Don't tell me he was too scared to show up and sent a dog to take the fall for him? He gritted his teeth. The lives of my Jin family's young master and young mistress. Are they really worth only the life of a dog? Huo Zhen was so enraged, his fist clenched with a cracking sound, terrifying his follower. And you dare to laugh? With a single strike, he sent the man flying into the railing. The follower crashed to the ground, sliding a long way before stopping. He vented all his frustration on Urha. What are you looking at, you damn dog? It's all your fault I got hit. Feeling deeply insulted, Urha swelled to an immense size and slammed the man's head into the ground as punishment. The two people on the upper floor stared, swallowing hard. That dog is actually at the primordial spirit realm. Kim Lu's brow furrowed slightly. Interesting. Luo Kei blinked in astonishment. So fast. Even the dog beside him has reached the primordial spirit realm. Just then, a voice drifted in from the doorway. Of course, all those spirit stones my Urha ate weren't for nothing. Luo Kei suddenly spoke a name. Hua Ting Tin. Tin Tin beamed as she approached and greeted her. Long time no see, teacher Luo Kei. Luo Kei cleared her throat. The child accompanying Wu Fu gets more impudent by the day. The two who had just mocked Urha trembled in fear. From the upper floor, Kim Lu bellowed, Wu Fu, look up here! Without hesitation, Hua Bai stepped forward to shield him. Wu Fu is a guest of our Manhwa. Does the Jin family have business with him? Kim Lu sneered, materializing a brilliantly glowing object. I advise you people from Namhoa not to meddle in affairs that don't concern you. Otherwise, the Jin family will consider you an enemy. Tu Yan stood up, but not without reminding Kim Lu. Since Wu Fu has arrived, I'll be leaving now. I'll leave this place to you. But before he could leave, Luo Kei appeared behind him in a flash. Not so fast. Her voice was sharp as steel, a sword in her hand. I recall you're acquainted with Wu Fu, aren't you? Aren't you going to go down and say hello? A smug smile played on Tu Yan's lips. Are you looking for death? The moment the words left his mouth, a surprise attack shot towards Luo Kei. Thanks to her swift movements, she managed to dodge the blow. Wu Fu watched the two exchange blows, thinking to himself, looks like there's no shortage of people who want me dead. It seems Master's pill is almost ready. Huo Zhen clasped his hands and bowed deeply with respect. Little brother, you have done my Huo family a great favor. We will definitely ensure your complete protection. You all go on ahead. I'll hold them off. The young man beside him chimed in, "Wu Fu, you guys have to run." But instead of leaving, Wu Fu's steps drew closer. Arcs of electricity crackled through the air behind Wu Fu. If I have to let a woman stand in front of me for protection, then I might as well give up this long path of cultivation. Seeing Wu Fu's fearless expression, Kim Lu was practically seething. "You dare to even think of facing me? Brat, you must have a death wish." A sharp whistle tore through the air as the old man roared. His shout carried a heavy warning. "This dragon snake sword in my hand has never once failed me, and this time, it will take your worthless life." Hua Bai, standing next to Lu Lin, was overwhelmed with anxiety. He's about to be killed. Why isn't Master fighting back? In stark contrast to his worry, Lu Lin was strangely confident. "It'll be fine." Kim Lu swung his sword, letting out an amused laugh, worthy of its name as a divine weapon. "Good thing I came prepared." Kim Lu scorned Wu Fu's abilities. "To think a greenhorn like you would dare to defy the Jin family." He roared aggressively. "I don't care who's backing you now. This old man will kill every last one of them." Wu Fu's gaze turned ice cold. Just then, a deafening explosion shattered the silence. The purple-haired man smirked. "That old geezer from the Jin family is furious. Sticking around here any longer is just asking for trouble." But the girl beside him seemed to realize something. "Oh, I just remembered my mom called me for dinner. I've got to go." Hiding in a corner, Tu Yan watched with satisfaction. "You can all just stay there and wait to die." Wu Fu's new disciple stepped forward. "Master, your disciple wishes to enter the battle." Lu Lin was at a loss for words. "Are you still messing around? What the hell are you playing games for at a time like this?" Tin Tin and Erha, standing nearby, wore the same expression as Lu Lin. "You sure know how to pick your moments, don't you?" The scene shifts to a national highway. Somewhere else, Chu Tham sat in a car, growing impatient with Mang Mang. "Brother Fu is in serious danger in Nodong City. Can't you drive any faster?" Mang Mang, at the wheel, could only endure it. "Safety first. Stop your whining, buckle up, and watch the road." Their humorous banter echoed back and forth after all. Important characters always show up at the most crucial moments. That's how you make the readers fall head over heels for me. Exactly. Back in the room where the battle was raging. "You ignorant brat, don't let your guard down." With his hands behind his back, Kim Lu gloated. "Since you all want to die together, then I'll gladly oblige." Hua Bai charged forward confidently. "Leave these guys to your disciple. You focus on dealing with him." "Ancient Buddha fist art?" Wu Fu sighed, his voice echoing. "When did I ever agree to make you my disciple? Besides, these guys are no pushovers." Seeing Hua Bai get sent flying almost immediately, he had to take back his words. "Well, never mind." He awkwardly scratched his head. Master, could you maybe ask them to lend me a hand? There are 8 of them in front of me." Lu Lin and Tin Tin didn't know what to say. This guy's got some nerve. Wasn't he a guild leader just a little while ago? Kim Lu's subordinates charged forward. "The likes of you dare to challenge the Jin family?" Seeing this, Wu Fu smirked, but he probably didn't expect his shield to fail. "This is bad." A crisp shattering sound echoed through the space. He looked up and smiled. "Just as I thought." With such a huge gap in levels, even a high-grade martial skill can't unleash its true power. Only now did Lu Lin feel a genuine sense of worry for Wu Fu. The Jin family's strength is nothing to scoff at. Most of us are only at the nascent soul realm. I'm afraid we're no match for them. Tin Tin wore a similar expression. "Whether we're a match for them or not, we'll only know once we fight." Hua Bai spoke up. "Master, what should we do?" Wu Fu replied grimly. "You just need to hold them back. Leave the rest to me." Kim Lu's murderous voice rang out. "Too bad you won't get that chance. Full-scale attack." Wu Fu gathered power in his palm. "Weren't you the one who used this fragment to lure me here, coming thousands of miles just to deliver this fragment to me? I'll gladly accept this favor." Though standing outside, Tu Yan sensed something was wrong. A clanging sound followed Wu Fu's movement. Hiding in the corner, Tu Yan launched a sneak attack, flicking his hand to send a fragment flying from behind. The other men shouted in a panic. "Quick, block that fragment." Drawn by the commotion, Kim Lu looked up and muttered in astonishment. "A fragment?" He swiftly swung his sword towards it. Kim Lu spat furiously. "If we can't have it, then neither can you." But as his sharp sword made contact with the fragment, it was instantly destroyed. Kim Lu's eyes widened in disbelief as he thought, how? How is this possible? The crowd witnessing the scene erupted in an uproar. Kim Lu's dragon snake sword. It shattered. That was a treasure he spent more than 10 years forging. Another man exclaimed in shock, "What in the world is that divine artifact?" The old man, enraged, unleashed his spiritual energy, screaming in defiance, "No, I don't believe it. The divine weapon and your life. None of you are leaving this place. All of you, get out of my way." Kim Lu stomped on the ground, launching himself forward in a cloud of dust. Hua Bai materialized a protective wall to face him directly, his voice a warning, "Dare to touch my master." The two powerful energies collided, creating an incredible pressure wave. Facing such a disparity in strength, he was quickly pushed back. Hua Bai struggled to hold on, letting out a ragged cough. Lu Lin called out from behind, "We're here to help you." Tin Tin also joined the fight, saying, "Everyone, attack together." Kim Lu's immense power relentlessly pushed the three of them back. Realizing their disadvantage, Hua Bai quickly gave an order. "Our opponent is a whole realm above us. We can't win. I'll provide cover. You guys get Master out of here." The two of them stubbornly stood their ground and fought. Tintin said with full confidence, "Our young master has never let me down before. We'll hold him off for as long as we can." The old man looked at their pathetic state and laughed smugly. "Then die with him." Seeing the attack closing in, he desperately shouted, "This is bad." In the quiet night, a pillar of deep blue energy shot straight into the sky with a massive boom. Lu Lin was wounded by Kim Lu's attack, falling to the ground with a harsh cough. The old man taunted with glee, "And here I thought you were so tough. Turns out you're just this pathetic." Tintin stared at the scene before her, utterly stunned. Impossible. The dust settled, revealing an empty space where Wu Fu had been. Hua Bai sounded almost hopeless. He just accepted me as his disciple. How did it end up like this? Suddenly, someone pointed to the sky and yelled, "Everyone, look up!" Kim Lu stammered in panic, "No, it can't be. He's still alive." Wu Fu looked down with a disdainful gaze, his power now on full display. "I just needed to raise my cultivation level to deal with you." Tu Yan observed the aura around him and exclaimed in shock. Wu Fu glanced at him and replied with a smirk, "So you noticed. Still, I have you to thank for gifting me that fragment." Enraged, Kim Lu summoned a swarm of snakes aimed straight at him, grinding his teeth as he said, "That divine weapon in your hand and your life, they're both mine." Wu Fu simply said one calm sentence, "You don't know your own limits." Immediately after, he effortlessly finished the old man with a single sword strike. Hua Bai was filled with adoration. Ma Master is truly amazing. Floating in mid-air, a man and his sword radiating an overwhelming presence, Wu Fu spoke. "Now then, I believe it's time to settle our debt." Tu Yan began to panic, quickly issuing a warning. "My master, Ba Nguyen, and Lu Jingsong are sworn brothers. For you to say such things." Before he could finish his rambling, Wu Fu swung his sword down without hesitation. Tu Yan was defeated in a single blow. Wu Fu turned away coldly, saying impatiently, "I have no interest in hearing you preach. Tell your master to come find me himself." Elsewhere, Ban Yuan sensed the abnormality, his thoughts racing in shock. Seeing him leave, Lu Jingsong asked, "Senior brother, what's wrong?" Without turning his head, Ba Yuan issued a command. "Let me focus on my alchemy. Get out for a while." The other man's face darkened as he spoke with a grim voice. "Wu Fu killed your disciple. You must tear him to shreds." Before collapsing, Ziyan shouted a final, defiant warning. "Wu Fu, don't get cocky. My master will avenge me." Jin Lao thought in stunned silence. He really killed her." The surrounding guards started pointing and jeering at Wu Fu. "Hey kid, you have no idea how terrifying that guy's master is, do you?" Another guard added smugly, "You're already at death's door, and you still have the nerve to cause more trouble? A unified Dao Venerable could crush you with a single finger." Suddenly, a figure zipped past, and Erha barked twice as a warning. Mang Mang appeared with a smile on his face. "Brother Fu, I'm here." Chu Thom also greeted him respectfully. "Master." Lu Ling turned her head, exclaiming in surprise, "Wang Mang Mang, and Jing Jing, you're on the same side too." He joyfully flew towards Wu Fu, arms outstretched for a hug. "Brother Fu, I haven't been able to eat or sleep these past few days. Look at you, you've gotten so thin." A pointed cough echoed, and Mang Mang quickly froze in place. Standing behind him, Chu Tham thought, utterly embarrassed, "This is so humiliating." The two girls also sighed in resignation. Mang Mang awkwardly scratched his head, laughing as he tried to change the subject. "Wow, so many people. Does that mean everything's been resolved?" Jin Lao eyed him warily, thinking, "Where did this damn fatty come from? Is he here to be a clown?" Mang Mang turned and met the scrutinizing gaze. He suddenly clasped his hands together, a gesture that stunned Jin Lao's group. With a look of utter reverence, Mang Mang bowed, confusing the old man. "It's getting late. Big brother, you've helped Brother Fu out, and I will remember this kindness for the rest of my life." Lu Ling shouted in exasperation, "Fatty Wang, that's the enemy." Hearing this, he immediately spun around and started to slink away, casually saying, "Why didn't you say so earlier?" This infuriated Jin Lao, who ground his teeth and demanded, "Did you come here just to play the fool? It seems to me you have a death wish." Instantly, he summoned a gigantic snake head and aimed it at Mang Mang. Seeing Jin Lao's sudden attack, the boy yelped in terror. "Oh, mother!" A loud explosion erupted, kicking up a thick cloud of dust. Chu Thom feigned a tear-streaked face, wailing dramatically, "Brother man, You died so tragically. It's all my fault for getting here too soon." As the dust settled, it revealed strips of cloth covered in ancient characters swirling around Mang Mang. Mang Mang was safely protected inside a powerful sphere of energy, though he was still complaining nonstop from within. "I'm dead. I'm so dead." Lu Ling, who had been watching, secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness for the protection of the heavenly tome. Otherwise, Fatty Wang would have been vaporized. Jin Lao's voice boomed, drawing their attention. His face was dark as he unleashed his spiritual power, saying confidently, "Don't think you can look down on everyone just because you have a few divine artifacts." She turned to Wu Fu with a serious warning. "Jin Lao's power is no small matter. You have to be extremely careful." He smirked in reply, "Relax. He won't be able to touch a single hair on my head." Jin Lao thrust his hands forward, launching a barrage of energy bullets at Wu Fu while screaming, "Die!" Wu Fu casually swung his sword, shattering every projectile the old man created. Then, with a single straight slash, he sent an attack flying toward Jin Lao's position. The old man's face twisted in shock and disbelief as he roared, "This is impossible! This can't be the power of someone at the peak of the returning to Void Realm." Wu Fu calmly gazed at the gaping hole in the wall where he'd blasted Jin Lao away. He spoke with chilling authority. "I never said I was at the peak of the returning to Void Realm. I am the strongest existence in all of Yi Tian." The scene cuts to the headmaster's office, where he's being held at sword point, completely helpless. A woman gave him a cold command: expel Wu Fu from Yunhai University immediately, or else. Terrified, he made a phone call. When the other end picked up, the headmaster urgently said, "Hello, Lu Ling." Lu Ling's phone rang, showing the caller ID as headmaster. She answered the phone. "Hello, headmaster? Hello?" On the other end, the headmaster was tense, breathing heavily. Lu Ling asked again, "Hello, headmaster? What's wrong? Say something." She was suddenly jolted by a shout from the phone, pulling it away from her ear as he roared, "The Zhongyang sect is looking for Wu Fu to cause trouble. Tell him not to come back." Wu Fu turned his head at the sound of the commotion. Lu Ling asked worriedly, "Hello? Headmaster, what happened to you?" Jing Jing, holding air Ha, also asked with concern, "What's going on?" She rushed to tell him, "The Zhongyang sect, they're at the university." The headmaster might be Wu Fu calmly gave an order. "You go back to the university first. I have to settle things with the Jin family." His expression darkened as he spoke with an icy tone. "No one in this world gets to threaten me." With that, Wu Fu shot into the sky. Luo Qi quickly called out, "Wait for me!" Huo Bao shouted, "Master, wait for me!" And the two of them flew after him. The remaining group stood there, stunned. Mang Mang scratched his head in confusion. "What are we supposed to do? Just follow them?" Jing Jing was uncertain. "So, how do we get there now?" Lu Ling took charge. "We need to get back to Yunhai immediately." The scene shifts to the Jin family's cultivation grounds. Luo Qi pointed it out. "The Jin family head is in seclusion here." Wu Fu sneered. "Perfect timing. Let's get this over with quickly." Two Jin family guards spotted them and called out warily, "Who are you? What are you doing here?" He replied with contempt, "Ha, the great Jin family head, and he lets people like you guard his retreat." Seeing Wu Fu's hostile intent, one of the guards drew her sword. "Who in the world are you to dare provoke our Jin family?" He continued to play dumb. "Oh, I forgot. The Jin family already sent all their forces out to kill someone, didn't they?" She roared in fury. "You're courting death." Wu Fu calmly released his sword, Qi, his voice low and menacing. "Family head Jin, aren't you going to come out and greet your guests?" The sword Qi effortlessly shattered the defensive barrier around the area. It also easily sent the guards flying, the sound of clashing metal echoing through the air. From deep within the retreat, a gaze filled with killing intent shot outwards. "You insolent brat." The Jin family head appeared, creating a powerful gale as he spoke. "Since you've come all this way, you might as well stay here forever." Wu Fu created a defensive barrier to block the attack. Luo Qi asked with concern, "Wu Fu, are you all right?" The overwhelming force of the attack made him exclaim, "This old man is strong." Wu Fu quickly used his sword Qi to destroy the attack. Standing beside him, Luo Qi remarked, "The oppressive feeling is incredible, completely different from before." From inside the cave, the Jin family head emerged with a powerful aura, sneering with disdain. "To think you dare challenge my Jin family with such pathetic strength. You clearly don't know your own limits." He appeared, radiating an astonishing amount of power. Before his seclusion, the Jin family head was at the late stage of the returning to Void Realm. His current realm is unknown. Luo Qi recalled with caution, "The Jin family possesses a unique secret art. Without it, they would have never secured their position in Yuantong City. Be careful." Wu Fu calmly replied, "A secret family art. No wonder it's not even recorded in the Heavenly Tome." He clenched his fist with determination. However, if the Heavenly Tome doesn't mention it, then it can't be a very good technique. But Wu Fu's eyes sharpened with absolute certainty. I have a way to deal with him. As soon as he finished speaking, he moved like a gust of wind. But in the next instant, Wu Fu was right in front of him. The Jin family head easily blocked Wu Fu's sword strike. Then, he coldly recited an incantation, Great Yi Golden Dragon Art. Immediately, Wu Fu felt an immense wave of internal energy surging towards him, followed by a world-shaking explosion. This made Luo Qi realize, it seems the Jin family head has perfected his divine technique during his long seclusion. As the explosion subsided, the Jin family head spoke. Just now, if you hadn't dodged, you would have been erased from this world. Knowing the situation was critical, Luo Qi urgently warned him, Wu Fu, the Great Yi Golden Dragon Art is the Jin family's strongest technique. Don't face it head on. But Wu Fu, ignoring her advice, was resolute. The strongest, you say? Really? Let me see for myself. The moment he finished speaking, he charged toward the Jin family head, who snorted in contempt. You little brat, who do you think you're looking down on? The old man quickly began to channel his internal energy. The old man's powerful fist was coiled, ready to crash down on Wu Fu's head. To kill my junior and still act so arrogant. Seeing his opening, the head of the Jin family lunged forward without hesitation, and Wu Fu drew his sword. The patriarch's fist shot towards him like a raging storm. The two immense forces of internal energy slammed into each other. It was clear Wu Fu was on the back foot in this clash. He had to grit his teeth just to hold back the Jin family patriarch's power. But then, the old man was suddenly right in front of him. You're still too green, he sneered. The abrupt appearance sent a chill down Wu Fu's spine. Not good. A deafening explosion ripped through the air, sending Wu Fu flying backward. In that moment, he realized this old man was far from ordinary. The Kim patriarch, annoyed by Wu Fu's calm demeanor, spat. In the face of absolute power, you still dare to run your mouth. Wu Fu didn't miss a beat, retorting, Looks like you can't handle it either, old man. He let out a few coughs before adding, Besides, the more you praise yourself, the more I realize something. He was referring to the incredible ability of the sword in his hand, a new discovery. The spirit sword can absorb the essence of powerful warriors. What an unexpected surprise. I wonder how much stronger the spirit sword will become once I kill you. The head of the Jin family didn't reply, his brow furrowed in thought. He's not dead yet. If I don't end this quickly, that kid will be the death of me. In this situation, he had to make a final, decisive move. I'll have to rely on a direct assault and look for an opening to take his life. This has to be quick. Instantly, he charged forward, roaring, You wretched brat, die! But Wu Fu met his charge without fear, ready for one final, decisive clash. If that's how you want it, then offer your life to my spirit sword. The Kim patriarch attacked with a sweep of his hand, and Wu Fu countered with a swing of his blade. A terrifying storm of internal energy erupted from them both, blasting everything in its path. The patriarch roared in fury, I want to see just what gives you the right to stand against me. Wu Fu simply smirked, his reply dripping with hidden meaning. You want to see? Fine, I'll show you. And from out of nowhere, he produced another sword, this one pulsating with dense killing intent and spiritual power. The moment the Kim patriarch saw the blade, his eyes widened in recognition. You're. Suddenly, a spray of blood filled the air. Wu Fu's sword had pierced him straight through the stomach. Knowing he was defeated, the old man showed no anger. Instead, he let out a hearty laugh. The Kim bloodline ends today. Tribulation passing Azure Venerate. To have faced the Azure Venerate in battle, I have no regrets in this life. La Ke, watching from the side, was stunned. The Kim, the Jin family, wiped out just like that? She thought in disbelief. A single person destroyed the entire Jin family, root and stem. Returning his attention to Wu Fu, he saw him beginning to do something with his swords and the fallen patriarch. Captain Tan watched, and a horrifying realization dawned on him. Don't tell me he plans to merge with the divine weapons. Just then, Wu Fu clenched his fists. The divine power from both swords began to flow into his body, causing him to transform. La Ke, who was watching intently, was caught off guard as the swirling sword chi from the blades shredded her dress, making her cry out in alarm. Captain Tan, standing nearby, was hit with a sudden nosebleed at the sight. A moment later, La Ke called out in a worried voice, Master, what's happening to your cultivation level? Did something go wrong with your training? Wu Fu replied coolly, My cultivation is merely being suppressed by the sword chi. My actual strength, however, has increased considerably. There's no need to worry. Even so, he himself was a bit bewildered. What is this? I've never experienced anything like it, he wondered. I can't tell if this is a blessing or a curse. He didn't dwell on it for long, turning to La Ke. I'm preparing to return to Yunhai. I'm going with you, La Ke insisted. But with the current situation, Wu Fu thought, the Jin family has fallen. This is the perfect opportunity for everyone at Lukethan Sun to strengthen their position. As for the university in Yunhai, I can handle that myself. Meanwhile, in a room somewhere in Yunhai, the sounds of curses and pained cries echoed. Damn it! I thought we'd be able to grab this bastard's parents, but it turns out he's a damn orphan. The scene shifts to the front gate of the Yunhai Sports Stadium, where a female disciple of the Zhongyang sect asks hesitantly, Sect leader, it's almost time. If Wu Fu doesn't show up, are we really going to kill them? The Zhongyang sect leader answered nonchalantly, when the clock strikes 6, we will execute one person every minute until Wu Fu returns. If you must blame someone, he added coldly, blame Wu Fu. Unbeknownst to him, Tin Tin and Lu Lin were hiding in the nearby bushes, watching everything. Tin Tin whispered anxiously, What do we do? They're really going to kill someone, Lu Lin replied helplessly. We're no match for them. All we can do is wait. Ha let out a soft bark, as if in agreement. Mang Mang poked his head up at that moment. Isn't there a rule in the martial world about not harming ordinary people? He questioned. Lu Lin quickly explained. They haven't actually killed anyone yet, so technically, that rule doesn't apply to them right now. Faced with such a dire situation, Mang Mang decided to take a risk. To hell with that. What's the point of rules if people end up dead? If Brother Fu doesn't show, I'm going in. However, Chu Thom, who was beside him, quickly stopped him. Fatty, don't be reckless. But it was too late. A Zhongyang sect disciple had already found them. He placed a hand on Mang Mang's shoulder and spoke. Well, look at the big rat I found. His voice rang out, startling Chu Thom, Tin Tin, and Lu Lin, who all cried out in unison. This is bad! They looked up to see a whole group of Zhongyang sect disciples blocking their way. Just then, the Zhongyang sect leader stepped forward, a triumphant grin on his face. You've all come at the perfect time. Killing you will make this show even more effective. But before he could make a move, he suddenly felt a wave of danger approaching. Something shot past him, Tin Tin and Lu Lin in a blur. Following its trajectory, Tin Tin's eyes widened in shock and relief at who she saw. Wu Fu is here! The Zhongyang sect leader sneered at the name. Wu Fu? I was starting to think you were too much of a coward to come. From within a swirl of mist, Wu Fu's voice shot back, laced with sarcasm. I never imagined the mighty Zhongyang sect would stoop so low. Using the lives of ordinary people as leverage? The man remained shamelessly unapologetic, looking down on Wu Fu. The rules of the world only forbid us from taking the lives of ordinary people. My Zhongyang sect wasn't going to kill anyone, it was just a ploy to draw you out, but I never expected you'd show up as a complete waste, utterly devoid of any cultivation. It seemed the sword Qi from the two divine weapons had indeed concealed Wu Fu's cultivation level completely, fooling the sect leader. This realization prompted a condescending smirk from Wu Fu. Hearing what the sect leader said, Mang Mang was so terrified he started to stammer, Be Brother Fu, your cultivation. How is that possible? Did the head of the Jin family injure you that badly? Chu Thom panicked, running his hands through his hair and muttering, It's over. We're so screwed. But Lon Tam had overheard a name in Mang Mang's panicked words. Head of the Jin family. Realizing Wu Fu had offended such a powerful figure, Lon Tam turned cowardly. Look, this is a grudge between Wu Fu and the Zhongyang sect, he said. If he dies, doesn't that mean we'll be safe? The man beside him quickly chimed in. Yeah, this is all his fault. Back with the sect leader, who was still under the delusion that Wu Fu was powerless, he gave an arrogant order. Since you've lost your strength, hand over the divine weapons. Do it, and I might let you leave your corpse in one piece. Wu Fu replied coldly. Shouldn't you release them first? The sycophant next to Lan Tam, not knowing his place, piped up at that moment. Great, we're saved. This has nothing to do with us anymore. A Zhongyang sect disciple clearly wasn't going to let them off that easily. He slammed his fist into the man's face and shouted, You're in no position to be making demands right now. Wu Fu, who had been observing everything, said nothing, but his brow furrowed in deep annoyance. The situation was hanging by a thread, and Lu Lin panicked internally. Wu Fu has lost his power, and the Zhongyang sect has so many strong members. Not to mention we're all caught in the middle. What am I supposed to do now? Suddenly, Erha charged forward aggressively, causing her to cry out in alarm, Erha! The Zhongyang sect disciple scoffed, What's a dog going to do? As Erha lunged to bite him, the disciple brutally struck him with a palm strike to the stomach, sending the dog flying into a nearby tree. The brutal sight made both Wu Fu and Lu Lin cry out in shock and fury, ER cap! At that moment, the disciple from the Trung Dung sect gloated. Like a mantis trying to stop a chariot, you don't know your own limits. Luke Lin, filled with rage, pointed at him and screamed a warning. But he couldn't care less, mocking the idea of a powerless cripple trying to avenge a mere dog. Then, he laid out a condition for the student council members. Whoever kills him, I'll let all of you go. Hearing this, they were immediately tempted. They asked again, just to be sure, See, can we trust your word? The Trung-dung disciple confirmed it without hesitation. Of course, but you have to kill him first. Driven by desperation, the student council members charged at Wu Fu. You're the one who provoked him. Why drag us into this? Die! But with a single punch, Wu Fu sent one of them flying into the distance. The display of power terrified the others, freezing them in their tracks. Wu Fu, seething with rage, roared, "You ungrateful bastards, all of you can go to hell." The Trung-dung disciple watched with interest and remarked, "I really thought he'd become a useless cripple. Turns out he was just playing the pig to eat the tiger. How amusing." Beside them, Luke Lin quickly realized Wu Fu hadn't lost his cultivation at all. She thought joyfully, so his power was never gone. Just then, she noticed Erha's body was missing. Back with Wu Fu, his eyes burned with murderous intent as he demanded, "Who killed Erha?" The Trung-dung disciple, unafraid of death, taunted him further. "How about I kill you too? You can be reunited with your dog." The words had barely left his mouth before he lunged. But before he could land a blow, Wu Fu effortlessly blocked his attack. In that split second, the disciple was horrified. "I was moving so fast. How did he keep up?" Wu Fu's face remained grim as he uttered two words. "Too talkative." His next punch pierced straight through his opponent's defense. Divine power, fueled by rage over Erha's death, surged within him. "I'll kill every last one of you from the Trung-dung sect and bury you all with Erha." The master of the Trung-dung sect instantly sensed the strange spiritual energy from Wu Fu and made a horrifying discovery. This aura, he's merged with a divine weapon. Elsewhere, several Purple Sun spirit pearls began to spin frantically. A woman standing nearby noticed their unusual behavior. She wondered aloud, how can someone in such a small world cause such a heaven-shaking disturbance? The white-haired girl was intrigued by whoever could cause such chaos in the spirit pearls. Someone in a tiny world is shaking the heavens and the earth. I want to see who this person is. With a flick of her wrist, a mirror materialized before her. Through the divine mirror, she saw that the source of the strange phenomenon was Wu Fu. It's him! It seemed she recognized Wu Fu as she let out an amused laugh. And I thought I was just being paranoid. To think I'd actually find her descendant. I'd recognize that three-part forehead even if it were turned to ash. She then did something that caused lightning to fill the skies. Back on Earth, Wu Fu immediately sensed the abnormality. A bolt of lightning struck him directly. Seeing this, the Trung-dung master shouted triumphantly, "That lightning is filled with the wrath of the heavens. Wu Fu, the sky itself wants you dead." Luke Lin, however, worried for Wu Fu's safety, whispering his name in fear, "Wu Fu." Mang Mang also screamed in terror, "Brother Fu." His aunt and uncle could only wonder, is this divine punishment? But it was obvious Wu Fu was completely unharmed. In fact, he seemed to have grown stronger. The Trung-dung master was now completely astonished. Luke Lin was also baffled by what she was seeing. Didn't they say he had no cultivation? How can he absorb heavenly lightning? After absorbing the lightning, Wu Fu himself spoke with renewed confidence. "So, you found me? And you thought you could bury me with mere lightning?" Sensing the tide turning against him, the Trung-dung master made a quick decision. He can absorb lightning. Something is very wrong with this guy. I have to act now. As soon as the thought crossed his mind, he launched an attack at Wu Fu, roaring, "Die!" With an air of absolute calm, Wu Fu simply watched the attack approach. Just as it was about to hit, he effortlessly stopped it with a single hand. This left the Trung-dung master in utter disbelief. How can he block my sword energy with just one hand? At that moment, Wu Fu's voice turned ice cold. "To kill you, I only need a single breath." As he spoke, his own attack pierced through the Trung-dung master's assault. The scene was something the master could never have anticipated. He screamed his final words, "Impossible, this can't be happening," before being obliterated by Wu Fu's lightning. The remaining Trung-dung disciples saw this and stammered in fear. Master?" After finishing off the leader, Wu Fu turned to warn the remaining lackeys. "Don't you dare touch what's mine. That includes my dog." Thinking he was about to kill them too, the disciples scrambled to escape. "The master is dead. Let's get out of here." Only after they had all fled did Wu Fu finally reveal his own pain, causing Luke Lin to cry out his name in concern. "Wu Fu." She rushed to support him, asking, "Are you okay?" He replied faintly, "I'm fine. Just a little tired. Sorry to make you worry." Just then, Mang Mang suddenly screamed, "Brother Fu!" Hearing his cry, Wu Fu and Luke Lin went to see what was happening. They saw Erha suddenly encased in an eggshell and wondered, what is it doing? All at once, the egg cracked, and Wu Fu felt a powerful spiritual energy radiating from the fissure. "This is..." Luke Lin turned her attention back to him, only to witness another unbelievable event. "What is this?" "Your wounds. They're healing on their own." Before Wu Fu could answer her, Mang Mang shouted again, "Brother Fu, look!" It seemed Erha had broken out of the shell. A powerful spiritual force surged from it. This energy, He realized it was trying to take over his body. A moment later, he awoke to the sound of worried voices. Wu Fu, what's wrong? Wake up. Brother Fu, why did you faint? He slowly opened his eyes to see Luke Lin and Mang Mang with their backs to him, calling out in unison. Wu Fu, wake up! This left him completely bewildered. What's going on? By now, Wu Fu was fully conscious. Seeing this, Luke Lin quickly called his name. Wu Fu! Mang Mang followed up. Brother Fu is awake. But just as Luke Lin was asking, Wu Fu, how are you feeling? He suddenly lunged toward her. He began to act strangely, nuzzling his head against her chest, making her flustered. Wu Fu, what are you doing? Get off me! When he persisted, she finally snapped. How dare you take advantage of me? 2 sharp slaps echoed through the air. Luke Lin had knocked Wu Fu unconscious and was now screaming in fury. Are you insane? Taking advantage of me like that? Unexpectedly, Ha walked over and spoke in a clear voice. This is Ha, I'm over here. The statement left Luke Lin utterly baffled and confused. Mang Mang, on the other hand, stared wide-eyed and screamed. Holy crap, Ha has become a spirit beast. Wu Fu, now in Ha's body, glanced at him and snapped. You damn fatty, shut your mouth. After regaining her composure, Luke Lin finally asked, You, are Wu Fu? Mang Mang also asked in disbelief. Brother Fu? Ha, in Wu Fu's body, let out a bark. Meanwhile, Wu Fu, in the dog's body, replied to everyone with a small woof. At this point, Luke Lin had to ask, why are you inside Ha's body? Even in the body of a dog, Wu Fu explained with his usual cold demeanor. It was probably because of the heavenly lightning. The bizarre scene, coupled with his explanation, left both Luke Lin and Mang Mang speechless. Ha, despite being in Wu Fu's body, continued to cause trouble, playfully rubbing against him. Annoyed by his antics, Wu Fu roared, Ha, stop rubbing against me. You're ruining my image! Right in the middle of this ridiculous scene, another disciple from the Trungdung sect appeared, a scornful smile on his face. Oh, Wu Fu, you may have killed our master with your own power, but you are a fool. From now on, I am the highest authority in the Trungdung sect. Wu Fu watched as yet another enemy arrived. This Trungdung disciple, completely oblivious to the body swap between Wu Fu and Ha, laughed condescendingly. Even Wu Fu's dog knows how to talk. It's a pity Wu Fu himself has become a drooling idiot. Mang Mang, thinking Wu Fu was too weak to fight, rushed to protect him. Fuka, you go on ahead, leave this to me. But the Zhongyang sect disciple clearly recognized Mang Mang's spiritual energy and charged straight for him. Without Wu Fu, you think you're worthy of being my opponent? However, before he could do anything, a furry foot came flying out of nowhere. Wu Fu, in Ha's body, landed a kick square in the disciple's face, sending him flying. The sight made Mang Mang scream in shock. Fuka, you're this strong even as a dog? After dealing with the loudmouth, Lu Lin turned and asked, Wu Fu, now that you're like this, what's your plan? Was he just going to live his life in the body of a dog? Wu Fu answered helplessly, if I want to return to my original form quickly, my only option is to find an expert who can break through to the Dao integration realm. Hearing this, she understood. He calmly admitted it and asked for a small favor. That's right, and I already have someone in mind. For now, please help me take good care of Ha and my body. I'll be back soon. A short while later at the academy, several Zhongyang sect disciples looked down from above and saw Wu Fu's group returning. Sensing no spiritual power from Wu Fu, they looked at each other with contempt. Look at him. Isn't Wu Fu's cultivation only at the profound connection realm now? It seems he was severely injured in the battle with our sect master and lost his powers. The leader of the group boasted loudly. He's just at the profound connection realm. The few of us are more than enough to deal with him. The others heard this and replied in unison, right. Ha, still in Wu Fu's body, kept his old habits, nuzzling and licking Lu Lin until she blushed, pushing him away while yelling, Ha, stop licking me. Mang Mang watched this and thought helplessly. Only Ha could be such a shameless pervert out in the open. Just then, he sensed something was wrong. Seeing a massive blast of spiritual energy hurtling toward them, he yelled in panic. Lu Lin, watch out! A deafening boom shook the ground. From within the smoke, 2 Zhongyang sect disciples emerged, laughing victoriously to each other. Wu Fu is dead! Sect master, you can finally rest in peace. Mang Mang, despite taking a hit, managed to get back on his feet. He gritted his teeth in fury and shouted, You dare launch a sneak attack! Lu Lin! Ha! But now, Ha in Wu Fu's body wasn't making a sound. It seemed he had used Wu Fu's body to shield Lu Lin from the blast. Had something happened to him? She asked worriedly. Ha, are you okay? The moment she asked, Ha returned to his usual dazed and goofy state, causing her to let out a long sigh of relief. Looks like he's fine. But the two Zhongyang sect disciples were stunned by this, their eyes wide with disbelief. He was hit by such a powerful attack and he's completely unharmed? How is that possible? Suddenly, Mang Mang appeared behind them, his voice thick with rage. They may be fine, but you two are in big trouble. After giving them a thorough beating, he cursed casually. Damn it, you want to play dirty with sneak attacks? I'll beat you cowards to death. At this moment, Lu Lin was worried about Wu Fu in Erha's body. His body's strength is inherited from Erha. I don't know if this body swap is a blessing or a curse, but when she looked over at Erha in Wu Fu's body, all she could do was sigh helplessly. But Huskies really are just that goofy. At that very moment, at another Hua family residence, several Zhongyang sect disciples were hunting down members of the Hua family, boasting confidently, by now, Wu Fu's head has probably already been claimed by our sect master. Does the Hua family still insist on resisting? Tintin shot back defiantly. The young master will definitely be the one to take your sect master's head and use it as a soccer ball. Of course, they didn't listen, instead shouting threats. Since you won't obey the laws of our Zhongyang sect, then you will all be annihilated. Suddenly, a rustling sound echoed. Wu Fu, in Erha's body, appeared leisurely, leaving the Zhongyang sect members baffled. Where did this dog come from? Seeing Erha, Tintin called out his name. Erha. Not seeing Wu Fu anywhere nearby, she wondered. Where's Wu Fu? Just as one of the disciples was laughing hysterically, certain that Wu Fu was dead, Wu Fu in Erha's body spoke calmly. Who said I was dead? Seeing a dog open its mouth and speak human words, the Zhongyang disciples screamed in terror. What the hell? It's a demon, a talking dog. Wu Fu, still in Erha's body, replied with the same casual tone. You're the dog, you bastard. Tintin, of course, recognized Wu Fu's voice and wondered in a daze, could that thing have been transformed from the young master? The disciple who Wu Fu had just cursed was now seething with rage, snarling. I've lived for over 100 years, and this is the first time I've been provoked by a dog. He raised his sword to strike Wu Fu. If I don't kill you and turn you into soup today, then I'm worse than a dog. On the side, Antien also sensed something was off and asked Tintin hesitantly, My dear daughter, is that dog Wu Fu? By now, the disciple had swung his sword at Wu Fu, but he had swiftly dodged. Seeing this, Tintin shouted in alarm, Be careful! The disciple now reappeared behind Wu Fu. It seemed he couldn't react in time and was struck hard, sent crashing to the ground with a loud thud. Despite the powerful blow, it seemed he only got a bump on the head and was otherwise unharmed. Looks like chewing on all those top-tier spirit stones wasn't for nothing. This body's durability was insanely tough. Seeing Wu Fu completely unfazed, the Zhongyang sect disciple was astonished. As he prepared to strike again, Wu Fu spoke calmly. How about this? A contemptuous smirk played on his lips. Next, I'll make your words worse than a dog a reality. Without another word, Wu Fu leaped into action. He raised his claws and roared, Die! The Zhongyang disciple swung his sword and shouted back, The one who's going to die is you. The two then clashed in a fierce battle. Tintin, worried that Wu Fu and Erha's body would be hurt, cried out anxiously, Erha. The Zhongyang disciple relentlessly slashed at Wu Fu, gloating, Erha is just a dog, yet you dare call yourself a divine beast. Of course, Wu Fu didn't care. Preparing to smack him, he said, Then let me show you just how formidable a dog can be. From this day on, the Zhongyang sect will be disbanded. A powerful wave of his spiritual energy surged forward. And just like that, he sent the Zhongyang disciple on his way before the man could even process what was happening. What? He kicked the disciple high into the air, shouting, Get lost! The man screamed in terror, No. After dealing with him, Wu Fu looked down at Erha's fat, furry body and sighed, I'm just not used to this form yet. Otherwise, you would have been dead a lot sooner. Just then, Tintin pointed behind him and warned, Erha, your tail is on fire! Hearing this, he yelped in alarm. Damn it! Why can't I even feel pain? Seeing that everything was settled, Thuong Niu told Tintin, The Zhongyang sect has reached a dead end. Hua Tintin, take the Hua family disciples to the school to watch the extermination of the remaining members. Thuong Niu then turned to Wu Fu. However, little brother Ingo, why have you turned into this form? Wu Fu answered casually, I used all my power to kill the Zhongyang sect master and was struck by heavenly lightning, causing me to accidentally swap bodies with Erha. His answer left Thuong Niu speechless, thinking to himself, he's still a ways from the Tao integration realm, yet he was able to attract heavenly lightning. Not stopping there, Wu Fu made an absurd request. Senior, if you can break through to the Tao integration realm, could you attract the heavenly lightning? Of course, the old man couldn't do it and could only reply helplessly, This old man is still a long way from the Tao integration realm. Besides, breaking through requires the perfect alignment of time, place, and people. Knowing no one could help him with this, Wu Fu decided to handle it himself. It's just heavenly lightning. I'll summon it and deal with it. And with that, he truly did summon heavenly lightning to strike down. From a distance, someone witnessed this and exclaimed in awe, "Heavenly lightning again." Ban Wen saw the lightning but was puzzled. To attract heavenly lightning twice in one day, who in the world is having a breakthrough? Just then, someone recognized the newcomer. The old man quickly bowed and said, "I didn't expect you to arrive so soon." The NY cut straight to the point. "Enough nonsense. What's the status?" Ban Wen gave a knowing smile. "The refinement is almost complete. Just one final step. Once it succeeds, both the person and his pill will be yours. Won't I have been useful then?" Understanding the old man wanted his cut, the NY tossed something toward him. The old man quickly caught it and said, "Soon, I will deliver what you desire." Having heard what he needed to, Thien Y turned to leave but added a final warning. "That's just the down payment." Bang Wen bowed in response. Staring at the object in his hand, he thought smugly to himself, "With this, things will be much easier." A triumphant laugh echoed through the air. At that very moment, violent thunder and lightning ripped across the sky. This startled the girl standing guard, who wondered to herself, "Why is this happening?" It seemed she was trying to peer into Wu Fu's past and future, but she couldn't see a thing. Suddenly, a white crystal floating mid-air shattered into pieces. This left the girl feeling helpless. The white crystal. "It broke," she muttered. Looking up at the crackling rings of lightning, she could only sigh. It seems the times are changing. Back at the Shu residence, facing the descending heavenly thunder, Tian called out anxiously, "Father!" Thung Yu pushed him back, declaring, "My mind is made up. Stay back, son." He then turned to Wu Fu. "Little brother Ingo, leave it to me. Whether we live or die depends on you." Seeing the old man's tension, Wu Fu offered some reassurance. "Don't worry," he said. "It's just heavenly thunder. I can slice it in two." With that, he drew a treasured sword and uttered 2 words, "It's here." Instantly, the heavenly thunder struck down. Faced with its might, Thungyo was naturally terrified. But luckily for him, Wu Fu was right there. With a single swing of his sword, he effortlessly batted the thunderbolt away. The sight left Thung Yu stunned. "That's hit," he stammered. But seeing another bolt of heavenly thunder gathering, Wu Fu warned him in a cold voice. "The NY has arrived." This time, the heavenly thunder seemed determined to fight Wu Fu to the death, summoning a battle-hardened army from the sky. From a distance, Thien Y and Ban Wen could feel the murderous aura radiating from this force. This made Thien Y remark, "For a barren planet like this to provoke the heaven's wrath. Interesting." Then he suggested, "Let's go take a look." Back with Wu Fu, he faced the army without a trace of fear. Instead, he casually swung his sword, cutting them down. "Mad now?" he taunted. "Such a low tolerance. You're not even worthy of carrying my shoes." Provoked by his arrogant attitude, the Thunder Army immediately swarmed him. Seeing this, he smirked. Perfect timing. The thunder struck him directly. He gritted his teeth and endured it, even provoking it further. "Is that all you've got? Did you skip breakfast?" Far in the distance, the girl saw the heavenly thunder descend and realized, Wu Fu, that guy really got himself mixed up with the heavenly thunder? Suddenly, Nearcap leaped straight into the lightning, making her scream in terror. "Nearcap!" Nearcap quickly approached Wu Fu and barked a few times, signaling him. Seeing his companion, Wu Fu praised it with satisfaction. "You're right on time, Nearcap." As if understanding his master's intent, Nearcap immediately opened its mouth, allowing its soul to emerge. Meanwhile, on the outskirts, Ban Wen had drawn closer, marveling. "The first time I've ever witnessed such a thing." While hiding, he suddenly realized something. No, that's not right. He's absorbing the heavenly thunder. The power of someone who could defy the heavens intrigued him. Who is this person? And when he saw it was Wu Fu, he was utterly horrified. "No, Wu Fu." Wu Fu had already noticed Ban Wen's presence and issued a challenge. "The heavenly thunder isn't enough. Why don't I drag you into this too?" He moved closer to the old man and said, "The power of this heavenly thunder isn't even enough to temper half of my spirit sword." A sinister smile spread across his face. Knowing he couldn't defeat Wu Fu right now, Ban Wen cursed under his breath. Damn it. All the while, the heavenly thunder continued to rain down. Unteen was terrified by the scene, exclaiming, "What kind of breakthrough is this? This is clearly a death wish." Hearing this, Thung Yu felt a bit sheepish and muttered, "Well, wasn't I the one who was supposed to be going through this ordeal?" The heavenly thunder was now preparing a massive attack, forming a gigantic ball of lightning. The moment Ban Wen saw it, he knew who was responsible and snarled in fury, "Wu Fu you!" At this moment, Ban Wen realized Wu Fu's plan. The heavenly Y thunder hasn't even dissipated. Are you trying to drag this old man down with you? Below, seeing the situation worsen, Unteen couldn't help but shout worriedly, What on earth is Wu Fu trying to do? Thung Yu quickly answered. He's fighting Tian Wai alone. These words left Tian horrified. Fighting? Fighting Tian Wai? Is that something a human can even defy? By now, the sky was roaring with thunder, and bolt after bolt struck Wu Fu, yet he acted as if it were nothing. Ban Wen thought to himself, damn it, under the pressure of Tian Wai, I don't dare use my full strength, or he would have been dead long ago. The time had come. The giant lightning orb began to unleash terrifying bolts of electricity. All of them converged on Wu Fu, yet he showed no signs of pain as he endured the assault. The sight left Ban Yuan deeply unnerved, such powerful heavenly thunder. At this rate, it's all going to be absorbed. He realized that Wu Fu's cultivation had already reached a new level. Not only that, but his power was still rising. Knowing that Wu Fu would surely deal with him after this was over, he made a swift decision. No, I can't let him get any stronger. With that, Ban Wen prepared to strike. You wanted to be struck by heavenly thunder? Then let me help you. Seeing this from below, Thung Yu cried out in alarm. This is bad. Ban Wen is about to act under the power of Tian Wai. This will only make the heavenly thunder even stronger. Tian warned frantically. The heavenly thunder is already terrifying. At this rate, are we going to be struck down too? Just then, Ban Wen unleashed his attack with a loud roar. But far from being flustered, Wu Fu just responded with a scornful tone. I thought you'd make your move the moment I dragged you in here. Who knew you'd be such a coward and only dare to attack now? These words seemed to make something click for Ban Wen. He gritted his teeth in fury. You were using me, you bastard. Wu Fu was now enveloped in divine power. This scene made Ban Wen understand one thing clearly. Not only had he failed to kill him, but he had actually helped him become even stronger. Suddenly, waves of spiritual energy from around Wu Fu began to flow into Thung Yu, helping him achieve a breakthrough. Seeing this, Tian cried out in utter amazement. Whoa! The Dao integration realm. Thung Yu himself was stunned, remarking, I never thought I could reach the Dao integration realm like this. In that moment, Tian could confidently declare, this is fantastic. From now on, no power will be a match for our Shu family. Thung Yu looked up at Wu Fu and said, even though I've reached the Dao integration realm, I still can't fathom Wu Fu's cultivation. Not only that, I can feel an immense pressure radiating from his body. His words shocked Tian. Father, you mean even someone at the Dao integration realm can't see through him? Thung Yu stated with certainty. Before him, I am still nothing. Back with Wu Fu, he gave Ban Wen a cold look and said, Ban Wen, I'm done playing with you. With that, he flew off. Ban Wen realized where Wu Fu was heading and yelled in alarm. Oh no, that direction is. It was as if he understood that Wu Fu had discovered his shady business. Could it be, that kid knows everything? At the same time, Wu Fu was still speeding toward his destination, landing on a house tucked away in the forest. Sensing the elemental energy radiating from within, he murmured in satisfaction. Finally, it turned out that inside, Jing Tong had successfully refined the pill. Just as Wu Fu was about to step into the house, Tian Wai suddenly looked at him and asked in an icy tone, What do you think you're doing? Realizing why the man was here, Wu Fu silently calculated his next move. I didn't expect him to get here so fast. The moment this pill is finished, Master will die. And with my current abilities, I still can't fully control this body. So, he immediately put on a disarming smile and said, Brother Lu and I are very close. I'm here to lend him a hand with this spirit gathering pill. He knew perfectly well that in this situation, lying was his only choice. Tian Wai, of course, wasn't convinced and shot him a skeptical glance. Knowing the man wouldn't be easily fooled, Wu Fu took out a medicinal pill as proof. If you don't believe me, look at this. When Tian Wai saw the pill in his hand, he was finally convinced. He also knew how to refine the spirit gathering pill and thought, it seems he really is the old man's disciple. He immediately stepped aside to let him pass. Then please, come in. But just then, Ban Wen caught up and screamed, Don't let him in! Stop him! The old man's shout caught Tian Wai's attention, but Wu Fu just grinned wickedly and said, Too late now. Before launching a palm strike, Tian Wai quickly drew his sword and said with contempt, Trying to show off in front of an expert? You're still wet behind the ears. With that, he swung his blade. The sword flew towards Wu Fu's face and then abruptly froze in midair. Somehow, Wu Fu had stopped the attack, and now he was even taunting him. Go on, do it. Strangely, Tian Wai didn't dare to move. The reason was simple. Wu Fu was holding the very spirit pill he needed, and he used it as leverage. If you don't want me to crush this spirit gathering pill, you'd be wise to back the hell off. Seeing this, Ban Wen shouted, Don't be afraid. Jing Tong is at the most critical stage of refining the spirit gathering pill right now. If he's interrupted, he could be gravely injured. As he approached Wu Fu, he added confidently, Based on your cultivation level, you're no match for the two of us. Seeing the old man's brazen confidence, Wu Fu just smirked. The most powerful effect of the spirit-gathering pill is healing wounds. If I crush it, well, you can just refine another one, can't you? Then, he mercilessly crushed the spirit pill in his hand and cursed, "A bunch of damn fools." His action left Tianwei completely stunned. After regaining his senses, Banwen roared in fury, "I'll skin you alive and grind your bones to dust to settle this score." However, before the old man could do anything, Wu Fu's overwhelming spiritual pressure slammed down on him. Wu Fu just chuckled. "Looks like there's no escape for you." Suddenly, Jingtong himself grabbed Wu Fu, demanding with great difficulty, "Wu Fu, why did you destroy my spirit-gathering pill?" Wu Fu answered nonchalantly, "If you had succeeded in refining it, you would be dead." But Jingtong insisted, "That spirit-gathering pill represented this old man's entire path of alchemy, and you destroyed it?" Unexpectedly, Wu Fu then produced another, identical pill out of thin air. "Here," he said. "Isn't this it?" This left Jingtong utterly bewildered. A spirit-gathering pill. Even Ban Wen was stunned, wondering to himself, "Another spirit-gathering pill? And it's already refined? How is that possible?" Before the old man could even process what was happening, someone struck him. It was Tianwei, enraged, believing he'd been deceived. He snarled, questioning Ban Yuan. "You dared to— You had already successfully refined the spirit-gathering pill." The old man was no match for him and could only try to defend himself. I didn't deceive you. It must be that kid's trick. That spirit-gathering pill is probably just a low-grade fake." Hearing this, Wu Fu chuckled and revealed, "Is that so? On Earth, a pill like this can be refined by even the smallest of sects." His words hit Ban Wen like a physical blow. "A spy, spirit-gathering pill. How can that be?" The old man roared in furious disbelief. "I don't believe it." Realizing his fate, Tianwei quickly saw that the old man was about to self-destruct. Later, on a beautiful morning in Maple Leaf City, a young woman took out a pill and whispered, "Hopefully, I hope this one works." She then placed the spirit pill into the mouth of a man lying unconscious on the bed. From outside, an old man walked in and said, "Lin Wei, his chances of survival are slim. Feeding him more pills won't solve anything." Lin Wei turned at the sound of his voice and called out, "Grandpa." She looked at the man on the bed and insisted, "I feel like this young man's will to live is stronger than anyone I've ever met." Suddenly, a change occurred in the young man on the bed, and Lin Wei's grandfather quickly noticed the anomaly. Seeing the powerful spiritual energy radiating from the man, her grandfather exclaimed in astonishment, "This is—" Realizing the young man's identity was anything but ordinary, he urgently told Lin Wei, "It's spirit energy. Excellent. The spirit energy is incredibly dense. Lin Wei, we don't know where this person came from. We should inform the spirit pill sect." A short while later at the spirit pill sect, a woman named Fu Deng seemed to sense something and asked, "What is it?" Tu Lan, who was with her, replied, "Maybe I was mistaken, but I thought I sensed a sudden surge of spirit energy from the direction of Maple Leaf City." Fu Deng paid it no mind and said nonchalantly, "Let's go. I heard the mountain sect found an old man and called us over to take a look." Tu Lan didn't hesitate and followed her. "Let's go." Back at the small house, the young man on the bed had woken up. He checked his body and thought joyfully, "I'm alive again. My meridians feel as if they've never even been injured." That young man was none other than Wu Fu. He recalled the incident with Ban Wen and muttered, "I can't believe Ban Wen actually blew himself up." Without hesitating, he threw on a robe and prepared to leave. "Whatever. First, I need to find that old man." But as soon as he stepped out of the room, he saw a whole crowd of people gathered there. Lin Wei's grandfather seemed to have brought people, pointing at him and saying, "Esteemed masters, that's him. He's awake." Looking at the crowd before him, Wu Fu wondered to himself, "What's happening here? Why are there so many people?" Tu Ho, a disciple of the Spirit Pill sect, saw Wu Fu and snorted with contempt. "Just some kid with a bit of spirit energy. Not as impressive as the old man we found this afternoon." Tu Lan, beside him, said with annoyance, "This was a wasted trip. Let's go back." Their words caught Wu Fu's attention. "Old man?" Just as Tu Lan was shouting at the crowd, "Everyone, disperse!" A hand suddenly landed on his shoulder. Wu Fu had appeared behind him without a sound and asked, "Wait a minute, where is that old man?" His sudden appearance startled Tu Ho, who drew his sword and yelled, "Damn it, what are you trying to do?" Tu Lan quickly stopped his friend. "Wait, don't attack!" He suddenly became timid and answered Wu Fu's question, He's just asking for directions. The old man is at Licorice Hall." Hearing this, Wu Fu turned to leave but didn't forget to thank him. Once he was gone, Tu Ho turned to his friend. "Why didn't you let me attack him just now?" Tu Lan explained with a hint of fear in his voice, "To be able to appear behind me without making a single sound. Do you really think the two of us could be his opponent?" Realizing the situation was serious, he rushed back to the sect to report to the elders. A short while later, in a forest somewhere on the Spirit Pill sect's mountain, a disciple on patrol duty suddenly spotted a fair, slender leg sticking out from behind some bushes. This slender leg mesmerized him so much that he lunged forward yelling, "A beauty!" A loud thump was heard. The Spirit Pill sect disciple was knocked unconscious by Wu Fu, who then proceeded to take his clothes and put them on. "What a predictable pervert," he muttered. "If it weren't for my injuries not being fully healed, I wouldn't have to resort to this." Then, he casually walked up towards the so-called Spirit Pill sect, muttering to himself, "Spirit Pill sect. I don't think I ever heard of it in my past life. I'll go check it out first and see what it's all about." Just as he stood before the sect's gate, wondering how many precious spirit pills and elixirs might be inside, the sharp crack of a whip echoed nearby as a warning. A powerful voice then demanded, "What are you doing here?" He was a gatekeeper for the Spirit Dan sect, and the moment he saw Wu Fu approach, he mistook him for a low-level outer disciple and barked out a challenge. An outer disciple dares to just stand there? Seeing Wu Fu ignore him, the Spirit Dan sect gatekeeper flew into a rage and roared, "Halt! Did I give you permission to leave? Outer disciples belong in the hovels. The main gate of the sect has been defiled by trash like you. Are you going to lick it clean or not?" When Wu Fu remained silent, the gatekeeper's voice dripped with menace. "What's the matter? Don't know how to lick, or are you just playing dumb?" He let out a derisive sneer and ordered Wu Fu, "I said lick it clean for me. Do you hear me?" Wu Fu shot him an annoyed glance and warned, "If I weren't injured, you would already be a corpse." Humiliated, the gatekeeper furiously raised his whip to strike him. "A piece of trash with no cultivation dares to resist? I'll teach you a lesson today." Just as he was about to strike, something suddenly flew through the air, slamming directly into the gatekeeper and sending him crashing to the ground. He exploded in a fit of rage, screaming, "Damn it! Which bastard ambushed me? Get the hell out here!" Just then, a figure approached from the distance, his voice ringing out, "What's this? Are you bullying an outer disciple?" The man spoke as if he were sympathetic. An inner disciple bullying an outer sect disciple without reason, and so openly? How audacious. The moment the gatekeeper saw the newcomer, his face went pale with recognition. The top senior disciple of the Licorice Hall, Lam Mok. Lam Mok cracked a smile and asked, "So? Do you have a problem with that?" The gatekeeper, of course, didn't dare breathe a word against Lam Mok and immediately switched to a fawning demeanor. "Senior brother Lam. It's a misunderstanding, just a misunderstanding." Standing to the side, Wu Fu listened and calculated inwardly. "Licorice Hall, huh? Let's see. I shouldn't make a move until these injuries have healed." At that moment, Lam Mok walked past Wu Fu and declared, "I have long heard tales of inner disciples bullying outer disciples, but I never thought I'd witness it myself." He stood before the other disciples, posturing like a hero. "If I hadn't seen this today, I'm afraid he would have died a miserable death at your cruel hands." His righteous act naturally earned the admiration and praise of the other disciples. As expected of senior brother Lam, a true gentleman, the gatekeeper hurriedly bowed his head, claiming it was all a misunderstanding. But Wu Fu saw right through Lam Mok's nature at a glance. "What a hypocrite," he thought. "Since you've provided the opportunity, I'll use you as my shield." With that thought, he immediately bowed respectfully, feigning immense gratitude for Lam Mok's rescue. "Senior brother Lam, if you hadn't appeared in time, this humble disciple's life would have been forfeit." Lam Mok, completely fooled, replied with smug satisfaction, "Rest assured, with me here, he won't be able to harm you." Ling Yi, who was standing nearby, recognized Wu Fu at a glance. She wondered to herself, "It's my brother. What is he doing at the Spirit Dan sect?" Just then, Wu Fu suddenly strode toward the gatekeeper and said, "With those words from you, senior brother, I can finally rest easy." Seeing him approach, the gatekeeper asked suspiciously, "What do you want?" Without a word, Wu Fu's hand lashed out with a sharp crack. The slap left both Lam Mok and Ling Yi completely stunned. After regaining his senses, the gatekeeper grabbed Wu Fu by the collar and roared with fury, "Do you have a death wish? I'll skin you alive." Seeing this, Lam Mok cleared his throat loudly. He shot the gatekeeper a look, his voice a low growl. "What? You still intend to attack him right in front of me?" On the surface, he was playing the hero, but inside, he was seething at Wu Fu. "That damn brat dares to use me." Blocked by Lam Mok, the gatekeeper was boiling with rage but had to restrain himself. "Damn it. With Lam Mok here, I can't do anything. I'll wait for a chance and kill this little punk later." The thought had barely crossed his mind when Wu Fu's foot shot out, slamming directly into the gatekeeper's groin. The move made even Lam Mok's face turn pale. "Damn, that's beyond cruel." After dealing with the guard, Wu Fu turned to thank Lam Mok. "Many thanks to senior brother Lam for your help. Otherwise, I would never have had the chance to repay this grievance. If you're going to put on a show, you have to see it through to the end." Lam Mok could only reply helplessly, All right. Suddenly, Wu Fu said, To repay Senior Brother Lamb's kindness, I am willing to do anything to help you. His words gave Lam Mok an idea to exploit him. I recently refined a bottle of pills and was looking for someone to test them. What do you think? There are no side effects. It might just cause some diarrhea, but who knows, it could even raise your cultivation level. Wu Fu, of course, knew the truth but pretended to go along with it. I am willing to test the medicine. A single glance was all it took for Wu Fu to know. This man's killing intent was incredibly dense. He was no righteous person. A short while later, at the Spirit Dan Sect's Licorice Hall, two gatekeepers saw Lam Mok and immediately bowed. Senior Brother Lam. He led Wu Fu before them and instructed, hand this person over to you all for the medicine trial. Make the necessary preparations. The two guards replied in unison, understood. As he was led inside by the guards, Wu Fu pretended to ask tentatively, Senior Brother, is this the Licorice Hall? One of the two answered, what else would it be? The Licorice Hall is responsible for supplying the entire Spirit Dan sect with pills. Its status is very high. Hearing this, Wu Fu mused, no wonder the whole street smells of medicine. I just wonder where the old man who was brought here a few days ago is. The Spirit Dan sect disciple replied, I don't know much about that old man, but he's currently being very well taken care of. Wu Fu quickly pressed, then where is he? However, the disciple lowered his voice and warned him, worry about yourself first. Ask fewer questions about other things. Hearing this, Wu Fu just grunted in acknowledgement, thinking to himself, it seems he's much more comfortable than I am. A moment later, he was brought before an alchemy furnace. The Spirit Dan sect disciple pointed at it and demanded, this is it. Before the trial, eat this first. Wu Fu looked around and asked, what is this? The disciple, of course, didn't answer, snapping irritably. Don't ask questions you shouldn't be asking. Just eat it. After taking the spirit pill in his hand, Wu Fu recognized it instantly. So, it's a pill that cleanses the body of other medicinal effects. This way, the drug trial won't be affected by the lingering effects of other medicines. He then tossed the pill into his mouth without hesitation. The taste isn't bad. I wonder when the trial will start. For some reason, I'm actually looking forward to it. Having done that, he moved to enter a room. Well, I'm going in. The two Spirit Dan sect disciples didn't bother to stop him. Go on, Senior Brother Lam is waiting for you inside. We wish you an early ascension to immortality. As soon as the alchemy room door closed, the two disciples turned to each other. You think that kid will be all right? The last few guys who came here for the trial, didn't every single one of them go through a living hell? Yet this guy is so cooperative. I thought we'd have to force him, but who knew he'd agree to take the pill so easily? As they walked, they spoke casually. Whatever. As long as it's not us testing the medicine, who cares? He's probably just some fool, dreaming about advancing his cultivation level. What a fantasy. By now, Wu Fu was inside the alchemy room. The collection of medicinal pills filled him with satisfaction. Truly astounding. These pills are enough to restore me to my peak. Before him was an active cauldron. Lam Mok was also there, holding a pill in his hand. Junior brother, come here. This is a pill that can accelerate your cultivation. Wu Fu took the pill and replied with a cold smile. You dare try to fool someone with a low-quality intestine-severing pill? Lam Mok was slightly taken aback that he knew what it was. You know of the intestine-severing pill? Wu Fu didn't answer. Instead, as he began to re-refine the pill with his own flame, he chuckled. I don't just know about it. I can also turn a waste like you into a genius. It was then that Lam Mok recognized the flames Wu Fu was using with horror. He stammered, Heavenly Thunder Flame, who are you? Holding the pill he had just refined, Wu Fu said contemptuously, You still want to poison me? Why don't you have a taste of this pill's effects for yourself? With those words, he moved in front of Lam Mok with a sinister smile and grabbed his collar. Lam Mok swung a hand toward Wu Fu. However, before he could land a single blow, he was slammed to the ground. Wu Fu held the pill tightly, then shoved it straight into Lam Mok's mouth. Eat this. The moment he consumes it, Lin Mu's spiritual energy erupts into chaos. Seeing this, Wu Fu mutters with a smug grin, If I hadn't chosen to use a spear, you would have been dead long ago. At last, Lin Mu succumbs, his body falling lifeless. Seeing him dead, Wu Fu nods in satisfaction. With everyone who stood in my way gone, he says to himself, It's time for me to run wild. Suddenly, the entire place begins to tremble, causing two guards to wonder, what's that deafening noise from the drug testing room? The tremors even reach Jing Song's prison, shaking the cell and prompting a confused Xiao Liang to ask what's happening. But Jing Song immediately knows the source of the chaos is Wu Fu, and he offers a friendly piece of advice. I suggest you all hurry back and take a look. Your precious home might already be in ruins. At his words, Xiao Liang quickly leads his men to investigate. Move to the alchemy room, now. A moment later, a squad of Spirit Pill sect disciples arrives before the alchemy room door. One of them bellows, Listen up, you in there. You are completely surrounded by us. His cringy performance makes his comrades facepalm, and another disciple steps forward, kicks him out of the way, and roars. "Get lost, you useless idiot! Do we really need to announce his surrender? This is the territory of our licorice hall." Watching their brother make a fool of himself, the others are speechless. They decide on a more direct approach. "Just blast it open!" Bursting inside, a spirit pill sect disciple shouts, "Thief, come out and face your death!" But Wu Fu couldn't care less about them. He's far too busy refining a pill. The spirit pill sect members are furious at the sight. "Damn him! He's merging all the elixirs into one giant pill. Cut him into 1,000 pieces for me." But before one of them can even move, a hand stops him. Recognizing his superior, he says respectfully, "Hallmaster." Xiao Liang surveys the scene and calmly states, "There's no need to intervene. Fusing that many pills is nothing short of a suicide attempt. Just let the boy have his final blaze of glory." Wu Fu finally notices their presence and asks with a hint of confusion, "What are you all whispering about over there?" Down below, just as Xiao Liang is about to leave, a disciple calls out, "Master, isn't this a little too convenient for him?" Xiao Liang replies nonchalantly, "Let him eat it. Whether he breaks it into pieces or drinks it all at once, the outcome is the same. He dies either way." It's only then that one of the disciples finally spots Lin Mu's body and shouts his report, "Hallmaster, Lin Mu is dead!" The news stuns Xiao Liang. "Dead?" His gaze snaps to Wu Fu, who is still absorbing the massive pill, and a furious thought flashes through his mind. Could he have killed him? At that same instant, he notices something else. He's healing his injuries. Wu Fu knows perfectly well they're waiting for him to self-destruct, so he opens his mouth with a taunt. "What's this? A bunch of fools waiting for me to be blown to bits by these pills?" Suddenly, someone spits out a mouthful of blood. It's Xiao Liang, who has literally coughed up blood from sheer rage. The surrounding disciples rush to his side in a panic. "Master, Hallmaster!" Clutching his chest, Xiao Liang gasps. "He's going to be the death of me." But before his disciples can charge forward, a formidable wave of spiritual energy erupts from Wu Fu. The blast slams into the door right behind Xiao Liang, blowing it to smithereens. The sheer power of the blast sends a jolt of fear through Xiao Liang. "Damn it, this bastard is strong." Having finished absorbing the pill, Wu Fu calmly warns them. "The force of that spiritual energy explosion is more than enough to kill void reversion weaklings like you." He glances at Lin Mu's corpse as it's being carried away and adds with a satisfied smile, "But I still have to extend my thanks to my 2 senior brothers." His words hit Xiao Liang like a physical blow, causing him to cough up even more blood. A disciple rushes to support him, saying, "Hallmaster, don't get angry. Quickly, take this fast-acting heart-calming pill." Seeing this pathetic display, Wu Fu decides to offer a trade. "Let's drop it. You and I have no personal grudge, and I won't take so many of your pills for free." He plans to use his alchemy knowledge in exchange for Jingsong. "How about this? You release that man, and I will help you compensate for some of your losses." His words immediately reveal his true purpose to Xiao Liang. The Hallmaster lets out a cold snort and rejects the offer flatly. "So, it was for him. Another powerful expert has already made a deal with me. Don't even dream about it." Wu Fu lets out a long sigh. "Is that so? Well then, I guess that settles it." His eyes on Xiao Liang turn bloodthirsty as he says, "It seems peaceful negotiations really don't suit me." A dense wave of spiritual energy radiates from Wu Fu, forcing Xiao Liang to become wary. This spiritual pressure, it's overwhelming. Despite his fear, he draws his weapon to face Wu Fu. "I'll send you flying. Let's see what other tricks you have left." Naturally, Wu Fu remains completely unfazed. Xiao Liang, on the other hand, screams an order to his disciples. "Now's the time. Capture him for me." One disciple charges forward, hoping to kill Wu Fu and claim the glory. "You poisoned senior brother Lin Mu. You're dead meat, kid." Wu Fu looks down on him with contempt. "Do you really think I'm incapable of killing you all?" Then, with a casual flick of his wrist, he unleashes a sliver of sword chi. And just like that, the disciple who volunteered is cut down where he stood. With the fresh corpse at his feet, Wu Fu asks in a low growl, "Now, are you going to release him?" The other disciples recognize his power and cry out in panic. It's sword chi. Even Xiao Liang is on high alert now. Such terrifying power in someone so young is almost unheard of. A disciple quickly whispers a warning to Xiao Liang. "Hallmaster, our licorice hall's expertise is in alchemy, not martial cultivation. We're at a clear disadvantage here." Heeding the advice, Xiao Liang quickly orders a strategic withdrawal, planning to return for revenge later. "We're falling back for now. I've already notified the others. This kid is finished." Not even 15 minutes later, another army of cultivators descends on the location. An enraged voice roars, "There's nowhere left to run." From the crowd of disciples, a man steps forward. It is the sect master of the Spirit Pill sect. "You dare cause chaos in my Spirit Pill sect. Do you have any idea what the consequences will be?" At that exact moment, Wu Fu bends down to tie his shoelace. The spirit pill sect disciples completely misinterpret the action. As expected of the sect master, he just appeared and the kid is already on his knees, begging for mercy. The younger generation probably doesn't understand. The spirit pill sect master smugly asks, "Regretting your actions now? It's too late for that." His response comes in the form of a shoe flying straight into his face. Holding the footwear in his hand, the sect master's face darkens with pure rage. A nearby disciple stammers in shock, Sect master." As for Wu Fu, he spits on the ground and says with utter contempt, "The person who can make me kneel and beg for my life doesn't exist in this world." This final act of defiance sends the sect master into a blind fury. He shrieks, "Kill him for me!" Hearing his command, Xiao Liang, who is standing nearby, smirks victoriously. The inner disciples of the law enforcement hall are all Void Realm experts. With more than 10 of them, not even his dust will be left. Wu Fu just scoffs and mutters, "How reckless." Next, without a moment's hesitation, he decides to teach them a lesson. "Then let me grant your wish." His sword chi flies toward the spirit pill sect disciples, who scream in absolute terror, "The star sword art." Before they have a chance to flee, Wu Fu's sword art sends them to the afterlife. And watching this all unfold is none other than Tian Yi, who instantly recognizes the signature of this spiritual power. So Wu Fu is here too. We misjudged his true strength last time. He mutters in a low voice, "To be able to casually carry so many spirit-gathering pills, this kid might be even more valuable than Jingsong." Back with the spirit pill sect members, Wu Fu's power has left Xiao Liang utterly terrified. It's true. Not even a speck of dust is left. The disciple beside him adds, "A dozen people, gone in an instant. Where in the world did this kid come from?" Wu Fu then walks over to the spirit pill sect master, places a hand on his shoulder, and threatens, "If you don't want your sect to be annihilated, you will obey me now. Release him." Of course, the sect master remains defiant. "You bastard! Do you really think my spirit pill sect has run out of people to fight you?" Seeing the man's stubbornness, Wu Fu slams him to the ground with overwhelming force. Radiating pure, killing intent, Wu Fu glares down at him and demands, "Who gave you permission to move?" The sect master of the immortal pill sect knows he's hopelessly outmatched and can only remain silent, accepting his fate. Seeing their master humiliated, his disciples cry out in alarm, "This is bad, master." Tu Luong, knowing the situation couldn't get any worse, quickly orders his disciples, "Don't make any sudden moves. Bring that old man over here." "Yes, sir," they respond, obeying his command. Just then, Wu Fu's cold voice cuts through the air. "Can you release him now?" The sect master of the immortal pill sect replies helplessly, "Huh?" Seeing his compliance, Wu Fu says with satisfaction, "Now that's the right answer. If you'd just done this from the start, we could have avoided all this trouble." But even with things at this stage, one clueless disciple blurts out, "Master, he's just one man. What is there to be afraid of?" Hearing this, Wu Fu's expression darkens as he mutters, "So you still refuse to release him, is that it?" The moment he finishes, a disciple who clearly hasn't learned his lesson lunges forward to ambush him, shouting, "Brat, I'm not afraid of you!" Seeing how idiotic his disciple is, the sect master desperately tries to stop him. "Stop! Let him go, you fool!" But he's a step too late. Just as the disciple's palm strike descends, Wu Fu vanishes without a trace. The disciple is stunned. In the next instant, Wu Fu reappears directly behind him. He kicks the man straight up, launching him into the air like a shuttlecock. The disciple soars into the sky until he's nothing but a speck, disappearing from sight completely. The other disciples can only stammer in terror, so strong. He kicked him right into the heavens, but he wasn't finished. Wu Fu steps in front of another disciple, who promptly gets a one-way ticket to the sky. The remaining few stumble back in fear, begging for their lives. Wait a minute." Despite their pleas, several more are sent flying high into the air. After the beatdown, Wu Fu pauses, trying to remember something. I think he was about to say something. Whatever. Who cares? He then turns to another disciple. "Now it's your turn." But the man immediately throws his hands up in surrender. "I give up." The sect master of the immortal pill sect, who has witnessed the entire spectacle, is utterly mortified. What a bunch of shameful fools. Seeing that there's nothing left to do, Wu Fu decides to leave. "Since no one else is stepping up, I'm leaving." He begins to walk confidently through the stunned crowd. As he's walking, Jingtong suddenly appears and bows, expressing his deep admiration. "Little brother, your power grows more terrifying by the day." But at that same moment, Wu Fu senses a looming danger, a powerful killing intent. Without a second thought, Wu Fu shoves Jingtong aside, just in time to block a surprise attack that comes from nowhere. Something massive descends from the sky above. The object crashes down right in the middle of the immortal pill sect's grounds, sending a shockwave that shakes everything. The sect master looks around, bewildered. What's happening? Out of nowhere, a giant boulder appears, blocking everyone's exit. The moment Jing Tong sees it, he recognizes the perpetrator, his face paling in horror, Thien, but Wu Fu remains completely unfazed. He looks at the figure standing atop the massive rock, radiating a dense, murderous aura, and simply calls him out, the guy from the Cloud Edict Palace. Reflected in the terrified eyes of the immortal Pilsek's master is the image of the man who caused the devastating tremor, Hong Kim. His sheer power fills the sect master with dread and awe. How can someone with such terrifying strength exist in this world? From his perch, Hong Kim glares down coldly at the people below. Suddenly, Wu Fu appears right beside him and asks, "Are you looking for me?" Seeing him, the man says nothing at first. Then, Hong Kim lets out a chilling laugh. "I see. So the disappearance of the treasure is your doing. Who are you?" Wu Fu ignores the question, casually retorting, "Do you really think I need to explain myself to you?" His supreme confidence startles the man for a moment. But strangely, he doesn't argue. Instead, he simply says, "You can only afford to be this arrogant for now." Before vanishing, Hoang Kim leaves a final chilling remark, "I will be back for you later." His appearance seems to have confirmed something for Wu Fu. With the current situation, he needs to get stronger, and fast. "My current power isn't enough to deal with them," he thinks to himself. "I have to increase my strength." Then, right in front of everyone, he announces loudly, "I've made my decision. I will break through to the Tao integration realm and become a venerable one to prepare properly." His words send a shockwave through the immortal Pilsec disciples, who whisper in disbelief. Tao integration realm? Impossible. How can a brat like him possibly possess the cultivation of the Tao integration realm? Knowing he's no match for Wu Fu, the sect master can only curse at him to vent his frustration. Damn it, he's all talk and no substance. Meanwhile, Jing Tong once again expresses his admiration for Wu Fu. For such a young brother to have achieved so much, this old man is truly impressed. Wu Fu then asks him, "Master, what are your plans now?" The old man answers honestly, "My lifelong pursuit has been to refine the spirit condensation pill. But now, the spirit condensation pill is hardly a rarity anymore. So I will return and come up with a new plan. However, there's one place I must visit before I do that. Before I leave, I have to make a trip to the Forest Valley Lu family." As soon as he hears the destination, Wu Fu immediately wants to join him. What a coincidence. "Let's go together." Just then, he senses another killing intent approaching. Turning around, he sees some familiar faces and greets them sarcastically. "You people really are like lingering ghosts, aren't you?" The moment the immortal Pilsec's master sees Thien, he starts wailing and complaining like a child, leaving Thien exasperated. "I thought you weren't coming, my lord. My immortal Pilsec was about to be wiped out by that brat." He points a trembling finger at Wu Fu and cries out his accusations. "My lord, I've already captured the person you wanted. It's this brat. He killed my disciples and even consumed all of my medicinal pills." Seeing Thien, Jing Tong sighs and says, "Wu Fu, I know your strength is more than enough to fight them. I'll just stand back and support you." Wu Fu replies confidently, "I might not be able to kill every single one of them, but I can get you out of here safely, master." His words make the sect master burst into laughter. "Hilarious. You want to run away? Yet you announce it so loudly? Do you really think we're deaf?" Ignoring the crowd, Wu Fu quickly makes his move to leave, but Thien blocks his path. He immediately attacks, shouting, "Stay right where you are!" Jing Tong cries out in alarm, "Brother, no!" But Wu Fu is completely unafraid, sneering contemptuously. "You think you can stop me with this? In your dreams?" He unleashes a razor-sharp sword aura that easily shatters the attack, grabbing Jing Tong as they escape. Goodbye, everyone. The sect master's eyes widen in shock at what he just witnessed. That brat. He's too strong. Could it be that he has truly reached the Tao integration realm? Thien calmly adds, "He's even stronger than a typical Tao integration realm expert." A sinister smile then spreads across his face as he thinks to himself, "But we already know exactly where you're going." He utters the name of Wu Fu's destination, the Forest Valley Lu family. At the Forest Valley Lu family estate, within the hot springs, Lu Lin soaks worriedly, wondering to herself, "The last time we said goodbye. I wonder if Wu Fu ran into any danger." Her sister, enjoying the relaxing water, casually asks, "Mysterious, incredibly powerful figures have suddenly appeared in Yunhai. I'm afraid he's in mortal danger. To care about him so much, do you like him?" The question hits a nerve, and Lu Lin flushes, loudly denying it while her sister chuckles at her reaction. "No, I don't." Just then, a tremor rocks the area, causing Lu Lin to jump up in alarm. "What's happening? Someone is causing trouble. I have to go see." Others in the area also rush toward the commotion. "Hurry, hurry!" They arrive at the source of the tremor and shout, "Who goes there? Have you never heard of the Forest Valley Lu family? How dare you cause a disturbance here? Are you looking for death?" From within a cloud of dust, Jing Tong stepped out and spoke slowly. "This is the Green Valley Lu family's territory. Wu Fu glanced around and summed it up in 3 words. Seems safe enough. But the moment they saw him, several of the Green Valley Lu family's subordinates rushed forward, intending to capture him. Get that suspicious kid first. However, he instantly erected a protective barrier and exclaimed, "Wait a second." One of the men couldn't stop in time and slammed face first into the shield. Seeing this, the other men hesitated, whispering to each other, He's that strong?" Wu Fu then pointed at Jing Tong and explained with a polite smile, "Gentlemen, you've misunderstood. I came here to let you meet this person." Of course, the members of the Green Valley Lu family didn't buy it for a second. One of them even snorted coldly, certain he was just playing tricks. Just then, the divine sword within Wu Fu's heart suddenly stirred. While he was searching for the source that had triggered the sword's reaction, that same Lu family subordinate was still shouting, "You little brat! Do you really think our Lu family is some kind of pushover?" But Wu Fu paid him no mind, completely focused on figuring out what was causing his divine sword to act up. For the divine sword to react so violently, it must have detected something. Seeing Wu Fu standing there in silence, Jing Tong asked, "What is it?" Wu Fu gave a casual reply and then shot off into the sky, leaving the Lu family members staring blankly after him. One of them shouted, "Boss! He ran away!" Another pointed at Jing Tong and yelled, "Boss! His accomplice is still here!" Seeing only an old man was left, the group decided to gang up on him. He was with that guy, so let's grab him. Faced with this situation, the old man stammered nervously, If I told you I don't know him, would you? Would you believe me?" Suddenly, someone appeared and a new voice asked, "What did you discover?" The moment the Green Valley Lu family members saw the newcomer, they bowed respectfully. "Second miss." They quickly explained, "We caught 2 enemies, but one of them got away." Jing Tong glanced at the person they called Second Miss and immediately recognized her. Lu Lin. She also remembered who he was and thought to herself, Wu Fu Sr. Why is he here? Does that mean Wu Fu is here too? She then addressed her subordinates. "I know this man. You've captured the wrong person." Meanwhile, at the Lu family's main villa, Lu Lin's older sister was taking a leisurely stroll. Musing to herself, Lu Lin has already gone over, so it seems it wasn't anything too serious. Just as she stopped and decided to head back to her room, time to go back, she unexpectedly bumped into someone. It was Wu Fu. The moment Wu Fu saw her, he was on high alert. "Who are you?" But his question seemed to frighten Lu Lin's sister, who promptly burst into tears. Her loud sobbing left him utterly bewildered as he wondered, "Wait, where did this child come from?" Then, he suddenly noticed the 2 prominent hills peeking out from her clothes. The sight stunned Wu Fu, who quickly averted his gaze and thought, "Never mind, I need to hurry up and take care of business." He arrived before a cave, marveling in awe, "I can't believe an ancient restriction like this actually exists on Earth." Just then, Lu Lin appeared, calling out to her crying older sister, "Sister!" Seeing her, the older sister immediately responded, "Lu Lin!" She then began to tattle like a small child. "I was so scared, a pervert just showed up out of nowhere." She knew exactly who her sister was talking about. Lu Lin gently patted her head to soothe her. "It was just a misunderstanding. I know him, he's not a bad person." Then she asked, "Where did he go?" Her sister pointed ahead and said, "He was right here a moment ago." Don't tell me he went into the cave?" Hearing this, the subordinates present turned to Lu Lin, demanding angrily, "Miss, and you call this a misunderstanding?" The men seethed with rage amongst themselves, daring to enter our ancestors' tomb. How utterly insolent. Lu Lin, however, didn't believe Wu Fu was there to cause trouble, but she couldn't help but wonder, Wu Fu isn't a reckless person, so why would he run into our ancestors' tomb? If father finds out, suddenly, she felt a familiar, powerful aura arrive. A sense of dread washed over her as she whispered, "Father!" Luke Long's voice boomed with fury. "To have the audacity to trespass on my Lu family's ancestral tomb. You are courting death." Seeing her father's rage, Lu Lin quickly tried to speak up for Wu Fu. "Father, Wu Fu is absolutely not that kind of person." Her father, however, retorted, "Whether he is or not, we'll know as soon as we go inside." And so, the group advanced into the cave. The moment they entered, the scene before them made Lu Lin gasp in astonishment. "This is?" In front of them was a colossal barrier. Seeing that people had arrived, Wu Fu turned his head. The sight of him brought Lu Lin a sense of relief, though she called out nervously, "En Wu Fu, you're really in trouble now." Luke Long, however, scanned him with a critical eye, thinking, "It seems this brat is no good after all." Wu Fu, knowing this man was Lu Lin's father, showed no disrespect. Instead, he bowed politely and explained, "I have no intention of disturbing the Lu family ancestors. I am merely trying to open this ancient restriction." Though slightly surprised, Luke Long's voice remained stern. "Even if there is a restriction, my Lu family has a history of 100 years. The tomb of our ancestors is not a place an outsider like you is permitted to enter." His stubbornness made Lu Lin anxious to argue, "Father, Wu Fu." But before she could finish, he cut her off with a single command, silence. Wu Fu realized how difficult this man was going to be and found himself in a tough spot. Looks like this is going to be a problem. I can't just force my way in. This is Lu Lin's home. I can't resort to violence. Just then, Luke Long's voice rang out slowly. The tomb of my Lu family ancestors is not a place that an outsider like you can come and go as you please. However, the next words he uttered made both Lu Lin and Wu Fu blush in utter disbelief. But if you become the son-in-law of the Lu family, you would have every right to enter this place. Lu Lin's sister and the subordinates were equally shocked that Luke Long would say such a thing. Lu Lin finally found her voice and cried out, "Father, don't say such ridiculous things." But Luke Long calmly replied, "This way, we wouldn't be going against the rules of our ancestors." Suddenly, Luke Long placed a hand on her shoulder and spoke gently, "My dearest daughter." He then used his divine sense to transmit a message directly to Lu Lin, explaining his true intentions. "This restriction has appeared within our Lu family. I don't know if it's a blessing or a curse, but if something were to truly happen, at least I could rest a little easier." Hearing this, Lu Lin's expression softened as she replied with a simple, "Father." But before she could fully process it, Luke Long shoved her directly into the restriction. "Therefore, you're going in there for me." And just like that, Lu Lin fell straight into the ancient seal. Her sister, seeing this, was about to protest when Luke Long threatened her outright. "What? You want to go too?" Faced with such a blatant threat, Lu Lin's sister immediately changed her tune. "That was a beautiful landing, father." Luke Long then turned to Wu Fu and warned him, "You damn brat, get in there and protect my precious daughter now. If she loses even a single strand of hair, I'll skin you alive." His actions left Wu Fu completely exasperated, thinking, "This man." In the end, he decided not to argue and stepped into the restriction himself. "Fine, I'm not arguing with him anymore. This is my chance to get in anyway." A powerful surge of internal energy shot up into the sky, piercing straight through the clouds. People in the city saw the phenomenon and began to buzz with excitement. "What is that?" Tin, of course, saw the situation as well. She quickly turned and called out to Thuong En, "Sir." Thuong En frowned and replied, "It's an ancient restriction." At the same time, in a hidden location, someone who had been observing Wu Fu since he entered the seal mused, "I never expected such a powerful surge of destiny." He chuckled sinisterly to himself, "Why don't I make things a little more difficult for you?" At that moment, inside the pitch-black restriction, Wu Fu was carefully observing his surroundings. Suddenly, several candles flared to life, putting him on even higher alert. Then, without warning, a monster materialized right behind him. Its sudden appearance made Wu Fu cry out in his mind, "What?" The monster stared at him with bloodthirsty eyes. It then threw a powerful punch, slamming its fist down right where Wu Fu had been standing. However, the monster missed him, punching a massive crater into the ground instead. Wu Fu, who had already dodged to the side, muttered to himself, "What a grand welcome for a newcomer." The creature's hand then swatted him with a vicious backhand, sending him flying into a corner wall. After taking that brutal hit, Wu Fu furiously mutters, "Damn it, I wasn't paying attention. I can't believe there was another one." As the monster in front of him rears back for another punch, he senses a familiar aura radiating from it. Unbelievably, it's the aura of the heavenly Tao. He quickly puts the pieces together. "It looks like someone is deliberately trying to start something with me." Just then, the monster throws a punch straight at Wu Fu. He doesn't hesitate for a second, countering with his own punch and a roar, completely obliterating the creature's arm. At that very moment, outside the cave, an intruder steps into the forbidden zone, gasping in amazement. The sound startles Luke Long, who's standing guard. To think a peerless treasure would appear on such a desolate, remote planet. The man's subordinates have already been captured by Thien Wai. They report helplessly, "Master, we couldn't even touch them. They're too strong." Thien Wai, however, pays them no mind, his thoughts solely on Wu Fu. Looks like Wu Fu is already inside. We should hurry. Seeing him intending to enter the forbidden zone, Luke Long immediately challenges them. "Who are you people? What do you want?" Inwardly, he's wary, wondering to himself, Wu Fu is so young. How could he have possibly made enemies of people with such terrifying power? Thien Wai has no desire to waste his breath. He growls a warning. "Get lost. We have no time to deal with you." Behind him, the people from the Tien Danmon are eyeing the forbidden zone with greed. This godforsaken place actually has a forbidden zone. Looks like we're about to score some amazing stuff. Meanwhile, back inside the forbidden zone, the monster is being torn to shreds by Wu Fu. He scoffs contemptuously. "Your movements are too clumsy. No matter how monstrous your strength is, you're no match for me." But just as he says that, a voice echoes inside his mind. "You think it's over just like that?" The voice drips with malice. "Since I can't find a way to kill you, I'll just burn this entire forbidden zone to the ground and trap you in here forever." The moment the words are spoken, somewhere outside, the earth suddenly cracks open. Powerful streams of spiritual energy erupt from the fissure. Seeing that someone is trying to screw him over, Wu Fu thinks angrily, "Damn you. You want to use the Heavenly Tao's aura to incinerate this place? I will never let you succeed." At that exact moment, elsewhere in the Forbidden Zone, Lu Lin is completely enchanted by a small creature. The spiritual energy in here is so much denser than outside, she thinks. And on top of that, there's a cute little rabbit like this. The rabbit stares back at her blankly. But just as she reaches out to pet it, a surge of spiritual energy flies in from nowhere and slams into it. The energy blasts directly into the rabbit's body. Lu Lin notices something is wrong as its eyes begin to glow a fiery red. Its body starts to expand, causing her to cry out in shock, "Rabbit! Little rabbit!" Before her eyes, the small creature swells in size, freezing her in terror. The once tiny rabbit has now become a giant. This sudden change makes Lu Lin's face go pale as she thinks, it's transformed. While she's still stunned, the rabbit's paw lashes out, delivering a devastating slap that sends her flying backward. The force of the blow makes her wonder in disbelief. How? How did it become so terrifyingly strong in an instant? Before Lu Lin can even recover, she sees another attack coming and knows she can't dodge. This is it, she thinks in panic. But in that hair-raising moment, Wu Fu appears, sending the rabbit flying with a powerful kick and yelling, "Get lost!" His sudden arrival makes Lu Lin cry out in relief, "Wu Fu!" He turns to her, asking, "Are you okay?" She just manages a faint, "Yeah." Suddenly, a flock of birds bursts from the trees, flying in a panic. What is that? She wonders aloud as something massive moves through the forest towards them. Lu Lin quickly realizes what's happening. It looks like a lot of spirit beasts are heading this way. Wu Fu remains completely unfazed, reassuring her. He says angrily, "So they want to use the power of the Heavenly Tao to control spirit beasts and burn this place down? Not a chance." At the same time, on a nearby cliff, a group of figures watches the scene below. One of them asks in confusion, "Why are all the spirit beasts gathering here?" Another one speculates, "Could it be that the beasts have discovered the secret treasure and are heading towards it?" Hearing this, Tianwai immediately orders, "That makes sense, let's go." A shadow flits through the forest, a man carrying a woman in his arms, leaping through the ancient trees at incredible speed. Lu Lin is surprised to find herself being carried by Wu Fu as they race forward. Spotting a pillar of white smoke shooting up from the ground in the distance, he says, "We're almost there. That must be where the spiritual energy pillar is." Lu Lin's face turns a faint pink as she says shyly, I can run on my own, you know." Staring straight ahead, Wu Fu calmly replies, "Don't worry about it. You're not heavy, and besides, you're injured." Suddenly, he senses something unusual and glances to the side. Tianwai is flying alongside them, his voice dripping with menace. "We've only just met, and you're already trying to run away?" Lu Lin looks at him and asks, "Wu Fu, who are they?" Wu Fu doesn't answer her, only sparing his pursuers a sideways glance. "You want to catch me? Let's see if you have the skills." He channels his power, accelerating forward and leaving the two men in black robes in his dust. One of the men stares in astonishment. "So fast? How could that brat leave us so far behind in an instant?" The other reminds him sternly, "We can't let him get away. We have to deal with him, or the consequences will be dire." Meanwhile, after flying for some time, Wu Fu and Lu Lin finally touch down on the ground. Wu Fu surveys the scene ahead and surmises, "We're here. This has to be the place." Lu Lin gazes at a large boulder set between four pillars and says uncertainly, "This is the center of the Forbidden Zone." Wu Fu confirms it. This is definitely the source of the dense spiritual energy. But then he's startled, noticing that the giant boulder in the center seems to have just moved. Wu Fu raises his hand, summoning his spirit sword to investigate. The sword begins to resonate with the formation eye. A smirk plays on his lips as he comes to a thrilling realization. So, the formation eye of this Forbidden Zone is the final fragment. A massive pillar of spiritual energy erupts into the sky, attracting countless other cultivators who immediately start flying toward its location. In another location, the Orb of Destiny suddenly develops cracks. With a sharp crack, it shatters into 1,000 pieces. Hong Kim stares at the dust that was once the orb in his hand. He makes a silent, grim decision. His destiny has been fractured, it seems. "I'll have to eliminate this brat myself." Returning to the scene, a disciple is taken by surprise as a fan materializes out of nowhere and swings right at his face. The Tiandanmon disciple reacts with lightning speed, leaning his head back just in time to dodge the blow. He stumbles back, glaring at the person before him and snaps, "Who are you? Get out of my sight!" Lu Lin stands defiantly in front of Wu Fu, hands on her hips, and declares, "As long as I'm here, you won't take another step closer to him." The Tiandanmon disciple lets out a contemptuous laugh. "Ridiculous. You think a nascent soul like you can stop us?" He spreads his arms wide, full of confidence. Can you really take on all of us by yourself? Lulin grits her teeth, her mind racing. Wu Fu is merging with the spirit sword right now. Even if it costs me my life, I have to defend this place. Just then, Wu Fu, who had been silent until now, speaks up. You're the ones who don't know your own limits. Did you really think she was alone? Lu Lin turns her head, surprised. Wu Fu, are you done already? His gaze becomes incredibly sharp as he stares ahead. Leave these dogs who only know how to bully others with their numbers to me. One of the cultivators is already starting to feel afraid, backing away a few steps with wide eyes. Damn it, how can his cultivation be progressing this fast? Another one standing beside him tries to calm the group. There are so many of us, and we even have powerful backers. What's there to be afraid of? But a figure from the back slowly steps forward, signaling for the others to stand down. All of you, fall back. He is not someone you can handle. Wu Fu directs his gaze at the one who just spoke. So, the mastermind finally shows his face. Tianwei raises his hands, holding them parallel as he activates his power. Brat! Space itself seems to tremble as a glowing, square formation materializes, trapping Wu Fu within its glittering walls. The two Tianwei members hovered outside, staring at the man within. You're surrounded by us, one of them declared. There's no escape. Wu Fu simply looked up and chuckled. Drawing his spirit sword, he shot back a question. Who said I was trying to run? This is the perfect chance to test my blade on you two. In his hand, the spirit sword began to pulse with a shimmering light. With a powerful swing, he slashed through the air, unleashing a direct frontal assault. Luke Lin's eyes widened as a thought raced through her mind. That's not sword energy. Beside her, Wu Fu gave an order. Step back a bit. It looks like they're finally getting serious. Luke Lin looked at him with concern. You be careful. Tianwei tilted his head up, his eyes sinking into shadow as a challenging smirk spread across his face. Completely unfazed, Wu Fu mirrored his expression with a smirk of his own, their gazes locking in a silent battle. In a flash, Tianwei launched himself into the air with lightning speed. He shook his head, and his hair began to glow, expanding to a colossal size. The man's hair met the boy's sword in a head-on collision. Wu Fu drove all his strength into his feet, digging into the ground as he spun in a full circle. He then lowered his stance, drew back his sword, and began gathering immense power around his body. You piece of trash! Tianwei roared, unleashing a barrage of blades. I'll leave you powerless to even fight back. Wu Fu narrowed his eyes and chanted aloud, Spirit Sword Art, First Sword. Two intersecting slashes materialized in the air, forming a glowing cross of energy. Tianwei's eyes widened in shock. Wu Fu slid back a short distance before coming to a halt. Glancing down at his own hand, Tianwei let out a soft "oh." With power like this, you're a true genius. But his admiration quickly turned to rage. He gritted his teeth and snarled. But you were unlucky to run into me. Tianwei's hand swelled to an enormous size, his fingernails sprouting into razor-sharp claws. Even his legs expanded, tearing his pants to shreds. His entire face grew furry, and a set of sharp fangs emerged, transforming him into a wild beast. The disciples of the Trung Duong sect who were watching from a distance went pale, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. What is that thing? Its aura is terrifying. Luke Lin's face also turned deathly pale with fear as she thought to herself, he's gone berserk. The other Tianwei member smirked as if watching a play unfold. It's come to this. It seems the match is about to reach its conclusion. In his bestial form, the first Tianwei opened his massive jaws and lunged at Wu Fu. Wu Fu looked down, remarking coolly, tossing away your sanity for a surge of power. I see you're nothing but a fool after all. I'm done playing with you. In the blink of an eye, as Wu Fu's sword pointed to the side, one of the beast's arms was sent flying into the sky. The air filled with the whirring of countless high-speed, overlapping slashes. Wu Fu stood with his sword in hand, looking at the giant, unmoving shadow of the transformed Tianwei. The dark figure slowly dissipated into nothing. With contempt, he said, I thought you'd be stronger, but you're even weaker than before the transformation. What a waste of my expressions. Seeing this, the remaining Tianwei was struck with terror. Seizing the moment while Wu Fu was distracted, he hastily turned and flew into the sky, attempting to escape. Luke Lin noticed from the side and shouted, Oh no, he's getting away! Just then, the fleeing Tianwei looked up to see a massive black shadow looming over him. Something's flying this way, he thought. His face froze in bewilderment, completely clueless as to what the shadow descending upon him was. A moment later, both of them slammed into the ground below with a tremendous crash. White dust billowed out, blanketing the entire area. Luke Lin raised a hand to shield her face. Through the thick haze, a colossal black shadow stood before her and Wu Fu. Luke Lin stared, her eyes wide. What is? As the dust began to settle, the shape of the shadow became clear. She gasped. Shao Cap! Perched on Erha's back, Tintin popped her head up and waved excitedly at them. Wu Fu, is everyone okay? Luke Long also appeared beside her, asking with concern. My dear daughter, are you all right? Luke Lin was stunned to see them. Father! Hua Tintin! She watched as Tintin and Luke Long jumped down from Erha's back and approached them, asking curiously, Why are you two together? Luke Long raised a hand to explain, I was worried about your safety. I was about to come in when I ran into this young lady, so we decided to travel together. Tintin added her own reason, I came here to train. Behind them, Erha slowly shrank back to his normal size. Luke Long turned his head, scanning the area. By the way, where are the two powerful experts who came in here? I don't see them. Luke Lin pointed a finger. One of them is right next to you, father. Luke Long followed her finger and looked down to see a scattered pile of brown fur on the ground. He then asked, So where's the other one? Luke Lin shifted her finger to point at Erha. When you all arrived just now, Xiao Cap flattened him. Tintin, Luke Long, and Erha all turned in unison to look at the crater behind them. Tintin smiled and teased the creature. Xiao Cap, you've gained weight. Erha barked in embarrassment. Wu Fu looked up with a thoughtful expression. I have a feeling things won't be this comfortable from now on. Luke Lin asked him, puzzled. Why do you say that? It's nothing, Wu Fu said, looking down at the spirit sword in his hand. It's just, I'm very strong in here, but it's going to be a struggle in the outside world. Tintin put her hands on her hips, full of energy as she declared, Don't worry, you've got us, we'll help you. Wu Fu glanced at her, delivering a dose of grim reality. I appreciate the sentiment from both of you, but the people out there, they could all be at the venerable level. Tintin and Luke Lin were both left speechless and stunned by his words. Wu Fu turned to leave. Let's head back and prepare. A major battle could break out sooner than we think. Meanwhile, in a distant cave, a wooden plank hung suspended by iron chains. The feet of a figure in a black cloak stood before a large stone. Huang Kim reached out, channeling his power into the stone. The intruder has been found. It is time to awaken. He called out a name, Mad Blade. Instantly, a pair of tightly shut eyes snapped wide open. The sky was clear and blue over a city filled with countless magnificent skyscrapers. This was the Shu family's estate. Inside a room, a subordinate reported to the person before him. Wu Fu surveyed the items in front of him, calculating. With these spirit stones, I should be able to raise my cultivation in a short amount of time, Tintin asked curiously. Aren't these spirit stones for Xiao Cap to eat? You're using them to raise your own cultivation? Erha, nestled in her arms, let out a yelp as if to express his own opinion. Wu Fu explained cryptically, I have a feeling an old friend I haven't seen in years is about to arrive. Tintin pressed on. An enemy? Wu Fu confirmed. That's right, if the world were endless, I could only let him tear me apart. But the world is too small. At that very moment, in another place deep within a forest, a pillar of purple light shot up from the ground, piercing the sky. In an empty clearing surrounded by ancient trees, a sphere of purple light pulsed, enveloping something within it. The sphere slowly faded, and as white smoke swirled away, the back of a man was gradually revealed. This place is so desolate, he mused, but the spiritual energy is incredibly dense. Mad Blade wore a satisfied smile as he observed the scenery. And it seems even my cultivation has been suppressed to the mid-stage venerable level. Back in a certain room, a shirtless Wu Fu sat inside a magic circle, with spirit stones placed at its four corners. Ting Ting turned her face away, tiptoeing toward the door. I've finished placing all the spirit stones. If there's nothing else, I'll be going now. Don't go, Wu Fu requested unexpectedly. Teen Teen's face turned pink. She whipped her head around in a panic and stammered, Go Wu Fu, what are you trying to do? With his eyes still closed, Wu Fu said calmly, Cultivating with all your might will be of great help to your own power. Realizing she had jumped to conclusions, Tin Tin looked down in embarrassment and mumbled to herself, Oh, so it's just for cultivation? Just another ordinary day at Yunhai University, under a clear blue sky. But on the school's basketball court, the peace is shattered by a furious shout. You lot actually dare to show your faces here again? The leader of the remaining Immortal Pill Sect disciples steps forward arrogantly. Everyone in Yunhai knows Wu Fu crossed a powerful figure. He's probably too busy to deal with trash like you. The hatred for wiping out our sect. I'll make you pay for it. Mang Mang roars, raising his fist. You spineless bootlickers? Let me show you what a real punch feels like. His eyes turn bloodshot as he lets out a furious yell, channeling all his strength into a single, devastating punch. But before it can land, another fist smashes into the side of Meng Meng's face. Seeing him knocked to the ground, Chutham cries out in panic, Mon, big bro Mon, you can't die. Mang Mang staggers back to his feet, retorting, It's big bro, man. He turns, giving a thumbs up to the guy who hit him. Kid, a punch like that just tickles me. Then, he whispers a plan to Chutham, I'll go left. You go right. We split up and run. But the leader of the immortal pill sect disciples seems to have read his mind, exposing their plan instantly. Little brat, I knew you'd try to run when you couldn't win. That's why I brought some of Wu Fu's old enemies along. Mang Mang and Chu Thom, now in the center of the court, are completely surrounded with no way out. Mang Mang claps his friend on the shoulder. Tham, my friend, looks like we're not running this time. Tears stream down Chu Tham's face. Bro, I'm not blind. Accepting his fate, Mang Mang raises a finger with one request. Just a heads up, don't hit the face. Seeing his casual attitude, the disciple leader grinds his teeth in rage. You think this is a joke? Beat them to death. The words barely leave his mouth before the crowd surges forward. But suddenly, a massive spiked ball hurtles in from the side, sending two of the disciples flying. The two are slammed so hard against a stone wall that they're flattened on impact. The disciple leader looks up, stunned, as the force of the blow cracks the very stone itself. Tin Tin appears out of nowhere, casually remarking, Fatty, if you needed someone to watch your back, you should have just said so. Hoisting the spiked mace onto her shoulder, she sneers. You lot again, still daring to cause trouble in Yunhai? And right behind them, another figure lands with a thud from above. I heard you were looking for me. The remaining disciples see him and stumble back in panic, their words catching in their throats. N Wu Fu, how are you? Before they can finish, Tintin steps forward. God, listening to you stutter is so annoying. Instantly, a massive explosion rocks the court, filling the air with white smoke. Meanwhile, outside the gate of Station 20, a security officer is in a bind. Kwang Dao asks him, confused, so what if I hide it? The officer holds up a finger, making a promise. Something that massive? If you can hide it, I'll let you on the bus. The great sword on Kwang Dao's back begins to glow. He tilts his head back, opens his mouth wide, and absorbs the entire weapon into his body. The security officer is so shocked, his eyes nearly pop out of his head, his jaw hanging open in disbelief. Kwang Dao simply strolls past him and boards the bus. I just wanted to see if you people had anything interesting to offer, but you're all just a bunch of nobodies. The officer looks up at the route sign, which reads from S to Ingguandong and back, and whispers in confusion, didn't he want to go to Yunhai? Back at the university, the leader of the immortal pill sect disciples is collapsed on the ground. He explains fearfully, if we had known you were here, we never would have dared to come. Wu Fu crosses his arms and barks a single word. Scram. The disciple bows his head meekly. Thank you for sparing us. After the group flees, Mang Mang suggests, Brother Fu, it's over, let's head back. But then La Ke, who had appeared at some point, steps forward and calls his name, Wu Fu. Wu Fu turns, a questioning look in his eyes. La Ke nervously touches her fingertips together. Are you leaving? He glances up at the sky and explains, if I stay in Yunhai, I'm afraid this place will never know peace. La Ke bites her lip, silent for a moment. Whatever she's thinking, it causes her entire face to flush bright red. Then, a hand reaches out and tugs on his sleeve. He glances curiously at the person who grabbed him. With her head bowed low, Lok Ki says in a rush, the sword cultivation art has become a bottleneck for me. If I can't break through, I'm afraid I'll be stuck like this for the rest of my life. The two of them then make their way to the mountain behind the school. Inside a cave, a white robe lies discarded on the ground. With her back to him, Lok Ki covers her chest with one arm. Wu Fu calmly crosses his arms and refuses. You don't need to repay the debt between me and the Lok family like this. Lok He squeezes her eyes shut and shakes her head fiercely. She reaches a hand towards him. The man from my dreams. It was you. A moment later, an explosion echoes from the mountain, and a brilliant beam of white light shoots into the sky. Outside, Mang Mang sees the light and collapses against a tree, sobbing his heart out. My goddess is gone! Nearby, Tin Tin grinds her teeth in frustration. That cunning woman, she actually beat me to it. Back in the mountain cave, the air is filled with a mysterious white mist. Meanwhile, a pair of feet stops before a gate bearing a sign. Yunhai University. Kwang Dao, with his greatsword on his shoulder, lets out a curse. Damn, this whole school reeks of decay. Just then, two figures are seen rushing down the road at incredible speed. Vu Bok eyes Kwang Dao warily. Sir, this uncle. Yunhai University isn't admitting outsiders right now. Chu Thom, beside him, adds, and what are you planning to do with that weapon? Kwang Dao strokes his chin. When Chu Thom hears his reason, he issues a challenge. You want to see Brother Fu? You'll have to get through us first. Hearing this bold declaration, Kwang Dao just chuckles with amusement, saying nothing. An unknown amount of time passes before he suddenly swings his hand, unleashing a powerful slash. Luckily, Vu Bok dodges to the right just in time. Whoa, that power is insane. Chu Thom, dodging to the left, comes to a horrifying realization. Don't tell me. You're the enemy Wu Fu warned us about. Kwang Dao's eyes glint with a strange light, a silent confirmation. So you already know? The moment he speaks, a figure plummets from the sky and lands before him. Wu Fu, bracing himself on the ground, remarks, I never expected Kwang Dao, one of the 12 divine lords, to show up in a tiny place like this. Kwang Dao raises his blade, intrigued. Kid, you know me? Chu Tham's entire body is trembling, his face pale as he sees the newcomer. Bibro Fu, is this the power of a revered one? Wu Fu's eyes narrow slightly as he explains. He's far from reaching the power of a revered one. His strength is just being suppressed because he's on Earth. Behind him, Chu Tham shivers uncontrollably. But bro Fu, then why aren't you running? Wu Fu simply furrows his brow, silent. Then, as he summons his spirit sword with a flick of his wrist, he answers, Run where? The 12 divine lords. I will kill every last one of them with my own hands. Between us, Wu Fu's eyes blaze with killing intent as he roars, Only one of us will live. Kwang Dao's body suddenly expands to a colossal size as he glares down at him. Brat, you think you can destroy me with that pathetic amount of power? He scoffs, his voice filled with contempt. But suddenly, a massive explosion erupts right behind him, making him freeze in shock. In that instant, Wu Fu launches himself into the air with lightning speed. You soar above the berserker blade, but he remains perfectly still, calmly watching you. I'll let you witness my true power. Wu Fu channels his strength, slashing down at his opponent. But the berserker blade catches the blade with his bare hand, gripping it tightly. Standing to the side, Luo Ke screams a warning. This is bad! He's too strong! Be careful! The berserker blade stands tall and casually remarks, If my power wasn't suppressed, I could obliterate this entire planet just by lifting my hand. If I get serious, you won't have a chance to live. Across from him, Wu Fu scoffs. What nonsense are you spouting? The berserker blade tightens his grip, a mocking smile spreading across his face. With power like yours, you're just wasting this sword's potential. With a sudden pull, he sends Wu Fu flying backward with immense force. The berserker blade raises the spirit sword he now holds and declares, I'll be taking this sword as a gift. Wu Fu roars, That sword, you're not taking it anywhere. Watching from the sidelines, Uncle Tham exclaims in his mind, Damn it! He snatched the sword with his bare hands, but Wu Fu simply raises 2 fingers, asserting, The spirit sword is for me alone. In an instant, he materializes another spirit sword. This is the divine weapon I forged. An incredibly powerful force slams the blade's sharp edge straight into the ground. Rumbling sounds erupt around the berserker blade's feet as the earth slowly begins to crack and shatter. His brow furrows tightly, his entire face stunned as he stares forward. The berserker blade's eyes flash with a red light as he asks excitedly, If I kill you, then this sword will belong to me, right? He swings his arm, unleashing several slashes. Then let's bring your life to its end. A colossal blade wave hurtles directly toward Wu Fu, making the very heavens and earth tremble. Wu Fu falls back, his body low to the ground, planting his feet to stabilize himself. His expression darkens, and he shouts defiantly with a contemptuous smirk. As the giant blade descends, Wu Fu moves like a flash of lightning, lunging forward to attack. The berserker blade opens his mouth wide, laughing like a madman. With such pitiful strength, you still dare to throw a pebble against a mountain? A massive explosion erupts from behind the tall school buildings. The entire area is shrouded in a thick white dust cloud, with the faint silhouette of a figure standing tall within. As the smoke gradually clears, the figure of the berserker blade is revealed. But the clothes on his body have been torn to shreds. Somehow, Wu Fu had already taken to the sky, and he now looks down from above. Your power and cultivation are both suppressed. We don't know who will win or lose just yet. The berserker blade looks up, a confident smirk on his lips. Even suppressed, I am still a venerable one. A mere peak integration stage brat like you wants to take me down? Wu Fu swings his sword again, muttering an incantation. That's right, frenzied wave 7 swords. The berserker blade grinds his teeth in disbelief. You actually know the sword fanatic's sword art? Who in the world are you? Wu Fu points the tip of his spirit sword to the sky. A massive vortex appears in the air. Frenzied wave, 7 swords. From within the vortex, Wu Fu confronts the berserker blade directly. Wave art. While struggling to defend against Wu Fu, the berserker blade asks curiously, You even know the final move of the frenzied wave 7 swords? No wonder you're making such a big deal out of nothing. Do we know each other? Wu Fu gives him an answer, dripping with attitude. I'm your father. The berserker blade flies into a rage. You little brat, I'm done playing around. He clenches his hands tightly into fists. Just then, Luo Qi approaches Wu Fu and suggests, Let's try the combination skill from the 2-2 sword technique. Wu Fu agrees with her. Let's try it. The berserker blade stomps on the ground so hard that cracks splinter across the surface. He lets out a mocking laugh, pulling his blade back into a ready stance. How ridiculous. The difference in our cultivation and power is immense. The Berserker Blade's eyes widen as he utters two words. Too close. On the other side, Luo Qi and Wu Fu stand side by side, also preparing. Then, in perfect unison, they unleash two crisscrossing slashes forward. The Berserker Blade throws a powerful punch into the air, seemingly creating a monstrous beast to attack. Trying to be lovey-dovey in front of me? Go to hell! The two sources of power collide, creating a massive explosion that shakes the very fabric of space. Luo Qi stands frozen in place, stunned by what's happening before her. This is Su Jia's power. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a massive hand materializes and lunges straight for her. Standing beside her, Wu Fu's eyes dart to the side, instantly spotting the strange hand. Reacting in a flash, he pulls Luo Qi toward him to dodge the attack. He leaps away with her, landing safely at a distance. Staring intently ahead, he instructs her. You stand aside and watch. This venerable one is mine. Luo Qi's face flushes slightly as she replies, Okay. The Berserker Blade rests his weapon on his shoulder, one hand on his hip. Before I came here, a fortune teller told me you would destroy the balance of the world. I didn't believe it at first, but now I do. The wind whips past Wu Fu's face. He channels power into his spirit sword. Perhaps you should listen to him more often. Don't be so overconfident. The Berserker Blade watches Wu Fu's movements and scoffs. So, you're powering up to fight me? In that case, you'd best accept your fate obediently. After all, you've only lived for a little over 20 years. An immense power radiates from Wu Fu's entire body as he speaks with contempt. Only lived for 20 years? My lifespan can reach 1,000. The Berserker Blade raises his weapon, a smirk playing on his lips. Such simple sword chi. He grips the blade with both hands and unleashes a powerful slash. The moment it's released, the blade wave expands to a colossal size. A delighted smile spreads across his face. Even if you get stronger, you're nothing but an insect on this lowly planet, a mere speck of dust to me. His slash slams directly into the ground before him. The force radiating from the blade is incredibly powerful. Luo Qi, standing nearby, is hit by the strong winds and cries out, shutting her eyes. This is bad! When she opens them again, her expression turns to one of utter shock. Right at his feet, the Berserker Blade speaks with a tone of regret. I originally intended to just annihilate you, not even leaving ashes behind. Suddenly, a voice rings out from behind him, startling him. For 9 days, my true opponent has yet to appear. And it's certainly not you. He whirls around in disbelief, thinking to himself, impossible. From behind, Wu Fu has already thrust his sword straight through the man's body. He tells the Berserker Blade the fate that awaits him. Your body will remain here forever. For now, I don't have enough power to destroy your primordial spirit. Countless cracks begin to spread across the Berserker Blade's body with a sickening crackle. He tilts his head back and mutters, but you will soon. The sword has pierced through the Berserker Blade's heart, but he just smirks, leaving one final threat. Wu Fu, the moment you leave this planet, I will make sure your life ends with your body in pieces. Suddenly, a massive spatial rift tears open in front of them. From within, a mysterious, enormous hand with razor-sharp claws reaches out. Wu Fu watches for a moment and realizes the mysterious hand is lunging for him. He quickly leaps backward to dodge as the hand grabs the Berserker Blade's entire body instead. Before being pulled away, he glances at Wu Fu and lets out a few laughs. I'll be waiting for you in the world out there. Drained of his strength, Wu Fu's body sways unsteadily. Fortunately, Kang Ying appears right beside him to catch him. He looks at the boy with a questioning gaze. You could have run. Why did you choose to confront him head-on? Wu Fu offers a simple reason. He was once defeated at my hands. At the same time, in that other world, a figure in a black robe is already waiting where the spatial rift opened. Huang Jin touches his chest and says, I told you not to get cocky, but you wouldn't listen. And now I had to pay such a price to save a defeated general like you. The Berserker Blade retorts, You also didn't tell me he was a monster who has lived for over 1,000 years. When Hoang Kim heard that, his expression shifted. He glanced back and asked again. Kung Dao replied to the man before him, Tu Han said. He's lived for over 1,000 years. Hoang Kim frowned, muttering to himself, the spirit sword. So that's how it really happened? Elsewhere, a voice echoed through the hospital. With an injury this severe, who knows how long it will take to heal? Tin Tin urgently pleaded with the man beside her. Father, we have to avenge Wu Fu. We have to take care of those bastards, Shang Yu explained to her. My dear daughter, it's not that I don't want to avenge Wu Fu. It's that we don't have the strength, Shang Yu continued. He had to pay such a heavy price just to crush that person's body. With tears welling in her eyes, Tin Tin asked them, But if they come back, does that mean we won't even have the power to fight back? Shang Yu turned away, clasping one hand behind his back and declaring, There are many things in this world that can't be controlled. If they truly return, I will give up this life to protect him. He then glanced over at her and said, For now, I'm leaving Wu Fu in your care. The door to the hospital room clicked shut. Now, Tin Tin was the only one left in the room, her face flushed pink as she stood silently beside the hospital bed. Wu Fu was lying peacefully on the bed, his eyes shut tight, still in a coma. Blushing with embarrassment, Tin Tin began to talk to herself. Let me help you apply the medicine. I wonder what everyone was thinking. On the other side of the bed, Ha seemed to notice Wu Fu stirring and poked his head up, letting out 2 barks. Instantly, Wu Fu's eyes snapped open on the bed, startling Tin Tin. He glanced at her and asked curiously, What are you doing? Tin Tin looked as if she'd been caught red-handed, frantically waving her hands in denial. You're awake. I didn't see anything. Wu Fu looked at her and slowly sat up. This medicine is very effective for my external wounds. As for the internal damage, I've already recovered on my own. He clasped his hands together to cultivate. I have to increase my power as quickly as possible. Suddenly, a hand reached out and patted Wu Fu firmly on the shoulder. Tin Tin, concerned, advised him, Maybe you should focus on healing first. Wu Fu continued to cultivate, his voice reassuring her, Don't worry, a minor injury like this is nothing to me. Tin Tin's cheeks flushed slightly red as she slowly pulled her hand back without a word. Elsewhere, Lac Than Tien watched a young woman leap between towering ancient trees and speculated, It seems the Tutu sword art has reached grand completion. Lac Ke expertly jumped down from a tree, landing safely on the ground. She approached and reported the current situation. Wu Fu is seriously injured. This time, Lac Than Tien, you must come with me to help him. Hearing her report, Lac Than Tien exclaimed, If even he couldn't deal with that person, doesn't that make them even more terrifying? In another location, a pair of legs wrapped in black leather began to glow. In the dark space, 2 assassins from heavenly outer heaven stood motionless, as if awaiting a command. Hong Kim broke into a vicious smile and said, Wu Fu, you won't be so lucky this time. Meanwhile, at the entrance of a building, 2 guards in sunglasses held out their hands, blocking the people in front of them. The patriarch has given an order. No entry without authorization. Mong Mong pointed to the people behind him and introduced them. I'm Vuong Mong Mong, and these people are all from the student council. We're here to protect Brother Fu. One of the guards scratched his face, awkwardly pleading, Brother man, don't make things difficult for me. If it was just you, I could let you in, but them. Suddenly, an authoritative voice called from inside the house, Let everyone in. Immediately, the guard gestured for them to enter. Everyone, please come in. Inside was a long, luxurious hallway, with round light fixtures mounted on the ceiling. Walking behind the group, Mang Mang asked curiously, Sis, is Brother Fu inside? Tin Tin looked up and explained, He's increasing his power. Mang Mang was completely bewildered and pressed on, unable to understand. I remember Brother Fu just broke through not long ago. Even though I know you can't judge him by ordinary standards, he's seriously injured and should be recovering. Why is he trying to increase his power now? Just as he finished his sentence, the door in front of them suddenly erupted in a golden light. The power radiating from the room blasted the 3 of them back. Mong Mong clutched his head and cried out, Brother Fu is getting stronger and stronger. Shang Yu stared in disbelief. It hasn't even been an hour, and he's already raised his cultivation to the combination stage. At the same time, a massive bolt of white lightning flashed across the sky outside the building. Shang Yu looked up anxiously at the sky outside. This is bad. It's heavenly lightning. After an unknown amount of time, the heavenly lightning in the sky finally dissipated completely. The tightly shut door clicked and slowly swung open. Seeing the person walking out of the room, Tin Tin's eyes widened as she called out his name, Wu Fu. Wu Fu took a few steps toward them and sighed. If my cultivation wasn't restricted, I would have already broken through to the final realm. Shang Yu looked towards his granddaughter and let out a long sigh. You 2 aren't a match for each other. I originally intended to set you 2 up, but now the gap between you is far too wide. Hearing her grandfather's assessment of her, Tin Tin got so angry that steam practically billowed from her head. She huffed resentfully. The 4th young miss is a perfect match for him then, otherwise it'd be letting her off easy. Elsewhere, a group led by La Ke was rushing forward at incredible speed. As she flew at full force, she thought to herself, I have to get to him as soon as possible. Back at the mansion, Shang Yu formally clasped his hands together and declared, On this earth, there are countless experts in the venerable realm, but you have the chance to become the youngest venerable. Wu Fu looked down at his own hand. Becoming a venerable is only to face the first heavenly tribulation of one's life. It's just that. The power of the heavenly tribulation here isn't enough. Shang Yu's eyes widened in shock, his voice stammering as he asked, Did you just give up the chance to become a venerable? Wu Fu summoned his glittering golden spirit sword and asked a question in return. Space tore open, and a thin, straight line appeared high in the sky, pulsing with a strange purple light. Suddenly, a crack appeared out of nowhere, sending the guards into a panic. What is that? Hurry and report it. Someone's here. From within the rift, a pair of hands gently pushed the tier open wider. As the spatial rift widened, a strange face appeared, and a powerful man burst out of the portal, appearing in the sky. As he materialized, Wu Fu, Mang Mang, and Tin Tin all saw him. The guard rushed over at that moment to urgently report to Shang Yu, Patriarch, someone is outside causing trouble. Without a second thought, the old man ordered, "Let's go see." When they went outside, a voice cried out in shock. "This is bad." They even managed to invite True Man Beishuan. Hearing this name, Mang Mang gasped in astonishment. It's True Man Beishuan. Shang Yu immediately corrected him. "It's Tianya Mountain. It's Beishuan." Hearing that, Mang Mang's panic subsided as he said, "Oh, it's Beishuan? Then it's fine." Seeing that he didn't grasp the gravity of the situation, Shang Yu explained, "Fine? He represents the strongest combat power on Earth, the Venerable Realm." As the old man finished speaking, Wu Fu cracked a smirk, looking at the man in the sky with great interest. At this point, Mang Mang, a bit worried, spoke up, "Brother Fu, these guys are real bastards." They obviously knew that otherworldly experts would have their power suppressed on Earth, so they invited an expert from Earth to help. In stark contrast to his friend's anxiety, Wu Fu calmly stated, "The Book of Heavenly Secrets wants me dead." Tin Tin noticed something and cried out, "Wait, there are two more people." Just as she said, two more figures emerged from the rift behind Bei Swan. Seeing them, Wu Fu recognized them. "So you must be the assassins who can even assassinate experts of the Tribulation Transcendence realm?" Hearing this, a panicked Tin Tin immediately urged him, "Then what are you waiting for? Run!" She was extremely worried for him, pleading, even if their cultivation is suppressed, there are 3 of them. But Wu Fu paid her no mind, shielding Tin Tin behind him. The power of the Heavenly Outer Heaven assassins is much weaker than I imagined. Their schemes are the real danger. You, get back. Seeing him move to protect her, her face flushed red. Of course, she thought. I'm the one he's most worried about. But Wu Fu's next words shattered Tin Tin's fantasy. Just don't let them take you hostage again. Hearing this, she exploded, screaming in his ear. And here I thought you were going to say something sweet, so you just think I'm a burden? To be safe, Wu Fu turned to Meng Meng and Fatty for backup. Protect Hua Ting Ting for me. This crew is treacherous. They'll definitely try to use her to get to me. The boy shot him a salute. You got it, boss. Just then, the most dangerous figure among them finally spoke. Buck Huyen. This old master hasn't emerged from seclusion in years. Are all the youngsters these days so foolish? A human wave tactic? Have you forgotten it's the 21st century? But Mang Mang shot back without a trace of fear. Better than being a despicable old monster like you. Enraged at the disrespect, Buck Huyen flicked something toward him. You're the first to dare speak to me like that. Just as the projectile was about to pierce Mang Mang's flesh, a hand shot out and snatched it from the air. Buck Huyen's eyes widened in surprise. This fatty didn't even flinch. So this is what he's relying on? Wu Fu crushed the projectile in his hand. Did you forget who the star of the show is today? He declared, his voice dripping with confidence. You want to kill someone in front of my eyes? You're not worthy. But Buck Huyen remained unshaken, his tone dripping with arrogance. Brat, there are 3 of us, and our cultivation far surpasses yours. A pathetic whelp who just broke through to the Dao integration realm dares to spout such nonsense? Wu Fu's response was a cryptic smirk. And which of your eyes sees me standing alone? The moment the words left his lips, a strange energy descended from the heavens. As the aura dissipated, Lak Thun Son appeared, her name announced with an ethereal presence. Behind her, her grandmother and Thung U stepped forward. They weren't the only ones. Mang Mang and the others joined them. You forgot about us. Buck Huyen scoffed, his voice dripping with contempt. A bunch of old, weak, and crippled fools lining up to die. Boy, you really think this collection of misfits stands a chance against us? No more words were needed. Wu Fu drew his sword, ready for battle. Since you dared to come here, then I'll make sure you stay here forever. He channeled his power, forming a massive energy construct like a bear's paw, and made a stunning declaration. To kill all of you, I alone am enough. With that, Wu Fu charged, swinging his blade with the force of a grizzly's claw. Buck Huyen effortlessly dodged the blow, sneering. A first-level Dao integration strike? Is that the best you can do? Wu Fu and his spectral bear pressed the attack. We're just getting started. Suddenly, for a reason he couldn't grasp, Buck Huyen froze. In the next instant, a deafening impact sent a shockwave through the air as something slammed into him. Clutching a fresh wound on his arm, Buck Huyen struggled to regain his footing. This is not the power of the Dao integration realm. Wu Fu shot back. And who told you my Dao integration realm was so simple? Just as he spoke, something lunged from the shadows. Wu Fu leaned back, narrowly dodging the sneak attack. Luo Kei's grandmother cried out, "We're coming to help." But Thung U saw the real threat. This is bad. They're casting a formation. Wu Fu saw it too. One of the assassins was summoning a spell array from beneath the earth. A wall of light erupted, encircling him completely. The barrier separated him from his allies, shooting upwards, climbing higher and higher until it pierced the clouds, forming a colossal, inescapable pillar of energy. Watching the scene unfold, beads of sweat dripped down Mang Mang's face. We're separated. But he couldn't accept it. As if in a trance, he reached a hand toward the shimmering wall. Fu, brother Fu. Someone screamed in alarm at his reckless move, but it was too late. The moment Mang Mang's fingers made contact, he was violently thrown back. Fatty! Tin Tin refused to give up, turning to Master An. Father, is there any way to break into that formation? I have to help them. He could only answer with a helpless sigh. There's no getting in. Besides, even if we could, we would only get in their way. Meanwhile, inside the barrier, Luo Kei's grandmother sized up their prison. The killing intent in this array is immense. Countless souls must have perished here. We have to be careful. But that moment of distraction was all it took. A voice screamed a warning. Look out! Thung U's face went pale as he sensed the imminent danger. He hastily threw his chakram, using its rebound force to deflect a volley of bizarre projectiles. The grandmother's eyes widened in horror as she recognized the attack. Oh no, it's the long serpent technique. Just as she spoke, an assassin materialized behind Thung U, but in that same instant, a streak of golden light flashed past. Wu Fu was there, landing a devastating punch square in the assassin's gut. At the same time, outside the barrier, Buck Huan produced a gourd. The formation's power is peaking, he declared. It's more than enough for me to finish you all in a single move. With that, he began channeling his spiritual energy, unleashing a torrent of purple smoke from the gourd. There is no escape. Then, he aimed the mouth of the gourd directly at them, intending to suck them all inside. The ethereal smoke billowed forward, twisting and turning as it enveloped Wu Fu and Thung U. Once they were completely sealed within the violet haze, Buck Huan drew back his arm and clenched his other hand into a fist, trapping his targets in a perfect sphere. His work seemingly done, Buck Huan turned to leave. I have fulfilled my part of the bargain. The rest is up to you. But the moment the words left his mouth, the sphere began to tremble violently. A heartbeat later, it shattered, unleashing a pillar of raw power that rocketed into the sky. Stunned, Buck Huan couldn't believe his eyes. How? How is this possible? From the epicenter of the blast, strange, pulsating lights began to flare to life. These lights erupted like an inferno, scorching everything around them. Wu Fu emerged from the flames, his expression icy, and mocked them. You really thought that could hold me? But the two assassins weren't about to let him go. They lunged forward to attack. We were hoping he would finish you, but it seems we'll have to handle it ourselves. Wu Fu didn't move an inch, simply waiting for their blades to strike. But as their weapons sliced through his body, his form suddenly shimmered and blurred. The assassins gasped in unison. An afterimage. Buck Huan, in disbelief, frantically scanned the area. Where did he go? Before the words even faded, a voice whispered from directly behind him. Hello, were you looking for me? Just as Buck Huan raised his hand to counter, something impossibly fast and light grazed past his arm. The old man cried out in shock, clutching at the stump where his arm used to be. He collapsed to his knees as Wu Fu's cold voice sealed his fate. You are dead. In a single motion, Wu Fu had completely severed his arm. Seeing this, the two assassins grew wary. Such terrifying sword chi. The words had barely left their mouths when two familiar figures materialized in front of them. It was Thung U and Luo Kei's grandmother. The assassins sneered, laughing mockingly. You think you two can stop us? You're not even worthy. Meanwhile, Buck Huan was consumed by pure rage. You dare cut off my arm! The eye patch covering his eye was blasted away, revealing a gaze radiating pure, terrifying killing intent. I will have your head. A sinister dark energy began to pour from his body, divine hand's 3 fingers. Observing the dramatic power-up, Wu Fu murmured to himself. It seems losing one arm hasn't weakened him at all. Without a shred of fear, Wu Fu glared forward, his eyes locked on his opponent. The malevolent energy surged like a tidal wave, threatening to swallow him whole. Without a moment's hesitation, Wu Fu swung his sword, unleashing a powerful slash to meet the attack head-on, but the creature effortlessly dodged his attack. Then, like a monster, it opened its maw wide and lunged straight for him. And just like that, in the blink of an eye, Wu Fu was swallowed whole by the liquid entity. Seeing this, Shang Yu cried out his name in alarm. Wu Fu! But the assassin he was fighting reminded him sharply, You're distracted. With those words, he launched a surprise attack, sending Shang Yu flying. The old man was knocked back a great distance before he finally managed to stop. As soon as he got to his feet, Shang Yu clutched his chest, coughing violently. Lak Kei rushed to his side, asking if he was all right. At that moment, Bei Xuan, restraining Wu Fu, declared with absolute confidence, before overwhelming power, all skills are useless. But what the old man didn't know was that inside the prison, Wu Fu was already forming a hand seal to unleash his power. A whisper filled the air, a familiar sound to Shang Yu. Myriad swords materialized from thin air, completely surrounding the two assassins. Witnessing this spectacle, Tin Tin gasped in awe, while Mang Mang stammered in panic, We're screwed. As if on cue, a barrage of swords appeared outside the barrier, relentlessly striking it. Lok Kei watched anxiously, wondering to herself, he's not going to lose this easily, is he? The swords swirled around the barrier, faster and faster, until they formed a vortex of constant impacts. After a moment, the once sturdy pillar of energy shattered. The killing formation has been broken. A short while later, figures began to emerge from the dense cloud of dust. Mong Mong desperately searched for a familiar shape, calling out, Brother Fu! Not far away, Wu Fu slowly crawled out from the smoke and debris. That last attack had consumed a massive amount of his energy. At that very moment, in a distant cave, someone was watching Wu Fu through a dimensional rift. The mysterious figure's hands clenched into tight fists. Back with Wu Fu's group, Tin Tin lamented with a hint of self-pity. Whenever it comes to moments like this, I can't even lift a finger to help him. Lok Kei comforted her. He's never let us down before, has he? Tin Tin nodded softly. Beside them, Mang Mang quickly chimed in, shouting, Brother Fu, use that giant 10-meter-long sword and destroy them. At this moment, the two assassins, lost in their wishful thinking, began to scheme. The blind old man was right after all. That weapon was said to be ordinary, but its wielder was anything but. Clutching his bleeding arm, Bei Swan staggered as blood dripped to the ground. Damn it, he cursed. The old man gritted his teeth in fury. You bastard, I will kill you. As he spoke, Bei Swan gathered his power, roaring, I'll unleash 15 years of my stored spiritual energy and blast you to smithereens. Wu Fu calmly looked down on him. Without your killing formation, you're no longer a match for me. But Bei Swan ignored his words, launching the massive ball of stored energy forward. Lok Kei screamed in panic. Wu Fu, look out! In stark contrast to her worry, he simply leaped lightly into the air, dodging the attack as it closed in. Still not realizing the danger, he remarked, So much power. What a waste if it can't even hit its target. Suddenly, Bei Swan swiped his hand as if pulling a rope. It's not over yet, boy, he answered. Instantly, the energy blast shot backward like a lasso, twisting and changing its trajectory to follow Wu Fu. Bei Swan's voice suddenly boomed. So what if I don't have my killing formation? Die! But Wu Fu just smirked, a cunning smile on his face as he muttered, Spirit sword art. Reversal. The two assassins saw something shift and screamed, This is bad. In the next moment, the blast was drawn in, merging with Wu Fu's sword. Bei Swan stared, completely stunned by what he was seeing. The torrent of power was siphoned away, flowing along the intricate patterns of the blade. It surged toward the hilt, which was already radiating spiritual energy. Once it had absorbed the entire magical flow, the sword erupted in a light as brilliant as the sun. One of the assassins stared in disbelief, shouting, That sword can actually absorb another person's attack. Mang Mang, witnessing something amazing, was full of praise. Brother Fu, how is that even possible? But Bei Swan refused to accept reality. Impossible. That was 15 years of my stored spiritual energy. Was my moment in the spotlight really meant to last only a few seconds? As the old man's words faded, Wu Fu took his stance, preparing to swing the sword. He smiled and said, Your spiritual energy, I'm returning it to you now. And with a single, decisive slash, he unleashed a dazzlingly bright attack, ending the fight. Bei Swan stomped his foot into the ground, assuming a defensive stance. He channeled his spiritual energy, creating a shield in front of him. Let's see you block this. I know my own spiritual power better than anyone. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through his chest. He faltered. Wu Fu's single strike shattered Bei Swan's energy shield. The aftershock was so powerful it sliced through a distant mountain. The energy shield disintegrated, and blood dripped to the ground. The old man staggered, his breathing ragged. He was severely wounded, a massive gash across his torso and an arm completely severed. I was too careless. With those final words, Bei Swan collapsed, breathing his last. Wu Fu plunged his sword into the ground, his heavy, exhausted breaths echoing in the silence. That one sword strike had drained nearly all of his strength. Seeing this, the two otherworldly demons whispered to each other, He's too strong. The power of that sword seems to have increased tenfold. However, he's completely exhausted. This is our chance to seize the divine weapon. Just as they finished speaking, Shang Yu stepped in front of Wu Fu. I don't know what grudge you have with Wu Fu, he declared, but this is the Shu family's territory. If you want to kill him, you'll have to get through me first. One of the otherworldly demons approached, asking coldly, You have a problem, old man? With a mere flick of its wrist, it effortlessly shoved him aside. You overestimate yourself. Get lost. Seeing this, Tintin grew frantic, screaming in worry. Grandpa! The otherworldly demon laughed, extending a hand toward Wu Fu. I must commend you, but now it's time to say goodbye. Wu Fu smirked mockingly. Thanks for the kind words. But isn't it a little too soon for us to be saying our goodbyes? As he spoke, Wu Fu quickly jumped backward. With a few more leaps, he put more distance between himself and the otherworldly demons. This act left Mang Mang, Lak He, and Tintin gaping in astonishment. Mang Mang commented, Brother Fu's escape speed seems slower than mine. Lak Ke followed his direction with her eyes and realized, Wu Fu is heading for the mountain behind the school. The two otherworldly demons immediately gave chase. However, Lak He stopped Tintin from following. Wait, she explained. His purpose in running that way is to protect us. Tintin was worried. But Shang, you stepped forward. She's right. Wu Fu has thought this through. We shouldn't let his efforts be in vain. Tintin looked at her grandfather. Grandpa, the old man advised, none of us can help. If you go, you'll only get in the way. Lak Ke turned around. We all understand what Wu Fu is thinking, so we'll stay here. Tintin lowered her head, reluctantly agreeing with a quiet, She clenched her fists, thinking to herself, I want to become stronger. She bit her lip. I don't want to be this helpless ever again. Meanwhile, Wu Fu's pace wasn't too fast, just enough to maintain a safe distance from the two otherworldly demons. They chased after him, taunting. Haha, weren't you so arrogant just a moment ago, little boy? Running ahead, Wu Fu flashed a mysterious smile. The real game is just getting started. Back with the group, Mang Mang had a nagging, uneasy feeling. This is bad. Mang Mang thought, you all can leave if you want, but I have to go to Brother Fu. Lak Ke was surprised, unsure what he was planning. Mang Mang. He kept his eyes fixed in Wu Fu's direction as he started to leave. Even if Brother Fu dies, we won't be able to escape. Mang Mang's voice trembled. Besides, Brother Fu is only luring those powerful outsiders away because he doesn't want to involve us. Just as he said this, the ground began to tremble violently, and a mountain-shattering explosion roared in everyone's ears. Lak Ke flinched. What in the world was that explosion? Mang Mang, his face drained of color, pointed frantically. Look over there! In the distance, a colossal mushroom cloud billowed into the sky, and a chilling realization hit them it was right where Wu Fu had gone. Elsewhere, watching the same scene unfold, Hong Kim gritted his teeth in fury. Another failure. Standing behind him, Van Bach let out a deep laugh. What's gotten you so hot-headed? He stepped aside, gesturing for the older man to look into the scrying mirror. See for yourself. Van Bach tilted his head, his eyes narrowing as he gazed at the image. The mirror showed a narrow cave. That brat is far too cunning, the old man remarked, to set a trap in a place like that. At that moment, the scene in the mirror showed Wu Fu leading the way into that very cave. His pursuers followed close behind, laughing aloud as they entered. It's a dead end. There's nowhere left to run. Just accept your fate and die. But Wu Fu was waiting for them. He turned his head and smirked. The ones who can't escape are you. He stood in the center of a formation etched into the ground, a great yin-yang symbol. The two assassins scoffed. You think this shoddy magic circle is going to kill us? Is this your way of giving up? Ignoring their taunts, Wu Fu calmly explained, this yin-yang formation can kill even a cultivator at the spirit condensation realm. It's a special gift I prepared, just for you. The assassins didn't buy it for a second. Enough of your blabbering, die, they roared, lunging forward. Seeing them charge straight into his trap, Wu Fu smiled. He gripped his sword, and a faint glow of spiritual energy coursed through the blade. Wu Fu plunged his sword deep into the heart of the formation, activating the yin-yang array. A terrifying surge of power erupted, making the assassins' faces drain of color. Beneath their feet, the massive symbol began to spin. From within the swirling array, two dragons materialized, one of pure darkness, the other of brilliant light. They roared with savage fury, their eyes locked on the two assassins. Each dragon lunged for its prey. Trapped, the assassins could only scream in utter despair. No! Then, a heaven-shaking explosion tore through the cave, sending the colossal mushroom cloud into the air. Van Bach stared, his eyes wide with disbelief. This is? Hoang Kim, still not grasping the situation's gravity, asked, What's wrong? Is something amiss? The old man's voice was grim. That is the yin-yang array. Van Bach was utterly bewildered. How could that boy possibly know how to use that? An array of that caliber. Only No Taknyet should be able to create it, Hong Kim reasoned. He's out for revenge. Both the berserker and the assassin have failed. The next targets could very well be you. Van Bach just laughed heartily. How interesting. If this world has grown too peaceful, then let's just allow him to ascend. Hoang Kim was taken aback. confused as to why the old man would let such a dangerous enemy develop unchecked. Van Bach explained simply, "They failed because their powers were suppressed on this world, didn't they? So why not just wait for him to ascend? And kill him then?" The logic was sound. Hong Kim pondered for a moment before nodding. "You may be right. We will wait." When Wu Fu finally regained consciousness, his vision was filled with darkness. He could hear Meng Meng's frantic voice calling his name, "Fuge! Fuge!" and the loud, happy barks of Erha. He struggled to open his heavy eyelids, making out two blurry figures standing over him. Meng Meng shouted with joy, "Fu, you're awake!" Seeing him stir, Laki also called out, "Wu Fu!" Erha scrambled right on top of him, barking excitedly. As Wu Fu tried to sit up, Laki asked with concern, "Wu Fu, how are you feeling? You've been unconscious for a very long time." Mang Mang chimed in with a proud grin. "Fuga, you have no idea how awesome you were. That massive explosion on the mountain behind the school, that was all you. By the time we arrived, the mountain was just gone. All that was left was a giant crater." He waved his arms and legs, using his entire body to describe the scene. "And the most important part is, we found you right in the middle of that crater." In the middle of his excited retelling, the door opened and Shang Yu entered. "Wu Fu, so you're awake?" The old man marveled. To withstand such a terrifying amount of power and only pass out, that's incredible. Stroking his beard, Shang Yu asked gently, "How are you feeling, my boy? I've stationed several masters outside, so you can rest and recover without any worries. Old men like us may not be much use, but we can at least block a few of their attacks for you." Wu Fu reassured the old man, "Don't worry, their target is me. As long as I'm not here, they'll have no interest in this place." Shang Yu seized on the main point. "What do you mean, not here?" Wu Fu answered with absolute resolve, "Next, I must prepare for my ascension." The old man was stunned. "You intend to leave Earth?" Wu Fu explained. "With the amount of spiritual energy on Earth, the only way for me to grow stronger is to ascend and leave this world behind." Shang Yu was filled with dread for the boy. "But once you leave Earth, your enemy's cultivation will no longer be suppressed. For all we know, they could be waiting for this very moment." Mang Mang nodded in agreement. "He's right, Fuge." Wu Fu understood their concern, but he offered a reassuring smile. "Everyone, relax. They are nothing but defeated generals. That just proves you're not worthy of my fear," he said with a confident smile. "Besides, it's a big world out there." Shang, you let out a sigh of relief. "If you've already thought that far ahead, little disciple, then this old man can rest easy." Luo Ke, still worried, tried to dissuade him. "The outside world is completely different. Aside from having spiritual energy as rich as Earth's, everything else is alien." Wu Fu nodded, acknowledging her point, but still replied, "You don't need to worry so much." Noticing Tin Tin was gone, he asked, "Right, where's Hua Tin Tin?" Mang Mang explained. After she brought the person back, she said she wanted to upgrade her power and headed north. The Hua family is looking for her now. Hearing this, Wu Fu grew pensive. Upgrade her power, and heading north? What could possibly be in the north to help her do that? At that moment, far to the north, a figure with snow-white hair stood on a cliff, whispering, "Powerful warriors from the outside are appearing one after another. The storm that has been brewing for 1,000 years is finally about to break." Jing Tong stood with his hands clasped behind his back, murmuring, "After this farewell, who knows when we'll meet again." Sensing someone's approach, he didn't turn around, simply asking, "At a time like this, shouldn't you be taking care of Wu Fu?" The person behind him was Tin Tin. She took a few steps forward, then clasped her hands in a respectful bow. "Elder, please take this junior with you to the outside world." The old man challenged her. "Why?" She answered honestly, "Earth is just his beginning. That's why I want to become stronger." To her surprise, Jing Tong refused outright. "Absolutely not." Tin Tin was stunned, frozen on the spot. Resorting to a sob story, she immediately dropped to her knees and begged, "Senior, please let me follow you. I want to get stronger to help him." The old man was genuinely startled, rendered speechless by the girl's tactics. Jing Tong finally conceded with a long sigh. "Fine, I'll take you with me." As if she was just waiting for those words. Tin Tin instantly hoisted a huge sack of luggage. "Great, let's get going then." Jing Tong broke into a cold sweat seeing how prepared she was. He raised a hand to open a portal, not forgetting to set a condition. All right, but Wu Fu and we're not exactly close. Once your strength has improved, I will bring you back." Tin Tin thanked him sincerely. "Thank you, Senior." Before leaving, Tin Tin made a silent vow to herself. "Just you wait for my return." The clear blue sky didn't darken just because 2 people had left. A Hua family guard rushed in to report to Shang Yu, "Patriarch, we saw the young miss enter a portal with an old man." The patriarch was shocked. An old man? Just from the description, Wu Fu knew exactly who she had left with. He reassured Shang Yu, "Don't worry, Hua Tin Tin is very safe right now." The old man smiled, full of trust. If you say so, then I'm relieved. After recovering, Wu Fu immediately went to the study, standing before a map of Earth in deep thought. There are 2 places on Earth from which one can ascend. Unlike the cultivation worlds in the outer realms, these places can link to teleportation arrays. He marked 2 spots on the map, one on Tian Shan Mountain, the other in the Black Sea. Shang, you frowned, analyzing the options. The spiritual beasts near the Black Sea are incredibly powerful, and the sea itself is treacherous and unpredictable. Wu Fu made his decision. Then we're going to Tian Shan. Shang Yu raised his voice, trying to stop him. But that's a death trap. Wu Fu just smiled mysteriously. That's exactly why we're going. In another place, 2 figures in black knelt to report, "My lord, everything has been arranged." The black-clad man bowed his head, looking into a mirror that was monitoring Wu Fu, and whispered his command. Hong Kim frowned in annoyance. That planet seems to have only 2 ascension points. If we just knew where he would appear, dealing with him would be much easier. Suddenly, a figure in a striking, fiery red outfit spoke from behind. And who could be so important as to warrant a kill order from you? Hong Kim turned, shocked to see the person. You're awake? The newcomer was the 12th Divine Lord, Nur. He greeted him casually. Well, old God Kun. The scene shifts to the lush forest behind the Hua family mansion. Shang Yu made a request, Wu Fu. I'm entrusting that child, Tin Tin, to your care. He clasped his hands, his heart heavy. With my level of cultivation, I'd be useless even if I went to the Tianhe firmament. Wu Fu nodded, signaling he would keep his promise. Don't worry, senior. He looked up at the sky. This Tianhe firmament is just another beginning. Meanwhile, at the Tian Shan Snow Sect, the world was blanketed in white. A disciple of the Snow Sect entered to report. Sect Master, Lap Bei Xuan was killed by a 20-year-old. A graceful voice drifted from behind a curtain. So powerful at such a young age? As the disciple continued, a delicate hand emerged from behind the silk. This is starting to get interesting. The disciple could only stare at the hand, blushing with infatuation. Moments later, the sect master stepped out. She licked her lips. I wonder what he tastes like. At Tian Shan, the snowstorm raged as a few figures trudged through the harsh weather. Even though Mang Mang was bundled up, he couldn't help but sneeze from the bitter cold. Seeing Wu Fu dressed so lightly, he whined, Brother Fu, how much longer? Aren't you cold? Wu Fu replied, We're only halfway there. As he walked forward, he explained, The teleportation array to the outer world is at the summit, but to activate it, we'll need the Snow Sect's cooperation. Luo K, wrapped in a warm cloak, walked beside them. The Snow Sect's master is named Xu Lei. She's known to be enigmatic. While she's supposedly not as easy to deal with as Lap Bei Xuan, she's no saint either. As the 3 were talking, figures approached them. Are you Wu Fu? 2 female disciples clasped their hands in a formal greeting. The Snow Sect master specially sent us here to receive you. Wu Fu scoffed. News travels fast. The female disciple's face soured. Watch your mouth, kid. If the sect master hadn't decided to spare your life, you'd be dead already. Mang Mang, seeing the injustice, stepped forward. Have you not heard who my brother Fu is? Do you know that Lap Bei Xuan was the strongest expert on Earth? And brother Fu finished him with a single palm strike. The female disciple's gaze turned sharp as ice. Here in Tianshan, what we say is right, and what we say is wrong. Terrified, Mang Mang hid behind Wu Fu. Brother Fu, protect me, Wu Fu spoke up. I have no grudge against your Snow Sect. I've come here only for the ancient formation at the summit. However, his tone shifted, his eyes turning cold. It seems your esteemed sect has no intention of welcoming us. Seeing this terrifying side of Wu Fu, the 2 Snow Sect disciples backed away cautiously. In the next moment, they used their movement arts and vanished like the wind. Mang Mang asked nervously, Brother Fu, they're not going to call for backup, are they? He turned and started walking again. Let them. We keep moving. The disciple returned to the sect to report, Sect Master, that man is arrogant and conceited. This subordinate was unable to bring him to you. Xuelei wasn't angered by the report. On the contrary, she seemed intrigued. So many people call him a once-in-a-millennium genius. If he didn't have the temperament of a genius, I would be disappointed. I will go meet him myself. On the vast, snowy mountain, 3 figures trudged onward. Luoke couldn't help but ask, how much further? Wu Fu didn't answer. He had suddenly stopped. Mang Mang was confused. Brother Fu, what's wrong? He replied nonchalantly, just a small matter. Mang Mang squinted, trying to see ahead. What matter? But when he saw what Wu Fu called a small matter, his eyes widened in terror. The snowstorm continued to howl, and dozens of pairs of glowing red eyes appeared in the forest. They stepped forward slowly, surrounding Wu Fu's group. The alpha wolf growled, as if issuing a command. In the middle of the blizzard, Mang Mang broke into a sweat, screaming in terror, "Wolves!" He instinctively sought safety. "Brother Fu, how can there be such a huge wolf pack on Snow Mountain?" Prompted by the question, Mang Mang had a sudden realization. Oh, right. But by then, the wolf pack had already charged, bearing their sharp, vicious fangs. But Wu Fu's group wasn't to be trifled with. They moved as one, striking out at the incoming wolves. With a series of thunderous booms, the first wave of attackers was sent flying. Wolves hunt in packs, sometimes hundreds strong. When one falls, another leaps to take its place, and they're starting to surround us. Mang Mang realizes they're fighting a losing battle. "Fu, more and more wolves keep showing up. What are we going to do?" But Wu Fu is completely calm, a smile playing on his lips. "To defeat an army, first, you capture its king," he says. "Think of this as just a little welcoming party on Snow Mountain. It doesn't take him long at all to locate the pack leader. So, you must be the alpha." The alpha wolf snarls, baring its fangs at him. Without another word, Wu Fu charges, sword in hand. However, the alpha wolf is no ordinary beast. Its fur stands on end, so sharp he can't even touch it bare-handed. A spirit beast with fur this hard is truly formidable to have survived here. Not only is its fur hard, but it can also shoot it out like a porcupine's quills. In an instant, a barrage of razor-sharp fur shoots toward Wu Fu. With a blur of his sword, he deflects every single one. The blade whistles through the air, as if challenging the alpha wolf directly. Sensing the provocation, the wolf's eyes glow as it lets out a low growl. It then opens its maw and unleashes a powerful blast of spiritual energy straight ahead. Amidst the blinding snowstorm, Wu Fu's figure flashes, dodging the attack. Now's my chance. Like a phantom, he reappears at the wolf's flank as if from nowhere. Wu Fu's eyes turn ice cold, his gaze fixed on the wolf as if it were already dead. Die. His sword immediately aims for the wolf's head. But just then, the sound of a finger snap echoes, and something flies from a beautiful hand. A small stone hurtles toward Wu Fu at incredible speed. Just as he's about to deliver the final blow, he spots the incoming projectile. Without a second thought, he leaps back to avoid it, and the wolf seizes the opportunity to escape. "Wu Fu!" Lucky calls out in worry, as Mang Mang shouts his name as well. The hem of a striking black dress flutters in the wind as a graceful figure walks slowly across the cold snow. "To come to Heavenly Mountain without paying respects to the four revered ones, and you even dare to kill my pet?" Startled, Wu Fu looks up toward the voice. On a rocky outcrop, Shuelei looks down on them with an air of superiority. "So, you must be Wu Fu." He stares back at her. "The sect master of the Snow Sect." Shuelei crosses her arms, arrogantly declaring, "I know why you've come, but if you want my help, you will follow my commands." Wu Fu, however, has no intention of backing down. He reaches out and produces something. The conditions to activate the ancient heavenly guidance array are twofold. Either a revered realm master uses their full power, or one uses the heavenly Dao Qi. He smirks, dropping a bombshell. "I have already perfected the heavenly Dao Qi. As for you, you're still one step away from the revered realm, aren't you?" Shuelei is genuinely shocked, rendered speechless. How could he possibly know that? While the two are talking, the snow mountain begins to rumble violently. Wu Fu frowns, watching an avalanche cascade down from the peak. Shuelei seizes the moment to issue a challenge. Perfect timing. If you can survive long enough to reach the summit, the four revered ones will grant you one attempt to activate the ancient array. An avalanche is a terrifying natural disaster, a wall of snow thundering down at immense speed. In moments, it completely buries Wu Fu's group. The avalanche plows through every obstacle in its path, sweeping away tree roots and small rocks. High above, on a large tree branch untouched by the snowslide, two figures stand and observe. "They'll be buried in a moment," the timid female disciple remarks. But Shuelei thinks otherwise. "If that were the case, my trip here would have been a waste." Just as she finishes speaking, a small vortex forms in the middle of the avalanche. A deafening roar erupts as scorching blue flames burst from the vortex. "What's happening? It's on fire," the disciple exclaims in shock. The vortex coalesces into a gigantic winged dog that soars into the air with a mighty roar. Shuelei is stunned. Is that his spirit beast? It seems I've underestimated him. Wu Fu and his group are now all safe on Ha's back. Mang Mang cheers, "Grandpa Ha, all hail." A smirk plays on Wu Fu's lips as he commands his beast, Ha, to the summit. Ignore them. Obediently, Ha takes flight, soaring away right before Shuelei's eyes. "Sect Master, they're flying away." The disciple panics. Shuelei is captivated. So strong. She licks her lips, her face flushing. "I just want to have a taste of him right now." Soon, Ha delivers the group to the summit, landing gently. The moment they touch down, he shrinks back into a small dog. Mang Mang peers at a strange cave on the peak. "So this is the summit?" he asks curiously. Relieved to have escaped the avalanche, Mang Mang has lost all fear and starts running recklessly inside. I thought Heavenly Mountain was supposed to be dangerous, but all we saw was one avalanche. That being the case, Ha, let's go. And just like that, the boy and the dog dash deep into the cave, ignoring Wu Fu's calls. Fatty, wait! The two venture further in, calling back, hurry up everyone, don't be so slow. But using her sixth sense, La Qi feels something is off. My love, I have a bad feeling about this Heavenly Mountain. Wu Fu nods in agreement and quickly starts walking inside. Let's catch up to them, just in case something happens. Just as he says that, Mang Mang's terrified screams echo from within the cave. Wu Fu rushes inside, shouting, Fatty, Ha! The two figures run into the darkness, then abruptly stop, because after rushing into the cave, they find it completely empty. There's no one there. Lac K, right behind him, asks, My love, where's Fatty? Wu Fu examines the footprints on the ground. Look, they were just here, Lac K continues. And then they just vanished? He speculates, there must be something in here. He silently makes a dark vow. Whatever it is, if it harms a single hair on Erha's head, I will show no mercy. Lac K looks around and suggests, It's so vast in here. Let's split up and search. Wu Fu pulls her back. Wait. He scans their surroundings cautiously. Don't go off alone. I have a very strange feeling about this place, he adds. Besides, my life link with Erha has been severed. At that moment, Shui Lei also enters, laughing. To think you dare to step in here so unprepared. Wu Fu turns to face her. The Snow Sect Master. In her hand, she holds a red string. She scoffs. This is a land of death. You can't just walk in without this string. Hearing her words, both La Ke and Wu Fu have the same thought. What string? Shui Lei explains. Heavenly Mountain is a renowned land of death, on par with the Black Sea. Did you really think it would let you come and go as you please? You've probably noticed by now that you can't use your spiritual energy in here. Wu Fu listens, then retorts sarcastically. You seem to know this place quite well. Shui Lei chuckles. What a ridiculous thing to say. This is the Snow Sect's territory. Besides, I am preparing for my own ascension, to leave this planet. But to do that, I need to find the array formation within this place. For over a decade, I've sent countless people in here, but they all got lost, let alone found the array. Wu Fu laughs confidently. That's because you couldn't find it. Don't lump me in with you. She scoffs. I've searched for over 10 years with no results. What makes a 20-year-old brat like you think you can? He places a hand on the wall. Actually, your story has helped me understand a few things. Wu Fu concludes. First, the array formation does exist in here. Second, people who enter don't get hurt. They just get lost inside. La Ke sees a glimmer of hope. So, Fatty and Erha? He reassures her, don't worry. I'm sure they're fine. They're just lost. Shui Lei is curious. The 2 points you've made are correct, but I want to know how you plan to find the array. He keeps his hand on the wall, tilting his head as he analyzes it. This is the 3rd point. The array is right in front of you. You're just not strong enough to deploy it. Remember the conditions I mentioned for activating the array? Wu Fu repeats, reach the revered realm and use heavenly lightning to forcibly deploy the array. He pauses. Or, with a surge of strength, he pushes against the wall. Elsewhere, the sound of soft sobbing can be heard. Where am I? Shivering, Mang Mang hugged himself tightly as he wandered around. He'd gotten lost after looking away for just a moment, while Erha the husky tilted his head and barked a few times beside him. Suddenly, the mountaintop began to tremble, filling Mang Mang with a sense of dread. What was that? Sensing the vibration from the formation array, Shui Lei was shocked. Could this entire place be a formation? Wu Fu continued to channel more power into his hands, replying, That's right. He kindly explained that the peak of this heavenly mountain was, in fact, one gigantic formation array. As the array activated, a powerful spiritual energy surged forth, striking the barrier surrounding Earth, and the summit rumbled violently. Under the immense assault, the barrier quickly cracked. Countless fragments rained down as spiritual energy bled out, all of it being sucked towards Heavenly Mountain. The old immortal watched as the sky's spiritual energy was nearly drained dry. Dad, look at the sky! Thuong Duong saw it too, and said, It seems Wu Fu has opened the gate of ascension. He then placed his hopes on the young man. Wu Fu, my granddaughter is counting on you. At Lacthan Mountain, on a high, treacherous cliff, they witnessed the celestial phenomenon of ascension. Lac Hei's grandmother squinted at the formation. Lac Hei and the others are about to ascend. Elsewhere, on a rocky outcrop, Lu Lin watched the ascension array open and explained to her father, He's shouldering too many responsibilities. There's nothing I can do to help. And besides, she added, Your daughter has no interest in a man with 5 wives and 7 concubines. In the outer heaven, the brilliant light of the ascension array flared across a monitoring mirror. Hoen Kim Not Nya declared, That brat is about to ascend. He quickly gave an order. Prepare the fake Ascension reception service for the mortal realm. Back on Heavenly Mountain, the array finished activating, and a gateway of light opened. Shui Lei stared up at it with longing, thinking to herself, maybe I should just go with them. At that moment, Wu Fu stood firm within the array and took a deep breath. Then, he shouted, Erha, Fatty, the gate of Ascension is open, let's go. On another part of the peak, Mang Mang heard the news, his eyes widening in surprise. Brother Fu, he looked at the goofy dog beside him. Erha, Brother Fu is telling us to ascend. On the other side, Wu Fu smiled and asked, La Qi, are you ready? She nodded. He took the lead, flying upwards. Then let's go. Bathed in the brilliant light of the array, the three of them and their dog ascended, leaving Earth behind. Luckily, Erha was carrying Mang Mang, flying right behind them. Brother Fu! Wu Fu chuckled. You followed us, huh? Wu Fu looked ahead. Good, let's keep moving forward. La Qi smiled. Right. The three of them slowly approached the barrier between worlds. But the instant they passed through, Wu Fu knew something was wrong. His consciousness grew faint, like a phone losing its signal. This is bad. Something's happened. The next thing he knew, he was in a different space, where the evening sun painted the sky red. The wind rustled through the treetops, and near the base of one tree was a shallow pit. Lying inside was Wu Fu. He opened his eyes and looked around. Where am I? I remember ascending just a moment ago. He slowly sat up, a sharp pain making him clutch his head and groan. Ow, ow, ow. Wu Fu tried to recall what had happened, but his memory was a blur. Right, something must have happened during the ascension. After that, I don't remember a thing. Not dwelling on it, he immediately sat down to meditate. He had no idea how La Qi and the others were, so he needed to circulate his energy and recover first. He couldn't risk something bad happening if he was caught unprepared. Just then, not far away, two sharp glints of light shot towards Wu Fu. Sensing the danger, his eyes snapped open. In a flash, Wu Fu dodged to the side, narrowly avoiding two sharp arrows. The projectiles embedded themselves deep into the tree trunk right behind him. But more arrows followed, raining down on him relentlessly. Wu Fu swiftly evaded them by leaning to his left. He even had to take several steps back to dodge the volley completely. He snorted with contempt. Arrows? Are there other people in this desolate place? Still, these are just trivial weapons. The moment the words left his mouth, a loud thwack echoed as Wu Fu was struck from behind by a club. He fell face first to the ground, a large lump already forming on his head. A figure appeared behind him. That should be enough to take you down, right? Night fell, and the crackling of a campfire warmed a small area. Beside the flames, Wu Fu slowly regained consciousness. He'd been knocked out twice in one day, a rare occurrence. Just then, a young beastkin girl with pink hair appeared. Oh, you're awake? I didn't even hit you that hard. The girl circled him, noting quietly, You woke up pretty fast. He silently sized up the girl before him. A beastkin with ears? Outwardly, he asked, Who are you? Why have you tied me up? The girl introduced herself. My name is Ya Meng. From this day forward, I am your master. You will obediently participate in tonight's beast fighting tournament and win for me. Her words were absurd. Wu Fu refused to accept it, struggling against his bonds. What are you talking about? Let me go, now, or else. But then he realized with a shock. What's going on? Why can't I break free? Ya Meng advised him. Don't waste your energy. This rope is made from the branches of a 1,000-year-old spirit tree, specifically crafted for cultivators like you. Wu Fu tried to gather information about this outer heaven. You're from the beastkin race? If I weren't seriously injured, do you really think you could have ambushed me so easily? Ya Meng smiled, her large eyes looking harmless, but her words told a different story. We beastkin can approach our prey without a single soul knowing. Even cultivators like you can't detect us, so capturing you was well within my capabilities. Suddenly, two figures appeared. Well, if it isn't Ya Meng. The girl became wary. Who's there? They were two males from the beastkin race. Hak Hyan explained. We heard you caught a cultivator. We got curious, so we came to have a look. Sai Lang seemed particularly interested. Let's see just how powerful these cultivators from the outer world really are. Ya Meng, small in stature, instinctively slapped Wu Fu in frustration. But she accidentally hit something on a man she shouldn't have. What's there to see? He's going to win tonight anyway. Wu Fu, still tied up, was now struck in a vulnerable spot, his face contorting in pain. Ya Meng realized her mistake and quickly apologized. Sorry, I didn't mean to. Hak Huyen looked at Wu Fu's build and burst out laughing. You're relying on a scrawny weakling like this? We don't even know if he's actually a cultivator. Sai Lang offered some less than kind advice. Didn't I tell you? Ya Meng, you lose every year. Why bring this humiliation upon yourself? You'd be better off finding someone strong to mate with. They both laughed mockingly at Ya Meng. Besides, for a half-breed mongrel with human blood like her, who would want to mate with her? Isn't it disgusting? The The girl could only bite her lip and endure it. Wu Fu noticed that Ya Meng's emotions were becoming unstable. Hak Haiyan sneered. Let me tell you, that beast of yours from last year was torn to shreds by my 8 tails. This year will be no different. I suggest you learn your place. Ya Meng said nothing, her tightly clenched fists showing how hard she was trying to suppress her anger. Just then, Wu Fu spoke up. Are you really that impressive? Though bound, his confidence filled the air. How about we make a bet? Sai Lang sized him up. This guy might actually be a cultivator. Wu Fu provoked them. What's the matter? Are you scared? Hak Haiyan glared at him dismissively. Why would we bet with a slave? Besides, if you're so powerful, how did you get captured by Ya Meng? The girl shouted angrily. Hey, what's that supposed to mean? Want to test me? You bastards. Having achieved their goal, Hak Huyen and Sai Lang turned to leave. They laughed loudly. Ya Meng, let your slave enjoy the last moments of his life. Watching the scoundrels walk away, Wu Fu couldn't help but think to himself, why does the author always have to send these brain-dead idiots to start a fight? Quiet, Ameng whispered. Hey, do you think you can win? She tilted her head, looking at him. After all, you were talking so confidently. The beasts in tonight's tournament are all incredibly dangerous. How sure are you? Wu Fu didn't answer, instead turning the question back on her. Ameng replied sullenly. All the high-level beasts I caught before. They all died in the beast fights. He grew even more curious. Then why did you catch me? I'm not even a beast. The young girl answered honestly, because you fell from the sky, and when you fell, you scared away so many beasts. I knew you had to be special. Wu Fu realized she was talking about the spiritual energy released by his star spirit sword. Ameng grinned, showing off her achievement. But in the end, I still managed to catch you. He thought with a sigh of resignation, isn't this supposed to be a fight between beasts? Why are they sending a human like me? Still, he had to admit, the power of the Beastman tribe was formidable. She had approached him without a sound, and her physical strength was far beyond that of a normal person. Since it was already happening, Wu Fu decided to negotiate. If I win, you'll let me go, right? Ameng nodded. You could say that. He lit up. Then we have a deal. That night, the beast fighting arena was ablaze with light, the stands packed with spectators. In the preparation area below, Wu Fu spoke hesitantly. Hey, about this thing. Ameng asked innocently, what is it? He felt a wave of humiliation as he asked, I already promised I wouldn't run. So why are you still doing this to me? Wu Fu felt dejected, like a prisoner. Ameng naively pointed to the others. This is how everyone else brings their beasts. Following her finger, he saw that, sure enough, everyone was leading their beasts with neck chains. But that reason only made it worse for Wu Fu. He closed his eyes, his heart filled with frustration. Does this little girl think I'm a dog? Before he could dwell on it, Ameng asked worriedly, but can you really defeat those huge, powerful beasts? You look so thin and weak. Wu Fu reassured her. A body doesn't decide everything. Look at you, you're tiny, but you still managed to take me down. The girl scratched her chin, thinking, that makes sense. Then Ameng warned him. To be honest, even though they look scrawny, they're incredibly dangerous. Just then, a massive beastly paw slammed onto the ground. The commotion was too loud for Wu Fu to ignore. A wolf with blood-red eyes was staring right at him. Ameng saw the creature too, and her breath caught in her throat. A black gold wolf beast. A figure stepped out from behind the massive wolf, calling her name. Ameng. Aolu stared at Wu Fu and asked, is this the human who will be competing for you tonight? Wu Fu warily watched Ban, the beast radiating a crushing aura. He silently assessed it. This thing is at least 1,000 years old. A normal beast couldn't withstand such a terrifying presence. Ameng frowned, annoyed. Aolu, are you here to mock me too? Aolu shot back, I'm not that bored. It's just that my black gold wolf beast smelled something unusual, and it's getting very excited. A murderous, blood-red glint flashed in Ban's eyes. It let out a howl, summoning a whirlwind around its body. Wu Fu smirked. Is this your way of threatening me? In response, the beast let out a low, smug growl. Aolu thought with a serious expression. This guy is no ordinary person. To face Ban's intimidation without even flinching. Could he really be a cultivator? Realizing the situation was getting out of hand, he turned away. Ban, let's go. I'll let you play later when we have time. Watching the man and his beast depart, Ameng couldn't help but praise Wu Fu. You're pretty amazing, standing up to Ban like that. He glanced down at the young girl and replied, it's my first time seeing a beast with such intelligence. Finding a topic she loved, Ameng began to talk endlessly. Our Beastman tribe is fundamentally a fusion of humans and beasts. We possess the intelligence of humans and the absolute power of beasts. This made Wu Fu curious. So he asked, does that mean you can fight yourselves? The girl answered confidently, of course. A question arose in his mind. Then why do you still need to capture beasts? Ameng began to explain. The beast fights are exclusively contests between the beasts we've tamed. but at the same time, they showcase the power of the beasts we command. This is one of our essential skills. She recalled the darker things she knew, continuing her lecture. An outstanding beastman possesses the Beast Wayhack. A truly powerful beastman has the ability to summon hundreds of beasts. The tournament is our chance to show how we've used our own strength to tame such mighty creatures. Wu Fu said with great interest. Sounds fun. Meng shot him down with an annoyed look. Fun? What's fun about it? My beasts get torn to shreds every single time. I'm furious about it. Utterly tactless, he said bluntly. Doesn't that just prove you're weak? The girl exploded with rage, grabbing Wu Fu's collar and screaming in frustration. What did you just say, you slave? Don't you forget that I'm the one who captured you. How am I weak? The yelling was deafening, and he could only surrender. I know. But Meng wasn't done. She commanded, Hey, say it again. Wu Fu replied helplessly, I get it. Now just let go. A figure in the shadows silently observed the two. The girl, completely unaware, was still fiercely threatening him. Will you say it again? Aolu, secretly watching them, just sneered at their lack of seriousness. Meanwhile, Wu Fu was still struggling with Meng, saying tiredly, I won't say it again. Hoak too appeared out of nowhere, his voice dripping with mockery. Well, if it isn't Aolu, came to see Meng? Aolu's face darkened with impatience. What do you want? Hoak too smirked, his tone derisive. Meng told us today that the weakling she brought would win the whole thing. He questioned, Weakling? Hoak too smiled confidently in reply. You know how strong Meng is. How could he possibly win? He's just cannon fodder. Besides, that slave actually dared to challenge us. Aolu just gave a faint, cold smile. I think you're the ones who are weak. Losing his patience, Aolu turned and ordered, Ban, let's go. The beast barked in response. Hoak too asked, confused. Where are you going? Aren't you joining the fight? Aolu's eyes were sharp as he answered seriously. That weak human is more than enough to deal with you lot. I'm not interested, Hoak too thought with a look of pure disgust. What's so great about you, acting all high and mighty? Just you wait, one day my 8 tiger will stomp you flat. Ban sensed the malicious intent and shot him a murderous glare. A chill ran down Hoak too's spine, and he cowardly thought, for now, I'll let you off. Back in the arena, Meng was chattering nervously. In a minute, all the beasts will be released. Don't you get trampled to death. Seeing Wu Fu's silence, she called out, Hey, are you even listening? He just replied coolly, Meng said, exasperated. Did you hear me or not? Wu Fu stood calmly in place and answered lightly, You really are a nag. Isn't it just a matter of defeating all the other beasts? Piece of cake. The announcer's voice boomed through the arena. Prepare to begin. All beasts, please enter the ring. Meng looked at the still unfazed Wu Fu and could only remind him, I'm heading up first. Remember to last for a while, and don't you dare embarrass me. Wu Fu closed his eyes to focus, thinking, Meng fed me that origin spirit fruit. My physical strength is overflowing, and my cultivation is slowly recovering. I can test my limits once this begins. In the stands, Hoak too jeered. Oh, you really brought that chicken of yours? Did you come to watch him get trampled to death? Meng shot back irritably. None of your business. He just snorted coldly. Hoak too laughed smugly. Keep bragging. That chicken of yours had better not run into my 8 tiger. The host's voice rang out. Let the beast fights begin. Instantly, a demonic beast shatters the barrier and lets out a deafening roar. The larger beasts grab the smaller ones and viciously attack them, while 2 bird-like beasts clash in the sky, each using their unique skills. A bull-like beast uses its horns to charge at the others. A chaotic battle royale erupts in the arena, fueled by the thunderous cheers of the crowd. From the observation deck, Huozi looks down with exhilaration, a stark contrast to the worried Meng beside him. He sneers. The beasts this time are all so powerful. I doubt Bad Ho will even need to lift a finger. The others will kill that guy for him. After a moment, Wu Fu finally stands up and begins to survey the battlefield. He assesses the situation, thinking, these beasts are about on the same level as the last ones. Sensing movement from behind, he instantly goes on alert. Seeing the figure before him, Wu Fu remarks, Oh, not bad, but from the looks of it, you're aiming for me. If I'm not mistaken, you must be that stupid wolf's creature, Bat Ho. The beast, Bat Ho, faces him with a ferocious aura. In the stands, the audience starts to whisper, Is that human really a cultivator? Another chimes in, He just got in and he's already been targeted by Bat Ho. Meng furiously shouts, Shut your mouths, or I'll kick you so hard you'll be seeing stars. The young girl looks on, stunned by Huozi's taunt. Looks like your little chicken is out of luck. He roars out a command, Bat Ho, kill him. Following Huozi's call, the beast swings its massive arm straight at Wu Fu. Wu Fu gracefully leaps into the air, effortlessly dodging Bat Ho's attack. A small smirk plays on his lips. the beast stomps the ground with such force that a huge chunk of the arena floor cracks. With a savage roar, Bat-Ho launches itself high into the air, rocketing towards Wu Fu. Wu Fu silently blocks the attack, mentally noting, "So fast. This thing looks dumb, but its speed is the real deal." The force of the blow sends him sliding back. Giving Wu Fu no time to recover, Bat-Ho roars again and leaps high into the air. It skillfully unleashes its technique, and a relentless barrage of punches rains down on Wu Fu's position. While Among watches in terror, Huozi laughs maniacally. The horned beastman beside him adds, "He's dead meat." Bat-Ho's fists are both incredibly fast and devastatingly powerful. He's probably been turned into meat paste by now. Another beastman next to him scoffs. Humans are just humans, a weak and pathetic bunch. Hearing their taunts, the young girl's heart fills with worry. She clasps her hands together and prays, "Please, please, don't die." Among shuts her eyes, unable to watch, repeating in her mind, "Please, I'm begging you." Suddenly, someone in the crowd shouts, "Look, he's still alive!" Huozi cries out in shock. How is this possible? The girl's eyes snap open. Wu Fu is standing right behind Bat-Ho, who had just unleashed its all-out assault. He remarks, "I'm surprised. For such a massive body, your punches are quite nimble." Huozi frantically screams, "You idiot, turn around and attack him." The beast quickly whips around, swinging a fist towards him. Wu Fu remains calm, assessing his opponent. "You're very strong, I'll give you that. But what a shame, you're just an animal, all brawn and no brains." A murderous intent flashes in Wu Fu's eyes as he turns his head. He begins his counterattack, throwing a single punch that makes the entire arena tremble. Bat-Ho takes the full force of the blow and is sent flying. Everyone in the stands stares at the scene, their faces frozen in disbelief. Huozi's eyes go wide with horror as he whispers to himself, "What?" As the dust settles, Bat-Ho is revealed, lying motionless amidst the shattered rubble. Wu Fu feigns innocence, saying aloud, "Wasn't that supposed to be an easy fight? How did he go down after just one punch from me?" The horned beastman exclaims, "That guy. He's a human, yet he defeated Bat-Ho with a single punch." The one beside him adds, "Could it be that he's actually a cultivator?" Ameng's face lights up with joy as she thinks, "That's fantastic." To her astonishment, Huozi leaps down from the stands. He lands opposite Wu Fu, roaring in disbelief. "Impossible. This is impossible. My Bat-Ho couldn't have lost." Huozi angrily confronts Wu Fu. "You, human, did you cheat?" He raises his claws at Wu Fu, unable to accept the outcome. "You're just a weak human. How could you possibly defeat my Bat-Ho?" Wu Fu lets out a soft, mocking laugh. "What kind of logic is that? If I win, it means I cheated. But if I lose, that's just how it should be." Huozi stubbornly clings to his own reasoning, his voice dripping with disdain. "What else could it be? You humans have always been a weak species. I bet Ameng used some trick to help you win. Speak of the devil." Ameng jumps down from the stands, spreading her arms to shield Wu Fu. She angrily confronts Huozi. "Hey, what do you think you're doing? Is it that hard for you to admit someone else is better than you?" He refuses to listen, insisting, "You definitely cheated. I demand that he be inspected." Ameng loses her patience. Inspected for what? He won fair and square in front of everyone. We all saw it. Huozi's eyes, filled with killing intent, lock onto Wu Fu. He growls, "That doesn't matter. I'll have to test for myself just how strong this guy really is." Not backing down an inch, she unleashes her own aura to match his, warning him, "If you want to touch my person, you'll have to get through me first." Wu Fu silently watches from the side, silently praising Ameng. This girl is actually quite responsible. Faced with her fierce presence, Huozi hesitates for a moment, his confidence wavering slightly. Still, he resorts to taunts. "What's wrong? Weren't you so brave a moment ago? Now you're nothing but a dog hiding behind its master." At that, Wu Fu steps forward, calmly speaking up, "I accept your suspicions. However, I have no interest in fighting you." With a look of utter contempt, Wu Fu adds in a deeply sarcastic tone, "After all, I've never bothered to raise my hand against some small fry who doesn't know their own limits." Ameng, standing beside him, grows anxious and quickly whispers, "Hey, can't you just keep your mouth shut for once? Why are you provoking him like that?" Hearing those arrogant words, Huozi's eyes turn red with fury. He thinks, seething, small fry? Goaded by Wu Fu's provocation, Huozi finally snaps and lunges forward to attack, roaring, "You bastard! You'll pay for what you just said." Seeing the situation escalate, Ameng steps in front of Wu Fu to protect him, ordering, "Damn it, get back! I'll hold him off." Suddenly, Wu Fu puts out a hand to stop her. He smiles confidently and says, "I'm not so weak that I need a girl to protect me." Huozi's sharp claws flash through the air, aimed straight at Wu Fu, but with a simple, slight tilt of his body, Wu Fu dodges the attack. A cunning glint appears in Wu Fu's eyes as he taunts, "You really are weak, to be provoked so easily." In the next instant, he appears directly in front of Huozi, grabbing his mouth with one hand. With just a fraction of his strength, he effortlessly subdued him. Wu Fu gave him a stern warning. And one more thing, I don't like people getting in my face. He violently slams Huozi into the ground, kicking up a massive cloud of dust. Wu Fu shouts, "Now get the hell out of here." With just one hand, he pins Huozi to the ground, rendering him completely immobile. Wu Fu asks coldly, "Do you have any more questions now?" Pinned to the ground by a single hand, Huozi stares up in wide-eyed disbelief, thinking, How? How is this possible? I can't muster any strength at all, and this power. It's overwhelming. From the distance, a voice cuts through the dust cloud. That's enough. It was Ao Li. Why bully someone so weak? He and his companion approach the two. As expected of a cultivator, such immense power. I'm not surprised. In fact, I'm very interested in you. Wu Fu asks, puzzled. Interested? Ao Li begins to explain. We of the Beastman race pursue only the strongest beings. We possess superior natural gifts, so we tend to look down on the human race. But you are a special exception. Wu Fu scoffs. So, you're challenging me? The man calmly shakes his head. Not me. Ao Li says seriously, my friend here is very interested in you. He's been agitated ever since you appeared, especially when you killed Bat Ho. Wu Fu replies with feigned surprise. Well, I never thought I'd see the day a demonic beast took a personal interest in me. The man responds with a powerful aura. To pursue the strong, to defeat the strong, isn't that the ultimate goal of every species? Wu Fu raises an eyebrow and says, and what about you? It seems you don't think much of me either, do you? Ao Lu sized up Wu Fu with a scrutinizing gaze, as if to say, we'll see if you can actually defeat us. Naturally, Wu Fu returned a look of pure confidence that screamed, and what makes you think I'd agree? Just then, a Meng shout cut through the gunpowder-thick tension. Stop! I don't agree to this! The resounding voice immediately drew Wu Fu's attention. The young girl stood in his way, speaking to Ao Lu with annoyance. And why would I fight you? All I need to do is win this competition. If you want to fight, go find someone else. He reminded her in a cold voice. Among, I know what you're planning. That's why I came to stop you. Among, completely unafraid, shot back sharply. And by what right do you think you can? The girl retorted impatiently. Besides, he is my ticket to victory. There's no question about it, which means he also represents my strength. Therefore, I can already fight on my own, can't I? Ao Lu's voice turned grave. Are you certain that with your current power you can leave this place? His face darkened as he delivered the threat. Or, to put it another way, do you have enough strength to reach Tian Tian? That question plunged Among into deep thought. Listening to their conversation, Wu Fu silently pondered the name, Tian Tian. Faced with Among's stubbornness, Ao Lu could only compromise with a warning. I hope you won't do anything foolish. The girl turned away in a huff, muttering, as if I'd do anything stupid. What do you know? Let's go. Wu Fu glanced at Among, his mind racing. So this place isn't Tian Tian. I wonder how Ten Muck and the others are doing. Wu Fu watched Ao Lu with a wary eye, thinking, this guy probably knows how to get to Tian Tian. In the distance, Among called out cheerfully, what were you doing? Hurry up. He turned and replied casually, coming. Ao Lu glared as Wu Fu and Ameng walked away together into the dark forest. As he walked, Wu Fu wondered, come to think of it, why does she want to go to Tian Tian? Besides, this girl's cultivation level doesn't seem very high. Can she even make it? The girl, walking ahead, suddenly stopped. Thanks for what you did back there. Wu Fu just smiled, having already guessed her intentions, which made her feel a bit exposed. Thank me for what? Didn't you capture me for this competition? And didn't we agree that if I win, you'd let me go? Don't tell me you're thinking of? Ameng turned back, forcing a laugh and denying it vehemently. I know you must be curious why I want to participate in the beast fighting tournament. Wu Fu could only think in frustration, damn it, she's changing the subject. Is she trying to play me? Does she expect me to be her hired fighter forever? The girl continued enthusiastically. Participating in the beast fighting tournament is a way to prove my strength, just like the struggles among you humans. Wu Fu didn't know what to say. She's really passionate about this, he thought, but what does your competition have to do with me? Ameng went on. Those who pass the beast fighting tournament must all go to the Forest of Despair and undergo extreme training. He repeated, puzzled. The Forest of Despair? And so, she began to explain, the Forest of Despair is a mandatory trial for our Beastman clan. Only by passing this trial can one be recognized by the clan elders and become a true warrior of the Beastman clan, with a chance to even become the clan chief. Wu Fu then spoke up. What's inside? Ameng could only scratch her head. I don't know. I've never even passed the beast fighting tournament, but I've heard it's terrifying in there. An idea sparked in his mind. Terrifying, you say? Then there are probably some interesting things inside. The girl, trailing behind him, added, We don't have to participate in that trial, so don't worry. Wu Fu turned his head and asked, "Why not?" Ameng put on a pouty face. "Because we don't, that's why. Stop asking so many questions." But then she glanced at him and warned, "Also, stay away from that Aolu guy." Wu Fu just shrugged. "As curious as I am, you probably won't tell me anyway. But don't worry, I don't go looking for trouble for no reason." Ameng stood with her arms crossed and continued their conversation. "This much I can tell you, that Aolu is the only one among us who has passed the trial." As he imagined it, Wu Fu grew curious about Aolu. The only one to pass the trial? Is he really that powerful? The girl made a face of disgust but didn't deny Aolu's abilities. He's been a narcissist since he was a kid, always putting on that high and mighty act. But in the end, he actually managed to pass the trial. I really don't get it. Wu Fu teased. You two clearly grew up together. He passed the trial, but you can't even get past the first round. This made Ameng bristle like a porcupine. Hey, what's that supposed to mean? And so, the sounds of their bickering echoed through the deep dark forest. Nothing. Nothing at all. Say that again? No, I won't. The next morning in the woods, Wu Fu sat by a stream, gazing at his reflection in the water. He chuckled to himself, thinking, that girl might be a bit fierce, but at least she didn't leave me outside to freeze to death like the other demonic beasts. The stream gurgled peacefully, but Wu Fu's mind was constantly calculating. Still, I need to get out of here soon, even though my wounds haven't fully healed. Suddenly, a voice from above caught his attention. Are you planning on leaving today? Wu Fu looked up. It's you. Aolu was sitting on a branch not far away. You don't belong here, so you should leave at once, the boy replied coldly. Is that you talking to yourself? You don't need to concern yourself with my business. Aolu stared down at Wu Fu with a pensive look. Ameng's personality is very simple. She doesn't know how terrifying the outside world is. After all, you humans are no good. Wu Fu chuckled. You say that as if I have some kind of ulterior motive. I only got involved in this mess because she knocked me out and dragged me here. Aolu, still perched high above, ordered, I can set you free. After that, get the hell back to where you came from. Wu Fu looked up at him and agreed. Fine, but I have to tell Ameng first. Aolu maintained his cold expression and commanded, there's no need, you just need to leave immediately. Outwardly, Wu Fu agreed. All right, no problem for me. But how will you explain it to Ameng? Deep down, however, his thoughts were far from simple. He's right to think that way. He came to find me alone. He definitely wants more than just for me to leave. 80% chance this is related to what he said yesterday about Tian. Then, Aolu, on the branch, turned his back to Wu Fu. It's none of your concern. Someone will be here shortly to lead you out. Just follow them. Wu Fu touched the brown object tied around his neck and looked up at him quizzically. So how do I take this thing off? Instead of answering, Aolu simply threw down a small seed. Wu Fu quickly caught it, staring at the object in his hand. This is? Before Wu Fu could ask another question, Aolu had vanished without a trace. Hey, you could at least tell me how to use it. Before he could even process what had happened, a voice spoke from behind him. Follow me. Wu Fu turned his head, his eyes cautious. A mysterious figure cloaked in a robe stood there. I've come to guide you. Without hesitation, Wu Fu walked ahead of him. Then let's go. He then glanced down at the colorful seed in his hand. He examined it, his curiosity piqued. How do you use this thing? Wu Fu muttered to himself. There's no keyhole or anything. While he remained innocently curious about the seed, the cloaked man behind him bared his teeth in a sinister grin. I refuse to believe I can't kill you. In the forest, the guide finally stopped. Just keep going in this direction and you'll get out. This is as far as I'll take you. Wu Fu nodded. All right. Back at the stream where Wu Fu had been earlier, Ameng's voice rang out. Where did Wu Fu run off to? Weren't they saying he couldn't go far? She scanned the area, searching for him. Damn it. When I find him, I'm going to teach him a lesson. Just then, Aolu slowly emerged. Stop looking. He's already gone. The girl scowled at him and demanded, so it was you. What are you doing here, and why did you make him leave? Aolu closed his eyes, answering calmly. He's an outsider. I sent him on his way. Bristling with anger, Ameng snaps. Hey, you're going too far. Don't you dare think you can do whatever you want just because the clan leader has your back. He closes the distance between them, his voice low and menacing. Or have you forgotten the rules about outsiders? Aolu just frowns at her. His words leave Ameng completely stunned. Stop being so childish, he scoffs. Letting that guy leave was already a huge concession to you. As for Tian, you can forget about it. A wave of sadness washes over her. Meng lowers her head, her voice trembling slightly. Why would you do that? You know me. Aolu replies without missing a beat. I know. But Meng, your mother once said. Her eyes swirl with 1,000 unspoken thoughts. Then, with sudden resolve, Meng clenches her fists. That's exactly why I have to do this. Biting her lip to hold back tears, she whispers fiercely, "I have to go to Tianyi Tian." Just then, Huozi appears out of nowhere, shouting urgently, "Aolu, bad news. Someone has trespassed into the forest of despair." Aolu spins around. "Who?" Huozi replies, "I'm not sure, but it looks like that human from yesterday." Meanwhile, deep beneath the forest canopy, Wu Fu's voice echoes in confusion. "Where the hell am I? I feel like I've been walking in circles." He glances around, anxiety creeping in. "Am I lost? I should get a better view." The trees are impossibly tall, but Wu Fu scales one with incredible speed. Perched high on a branch, Wu Fu surveys the endless sea of trees below. Could this be the forest of despair? Did that guide really lead me here? Fear grips him as he remembers Ah Mong's warning from the night before. Once you enter this forest, it's nearly impossible to leave. Shaking off the thought, he scans the horizon and spots something strange on a distant mountain. Suddenly, a massive surge of energy explodes nearby, stunning him. Wu Fu whips his head around to find its source. He sees something with long, sleek black fur emerge from the trees. Its colossal shadow passes over him as black feathers drift down, forcing him to look up. What is that? Before his astonished eyes, a monster with enormous wings unleashes a devastating attack, erupting in a blinding flash of light. As if locking onto its target, it dives, striking at something across the chasm with terrifying speed. The beast's eyes fly open, glowing with a menacing green light. The world warps around him. Wu Fu feels like he's hallucinating, his grip on reality slipping away. Everything fades to white. "Damn it, I'm losing control," he thinks desperately. As his eyes flutter shut, the last thing he sees is the monstrous beast. In a flash, he's pulled into a swirling crimson vortex, a hidden dimension of pure energy. His body is helpless, adrift in the spinning void. Suddenly, it all stops. He cries out, "Ow, ow, ow, where am I? Wait, didn't I just fall out of that tree?" As Wu Fu sits up, he can't help but wonder, why is it so dark? He stares into the infinite blackness and calls out, "Hey, is anyone there? An animal, maybe?" He places a hand on the ground, only to touch a layer of fiery crimson energy. His eyes widen in alarm as that same energy begins to coil around his entire body, and he cries out in panic. "What is this stuff?" He thrashes against the tendrils of energy trying to consume him. "Damn it, this thing is trying to devour me." And then, it begins creeping across his face. He struggles, but it's useless as the energy completely engulfs him. But then, a luminous sword materializes in the heart of the crimson vortex. As the energy swirls around its light, Wu Fu stares, astonished and curious. The spirit sword. Could this be my own consciousness? At the very center of the vortex is a glowing orb of light. Suddenly, he's snapped back to reality by a frantic voice. "Wu Fu! Wu Fu! Wake up!" He jolts upright, shaking off the bizarre vision. Wu Fu's eyes land on the person who woke him, and he asks coldly, "It's you?" Meng forces a smile, her face dark with anger as she cracks her knuckles. "It's me. Surprised? I can't believe you actually dared to run off." Thinking fast, Wu Fu feigns injury. "My body. It hurts so much. I feel terrible." Meng falls for it instantly, her anger replaced by flustered concern. "Where does it hurt? What's wrong?" Her worried questions keep coming. "And what happened? Why did you pass out here?" He recounts the events with feigned confusion. "I just remember. I was lost, trying to find my way out. Then I ran into this enormous beast, and after that, before he can finish, she pulls out a strange fruit and hands it to him. "Don't try to use your energy, just relax your body and eat this Nguyenlian fruit. Then you can tell me everything." Wu Fu takes the fruit as a memory clicks into place. That's right. The beast had 4 pairs of wings. Meng touches her chin thoughtfully. 4 pairs of wings. Then you must have met the master of the Forest of Despair. He bites into the fruit, repeating her words. The master of the Forest of Despair. She begins to explain. "It's the beast that rules this place. Its power is said to be immeasurable, maybe even infinite. At least, that's what the elders say." His expression turns serious. "A creature with 1,000 years of cultivation. It's not just a demonic beast, it's a spirit beast." Meng looks surprised. "More than 1,000 years? Lycac was already here when my beastman tribe first came into existence." Wu Fu replies grimly. "Then it's been here for a very, very long time." He strokes his chin, thinking. "That reminds me. Why are you here?" His question earns him a sharp smack on the head. "You have the nerve to ask me that?" Meng points an accusing finger at him and yells, "Why would you listen to that idiot, Aolu? If you weren't still wearing my necklace, I never would have found you." Rubbing the new bump on his head, Wu Fu looks innocent. "But he told me to leave." He winces in pain, thinking to himself, "This girl's strength is no joke. She's still furious, so if he told you to go, you just go?" If he told you to become a bandit, would you do that too? Wu Fu can only surrender. Okay, it was my fault. I'm sorry. Meng crosses her arms and pouts. You promised you wouldn't leave. You're giving all humans a bad name. He's left completely speechless. With that, she turns her back on him. Forget it. It's my fault anyway for bringing you here. Wu Fu slowly gets to his feet. Still, thank you for coming to rescue me. Meng's face instantly flushes red. Flustered, she quickly makes an excuse. I only came to find my necklace. It wasn't for you. He just smiles. Right. She says one thing but means another, he thinks with a chuckle. It's actually kind of cute. He follows behind her. So, you found me. But how do we get out of here now? His question renders her speechless. You mean you don't know? She stammers. Meng sighs in defeat. I should have just called Ao Lu, he says, half joking. Well, if we got in, there must be a way out. And if there isn't a path, we'll just have to make one. As they walk, Wu Fu's curiosity gets the better of him. When you guys train here, aren't you afraid Lycac will show up? She explains. Lycac hibernates for 2 months every year. That's when we come here to train. It hibernates for 2 months? He asks, surprised. Meng turns back to him. The problem is, its hibernation isn't on a set schedule. We can only guess by observing the other beasts in the forest. He mulls this over. A spirit beast that powerful still needs to hibernate? Could it be evolving in its sleep? Just then, a deep rumbling echoes through the forest. Wu Fu sees the cause. What's happening? The beasts are stampeding. Meng adds grimly. It could be him, or it could be something else. His sense is on high alert, Wu Fu says. It's getting dark. It's too dangerous to keep moving. We need to find a place to rest. Back near the edge of the forest, Ao Lu demands. You're telling me Meng went in there? Huozi can only reply. She was too fast. I couldn't stop her. Ao Lu slams his fist against a tree. Damn it, not now. He grabs Huozi by the collar, his face a mask of fury. Do you want her to die in there with that human? Huozi tries to calm him. Let's go to the clan leader. We'll discuss this with him. He'll know what to do. As Wu Fu walked away, he prayed. Meng, you have to be safe. You absolutely must not get hurt. In the dark, smoky forest, Wu Fu and Meng huddled around a fire for warmth. He looked at the young girl with concern. Are you all right? Are you cold? Meng hugged her knees and said, This is my first time in the Forest of Hopelessness. I'm a little nervous. Wu Fu, tending the flames, reassured her. Don't worry. We'll definitely get out of here. I will protect you. Meng glanced at him, her expression flat. You're a slave. It's only natural for you to protect your master. The fire crackled. Not wanting to argue, Wu Fu simply replied, Yes, let's get some sleep. We'll find our way out tomorrow. A deep, silent darkness fell over the forest as Wu Fu and Meng slept by the dying embers. As the girl slept, a voice called out to her, Meng, Meng. The call persisted, Meng. A woman with long hair reached out her hand. Meng. Come home with mother. The girl's eyes flew open, shining brightly. Mother? The woman's face was a blur, but her voice was still coaxing. Meng, hurry and come home with mother. Mother, wait for me, Meng cried, chasing after the woman, a scene that Wu Fu suddenly witnessed. His eyes filled with alarm. Meng! The girl kept running, calling out, Mother, wait for Meng! But when she finally looked up, she froze in terror. Mother? A soul-guiding monster stood before her. From a distance, Wu Fu screamed, Meng! At that moment, the monster lunged, attacking Meng with a flurry of tentacles. Wu Fu leaped forward, shielding Meng as he sliced through the tentacles. He shook her gently, his voice filled with worry. Meng, wake up! Meng's eyes fluttered open as she asked drowsily, What's happening? Before her stood the ferocious soul-guiding monster. She gasped in horror. What is that thing? Wu Fu shot back. Shouldn't I be the one asking you that? He scooped her up and started running. I've read some records about the Forest of Hopelessness, Meng said. They mentioned something called a soul-guiding monster. Wu Fu pressed, What else? Meng explained. It's essentially a demonic beast that becomes incredibly terrifying by absorbing countless other demonic beasts. He grunted in response. No wonder my slashes didn't do anything to it earlier. She added, It has an extremely powerful regenerative ability. The tentacles surged toward them again. It's coming! Meng screamed. Wu Fu threw her to the side and ordered, Find a place to hide. Meng was furious. How dare this slave just toss his master aside like that? Wu Fu spun around, unleashing a series of sword strikes, his eyes wide and focused. But the tentacles he sliced through regenerated instantly, lunging at him once more. Wu Fu thought to himself, Just as I suspected, slashing like this won't kill it. I have to try hitting a different part of its body. Hiding behind a tree, Meng suddenly cried out, Oh, that's right! I think I remember reading that they're afraid of light. That's why they only appear at night. she added. Wu Fu snapped back irritably. Where are we supposed to find any light in the middle of the night? She laughed sheepishly. Oh. He raised his sword and declared, if I can't cut its tentacles, then I'll just have to cut its main body. Wu Fu charged, dodging the soul-guiding monster's relentless attacks. He seized his chance, maneuvering his sword into the perfect position. With a mighty roar, Wu Fu brought his blade down in a devastating strike. Panting, he said, I refuse to believe it can regenerate from that. This forest is just too bizarre, he continued. Still, that single strike used up half the spiritual energy I just recovered. A Hmong walked over from a distance, exclaiming, that was so cool. Wu Fu teased her. You were almost swallowed by it just a moment ago. She laughed. That was just for show. I'm actually very powerful. He relented. All right, I get it. But then dark figures began to emerge from behind the trees. Wu Fu immediately raised his guard. He wondered, so there isn't just one of them? A Hmong added, it seems we've attracted its entire clan. With so many of them, this might be bad. He stated calmly, soul-guiding monsters normally live in groups and split up to find food, but this clan seems unusually united. Wu Fu continued, in any case, besides their strange hypnotic and regenerative abilities, they aren't particularly strong. A Hmong replied, that may be true, but in the Forest of Hopelessness, they're still considered a weak species. Suddenly, Wu Fu swept her into his arms. A Hmong cried out in surprise. What are you doing? He replied matter-of-factly, getting out of here, of course. I don't have the energy to deal with all of them, he explained. The girl questioned him, didn't you say you were strong? Why are you suddenly turning tail and running? Hearing this, he retorted, it's called knowing when to advance and when to retreat. Don't you understand? A Hmong pouted fiercely. That's just an excuse you weak humans use. We beastmen always charge forward bravely. Wu Fu glanced at her and asked, then how about you stay here and charge forward bravely? A Hmong scowled in anger. You're my slave. How dare you abandon your master here? He shot back. I don't see how you're any different from a little human girl. The horde of soul-guiding monsters swarmed toward them aggressively. Wu Fu watched them carefully, then bit his lip, channeling power into his legs before leaping into the air. Wu Fu dodged the monster's attacks as he ran, then leaped high into the air with a Hmong in his arms, landing on a nearby tree. Wu Fu frowned as he watched them, and a Hmong explained, their mobility seems to be very poor. We should be fine if we just run along the trees. After all, they're a weaker species in this forest. They normally rely on their tentacles to move. The girl's brow furrowed slightly. However, there's also the unexpected possibility that the tentacles suddenly began to coil together. The soul-guiding monsters merged, becoming larger and more ferocious than ever before. Wu Fu muttered, now this is a problem. The massive monster lunged, trying to devour them both, but it only managed to bite off the tree branch. In that split second, Wu Fu had already leaped away with a Hmong. Strategic retreat, he yelled. The girl looked back at the giant monster and said, this type of demonic beast's destructive power isn't as great as other, stronger ones, but they're a real nuisance. Their strategy is to slowly chip away at their opponent's stamina until they can no longer fight. Wu Fu adds, a clever beast fighting a war of attrition. But Ya Hmong interjects, still, this is strange. It rarely reveals this form, and they definitely wouldn't swarm like this just because one of them died. A realization dawned on him. Why do you think there's something wrong with me? Wu Fu asked. The girl replied, isn't it obvious? A Hmong looked at him with suspicion. Unless, you have something powerful on you. Wu Fu fell silent, thinking, could it be because of the spirit sword? Ever since we entered this forest, it's been agitated and restless. What in the world is going on? The monster suddenly charged. Figure anything out? The girl urged. They're coming. Wu Fu screeched to a halt. A Hmong asked frantically, hey, why did you stop? They're almost here. He replied, I'll lure them away. You be careful on your own. The soul-guiding monster let out a ferocious roar as a sword flew toward it. Pointing directly at the monster, Wu Fu waved his hand tauntingly. Hey, you idiot! Look over here! The monster grew enraged, dragging its massive body forward in a mad dash. It let out another deafening roar. Wu Fu glanced at his sword. If I just jump down, I'll be caught sooner or later. My only choice is to gather them in one place for a single, fatal blow, or at least one that will severely wound it. Come on. Wu Fu unleashed a continuous barrage of sword strikes, hacking away at the tentacles. One after another, he cut them down, his focus absolute as he carved a path with powerful slashes. He sent the tentacles flying, exposing the monster's main body. Without hesitation, he launched a strike right at its core. The razor-sharp blade flew straight and true, but Wu Fu was stunned. What? I didn't feel any impact at all. It's as if it split apart on its own. The soul-guiding monster separated and began to retreat, but suddenly, it fired a purple beam of energy straight at him. Wu Fu swung his sword, deflecting the blast. With a slight smile, he said, "Looks like you aren't just some mindless single-celled organism. You actually know how to surround me." Suddenly, his sword began to corrode. Wu Fu watched with a flicker of interest, then his eyes widened in shock. "This is bad," he realized. "It's like this thing can eat spiritual energy." Just then, the spirit-guiding monster fired off a volley of violet spikes. Wu Fu froze, then spun around, frantically slashing the projectiles away as he backed away. Staring at his corroded blade, he thought, "If this keeps up, I'll be completely drained." Another wave of violet spikes tore through the air toward him. Wu Fu thought to himself, "This is it." But just then, a brilliant blast of energy shot forward. It obliterated all the violet spikes, saving him. Wu Fu was stunned. What was that? From a distance, Amorng screamed, "You can't use attributeless spirit energy against it. The more you use, the more it will devour." But as she warned him about the spirit-guiding monster, Amorng belatedly realized her own danger. The little girl scrambled to run away, shouting, "Wu Fu, hurry up and kill it." Wu Fu asked in confusion, "Wait, spirit energy has attributes?" She shot back, "You mean you didn't know?" Amorng kept running as she talked. "Then how have you been defeating demonic beasts until now? Just with pure spirit energy?" Wu Fu answered sheepishly, Yeah, that's how I've always done it." She wailed in despair, chanting, "From the formless, create form. From the void, create all things. Gather spirit to forge the myriad creations and channel that spirit into the 5 elements." Wu Fu was still completely lost, but while he was trying to speak, the spirit-guiding monster had already appeared behind him. The creature swallowed Wu Fu whole. Seeing this, Amorng panicked. He was swallowed? No way. She screamed, "Wu Fu!" Inside the monster, Wu Fu sank deeper and deeper into the darkness. He closed his eyes and reflected, "So this world, it's so much bigger than I ever imagined. Even a low-level demonic beast can defeat me. If I continue on like this, how can I ever hope to reach the heavens beyond heavens?" Suddenly, the sword on his chest began to glow. Wu Fu slowly opened his eyes, wondering, "The spirit sword?" He reached out as if to touch it, thinking, "Are you trying to tell me something?" Another hand reached out towards the spirit sword, mirroring his own. He gasped in shock. "Who are you?" The shimmering figure of a girl called out his name softly, "Fuer." Wu Fu was bewildered. "Who are you?" The girl spoke, her voice gentle. "I have been waiting for you here." She gave a light smile, and then her body, as delicate as a dandelion seed, slowly floated away. Outside, Amorng cried out in worry, "Wu Fu!" The spirit-guiding monster was still trying to digest him, but it seemed something inside was causing it unbearable pain. Finally, the monster violently spat Wu Fu out. He was sent flying into the distance as Amorng ran toward him, calling his name, "Wu Fu." The girl tried to shake him awake, saying, "Thank goodness you're not dead. Wu Fu, wake up!" Amorng yelled, "Wake up!" Meanwhile, Wu Fu's eyes fluttered open. He wondered, "Who? What is that swaying in front of my eyes?" He raised a hand, touching Amorng's chest as he thought, "So soft." The girl's face instantly flushed beet red, but Wu Fu was still in a daze, completely oblivious. "What's this soft thing?" he mumbled. The girl cursed under her breath in fury. "You damn pervert! If I hadn't seen you protect me, I would have chopped your hand right off." Just then, the spirit-guiding monster began to close in again. It let out a ferocious roar. The spirit-guiding monster charged right at the two of them. Amorng gasped, "This is bad. There's no time to escape." But Wu Fu suddenly spoke up. "Don't worry, I'm not something it can swallow." The girl was momentarily surprised. He raised his sword, which was now crackling with flames, and said, "This is a perfect chance to test out my newfound power." Wu Fu could feel the spirit-guiding monster approaching. He closed his eyes tight. Wu Fu then moved into position and executed a single, beautiful slash, unleashing a searing line of fire that cut through the entire forest. The flames blazed with incredible power. Amorng watched, thinking, such powerful spirit energy. The monster took the full force of Wu Fu's attack. The girl wondered to herself, who in the world is he to possess such power? A large section of the forest had been incinerated by his single move. Wu Fu looked at his sword and thought, is this the power of the spirit sword? I didn't even use 20% of my strength. Suddenly, Ao Luke stepped out and spoke. Wu Fu turned his head and said, "So it's you." Amorng, however, looked surprised. "Ao Luke, what are you doing here?" He glanced over at her. "Amorng, you're really causing trouble." The girl shot back angrily. "And isn't that your fault? I know you hate outsiders, but I'm the one who brought him here. If you want to kick him out, then you'll have to kick me out too." Wu Fu looked seriously at Ao Luke. "If you manage to get here, that means you can lead us out, right?" He remained silent, his gaze fixed on Wu Fu's sword. Suddenly, he was stunned. "That sword!" Ao Luke narrowed his eyes, thinking, just who is this kid? Forget it. We can talk about this after we get out of here. He turned to leave, calling over his shoulder, "Follow me." Wu Fu asked. Are we leaving now? Aolurk turned back with a scowl. The forest of hopelessness is extremely dangerous at night. Do you want to become a demonic beast's dinner? Hearing this, Ah Morang spoke up defensively. Hey, he didn't know. Why are you being so harsh with him? He turned away again, replying dismissively. He's just a slave. Is it really necessary for you to get so worked up? The girl pouted. You have to respect the owner even if you're scolding their dog. When you say things like that, of course I'm going to stand up for him. Standing to the side, Wu Fu thought to himself. A dog? Am I the dog? Aolurk stated confidently. I'm the only one who can lead you out of here. After all, I am the strongest warrior acknowledged by our tribe. Amorn rolled her eyes. There he goes again. Just ignore him. Wu Fu, let's go. He nodded. Okay. Aolurk spun around and yelled angrily. Hey, the least you could do is let me finish talking before you walk off. But Wu Fu and Amorn completely ignored him. Wu Fu commented. That Aolurk. He acts all cold and serious with everyone. His strength isn't even that impressive. The girl added. It's all an act. He's been like that since we were kids. First, he pretends to be all cool and mighty, but in reality, he's just a complete narcissist. We grew up together. I'm used to him being like this, I just can't stand his nagging. Hearing her assessment of him pretentious, narcissistic, and a nag, Aolurk froze, completely speechless. Meanwhile, Wu Fu was muttering to himself. Suddenly, a sound came from above, and all three of them looked up. Amorn asked, What's wrong with him? Aolurk had suddenly noticed something. A dark shadow was flying towards them from above. It crashed down unexpectedly, and the three of them felt the very ground tremble beneath them. Dust and debris filled the air as they watched from a high vantage point. Wu Fu asked, Why would a demonic beast suddenly fly over here? Aolurk replied, It's probably just demonic beasts fighting. Wu Fu commented, That's not so strange. Ah Morang added, It's quite normal in this forest. Suddenly, Aolurk shouted, A black maned beast. A set of sharp claws dug into a tree trunk as the massive creature slowly emerged. Aolurk asked in disbelief, Why would a black maned beast appear here? Wu Fu turned to Amorn and asked, The black maned beast, is it strong? Aolurk answered for her. The black maned beast is a high-grade demonic beast, same as my fire gold wolf beast. And what's more, this one seems to be an even higher level. He frowned, continuing. The demonic beasts have been unusually active lately. It might be related to the other territories. We should leave quickly, before something happens. The black maned beast was chewing on another creature when it suddenly lifted its head. Aolurk's voice was sharp as he yelled, Not good! I think it sensed us! He could feel the murderous intent radiating from the black maned beast. He ducked his head, calculating. This shouldn't be happening. Unexpectedly, the black maned beast lunged, its massive jaws opening wide to devour them whole. But all three managed to dodge just in time. Amorng screamed, This has to be the longest night of my life. Wu Fu asked her, Why is it chasing us? Aolurk cut him off. I don't think it's chasing us. I think it's chasing you. Wu Fu was taken aback. Chasing me? Aolurk replied, resigned. My guess is that we beastmen can conceal our auras, but you can't. So the problem must be you, right? Hearing this, Wu Fu leaps back. If it's after me, he says with a nod, then I'll lead it away. You two find somewhere safe to hide. Ya Meng looks up at him, shocked. Hey, what do you think you're doing? Are you insane? Wu Fu replies calmly. Don't worry, I have a plan. As the black maned beast charges, Wu Fu leaps into the trees, bounding from branch to branch with the creature in frantic pursuit. Wu Fu thinks to himself, It actually followed me. It seems the spirit sword inside me is what drew them. Every last one of them is targeting me. Suddenly, the black maned beast's body begins to glow. It drops to one knee and slams its fist into the earth. The ground instantly erupts from the force of the blow. As Wu Fu dodges the shockwave, he thinks, an elemental skill. In a flash, the black maned beast swipes its claws right where he was standing. But Wu Fu is faster, dodging just in time as the claws tear into solid rock instead. The beast goes on a rampage, smashing everything in sight. Taking cover behind another boulder, Wu Fu analyzes the situation. As expected of a high-level demonic beast, its power is unreal. Just then, the beast raises its glowing claws high into the air. Wu Fu watches closely, thinking, it really is desperate for the spirit sword. The creature lunges, slamming its claws into the shield he erected, piercing straight through. Not enough spirit energy, he realizes. I can only test its power for now. The black maned beast's claws inch closer and closer to Wu Fu. It lets out a guttural roar, building up momentum for the final push. The beast misses its mark. It glares at him, then uses its power to levitate shards of rock from the ground. Wu Fu is momentarily stunned as the beast launches the stone projectiles toward him. Composing himself, he says grimly, Time to end this. A blazing fire erupts from his spirit sword. Wu Fu swings the blade, meeting the barrage of stone head-on. As the sword cuts down, it triggers a massive explosion. As the dust clears, he speaks with an air of nonchalance. "You think that's enough to take me down?" From within the billowing cloud, the black maned beast emerges. Wu Fu's eyes widen in shock. You can talk?" The black maned beast responds, "In the forest of despair, all high-level demonic beasts can speak. Now tell me, where did you get the weapon in your hand?" "I'm afraid that's none of your business," Wu Fu says coldly. "On the contrary, I'm more curious why you're so obsessed with hunting it." The beast scoffs, "You foolish human. I have no idea why it would ever choose someone like you as its master." Wu Fu smirks back. "And yet, it chose me, didn't it?" The black maned beast points a claw at him, its voice rising. "But in your current state, you are fundamentally unworthy of wielding it. Can you even tap into a fraction of its true power?" "What?" Wu Fu thinks, startled. "That blade has existed for over 10,000 years, the beast continues. Its power is mysterious and unfathomable. A mere boy like you could never hope to control it. It then roars as it lunges toward him, which means I just have to kill you and make it mine." The black maned beast leaps, slamming its paws into the ground. But when it looks up, it's stunned. "He's gone," the beast thinks. A new voice cuts through the air. "And here I was, wondering just how powerful you were supposed to be." Wu Fu turns in surprise. "It's you!" Owly smirks, casting aside his cloak. "Step aside and rest. Let me show you what a true powerhouse looks like." The black maned beast growls. "Since when are the beastmen on such good terms with the human race?" Owly's expression grows serious. "A talking demonic beast. You don't see that every day." The creature raises its claws. A pity. It unleashes a sweeping slash toward him and roars. "This will be your last." Owly narrows his eyes, a dagger already drawn behind his back. He unleashes a flurry of slashes, intercepting the beast's attack. Then, he launches himself forward, taking the black maned beast by surprise. Owly coldly unloads a series of razor-sharp strikes against its body. An aura envelops the black maned beast as it speaks with arrogance. "Don't even think you can break through my defenses." The black maned beast erupts with power as Aoli closes in. "You can bully someone who can't even grasp elemental spirit energy," he says. "But as for me," he leaps high into the air and shouts, "Don't get cocky." Gripping his dagger tightly, he dives down. Whirlwind, slash. The beast braces itself against his relentless assault. Owly delivers 2 slashes that form a perfect X, and the black maned beast takes the full force of the blow. Through the cloud of dust, Owly lands beside Wu Fu. "See that?" he says. "That's the difference between humans and beastmen." Wu Fu stammers, "This is." Owly cuts him off. "And it's also the difference between you and me." The black maned beast lies utterly defeated, flattened on the ground. Wu Fu turns to Owly. "But why did you come back? I didn't think you'd be so kind." Owly begins to answer, "Well, isn't it because of—" But before he can finish his sentence, Ya Meng rushes forward, throwing her arms around Wu Fu. "Thank goodness, you're okay," she exclaims. Wu Fu looks back at her, surprised. "What are you doing here?" Owly quickly pulls Ya Meng off. "Get down from there. This is all your fault. Who told you to run off on your own?" Wu Fu retorts sullenly, "If you had stepped in a little sooner, I wouldn't have needed to run in the first place," Owly says smugly. "The strongest always make their entrance at the very end." Wu Fu presses him. "So you were just watching from the sidelines this whole time?" Ya Meng chimes in irritably. "You need to get a clue about this. How could a servant just abandon his master and run off like that?" she scolds Owly. Wu Fu stammers, I'm not his." She puts her hands on her hips, turning to Wu Fu. "You couldn't beat it because you have absolutely no grasp of elemental spirit energy." Owly adds, "Seriously, I never expected you to be this weak." Ya Meng kicks Owly in the shin and grumbles, "You can shut up. Besides, isn't this whole mess your fault anyway?" "We need to get out of here now," she insists. Wu Fu agrees. "Ya Meng's right. Lord Warrior Owly, please lead the way." Owly turns away. "You've exhausted too much of your spirit energy. We should wait for you to recover before we move on. Right now?" Wu Fu quickly asks. Owly nods. "That's right. There are too many demonic beasts around at this time of day. We're better off finding a place to rest first." And so, the 3 of them make their way to a nearby cave. Wu Fu closes his eyes, deep in thought. "Ever since I came to this place, everything has unfolded in ways I could never have predicted, including this so-called elemental spirit energy." He recalls the girl who had called out to him. Fu-er. And just who was she, he wonders. Why did she say those things to me? And what is the real origin of this spirit sword? Just then, Ya Meng approaches, holding out some wild berries. "This is all I could find to eat," she says. "How are you feeling?" he replies. "Much better now. Thank you." "I'm sorry," Ya Meng says quietly. "I thought I'd be able to get you out of here much sooner." Wu Fu shakes his head. "It's all right. Besides," he continues, "thanks to you, I've come to realize a few things. While munching on a berry, she says, "You're from the outside world, so you must know about Tianyi, right?" Wu Fu raises an eyebrow. "Why do you want to go to Tianyi?" "I want to find someone," she replies. Wu Fu studies her quietly as she continues. "But according to the rules of my tribe, you can't leave without receiving the tribe's official recognition. So that's why," Wu Fu says, "understanding. That's the reason you keep participating in the beast fighting tournament." Yameng adds, "But there are people who don't want me to leave. And besides, the journey to Tianyi isn't an easy one." Her expression turns determined. "No matter what, I have to go." He smiles, patting her on the head. "If you want to go so badly, how about I take you with me? After all, I'm heading to Tianyi myself." A blush creeps onto Yameng's cheeks as she shouts, "You belong to me, so of course you have to take me, and stop patting my head." Wu Fu quickly tries to placate her. All right, I get it." Listening to their conversation, Ao Li gets annoyed. "You've recovered enough. It's almost dawn. We need to get moving, now." Both Yameng and Wu Fu meekly reply, "Okay, right, okay." The scene changes. As dawn breaks, Wu Fu remarks that after 3 days, he's realized this place is actually quite beautiful. Ao Lu adds, "From another perspective, the Forest of Hopelessness is the sacred land of my tribe." He glances around. "We're not here on a sightseeing trip. 3 days is a very short time. We need to get to a safe place quickly." The boy nods in agreement. Deeper in the forest, Wu Fu suddenly asks a question. "Right. To give form to the formless, to create all things from nothing. To gather spirit energy to forge all things. To return spirit energy to the 5 elements. What did you mean by that?" Ameng hesitates. "You really are." The young girl creates a wisp of energy in her hand and asks him, "What is this?" Wu Fu blinks and replies, "Energy." Ameng closes her fist. "Correct. Energy that exists between heaven and earth for years gradually forms into 5 types of spirit energy: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth." She continues to explain, "They support and oppose one another, forming all of creation. Even we have these 5 elemental attributes of spirit energy within us." Ameng says, "In ordinary people, the 5 spirit energies are in a state of balance. Only a small fraction of people can actually use them." Hearing this, Wu Fu falls silent, thinking to himself that the armored monster and other demonic beasts all have their own attributes. The girl continues, "However, your constitution is a bit strange. I'd say you have no attribute, but the soul-guiding monster couldn't digest you. In fact, you ended up destroying it instead." He looks down, murmuring to himself, "That was thanks to the power of the spirit sword. Just like that demonic beast said, the spirit sword truly possesses a mysterious power." Wu Fu then speaks up, "Can you teach me how to use these 5 types of spirit energy attributes?" "What?" Ameng stammers. "With my level of skill, you want me to teach you?" Suddenly, Ao Lu's voice cuts in. "How about I teach you instead?" Both of them turn in surprise to look at him, their faces a mask of confusion. With a provocative tone, he says, "What's wrong? Unwilling, or are you too scared? Did you really think I was some petty, narrow-minded guy?" The boy says worriedly, "I'm just curious why you're suddenly being so kind. That's all, I just find it very curious." Ao Lu replies with a serious face, "Compared to having you as a burden, it's better if you at least have the ability to protect yourself." Hearing this, Wu Fu thinks to himself, "So he was looking down on me. This feeling is really unpleasant." Ao Lu says confidently, "Ameng has me to protect her," but the girl retorts angrily, "Hey, I'm very strong, you know. Who needs your protection?" He replies coldly, "Aren't you aware of your own abilities? Regardless, I promise to protect you. Whether you like it or not, you have to face the current reality." Ameng whispers softly, "You're always like this," Wu Fu says politely, "Then I'll be in your care." Ao Lu turns away sharply, saying, "I'm just making sure you get out of here alive," the boy repeats, "Then I'll be in your care." As he scans their surroundings, he explains, "Many demonic beasts use their spirit energy attributes to merge with the environment, concealing their presence. We do the same." Wu Fu adds, "So that's how Ameng was able to approach me without a sound." Ao Lu nods and continues, "The stronger a person's spirit energy, the harder it is for others to detect their hidden presence." The boy marvels, "Interesting. So how long will it take for me to learn?" He holds up 2 fingers. Wu Fu guesses, 2 hours, 2 days, or 2 months. Ao Lu answers grimly, 2 years. The boy exclaims in shock, "You can't be serious. That long?" He scoffs. "Your spirit energy is quite pure, a type of purity rarely seen in this world. The good thing is that you can destroy anything with pure energy alone, but the bad thing is you'll be in grave danger against someone with overly strong elemental spirit energy." Ao Lu continues, "The 5 elements support and oppose one another. Your spirit energy doesn't belong to any of them, but in the end, it all returns to them. Therefore, you must find the spirit energy that corresponds to you." Wu Fu puts a hand on his chin, pondering, the spirit energy that corresponds to me. Aolu creates energy in his palm and says, what corresponds to me is metal. Hearing this, the boy asks himself, how do I find the spirit energy that corresponds to me? He answers his question, sensing. Wufu repeats, sensing? He nods, explaining, you must sense which type of spirit energy you are absorbing from the 5 elements in all of creation. That will be the one that corresponds to you. The boy frowns doubtfully. Is that how it works? Among chimes in, it's not that simple. It's difficult for an ordinary person to find it without 3 or 4 years of practice. Aolu adds, and even if you find it, you might not have strong enough spirit energy to wield it. That's why the vast majority of people can only use raw spirit energy. Aolu says seriously. However, I saw that when you fought the Black Aura Beast, you vaguely revealed a trace of it, which is what led to its armor shattering. It proves you have the potential. You just lack the ability to sense it right now. The boy thinks to himself, that was power I borrowed from the spirit sword. Could it be that the spirit sword is hiding some kind of spirit energy I don't know about? Wu Fu speaks up. So, do I start from the basics now? Though it seems we don't have the time. He blinks slowly and adds, what can I try to sense? Aolu closes his eyes and responds, there are only 5 types of energy flowing through heaven and earth to sense. Wu Fu puts a hand on his chin and muses, sensing, To be honest, does my spirit sword have that kind of sense too? I always feel like it's trying to tell me something. Outside, rain begins to pour. Wu Fu stands frozen, getting completely drenched. Meanwhile, Aolu uses his spirit energy to create a barrier against the rain. He says, it seems you really are weak. You don't even know how to deploy a spirit energy barrier. I could sense spirit energy when I was 10, and I found my corresponding element at 11. He continues to boast, at 14, I passed the trials and became the youngest warrior in my tribe. The clan chief said my aptitude is the kind seen once in 100 years. If I had the chance, I could even go to the lands of Penglai. Among quickly suggests, we should find a place to take shelter from the rain. Wu Fu nods. Okay. Aolu shouts in frustration, hey, why won't you two let me finish talking? The scene shifts to Lai Kak's lair in the Forest of Hopelessness. A ball of spirit energy is condensing as Lai Kak, in his beast form, absorbs it. He briefly curls up before bursting outward, transforming into his human form. A respectful voice calls out, Old Master, so you've returned. In another location, Wu Fu instinctively turns his head, looking around aimlessly. Among asks him, what's wrong? Wu Fu replies, nothing. It's just, the rain stopped and now it's night. It's so strange. He thinks to himself, why did I just get the feeling I was being watched? Aolu explains, the internal survival environments within the Forest of Hopelessness are not all the same. There's nothing strange about it. Wu Fu asks, why aren't they the same? He continues, I remember reading about it in a reference book. Aolu goes on, slowly recounting the tale. It's because of something that happened tens of thousands of years ago, or so the story goes. Our tribesmen witnessed it descend from the sky with their own eyes. That piece of history was later carved onto our tribe's sacred stone. Wu Fu questions, from the sky? Aolu explains, logically speaking, how could there be other continents in the sky? So, the most likely possibility is, the boy cuts him off, you're talking about the heaven beyond heavens. He replies, that's the only possibility. The heaven beyond heavens has always been a mysterious and unpredictable place. Aolu looks at his palm and says, the spirit energy in this forest is stronger than in any other. So strong that I can wield my spirit energy on my own, sustain myself, and circulate it independently. Such powerful spirit energy could only come from the heaven beyond heavens. Seeing the boy's silence, he says, talking about this is useless. Get some rest first. The night is still long. I'm going to patrol the area. Wu Fu remains silent, thinking, it seems there's still so much I don't know. Does the spirit sword have even more secrets I'm unaware of? He places a hand over his heart, wondering, and who was that woman? She doesn't feel like a stranger at all. It's like I met her a very long time ago. That unsettling power. What are you trying to tell me? Among stretches and lets out a big yawn, then simply lies down and falls asleep. Wu Fu looks at her and remarks, she really is like a cat. Suddenly, Aolu grabs him and says, hey, what are you doing? If you can't sleep, then come with me. Wu Fu asks in surprise, what? Aolu chuckled, didn't you say you wanted me to teach you how to use spirit energy? His voice turned serious. The night is long, so I can find a place for you to figure things out. Wu Fu asked frantically, where are we going? Somewhere that will terrify you, of course, Aolu replied. Wu Fu hesitated. Is it okay to leave Among here? Aolu answered, I've hidden her with my spirit energy. No one will find her. The two continued on to another part of the hopeless forest. Wu Fu asked Aoli, where is this place? He answered, this is the dead water. Aoli then explained, it's the safest place in the hopeless forest and also the most dangerous. It's a living lake, capable of manifesting the evil within a person's heart. It devours any life that enters it, its bottomless depths luring them into a hypnotic trance, turning them into its next meal. Remember this, Aolu said, and then suddenly shoved him. Wu Fu lost his balance and plunged into the lake. As Wu Fu struggled in the water, Aolu nonchalantly called down, "Think you'll become its next meal?" The pressure of the water began to drag him down. Above, Aolu wore a sly grin as Wu Fu sank deeper into the lake, thinking, "Is that guy trying to kill me?" He continued to sink, the darkness below swallowing him whole. But then, unexpectedly, he fell right out of the water. Wu Fu landed hard in an entirely different space, one that existed just beneath the lake's surface. He looked around in astonishment, wondering, "Where am I?" Wu Fu was baffled. How? How did I fall from the lake into a place like this? He looked up at the shimmering layer of water suspended above him and let out a breath of relief. I really thought I was a goner. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps echoed through the space. Wu Fu called out, "Who are you?" A figure emerged, speaking with a malevolent tone. "I am you, of course." Wu Fu stared back in shock. "Huh? I'm pretty sure I don't have a twin brother." The doppelganger replied, "I am the embodiment of your inner self." Wu Fu scoffed, "So you're saying you were born from me? Guess that makes me your dad, then." The figure growled, "We've reached this point, and you still have the nerve to joke?" Unfazed, Wu Fu shot back sarcastically, "What, am I supposed to be so scared I piss myself?" The doppelganger's expression turned truly evil. It's precisely that attitude that causes you to lose, again and again. All that talk about being the strongest, about never losing, they're just empty words, and you're foolish enough to waste your energy on the weak. Wu Fu's face instantly darkened. He said coldly, "Keep talking like that, and this dad is going to get really angry." The double laughed mockingly. "Hilarious. Let me be clear, I am here today to take your place." Wu Fu's voice turned grave. "Take my place?" In a flash, his double appeared right behind him. "The dead water reflects a person's inner self. It's because of your weakness and incompetence. Your weakness and your arrogance are what gave birth to me. My appearance is only natural." Enraged, Wu Fu immediately swung a fist behind him. "You're really asking for a beating?" But the punch hit nothing but air as his double smirked triumphantly. "Yes, that's right. You have to use all your strength to kill me." The doppelganger clenched his fist, his eyes filled with contempt. "Today, either you kill me or I kill you." Wu Fu's face was grim. "You don't look all that tough to me. If you're so eager to die, I'll be happy to oblige." He then lifted his leg and unleashed a ferocious kick straight to his double's face, roaring, "Die!" The figure born from Wu Fu's psyche was sent flying. But as he landed, Wu Fu felt a flicker of doubt. "That's weird. Why did it feel like I was kicking a bag of cotton?" Leaning on his knees, the fake Wu Fu slowly pushed himself up from the ground. "So, you finally noticed?" His face twisted into a dangerous expression. "If you're done with your turn, shouldn't it be mine now?" Even Wu Fu was stunned. My fists were charged with spirit energy. How is he still standing? As his double rose, a thick, murderous aura enveloped him. He sneered, "And here I thought your fists were supposed to be so powerful. Turns out they're nothing special. You haven't even mastered elemental spirit energy, yet you think you can defeat me?" With that, his eyes flew wide, pupils constricting to pinpricks. "You truly are a dreaming fool." Before Wu Fu could even register the movement, his double lunged forward with blinding speed. Wu Fu took the hit. He'd managed to block with his arm, but as he looked down at the point of impact, he couldn't help but marvel. Such incredible force. Just then, he realized his double had already reappeared above him, preparing to slam a kick down onto his head. Wu Fu was startled by the speed. So fast, the powerful collision sent a cloud of dust billowing into the air, but his double was already on the move again, a blur of motion. Watching his speed, a sense of dread crept over Wu Fu. I can't even see him clearly, and I have no chance of keeping up with his speed. The fake Wu Fu flickered in and out of existence, closing the distance between them. He didn't forget to taunt him. "Can't see me, right? You haven't even mastered basic perception. You really are a worthless piece of trash." Wu Fu's body tensed, but he was helpless. "Damn it. Too fast. I can't dodge this." Once again, a violent impact kicked up a thick cloud of dust, obscuring everything from view. Wu Fu had been hit. He struggled to get up, facing his opponent. His double stood there with a contemptuous grin, his eyes glowing blood red. "I don't just know fire, spirit, energy. I can wield all 5 elements. You're the same as me. It's just a pity you were too stupid to ever figure it out." Despite the scathing words, Wu Fu remained calm. "Even without those things, I can still defeat you." The smile on his double's face grew even more dangerous. "I see you haven't suffered enough. In that case, I'll use my full power." Wu Fu pushed himself up, holding a hand out in front of his chest. "My only option now is the spirit sword." But nothing appeared in his hand. His double closed the distance in an instant, swinging his arm for an attack. "You can't summon the spirit sword in here." The words struck Wu Fu like a bolt of lightning, his entire face freezing in shock. How is that possible? The spirit sword can't be summoned? The doppelganger's attack slammed into the ground, sending dust everywhere. He laughed smugly. "The spirit sword has been temporarily sealed by this dead water. It won't be unsealed until much later, by the members of the Sky Beyond Sky Clan." Wu Fu was flattened on the ground, demanding, "How do you know that?" His double's face darkened, a twisted sneer spreading across his lips as his eyes turned hideous. "Me? I was activated by the dead water. Naturally, I inherited some of its memories and learned a few things. Unlike you, who doesn't even know his own origins." Wu Fu painfully pushed himself up from the ground, his face unreadable. "In the end, you're just borrowing my power. Stop being so damn smug." The words had barely left his mouth when his double's foot slammed down on his head, grinding his face into the dirt. With one foot pinning Wu Fu down, he leaned over triumphantly. "Besides, weren't you the one who begged me for help a long time ago? Didn't you beg for this unseen power of mine to make you stronger?" Wu Fu's face was buried in rock and dirt. His double held out an open hand, conjuring something from thin air. "It seems you've forgotten that soul-crushing memory." His blood-red eyes glared down at Wu Fu as he tightly gripped the sharp object he had just created. "No matter. You won't get another chance to remember it anyway." With that, he plunged the weapon straight down toward Wu Fu's head. The blow knocked him unconscious. An urgent voice echoed around him. "Hey, hey, hey, wake up!" A faint light appeared, and a thought drifted through his mind. So loud. "Who's yelling in my ear like that? I'm already dead. Can't you just let me rest in peace?" Wu Fu's eyes suddenly shot open. He sat up, finding himself completely naked. Floating in front of him was a sword. "You rotten brat, you're finally awake," the sword said. Wu Fu was bewildered. You? Seeing his reaction, the sword boomed. "What are you looking at, you stinking brat?" Wu Fu pinched his own cheek hard, then cupped his chin and let out a sigh. "I knew it. How could the spirit sword possibly talk?" The sword's voice dripped with sarcasm. "This isn't a dream. You're inside your own consciousness, you rotten brat. Did you get beaten stupid or something?" Still utterly confused, Wu Fu scratched his face and stared at the sword. "So, you can really talk? For real?" The sword sounded exasperated. "That's not the point." But Wu Fu was persistent. "So why can you talk?" He then calmly fired off more questions. "Also, wasn't I killed by that clone? And why am I in my own consciousness in the first place?" "You stinking brat," the sword's voice echoed in his mind, asking so many questions at once. Wu Fu went limp, sprawling out. "If you don't talk, I'll just keep lying here." His stubbornness made the sword concede. Don't! I'll tell you everything." It looked down on him from above. "You stinking brat, you really haven't changed at all." Not to be outdone, Wu Fu ordered from below. "Give me the short version." The sword proudly recounted its own heroic deeds. "You were almost killed by that old geezer. I was the one who saved you. Shouldn't you be thanking this great one?" Wu Fu, still below, looked puzzled. "So, you're a sentient sword." He stood there, one hand on his chin, the other on his hip. "But there's just one thing." The sword immediately responded to his curiosity. "A spirit sword is just a soul weapon. How can it be conscious? But what?" At this point, the sword couldn't hide its own desperation and revealed the one thing Wu Fu needed to do right now to save his life. "That's not the point. The point is, if you don't break through your limits right now, you are going to literally drown." Hearing this, Wu Fu could only manage a strained laugh. "But I don't think I can beat him." From above, the sword offered a solution. "You can borrow my power. However, I'm currently sealed by the aura of this dead water. I'll need a single drop of your blood to break the seal." But contrary to the sword's enthusiasm, Wu Fu's hesitation made it flare up. Hey, you stinking brat. Don't be so ungrateful. This great one's power isn't lent out easily. If I didn't feel sorry for you, I wouldn't even bother." Wu Fu explained his hesitation. "But if I borrow your power, wouldn't that just prove what that guy said was true? Wouldn't I just be a weakling?" The sword was left speechless. He recalled the fake who had fought him earlier. He was just an illusion, created by borrowing your spirit energy in this dead water, a manifestation of my own desires. Wu Fu wasn't sure, raising a hand to his face. I think he said that too, and he also mentioned her. Wu Fu clenched his fists, his eyes filled with new resolve. How do I get out of here now? The more I think about his words, the angrier I get. The sword answered his question with another question. Didn't I just tell you how? Wu Fu turned to the side, suspicious. Then why do I get the feeling you know another way? At that, the sword immediately looked away. It seemed Wu Fu had hit a nerve, because it denied it vehemently. I don't know. Wu Fu acted as if he was giving up completely. Fine, then I'll just wait here to die. It doesn't matter to me anyway. His attitude enraged the sword. No! If you die, how am I supposed to be resurrected? The sword seemed to have let something slip. This made Wu Fu even more suspicious as he stared at it. The sword quickly tried to cover its tracks. I'm your soul weapon. If you die, I die too. Wu Fu, still wary of the sword, asked distrustfully. Is that so? You don't have some other scheme involving me, do you? This infuriated the sword, and a fire ignited within it. It shouted, How dare you doubt your own soul weapon? Wu Fu looked at it skeptically. But you never spoke before. I feel like you're not the same spirit sword I used to have. The sword immediately explained. That's because your power was insufficient before. Wu Fu clenched his fist slightly, voicing his own intuition. Somehow, I don't think that's it. And it seems I've been overlooking a certain problem all this time. The sword was intrigued. What problem? You. Where did a spirit sword even come from? His gaze turned ice cold. Furthermore, I get the feeling your origins are grand. All those demonic beasts wanted to get their hands on you. The sword avoided his eyes, glancing away. It's probably just because I'm so powerful. As my wielder, shouldn't you know that better than anyone? I was sure before, Wu Fu stated firmly. But now, I'm not so certain. The sword immediately shot back, its tone slightly provocative. Wanna know? Wu Fu looked up, a slight smirk playing on his lips. And you'd be kind enough to tell me? The sword hovered in the air, repeating its offer. Then you won't mind doing as I say. Use your blood, just one drop, and you can get out of here. And you'll even be able to defeat that evil incarnation. So? This is the best way, isn't it? Despite the sword's tempting words, Wu Fu remained skeptical. So, listening to you, sounds like there's also a not-so-good way. The sword seemed flustered by his suspicious question. Wu Fu looked up and pressed. Well? The sword turned away, avoiding his gaze. No, there isn't. It thought to itself, this stinking brat. It would be better if he were a little more foolish. Wu Fu wasn't getting the answer he wanted. The sword jolted, turning back suddenly. Are you kidding me? This conscious space won't hold for much longer. If this continues, both you and I are done for. Wu Fu didn't waste words and gave it an ultimatum. Then you'd better tell me the good way, or we'll go down together. The sword roared in fury. You stinking brat? You're clearly trying to bargain with me. Who do you think you are, turning the tables like this? Despite the sword's tirade, Wu Fu remained perfectly calm. Instead of all this talk, you might as well just tell me the better way. I don't think you want to waste away in here with me, either. Now hurry up and tell me. The sword heard this and looked at him, thinking, this stinking brat did inherit the bloodline of that clan. I can't let him die. Once we get out of here, I'll slowly guide him. Wu Fu rested on one hand, gesturing with the other in a demanding pose that infuriated the sword. I'm telling you, I want out now. I want to go beat that guy to a pulp. He clenched his fist, his gaze sharpening as he spoke to himself. He's really getting on my nerves. The sword watched him, its thoughts turning to resignation. Even though his bloodline hasn't fully awakened yet, his power is immense. He just hasn't grasped how to use it yet. What a troublesome brat. Am I your damn mother or something? Wu Fu was silent, lost in thought, pondering the sword's words, and what he said. When did I ever beg for that power? And who is she? Why can't I remember anything? Suddenly, the sword turned to him and spoke. Stinking brat, get up. I'll tell you, but only this once. There won't be a second time. Seeing that the sword was finally giving in, Wu Fu couldn't resist a sarcastic jab. Oh, you've decided, have you? The sword shot back. I'm doing this to save myself, but I'm in a good mood right now, so you'd better behave. It began to explain to Wu Fu. You have enough spirit energy, but it lacks refinement. In other words, you need to transform your spirit energy into attribute-based spirit energy. And that, of course, is a matter of your own emotions. Wu Fu agreed with what the sword was saying. You're right. You, that bird, and that incarnation, you all said the same thing. The sword continued to analyze his current state. Right now, all your spirit energy is gathered in your dantian, while the attribute-based energy in your body is too scattered to be condensed, let alone turned into stronger attribute energy. Finally, it reached a conclusion. So, what you need to do right now is circulate it throughout your entire body. Wu Fu raised a hand, feeling his own body. He wondered, circulate it through my entire body? He stood perfectly still, sensing the flow within him. Above, the sword thought with a sense of helplessness. This damn genius bloodline. His spirit energy is so powerful. Normally, people can only master a single type of attribute energy, because a powerful attribute requires a constant supply from the body's entire reserve of spirit energy. Wu Fu closed his eyes to feel more clearly, his ears still listening to the sword's guidance. But that incarnation of yours can grasp it. That proves you can too. Go on, feel it, listen. Use your spiritual energy to probe everything around you. Suddenly, he snapped his eyes open. He could see it, but his current state wasn't enough. The sword continued its instruction. Just seeing it isn't enough. condense it, transform your spiritual energy. His gaze lowered to a colossal energy sphere that had appeared right below him. The sword urged him, use your spiritual energy and devour it for me, now. Cracks began to spiderweb through the space. This is bad. The conscious space is starting to shatter. The power of the death water is about to break in. The cracks multiplied, and Wu Fu saw them too. The sword warned desperately. Wu Fu, if you don't devour it, you will die here with me. And you can forget about your title as God King. The fissures grew more and more distinct. In another dimension, within the fabric of space-time, the fake Wu Fu stood over the hero's real body, lying on the ground. From now on, I will replace you. Then, I will kill everyone else and become the strongest God King. He looked up, his gaze fixed on a distant point as a smirk played on his lips. All that's left is to see if the Death Water's power can completely consume the Spirit Sword's energy. When that happens, I will be invincible. Suddenly, Wu Fu's body twitched. The sharp weapon the doppelganger had impaled him with began to warp and bend. But it seemed the fake didn't notice the change. He remained standing there as the real Wu Fu struggled to sit up from behind. The hero's voice made the doppelganger jump. That was a close call. I almost died. He whipped his head around, his face a mask of confusion. You? Wu Fu looked up at him with a cryptic expression. Your daddy made a special trip back from hell just to deal with an ungrateful son like you. The fake stood opposite Wu Fu. How is this possible? Did you meet him? Wu Fu looked at him and calmly asked. Who is him? You seem terrified. Is that why you wanted to kill me? Is it all because of this? In stark contrast to Wu Fu's calm demeanor, the doppelganger radiated a thick, murderous aura as he tightened his grip on his energy sword. Enough talk. If I can kill you once, I can kill you a second time. There's no one left here who can save you. Wu Fu's eyes turned ice cold. I'm afraid you won't get the chance. With that, they shot towards each other at terrifying speed. Their violent collision sent shockwaves across the lake's surface, creating larger, more frequent ripples. Standing on the shore, Ailey looked down at the churning water and couldn't help but sigh. To think he's causing such a huge ruckus. That guy really is reckless. I just hope all this commotion doesn't disturb Master Li Qi. Below, streams of power, one blue and one red, clashed relentlessly. Wu Fu and his double continued their fierce battle, trading blows and taunts. Why aren't you fighting back? Weren't you just saying you were going to kill me? You useless piece of trash. Just like before, a little brat who only knows how to cry. As Wu Fu fought, his mind raced with questions. Suddenly, the sword from before appeared, this time in the form of a small spirit. It immediately scolded him. You worthless brat, get serious for me. If you keep getting distracted, you're really going to die. I don't mind if you want to die, but don't drag me down with you. Have you already forgotten everything I just taught you? Its appearance surprised him. Why are you out here? Powerful blades continued to collide. The sword's voice echoed in his mind. I'm just an illusion projected by your own power. Only you can see me. Stop asking questions and hurry up. Suddenly, Wu Fu's expression turned dead serious, his face darkening as water spirit energy swirled around him. Who did you call a piece of trash? The doppelganger was stunned. How can this be? A powerful strike from Wu Fu sent the fake flying, making him cry out in pain. The doppelganger was thrown back, utterly shocked by Wu Fu's current strength. He's managed to grasp such powerful water spirit energy. This shouldn't be possible. Could it be? He really did meet that person? Wu Fu created a massive torrent of power from his water spirit energy and launched it at his double. But he didn't stop there. The relentless assault of water continued to hammer down on him. The doppelganger suddenly realized something was wrong. What is this? A blazing fire-colored power was hurtling straight for him. Only now did the fake understand the truth. Don't tell me. While he was attacking me, he was already using the water spirit energy to set a trap? The fiery power morphed into a spear and plunged straight through his body. He gritted his teeth in agony as he realized. Fire. Spirit energy. Wu Fu placed a hand on the doppelganger's body. You may have inherited my power, but you didn't inherit my mind. The fake remained defiant. How did you master it so quickly? Impossible. Wu Fu looked down on him with contempt. Nothing is impossible. If I could give birth to a rebellious son like you, don't you think I can defeat you? Before you die, tell me everything you know. If you do, I'll grant you a painless death. The doppelganger's body suddenly began to emit a dark, dangerous purple aura. He sneered. Defeat me? I'm afraid you have no idea what kind of situation you're in right now. A massive burst of power erupted, forcing Wu Fu to leap back to avoid it. The doppelganger roared. Even if I die, I'm dragging you down to hell with me. The spirit sword, sensing the change, spoke up. His power is going berserk. How can a mere illusion like him control the power of the death water? Wu Fu muttered. How disgusting. The sword immediately warned him. But you must be careful. He's about to risk it all and unleash every last bit of his spiritual energy on you. Don't go and die again, the fake roared. Why did you abandon me? His body was now transforming, becoming a grotesque half-human, half-demon creature. Don't you need my power anymore? Didn't I kill those people for you? It was me who saved your mother. Hearing his mother mentioned, Wu Fu hesitated slightly. Mother. The spirit sword shouted a warning. Don't listen to his nonsense. Kill him quickly so we can get out of here. But he remained frozen, and something seemed to be rushing toward him at an insane speed. The impact happened in the blink of an eye. The doppelganger stood before him, his body now completely deformed. One of his arms had become gigantic with razor-sharp claws. He mocked him. You couldn't even take one hit. No wonder your entire clan was annihilated. No wonder you couldn't protect your own mother. In your current state, do you really think you can inherit the spirit sword? Wu Fu was slammed into a wall, where he muttered, The spirit sword. If I make it out of here alive, you're going to tell me everything. The spirit sword asked, Tell you what? His eyes sharpened. Wu Fu looked down at his own hand. Right now, I can only convert spirit energy into two types. Water and fire. That thing was manifested by the power of the death water. So why is its spirit energy black? And why does it give off such a strange aura? The doppelganger was wildly swinging its giant arm. Wu Fu remained calm. That black spirit energy doesn't look like any of the 5 elemental energies. The spirit sword beside him immediately explained, the death water has devoured countless types of spirit energy. Add to that the immense resentment that is gathered here, and it will. In a flash, Wu Fu shot forward, tearing through space and shattering the very ground beneath him. The doppelganger felt an overwhelming agony, unable to fight back, able only to scream in pain. His hand summoned another weapon. Wu Fu powerfully hurled the weapon in his hand forward. The impact threw the space into chaos once more, kicking up a thick cloud of dust. The doppelganger tried to attack, but Wu Fu had already leaped above him. Too slow, he yelled in anger. But before he could even react, Wu Fu was already behind him, throwing 2 more sharp weapons directly at his back. The doppelganger cried out in agony as the weapons pierced straight through his body. But it seemed the weapons lodged in his body were being gripped by his own power. Wu Fu looked down, apparently noticing it too. The moment the weapons were forced out of the fake's body, he quickly leaped backward to dodge. Although Wu Fu had quickly dodged the doppelganger's counterattack, he couldn't completely avoid its impact. One side of his body was torn open, blood pouring out relentlessly. It hurts. A normal wound has never hurt like this. It feels like my very heart is being set on fire. How vicious. The sword spirit immediately reminded him. I told you to be careful. Getting wounded by that thing is no joke. You were lucky you dodged. Otherwise, it would have corroded you completely. Wu Fu began to doubt himself. Am I imagining things? How has he gotten weaker? And his black spiritual energy is so much more distinct. Noticing his confusion, the sword spirit spoke up to explain. It's because you've gotten stronger. Your enlightenment has made it impossible for Tu Thui to summon the darkness from within your heart. That's why he's weaker now. And it's all thanks to me, you little brat. Wu Fu asked, puzzled. Is there no way to eliminate this thing? The sword spirit continued to answer his questions. Where there is light, there will always be shadow. Besides, some things just exist in this world. They can't be contained, not unless the world itself is destroyed. The doppelganger, beaten and pinned to the ground, just cried out, it hurts so much. After its explanation, the sword spirit concluded, so, that thing is also a part of you. Upon hearing this, Wu Fu's expression soured. How disgusting. Gripping his sword tightly, Wu Fu advanced as the sword spirit continued to speak beside him. If you want to live, you must accept the darkness within your heart. Don't even think about perfection. Only a fool would say something like that. It floated beside him, coaxing. Finish it. Then get out of here. Bury this darkness in your heart and keep on living. The moment it said those words, the sword spirit thought to itself, after all, he is their son. As expected, only through you can I be completely saved, and I can finally be freed from this eternal curse. This is a deal I won't lose. Bubbles began to rise from the water's surface. Aolu looked down, a slight smirk playing on his lips, finally coming out. He remained on the shore, watching as the bubbles grew larger and larger. Something was ascending from below the water. It was Wu Fu, who was now wearily crawling out of the lake. After I finished that thing off, the illusion shattered, and I was swallowed by the water. I nearly drowned. Aolu stood frozen in place. I didn't think you had it in you, to actually make it back alive. Still in the lake, Wu Fu chuckled softly. If I didn't come back alive, how would you explain things to a Hmong? He looked up and asked, did you really want to kill me? Standing on the bank, Aolu immediately answered his question. If I wanted to kill you, I wouldn't use a method like this. Besides, you were the one who asked for my help, weren't you? If you can't even pass a trial like this, then you might as well die. A Hmong would mourn you for 2 years at most, then she'd forget you. With one hand on the bank, his body still submerged, Wu Fu replied, "Well, my apologies then, because I came back alive." Aolu looked at him, hesitating. "Your spiritual energy." He realized it seemed to have grown, and what's more, it felt a little strange. What on earth did this guy go through down there? Aolu turned to leave, and Wu Fu immediately followed, the two of them talking as they walked. "Since you're all right, let's head back. Ameng must be getting anxious by now. Speaking of which, is Ameng's father a human cultivator? Why are you asking so many questions? Is that any of your business?" She said she wants to go to Thien Ngoai Thien. Only cultivators can go to Thien Ngoai Thien. I've been there before. Maybe I can help her out. She was kind enough to save my life after all. Aolu frowned, his voice sharp with annoyance. "Let me tell you something. After we get out of here, you will leave the Beastman tribe, and Ameng will not be going with you. You'd best not say another word, or I will kill you." Wu Fu just smiled in response. All right. His current behavior couldn't help but make Aolu suspicious. This guy is so strange. He's so against Ameng going to Thien Ngoai Thien. Could there be some hidden reason? Wu Fu's clueless expression at that moment made him drop the thought. Whatever. It's none of my business anyway. Just then, the sword spirit reappeared, hovering in front of him. "The Thien Ngoai Thien you want to go to isn't the Thien Ngoai Thien from before?" Wu Fu asked, surprised. "How did you get out again?" It immediately shot back. "It's not easy for me to see the outside world. Of course I have to come out for a stroll." The sword spirit spoke again. "Besides, with your master here, I can help you." Wu Fu retorted, "Shut up! I never said you were my master." This exchange between him and the sword spirit was now being watched by Lai Kak. She held a hand forward. "It really is that old geezer. To think he's ended up like this, with his tail caught by a human, and this human. His spiritual energy is very familiar. Could he be the sacrifice that old fool has been raising?" Her expression became incredibly dangerous. "A sacrifice, you say? I'd love to have a taste." In the middle of the dark, tree-covered forest, Ameng yelled in frustration. "Damn it!" He dared to run off again. Did that Aolu guy actually kill Wu Fu? Suddenly, she felt a surge of overwhelming spiritual energy. No way. How strange. She didn't realize that she was walking right into danger, as something was approaching her from behind. Only when it was right upon her did she turn her head. As Aolu and Wu Fu walked through the forest, a piercing scream echoed through the air. Aolu instantly recognized the voice. Ameng. He and Wu Fu moved quickly. "Ameng!" They raced towards the source of the scream. Suddenly, Wu Fu realized something. When they arrived, they found Ameng suspended in the air. He wondered, "What is this?" A voice came from the figure standing before them. "Hello." Aolu recognized her instantly, and cold sweat dripped down his face. "You're Lai Kak? How can this be? Could it be that the incident at the pool alerted her?" Wu Fu also recognized the woman before them. "She's Lai Kak, the beast I saw before? Her spiritual energy is so powerful. I'm a little scared." Lai Kak stood beside Ameng, who was tightly bound by tentacles. This adorable little thing is hiding something unnatural. Her face suddenly flushed red, and she licked her lips. "I really want to have a taste." Wu Fu flinched, sweat trickling down his face. Aolu bowed his head, holding a hand up across his body, his voice filled with reverence. "Lai Kak, we didn't mean to disturb you. Please, spare us this once." Ameng was held tightly by Lai Kak, her face pressed against the woman's enormous chest. She struggled as the tentacles continued to bind her body. "Let me go! Your chest is way too big!" Lai Kak caressed the girl's face. "Don't be so scared. It's not like I'm going to kill you." Wu Fu remained silent, his mind racing. Even though she's a woman, that oppressive feeling she gives off is undeniable, if you release it. Lai Kak lowered her head slightly, her expression darkening. "Daring to hide inside someone else's body, if you won't come out?" Her eyes suddenly became terrifying, her pupils constricting. "Then I'll come and see you myself." She stared directly at Wu Fu, seeming to use her power to see right through him. Another dimension suddenly appeared with a large vortex, and Wu Fu instantly realized something was different. He was now standing in the middle of that space, though he didn't know how he got there. Is this a consciousness space? But he immediately knew. "This isn't my consciousness space. I've been dragged in." A voice spoke from right behind him, a voice that sent a chill down his spine. "Long time no see." He spun around in shock. "Have we met before?" The person behind him was Lai Kak. She scoffed. "You fool, I wasn't talking to you." In the middle of the dark space, Lai Kak smirked. "I'm talking to the one who's on you." Hearing this, Wu Fu seemed to understand, and his expression grew more cautious. "On me? The only thing on me is the sword spirit." "Is she talking about the sword spirit?" "You know about the sword spirit?" Li Qi answered his question. "Kid, who doesn't know about the spirit sword? The one I'm talking about is its original master. I remember back then, during the God King War in Tianwai Tian, that man used the spirit sword to claim the throne. After that, no one else dared to declare themselves a ruler. As Wu Fu listened, a torrent of thoughts flooded his mind. The spirit sword's master. Could it be that someone used the spirit sword before me? But isn't a soul-bound weapon like this supposed to accept only one master? In the void, Li Ke stood a short distance away, facing him. However, the fact that the spirit sword has appeared again proves the God-King War is about to erupt once more. A kid like you has some talent, otherwise, why would he protect you like this? Wu Fu's gaze sharpened as he asked sternly, the God-King War, again, and who is he? But Li Ke was already behind him, her voice a chilling whisper that froze him in place. Of course, it's me Alt Lover. A desperate voice suddenly echoed through the space. Li Ke, you cannot touch him. It was as if some immense power had sensed her presence. A massive wave of energy erupted, scalding Li Ke's hand and forcing her to let go. You truly are heartless, she seethed, her head bowed and her voice turning ice cold. You tell me not to touch him? That just makes me want to touch him more. The energy swirled around Wu Fu's body, leaving him utterly bewildered. The entity hidden within the power screamed, what does this have to do with me? Enough! Darkness still blanketed the vast, terrifyingly silent space. Wu Fu felt completely helpless, getting dragged into a mess that had nothing to do with him. This was just his luck. He slumped to the ground as Li Ke sat a short distance away, staring at him intently, even after so many years had passed. His body may be gone, but his power hasn't weakened at all. In fact, it's managed to hide inside the spirit sword. And this boy, to be able to contain that much power, he's no ordinary person. I thought he was some kind of sacrifice, but now I see. He had a plan for this one all along. Li Ke perched on a stone pedestal beneath a large ancient tree. She commanded, come here, let's have a little chat. Wu Fu was baffled. You brought me all the way here just for this? She crossed her legs, her posture that of a superior threatening him. Of course not. It's just that I find you a bit strange, so I'm curious what's so special about you. Come here and let me see, or I'll slit your throat. Wu Fu could only manage a helpless, bitter laugh. Didn't you say you wouldn't kill us? So, you won't kill me. Li Ke beckoned with her finger, telling him to come closer. But before he could even push himself off the ground, a powerful force yanked him forward. Li Ke used a finger to lift Wu Fu's chin, causing his face to pale. If you kill someone, she purred, how can you ever learn their motives? Wu Fu's face flushed red, his eyes wide with alarm. This is too dangerous, this position. Li Ke's full chest pressed against him, making him flush and his whole body tense up. Besides, she continued, I don't want to anger him either. She lowered her face, making an offer. Little boy, do you want to go to Tianyi? If so, let's make a deal. Hearing this, Wu Fu's face fell. A deal? Why does everyone want to make a deal with me? Do I really look that easy to bully? Li Ke stood before him, smugly stating her terms. I can get you there. I can even help you get to Tianyi, but you have to trade your body for it. The moon climbed higher, its faint light piercing through the dense canopy. Elsewhere in the forest, a Luke was moving at high speed, carrying a Meng on his back. A Luke? Where are we going? Aren't we supposed to be rescuing Wu Fu? I'm taking you to the shrine first, then we'll figure it out. A Luke didn't look back at a Meng, his eyes fixed firmly ahead. Don't worry. We'll find him, dead or alive. A Meng clung tightly to his arm. This is all my fault. I got him involved. If he dies here, I'll be tormented for the rest of my life. Hearing this, a Luke's voice became resolute. Don't worry. I won't let you be sad. Elsewhere, a desperate scream pierced the night. My body! Wu Fu shook his head weakly, over and over. I'm not that kind of person. His reaction made Li Ke smirk. Oh? Looking at you, seems you're still a complete rookie, aren't you? Wu Fu turned away in embarrassment. That's none of your business. He crossed his arms, his face beat red as he looked away. I won't agree to it. If you want to kill me, then just kill me. I will never agree to such a disadvantageous deal. Li Ke pushed her ample chest forward. Why would I kill you? Besides, I can't kill you. I just want to study you. Wu Fu's eyes narrowed with suspicion at her words. Study what? He asked, pointing to himself. Li Ke continued. Study you from shallow to deep, from the outside to the inside. Wu Fu wrapped his arms around himself, his face a picture of misery. No way, he cried, shaking his head while cursing internally. Damn it! Li Ke remained on her stone pedestal, legs crossed, as she made her proposal to the terrified boy on the ground. You're no fun at all, but I like it. In that case, let's make a bet. If you win, I'll let you go. If you lose, you belong to me. But hearing her offer, he immediately shot back. Bet on what? He was keenly aware of his situation. He no longer had the right to refuse. Li Ke admired her hand as she laid out her terms. I'm keeping a little toy at the shrine. I only recently woke up from hibernation. That thing is a bit mischievous. If you can kill it and bring its head back to me, I'll let you go. Wu Fu was skeptical after hearing the condition. Is that all? So simple? But Li Ke was completely confident. If it were simple, I wouldn't be making a bet with you. Wu Fu seized the opportunity to get answers. Can you tell me about the Spirit Sword and about the God King War? Li Ke didn't even glance at him, instead giving him a warning. We'll talk after you bring me its head. Besides, your friends are heading to the shrine right now. If you don't go, they'll be torn to shreds. Wu Fu's face grew serious. Where is the shrine? He moved quickly, dashing through the vast canopy of trees. Her warning echoed in his mind. Tonight will be a long one. It was also a night of the full moon. Just then, the spirit sword finally appeared. Let's go, quickly. I'll get you out of here. Wu Fu looked at it. Why didn't you show up earlier? The spirit sword replied instantly. She's too much trouble. I don't want her following me. Forget it. The most important thing now is to get out of here. Wu Fu leaped from the air, landing on the ground. No. His expression turned grave, his eyes sharp. Besides, we can't leave this place anymore. Deep in the forest, they were surrounded by ancient trees and dense foliage. A scream echoed. Wu Fu looked toward the sound. That demonic beast is powerful. The spirit sword was furious. It's definitely that witch Li Ke. She's clearly targeting you. But Wu Fu immediately corrected it. She's not targeting me, she's targeting you. Just as the words left his mouth, a set of razor-sharp fangs lunged toward them from the distance. Using his power, Wu Fu materialized a sword and gripped it tightly. In the next instant, he swung a powerful strike directly at the demonic beast. With a single blow, he sliced the creature in two, but it wasn't just one. Immediately after, 3 more demonic beasts appeared. The spirit sword spoke in praise. You can control spirit energy so skillfully now. You can fight beasts like these. But then it added with some hesitation. However, within a few slashes, Wu Fu had cut the demonic beast to pieces. He panted for breath as the spirit sword reminded him. You've been using spirit energy all day today. It continued to warn him. The beasts that come after this will definitely be much stronger. Even if your spirit energy reserves are vast, consuming it like this is not the answer. Wu Fu knew it was true. His face grew serious. Looks like our only option is to run. Just as the words left his mouth, a blazing red circle of fire erupted at his feet. The ring of flames expanded rapidly, pulsing with an immense, explosive power. In an instant, the ring of fire erupted with overwhelming force. The blast successfully launched him and the sword spirit high into the air. You're trying to fly there? I don't know. A streak of light tore through the silent night as it soared away. It finally slammed down in another area of the forest, the powerful impact sending a thick cloud of dust and smoke billowing into the air. Elsewhere, Li Ke observed the scene through her powers, a pleased smirk playing on her lips. This little brat might just stir things up in my territory. Honestly, if I'd known he was this interesting, I would have kept him around. In a clearing surrounded by dense trees, a plume of dust erupted. Wu Fu had just made landfall, crashing with enough force to crater the earth around him. He lay on the ground with his eyes shut, a faint smile on his lips as sweat poured down his face. Finally, a safe landing. The sword spirit retorted. A safe landing? Are you kidding me? If your body wasn't different from a normal person's, you would have been dead long ago. Wu Fu pushed himself up from the ground, answering the sword spirit's scolding. Hey, I was being chased by a whole pack of demonic beasts, all right? Though Wu Fu had given it a scare, the sword spirit was still dutifully concerned. Even so, you made way too much noise. What if you attract even more demonic beasts? Get up now, find a safe place to rest and recover your strength. Wu Fu placed his hands on his hips. I guess we'll have to go to the God Temple, but where is it? His words stunned the sword spirit. You don't know where the God Temple is? You were just running blindly, weren't you? Wu Fu pointed in a random direction and suggested, then let's go that way. The sword spirit screamed in his face, stop wandering around, that's the direction we just came from. The air suddenly grew tense. The sword spirit stood protectively in front of Wu Fu, shouting, if you want to die, don't drag me down with you. Just then, a low growl echoed from a set of sharp jaws. Wu Fu. A massive shadow fell over them, blocking their path. This was no ordinary creature, it's huge. The colossal demonic beast towered over them, shaking the ground as it spoke, its voice a low rumble. Are you the little brat who disturbed me? A blur of razor-sharp fangs lunged forward to attack. Before he could recover, the beast followed up with a devastatingly powerful punch. The force tore through the air like lightning, so strong. If this keeps up, I'm going to be paced. Suddenly, the beast's eyes darted around in confusion. Wu Fu was now perched comfortably on its head, startling it. Hey, I'm up here. For someone so powerful, you're a little slow on the uptake. He looked down, a clear grin on his face. And you managed to find a partner looking like this? What do you think that says to all the lonely single guys out there? His words successfully enraged the demonic beast, which roared in fury. "You damned bastard, I'm going to kill you." But the powerful attack from its massive jaws and sharp fangs missed him completely, sinking deep into the trunk of a massive tree instead. At that moment, the sword spirit beside Wufu urged him on. "Hurry up and deal with him so we can get to the god temple." The beast, embarrassed by its miss, grew even angrier and continued to bellow. "Come out, you slippery rat. If you have any guts, face me head on. Stop playing these games of hide and seek." Wufu wasn't hiding far, he was standing right on its shoulder. "I'm on your shoulder." Realizing the boy was on its own body, the beast froze and fell silent. Its eyes widened as it stared at the boy standing on its body, suddenly wary. "When did you get there? I get it. You're planning a sneak attack. I won't fall for it again." Listening to the beast's one-sided monologue, Wu Fu couldn't help but burst out laughing. "You're actually hilarious." The sword spirit was also shocked by his progress but remained worried. This guy can suppress spiritual energy. On top of that, he was able to dodge the black dragon beast's attacks and can move without making a single sound. He's already learned to master his spiritual energy. His rate of progress is truly impressive, but Wu Fu cut straight to the point, asking the beast directly, "Hey, you." Faced with the blunt question, the beast just huffed and turned away. "Do you know where the god temple is? I'm not telling you. Not unless you can defeat me." The moment the words left its mouth, Wu Fu sent a punch flying, knocking its head to the side and bringing tears to its eyes. A pained cry echoed through the middle of the forest. Amidst the dark, overgrown jungle, the voice of the one who had seized control rang out. "You can take me there now, can't you? I don't think you have the right to refuse anymore." Wu Fu sat in front of the beast, which was now lying flat on the ground, and urged it, "Get up. I didn't even use my full strength. Don't play dead." The sword spirit was astounded by his power. It didn't show it, but inwardly, it was filled with awe. Is this the bloodline power of some great clan? The vast forest and its rolling mountains remained shrouded in darkness. The only light came from the full moon hanging high in the sky. "Why do you want to go to the god temple? It's extremely dangerous right now. There's someone incredibly powerful inside." By now, the demonic beast had resigned itself to letting Wu Fu stand on its head. It asked curiously, "What do you want with him?" "To kill him." Wu Fu didn't mince words, determination etched onto his face. Of course, the sword spirit was also taken aback. "Are you really going?" Wu Fu glanced over at the sword spirit and reminded it, "If I don't go, and Meng will be in danger. Besides, do you really think Li Qi will let me go? What if she gets angry and takes it out on the Beastman tribe? What happens to them then?" The sword spirit immediately issued a warning. She truly is a person who says one thing and does another. Right now, she really would. Wu Fu stared at it, his eyes cold as ice. "I think it's more likely she won't let you go, and I've already been dragged into this mess." Seeing his attitude, the sword spirit quickly pleaded, "Don't say that. You and I are one now. My business is your business. We're family." Wu Fu turned away and replied reluctantly, "Is that so?" Then, he turned back to face it, his voice loaded with accusations. "A little while ago, when I was captured by Li Ke, why didn't you come out and help me? I might not have had to run all over the place like that." Wu Fu was still on the beast's head when a brilliant golden light flashed nearby. Seeing the light, he immediately recognized it as Aoli's spiritual energy. He stood on the beast's head and commanded, "Go, let's get over there, quickly!" In another location, Aoli asked worriedly, "Isn't Meng okay?" Aoli glanced around, his face grim. "There's a god stone in the temple. No demonic beast would dare approach it, so why are there so many here now? This can't be right." At that moment, Meng's entire body was stiff with fear, her face pale and covered in a cold sweat. We have to go." Aoli was confused. "And Meng?" The little girl's face grew more and more frantic. From inside the entrance to the god temple, a pair of blood-red eyes glowed in the dark, and a menacing voice echoed out, "Submit." Aoli's face darkened as he recognized the creature before him, a dragon. His gaze hardened, his pupils constricting as sweat streamed down his face. How can there be a dragon in the hopeless forest? The thing inside the god temple was terrifying, with 4 deep, crimson eyes that seemed to pull you in. And Meng hid fearfully behind Aoli, her hands clutching his clothes. Its spiritual energy, it has enveloped the entire god temple. The surrounding demonic beasts are too scared to even make a sound because of its aura. Aoli gritted his teeth, helpless, his eyes never leaving the temple. If that's the case, I'm afraid it's too late to leave. The creature inside the temple had the form of both a dragon and a snake, and it radiated an aura of overwhelming power. A loud roar once again echoed from the depths of the forest. The demonic beast that Wu Fu had subdued instinctively sensed something wrong in the woods. It stopped dead in its tracks. "I'm not going any further." Wu Fu asked, "What?" The beast lowered its head, explaining its fear. "There's a terrifying monster living there. My brethren went to challenge it to strengthen themselves. They were torn to pieces. What's more, any demonic beast without enough spiritual energy will be controlled by it. It has already taken over the god temple, probably by gaining power from that god stone. Wu Fu crossed his arms, his face thoughtful. A monster. To be called a monster by you demonic beasts. Just how powerful is this thing? Hearing this, the beast cried out, "That's why you have to let me go. I haven't even gotten married yet." He covered his face with his hands, tears streaming down his cheeks. "I'm obviously this strong, yet I'm still all alone." Ah, Wu Fu suddenly jumped off the beast's head. "All right, you can go. You brought us here anyway. I won't get in the way of you continuing your family line." The moment No Fu was free, he bolted. "I'll be cheering you on from the back." All the hero could do was watch in disbelief. That guy was seriously fast. He stood on a branch of a massive tree, the spirit sword hovering close. This must be an animal's instinct, sensing danger that ordinary people can't. Hearing the sword's words, he immediately retorted, "I'm no ordinary person. First, I need to see just what kind of monster this is." In another corner of the forest, Ao Luk and Ah Morng were also hiding on a large tree branch. Ao Luk asked with concern, "Are you feeling better now, Ah Morng?" The young girl, exhausted, used both hands to support herself. "I'm better," she said. For a moment, I felt like my heart was going to explode. Ao Luk gazed toward the shrine, puzzled. How could he have appeared here? Ah Morng followed his gaze. "I don't know. And what's more, he's completely ignoring the power of the divine stone. Could Li Kuk have been the one who released him here?" As she watched, she voiced her thoughts aloud. The shrine is only safe because of the divine stone's power. His own power can control all the other demonic beasts. So can this monster really disregard the stone's energy? Ao Luk joined in her analysis. "I don't know. The important thing now is, how do we get out of this place?" Ah Morng sensed a shift in the space around them. She closed her eyes. "It seems like he's using his will to communicate with the other beasts." "Let me try to listen in," a voice echoed through the psychic space. "My subjects, let me rule this forest of despair. Submit to me. As for the intruders, kill them." But Ah Morng's probing didn't last long before the beast at the shrine detected her. "How dare you?" Its menacing voice roared, making her flinch violently. The mental shock was too much. The young girl coughed up a large mouthful of blood. "Ah Morng," Ao Luk cried out in alarm. Just then, a massive shadow began to approach them from below. Just as Ah Morng warned, "We've been discovered!" Ao Luk grabbed her tightly and leaped into the air, narrowly avoiding the giant beast slithering up the tree trunk to capture them. Damn it! In the blink of an eye, the beast had caught up to them. It stared down at the tiny figures with its glowing eyes and hissed a threat. "Intruders, you won't escape." Ao Luk looked back, startled. A powerful spiritual force shot out from the beast's deep, dangerous eyes. The force struck him, the pain turning his face deathly pale. His arms went limp, letting his body fall freely. "Damn it, I'm losing consciousness." Ah Morng, who he had been holding tightly, began to slip from his grasp and his vision. Ah Morng. As the girl fell through the air, something shot towards her from a distance. A hand reached out, catching Ah Morng by the shoulder just as she lost consciousness completely. No Fu caught Ah Morng in his arms, his eyes looking down at Ao Luk with a taunting gaze. "Long time no see. You're not about to die, are you?" Hearing those words, Ao Luk's eyes suddenly blazed with determination. "Let's have a match. We'll see who takes that beast's head first." Ngofu turned and gently propped Ah Morng against a tree. "Funny, I was thinking the same thing. But I think you should handle the minions first. Leave this one to me." Ao Luk immediately shot back. "On what grounds do you get to take it?" Ngofu didn't waste words, using his actions to prove his point. He unleashed a blistering aura of fire that enveloped his entire body. Ao Luk recognized the power instantly. The aura of fire. Seeing that Ao Luk understood his strength, Nofu glanced back slightly. "Then I'll leave this side to you." Without another word, he dashed off, leaving Ao Luk still slightly hesitant. "Hey!" Then, he bowed his head, his hair hiding his expression. A faint smirk touched his lips. Why is everyone just like Ah Morng? He was talking to himself. Just then, a beast closed in on their position, its mouth wide open for an attack. But before it could harm anyone, it was struck down by a powerful blow from Ao Luk. He was no longer concerned with competing against No Fu. Instead, he felt a sense of satisfaction. This is good too. Ah Morng is safest by my side. At that moment, Ah Morng was completely unconscious. Exhaustion etched onto her face. Ao Luk stood over her, facing the oncoming creatures. "And while I'm at it, I'll take care of you pests." Elsewhere, Ingo Fu stood before the massive beast at the shrine. Compared to it, he was like a tiny grain of sand. The spirit sword was stunned at the sight of the creature, exclaiming, "This demonic beast." Ingo Fu couldn't help but ask, "What is it? Do you know this thing?" "Just looking at it, you can tell it's incredibly powerful," the sword continued. "It's different from the other beasts in the Forest of Despair. This level of power is no trivial matter." The spirit sword quickly offered its explanation in theory. "I don't recognize it, but Draconic beasts went extinct long ago. They no longer exist in this world. This beast was likely forged by Lee Kuk, fusing other beasts together. He was confused. Forged? The spirit sword continued to explain. That's right. After the draconic beasts were annihilated, combined with humanity's lust for power, fused beasts began to appear. They would seek out the horns and bones of draconic beasts, and through a process of regenerative forging, they created this. He asked again for confirmation. So it's a fused monster? The spirit sword didn't deny it, but carefully warned him of its power. Although it's a fused monster, remnants of the original draconic beast's power still linger within its body. Looking at the enormous and terrifying beast, even the sword couldn't believe what it was seeing. I can't believe Lee Kuk managed to create something like this. Ngofu drew his weapon, gripping the sword tightly in his hand. How interesting. I've never encountered a beast like this before. Then, he stood tall, faced the colossal monster before him, and roared. Bring it on! The beast charged, and Ngofu met it with a single stroke of his sword. The two immense powers collided, creating a powerful shockwave. The beast's four eyes glowed with increasing intensity. It recoiled and gathered its power, unleashing a devastating attack that shot out as a straight beam of light, tearing through the very air. Ngofu was momentarily blown away, but he was completely unharmed. As he landed, a circle of light surrounded his body. So powerful, he thought. If it weren't for my spiritual armor, I would have been torn to shreds, the spirit sword exclaimed. It was shocked by his ability. You can use the art of spirit energy now? He replied with a bored tone. Yeah, I know a little, he continued. My spirit sword is useless now. How could it possibly get through a hide like that? Hearing him complain, the spirit sword quietly suggested, then use another way. For example, your soul weapon. Where is your soul weapon? After hearing this, Ngofu shot it a look. Isn't that you? Elsewhere in the forest, Ah Morng lost her balance and slumped to the side. She slowly opened her eyes. Ow lurk. Before she could take in her surroundings, she was startled by something massive. Ah Morng's eyes darted around frantically. What is that? A creature with a dozen eyes hovered above her. She was so terrified that she let out a piercing scream. Just then, Ow Look leaped down from above. Ah Morng, you're awake. Hearing his voice, she turned her head. Ow Look! The beast opened its mouth wide, revealing rows of sharp fangs as it charged at them in a frenzy. Despite the beast's ferocious attack, Ngofu remained perfectly calm. If you want to eat me, you'll have to see if you have what it takes. He spun around and unleashed a sword strike of immense power. The beast, refusing to back down, retaliated. It slammed its head into the ground with such force that the earth around them shook. It continued its relentless, crazed assault, but his eyes showed no fear. Instead, he was eerily calm, as if he already knew victory was his. The beast lunged once more. Its massive maw opened wide as if to swallow him whole, but he deftly leaped to the side. The instant his feet touched the ground, he quickly spun and swung his sword with all his might. The beast had no time to defend and took the full force of the blow, but it seemed completely unscratched. Ngofu seized the opportunity to leap onto its body. He gripped his sword tightly, the tip pointing straight down. The beast writhed in agony, its long body shooting straight up into the air in a spasm of pain. Ngofu kept the sword firmly embedded in the creature's body, its violent reaction confirming his suspicions. A direct hit. It seems only a soul weapon can actually hurt this thing. Ao Li and Ameng watched from a distance, observing the fight between Wu Fu and the monstrous beast. His skill is incredible. That beast is like a toy in Wu Fu's hands. He's just playing with it however he wants. Although the battle was clearly leaning in Wu Fu's favor, Ameng still felt a sense of unease. Her gaze softened slightly. Why do I have such a bad feeling? The beast continued to writhe in agony, and Wu Fu used the moment to leap off its body. He was exhilarated. You still want to play? The beast lunged again with ferocious intensity, but he dodged it with ease. The beast's attack missed, slamming into the ground and kicking up a blinding cloud of dust. Amidst the chaos, Wu Fu landed gracefully. As he watched from the sidelines, Ao Lu crept up behind him, never missing a chance to mock his skills. It's been this long and you still haven't finished it off? You really are pathetic. Unfazed, Wu Fu shot him a sideways glance. It's just a slippery little eel, that's all. His spirit sword warned him. Kid, this beast has figured out how dangerous this blade is. That's why it's doing nothing but dodging your attacks. Fearless, Wu Fu's voice held a trace of confidence. Don't worry, I've got a plan. The moment the words left his mouth, the beast lunged at him with blinding speed. Wu Fu seemed to grasp its strategy. So that's your game, trying to wear me down? You really think you can manage that? And just like that, the world was swallowed by a maelstrom of dust. The thick clouds of dirt grew so dense it became impossible to see what was happening inside. Gripping his sword with both hands, Wu Fu hoisted it high into the air before diving down from above. The dense curtain of dust completely obscured the battle, revealing only glimpses of the beast's massive body. In another corner, Meng leaped down to where Aolu stood, demanding, Aolu, why aren't you going to help Wu Fu? This beast is incredibly strange. Wu Fu can't handle it alone. But Aolu remained perfectly still. What's so strange about this beast? It's just a slightly oversized bug. His indifference made Meng furious. How can you still be so arrogant? I'm telling you, there's something wrong with that beast. There's really a problem, you hear me? Aolu was still observing the fight, confused by Wu Fu's attacks. What in the world is this guy doing? The beast is obviously just going to dodge, so why is he still attacking so recklessly? We never should have let him handle this thing. Suddenly, a brilliant light erupted from midair. The light flashed from the very center of the beast's body, casting a powerful glow on the ground below. Aolu froze, stunned by the sight. He beat it. As the dust clouds began to settle, Wu Fu was seen plunging his sword deep into the ground. The beast whipped its head around to look at him. He met its gaze with a knowing smirk. You thought you were my target? The sword suddenly flared with a powerful spirit energy. In an instant, countless massive roots erupted from the earth, quickly coiling around the beast's body and binding it tight. The spirit sword was just as shocked. Kid, how did you do that? Wu Fu didn't have time to pay it any mind, casually replying, I'll tell you after I take this beast's head. Elsewhere, Lai Kak was still monitoring the battle through her powers, finding Wu Fu's fighting style incredibly amusing. After all, it's just a beast born from fusion. Its intelligence is still a bit lacking, yet it knows how to exploit the spirit energy of the hopeless forest. This kid is pretty smart. To command such a massive amount of spirit energy, no wonder that thing was hiding here. Just who in the world is this guy? Back at the battlefield, the enormous roots continued to squeeze the life out of the trapped beast. Even Aolu, watching from the side, couldn't believe Wu Fu's abilities. He frowned. First, it was fire and water spirit energy, and now he can use wood spirit energy too. In such a short time, he's become so proficient. Maybe this guy really can help Meng find that person. Standing beside him, Meng's jaw dropped in amazement. This is great. Our chances of getting to Thien Ngoi Thien are even better now. Wu Fu stood a short distance from the beast and declared, All right, game over. He gripped his sword tightly. With a confident look, he taunted the beast. A last-ditch struggle? It's useless. But suddenly, its eyes flew wide open as a surge of power enveloped its body. Meng and Aolu looked up to see a massive swarm of bats circling above them. Aolu shouted a warning. Wu Fu, get away from that beast. It's absorbing the spirit energy of all the monsters here. But he only tightened his grip on his sword, resolute. Then that's all the more reason I can't leave. Break for me. The massive roots, however, could no longer contain the beast now that it was supercharged with spirit energy. Dust and debris exploded outwards, forcing Wu Fu to land near the other two. He wondered aloud, Don't tell me there's a round two? The beast was now even more ferocious, its body now sporting a massive pair of wings. Meng yelled a worried warning. Wu Fu, Aolu, the beast is much stronger than before. Be careful. But in contrast to her anxiety, the two young men in front of her seemed completely unfazed. Wu Fu spoke up. Stronger than before? Why does it just look like it grew a pair of wings to me? Aolu chimed in. What a coincidence. I was thinking the exact same thing. Wu Fu proposed. Aolu, let's have a contest to see who. Aolu cut him off with a smug grin. You're definitely going to lose. At that moment, Lai Kak was practically buzzing with excitement, the thrill showing in her dangerous eyes. Well now, kids. How are you planning to fight this? She thought of the beast she had personally crafted, knowing it better than anyone. That is a beast I fused, using countless precious materials. The first time was a fluke. Now that it has absorbed the spirit energy of all the other beasts, and on the night of a full moon no less. You think you can just kill it so easily? How utterly naive. Wu Fu and Aolu leaped forward together, charging the enraged colossal beast. Aolu rushed in with his twin swords, a long streak of light wrapping around the creature's massive body. Aolu yelled, The spirit beast's armor is too tough. I can't break through. The moment he finished speaking, Wu Fu appeared out of nowhere. Then just wait here. Leave the rest to me. The beast unleashed its own attack, firing off orbs of green energy. Wu Fu swiftly sliced through the energy orbs with his sword, then unleashed a powerful, brilliant yellow slash of his own. The attack flew straight towards the beast's wing, but was instantly shattered by a flap of that very wing. Bracing himself with one hand on the ground, Wu Fu looked up, not looking surprised in the least. Instant recovery, huh? You beasts really seem to love this power. Aolu came up behind him. At this rate, you'll never kill it. Hearing this, Wu Fu turned his head. What are you doing? Didn't I tell you to wait over there? Aolu suddenly placed a hand on his shoulder, a teasing smirk on his face. Your speed is too slow. That's why I came to help you. Before Aolu could say another word, Wu Fu was already gone, launching himself forward. He unleashed a devastating sword strike, aiming straight for the beast and severing a part of its body, causing it to roar in agony. Wu Fu immediately realized the beast's weakness. So, If I sever a part completely, it can't regenerate. In that case, he unleashed another powerful slash, striking the beast directly. It thrashed in pain before collapsing to the ground. Wu Fu landed gracefully. There, this looks much better. Ameng was surprised to see Aolu return. Aolu, why are you back here? Go help Wu Fu. He let out a sigh. You win this time, but only this time. At last, the massive beast was defeated, collapsing right in front of him. Wu Fu practically radiated the aura of a victor. If you're going to blame someone, blame me for being too strong. Just kidding, I've got it now. And with that, a clean slice of his sword finished his mission. Back with Lai Kak, she had witnessed the battle's conclusion through her energy sphere. So a fused dragon beast is only this strong, huh? She rested her chin on her hand, a gleeful smirk on her face. What do you think? Should I tell that little brat a few interesting things? In Wu Fu's hand, his sword began to tremble faintly. He felt it immediately and raised the blade. What's wrong? It was shaking uncontrollably. Strange. Why do I have such a terrifying feeling? Could it be Lai Kak? Ameng ran up from behind, interrupting his thoughts. Wu Fu, are you hurt? Let me see, he replied gently. Don't worry, that beast was all bark and no bite. It couldn't hurt me. He then glanced at Aolu, who was standing a few feet away. You have a question? Aolu immediately spoke up. How were you able to injure that beast? And what was with all that immense wood spirit energy? Ameng's curiosity was piqued. Right, Wu Fu. Were you the one who created those vines from spirit energy? Wu Fu simply held up his sword to answer. This blade is my soul weapon, which is why it can harm that beast. As for the vines, he glanced at the sword in his hand. Didn't you say the Forest of Despair is filled with spirit energy? Ao Li seemed to realize something. Could it be? He quickly tried to confirm his theory, but that alone couldn't have created so many vines. Wu Fu then manifested a bead of light in his palm. Watch. From that tiny speck of light, it rapidly began to grow. Ameng exclaimed in astonishment, Wu Fu, how did you do that? He held the glowing orb up before his face. This is also thanks to you. Do you remember what you told me? Turn the formless into form, turn nothingness into everything. Gather spirit energy to forge all things, and transform that energy back into the 5 elements. Ao Li stood there, immediately thinking, it's probably time. Wu Fu stood beside the beast's head he had just severed. How am I supposed to bring a head this big to Li Ke? Upon hearing this, the spirit sword shrieked. Bring it? What for? You've already saved them. Now hurry up and get out of here. Wu Fu rested his chin on his hand, eyeing the spirit sword with suspicion. You know, ever since we met Li Ke, I get the feeling you've been rushing me to leave. You want nothing to do with her. Don't tell me you're afraid of Li Ke. The spirit sword immediately denied it. What are you talking about? Why would I be afraid of Li Ke? Wu Fu remained planted right next to the beast's head. The sword quickly explained. She's just some lunatic who's lived for tens of thousands of years. What good could possibly come from getting involved with her? I'm just looking out for you, so stop hesitating and get your teammates out of here. Ameng and Ao Li were now standing there with him. Wu Fu shot the spirit sword another glance, his determination clear. The more you talk like that, the more curious I get. I'm definitely going. With that, he turned to the 2 behind him, pointing a thumb at the beast's head. I have to take this thing to Li Ke. What are you 2 going to do? Ameng was quick to answer. Is that even a question? Of course we're going with you. Hearing this, Wu Fu pouted and waved a hand dismissively. What would you go for? You and Ao Li should head back. Ameng flared up, shouting, You're my slave! Are you trying to ditch your master and run away? Dream on! Unable to stop Ameng, he turned helplessly to Ao Li. What about you? Coming along? Or, before he could even finish, Ao Li quickly replied, I can't let Ameng face danger alone. Defeated, Wu Fu could only force a smile. I get it. Fine, let's all go together. The 3 of them set off. Soon enough, they were standing before Li Ke. She was still sitting comfortably on the large stone platform. Not bad. I thought it would take you a few days to deal with this little toy. Wu Fu stepped in front of the other 2 and retorted, And you didn't expect me to finish it so quickly, did you? Li Ke waved her hand, releasing a gust of wind. In an instant, the giant monster head behind Wu Fu's group vanished without a trace. All 3 of them stared, their faces etched with shock at her power. Such terrifying strength. A mere gust of wind was enough to obliterate a head that massive. Ao Li's brow furrowed, his gaze becoming even more vigilant, truly worthy of a beast who has lived for tens of thousands of years. Beside him, Ameng couldn't hide her fear. So scary. If I'd known, I would have just had Ao Li take me home. Li Ke propped her chin on her hand, leaning back slightly with a smirk. All right, if you have questions, ask them now. I'll answer whatever I can within the scope of my knowledge. Ameng hid behind Wu Fu, who showed no fear as he fired off a series of questions. What exactly is the Spirit Sword? What was the God King War? And one more thing, who is the entity inside the Spirit Sword? Li Ke's eyes narrowed at his barrage of questions. So many questions, such bottomless greed, but I like it. She held out her hand and began to answer. The spirit sword is an incredibly powerful artifact. It's been circulating in the mortal realm since the day I was born. I don't know the specific details, but some have said that the spirit sword contains the power of the universe. Whoever possesses it will become the master of the cosmos. Wu Fu asked seriously, "Is that why so many people want to get their hands on it?" His mind raced. But before I was reincarnated, why didn't I ever notice the power within it? I never imagined the sword in his hand was. Ao Li, standing right behind him, had overheard Wu Fu's questions and was deep in thought. It seems I can finally tell him the truth about Ameng. So, the God King War was a war that broke out over the spirit sword. Wu Fu remained serious, though the corners of his mouth turned down slightly. You could say that's part of it. The God King War was about a bunch of... Li Kei continued her explanation. Immensely powerful cultivators who, in their desire to claim the title of the strongest, started a pointless battle. As for the appearance of the spirit sword, it was merely a factor that made the war even worse. Wu Fu glanced at the spirit sword beside him, which quickly tried to change the subject. So, hurry up and break the seal. Let me teach you how to become a god king. You guys just talk. I'm going to go rest. Suddenly, the spirit sword froze, as if it had just realized something. It turned to see Li Kei's cunning expression. Wu Fu watched it stammer. That is. Before it could finish, the spirit sword zipped away. Wu Fu turned back to Li Kei. Why is it so afraid of you? At the question, Li Kei's expression turned weary, because back then, Wu Fu, hearing her answer, was still skeptical. That can't be enough to make it that scared. Even by beastkin standards, Lady Li Kei is a breathtaking beauty. Could it be because of your status as a beast? Li Kei tilted her head, a smirk playing on her lips. How could it be for such a shallow reason? The main reason is, with that, she lifted one of her legs high, revealing her lower body. Her gaze also shifted downward. I'm just like you. Li Kei's actions and words struck Wu Fu and Ao Li like a bolt of lightning. Ameng innocently asked Ao Li, "Just like what?" Ao Li was at a loss. "You're still young. Don't worry about topics like this, okay?" Wu Fu cleared his throat, covering his mouth. So that was the answer to that question? Li Kei, last question. Where is the heaven beyond heavens? Li Kei held out a hand, smiling at him. Aren't you in the heaven beyond heavens right now? Confused, he asked back. What's that supposed to mean? Li Kei snapped her fingers. The space around Wu Fu instantly changed, startling him. What is this? Li Kei leaned against a massive tree behind her. It's all just an illusion, but it's quite useful for explaining things to you. A projection of a planet appeared. Li Kei slowly approached Wu Fu. Seeing the globe, Ameng exclaimed, "That sphere is so beautiful." Li Kei began to analyze it. This planet is called Earth. It's a small, restricted world with very little spirit energy. Wu Fu stared at her, thinking. She figured it out. Li Kei crossed her arms and continued, "This universe is vast. Besides that small world, there are 9 other planets that contain life and spirit energy." She looked directly at him. "The planet appearing before you now is the one we are on. Its name is Fushui." Hearing Li Kei's explanation, Ameng's eyes widened. "Are we inside that sphere right now? How interesting." In stark contrast to the girl's curiosity and excitement, Wu Fu showed clear exasperation. "What's so interesting? This is the most basic knowledge there is." Ao Lu, who had been silent until now, finally spoke up. "So, the other worlds are called the heaven beyond the heavens?" Lai Kak didn't deny it. "Sharp, aren't you?" Ameng suddenly cried out. "Then how in the world am I supposed to find that person?" Wu Fu glanced at the girl, realizing her sole purpose for coming to this new realm was to find someone. Lai Kak answered her. "The heaven beyond the heavens isn't just one specific place. Finding a single person across countless worlds, it is harder than finding a needle in a haystack." Ao Lu took a step forward, bowing his head respectfully. "Lord Lai Kak, could you please tell me where Lian Lai is?" Li Kak gestured toward a nearby celestial body. "That planet right there is Lian Lai. You could say it's the closest one to Foshui." Ao Lu pressed on. "Then, how do we get there?" Lord Lai Kak. Seeing Ao Lu's deferential posture, Ameng immediately snapped in frustration. Ao Lu, what do you think you're doing?" Wu Fu said nothing, a look of understanding dawning on his face. "So that's how it is." Lai Kak pointed deeper into the wilderness. "Head north through the Forest of Despair, and you'll find a snow-capped mountain that pierces the sky. There's a gateway there," he added. Wu Fu's curiosity was piqued. "Is there something wrong with the gateway?" "That, I don't know," Li Kak replied. "As I recall, cultivators who pass through that gate are transported to other worlds at random." The answer sent a jolt through Wu Fu. He slowly pieced it all together. So that's what happened. No wonder. Last time, Luo Shi, Fatty, and Urha had all gone through with him, yet he alone ended up here. The Ascension Grand Formation. It wasn't an ascension at all. It was the gateway to other worlds. He looked up at the sky, a worried expression on his face. I wonder which world Luo Shi and the others were sent to. In another world entirely, the head of a monstrous beast crashed to the ground, blood pouring from its neck. Meng Meng rushed over from behind, asking anxiously, "Sister-in-law, are you all right?" Luo Shi glanced back slightly. "It was just a small fry beast, nothing to worry about. Is there any news of Wu Fu yet?" Mang Mang quickly shook his head. "Non." He gave her a thumbs up, trying to be cheerful. "But don't you worry. Brother Fu has great fortune and is incredibly talented. Even without us by his side, nothing bad will happen to him." Luo Shi clenched her fist. "You're right, worrying is useless. The real question I'm worried about is, can I even stand beside him anymore?" Her words left Mang Mang speechless. She raised her hand, her fist tightening. Back on Earth, every time Wu Fu faced danger or a powerful enemy, all I could do was stand by and watch. I was completely useless. Now that we're in another world, I finally understand what "there's always a heaven beyond the heavens" and "a person beyond a person" truly means. Even the nascent soul realm cultivators in this world are far more skilled at using spiritual energy than we are. Mang Mang looked confused. "What are you trying to say?" Luo Shi stared down at her clenched fist. "This is our chance. We can't just stand behind Wu Fu in the shadows anymore. Without him here, during this difficult and stormy time, we must become stronger. So strong that the next time we meet Wu Fu, we'll be his true allies, not his baggage." Mang Mang raised a fist in determination. "Sister-in-law is right. From now on, I'll train harder than ever. By the time he sees me again, Brother Fu will be blown away." Wen Feng approached from a distance, cradling a small creature in her arms. "I can't believe it. In just a few days, little sister, you've already mastered water attribute spiritual energy. One would never guess you're a cultivator from a minor world." Luo Shi pointed to herself. "It's all thanks to you, Sister Wen Feng. If it weren't for the dedicated guidance of your family's elders, how could I have progressed so quickly? The achievements you have now are your own," Wen Feng replied, dismissing the modesty. "So there's no need to be humble. A master can only open the door. It is the student who must walk the path." She offered a polite smile, her eyes filled with curiosity. "You are my sworn sister, so helping you is only natural. Speaking of which, I noticed a change in both of your demeanors just now. Did you two make some kind of resolution?" Luo Shi's face flushed a bright red as she mumbled. Wen Feng giggled. "Is it related to that young man you're always thinking about?" Luo Shi's face grew even redder, and she fell silent. Wen Feng turned to Mang Mang. "By the way, Fatty Wang, how has your cultivation been progressing lately?" He just scratched his head and laughed. Wen Feng gazed into the distance. "Wu Fu, huh? I'll definitely have to get to know him if I get the chance." In the depths of the vast forest, where the dense trees amplified even the smallest sounds, Wu Fu rubbed his nose, frowning in confusion. Can cultivators even catch a cold? He and Ameng were sitting before a campfire. "What's wrong?" she asked, concerned. "Did you catch a cold?" He shook his head repeatedly. Ameng looked at him and asked, "Was everything Lord Lai Kak said true?" Wu Fu met her gaze with a confident look. "He's a demonic beast who's lived for 10,000 years. We can trust his words." After speaking, he fell into deep thought. Thinking back on it now, since my rebirth, everything that's happened outside of my memories on Earth has been completely different after the ascension. Could it be because I didn't follow the standard path? Or has it been so long, 30,000 years, that I've forgotten crucial information? Or did I lose my memories during the ascension itself? His eyes darted to Aolu, who was leaning against a tree just behind him. He cut straight to the chase. "Why did you ask where Lian Lai is? Does it have something to do with A Meng?" Hearing this, Ameng immediately turned to Aolu. "Aolu, is that person in Lian Lai?" Aolu gave a short, simple reply. "Yes." Ameng shot up, her voice rising to a shout. "You knew? Why didn't you tell me?" Wu Fu quickly intervened. "Calm down for a moment. If Aolu didn't tell you, he must have had his reasons." Only 3 small figures stood in the vast, dark forest. "I want to ask something," Wu Fu began. "The person Ameng is talking about, is it her father?" Aolu didn't hide the truth. "The person Ameng is searching for is indeed her father." His expression turned more serious as he continued, "He is also the master who raised me." Wu Fu was surprised, but it was all starting to make sense. He raised a hand to his chin, piecing together all the past events. "No wonder you get so worked up over anything involving Ameng. So you're her sworn brother." Ameng crossed her arms stubbornly. "I'd never accept him as my brother." She looked away, avoiding both of their gazes. "He never helped me when I was being bullied, and he even hid my father's whereabouts from me." Understanding the issue, Wu Fu made a suggestion. "If you want to clear up this misunderstanding, you should just tell her the truth." The scene shifted back in time, to that same vast forest with its dense trees. A voice rang out, filled with scorn. "You beggar, can't you watch where you're going?" A much younger Aolu, covered in wounds big and small, was just a boy. He was so exhausted he could only lean against a tree, waiting for whatever would happen next, having no idea what the future held. My body feels so heavy. I'm so hungry and tired. Am I going to die? Tears welled in the weary eyes on his exhausted face. That's right. If I die, won't I finally be free? Just as his consciousness began to fade, two figures appeared in the distance. Yin, this child isn't going to make it. We have to save him, quickly. Then, darkness consumed him. Ao Lu had lost consciousness completely. When he woke up again, the first thing he saw was a pair of ears. Startled, Olu sat up and realized he wasn't alone. A little girl was there with him. A voice called from a distance, "Among, don't disturb your big brother's rest." The woman who stood before him was Ameng's mother. She approached with a concerned look, her face radiating a gentle and profound kindness. Likely because he hadn't eaten in days, his stomach let out a protesting growl. The young, innocent Among asked her mother, "Mommy, what's that strange sound coming from Big Brother?" The woman smiled warmly. "Among, that's the sound of your brother's tummy rumbling." She held out a welcoming hand to Aolu. "Come here, it's just time for us to eat." Feeling the woman's warmth, Aolu couldn't hold back his tears. Ameng noticed and asked, "Mommy, why is the big brother crying?" The woman asked gently, "What's your name, little one?" "Where are your parents?" he answered. I'm Aolu." His head drooped as he spoke. "I'm an orphan. I don't know where my parents are." The woman turned to her husband. And would you mind if we set another place at our table?" The man, skillfully carving food with a knife, replied, "No." But that man was Ameng's father. He turned, holding the knife. "When we're not around, he can protect you and our daughter." And just like that, Aolu had a real family. The sounds of joyful laughter echoed from the simple house in the middle of the forest. "Among, from now on, you have to listen to the tribe chief, okay? Go on. Call him Big Brother." "This is wonderful, you have a big brother now." Back in the present, Aolu was still recounting his story. "After that, my new parents raised me. I didn't have to wander anymore." After hearing the whole story, Wu Fu finally understood. So that's how it was. But life is unpredictable, Aolu continued, and a terrible storm descended upon us. He remembered the day disaster struck. Mother. His father went to Lian Lai to save her, but in the end, Mother couldn't hold on until he came back. At this, Aolu's face hardened with determination. "I carry my mother's final wish, and with the tribe chief's help, we've continued to live on." Wu Fu listened, deeply moved. "I can't believe you had to go through something like that." Then Ameng spoke up, her face darkening, her expression unreadable. "That's why I've always wanted to go to Tian to find our father. And ask him," she continued, "why in her final moments he didn't return. Did he just abandon us?" Ameng was confused. "How do you know father is in Lian Lai?" Leaning against a tree, Aolu explained to the young girl, "It's strange, but it's like there's some kind of bond between father and me. This connection tells me he's probably in Lian Lai." Ameng was fuming. "That old fox, why did he only tell me father went to Tian? Aolu quickly explained. "Because with our strength alone, trying to find him in Lian Lai is just a fantasy. Besides, you're the only family I have left. I can't let anything happen to you." Ameng's eyes widened. "So you fabricated a non-existent place called Tian? Aolu continued to confess. "That's why every time the beast fighting tournament was held, I did everything I could to stop her. I wanted her to realize how difficult it was and give up." Wu Fu then asked, "So what made you change your mind?" Aolu stood his ground, but his gaze shifted to Wu Fu. "Because of you." Wu Fu was baffled. "Huh?" He explained the reason. "You possess an extraordinary gift. In the short time since you escaped the Zishui, you've already managed to control 4 different elemental spiritual energies. You might even be able to control every element, and you have a soul weapon. With you by her side, I'm certain nothing will happen to Ameng." Wu Fu crossed his arms, annoyed. "So you see me as Ameng's shield?" His attitude ignited Ameng's anger. "What? You're my slave. Isn't it your duty to help your master?" Aolu stepped closer to him. "I am begging you. Ameng will find out the truth sooner or later, and the road to Lian Lai is incredibly dangerous. Even a cultivator as powerful as her father was trapped in Lian Lai. I can't protect Ameng alone." He grabbed Wu Fu's shoulders, his posture pleading, but his face was filled with a chilling intensity. "So please, Wu Fu, we need your strength." His demeanor was a little frightening. Wu Fu finally gave in with a sigh. "Fine. Having 2 powerful fighters with me on the way to Lian Lai isn't a bad thing." Ameng cheered. I knew Wu Fu cared about his master. Wu Fu turned away, his mind racing. Everything happening now was veering into unknown territory, and ever since escaping the Zishui, my body is becoming harder and harder to control. Helping them is like helping myself. If something happens, I can't be sure that guy Aolu can actually help me. Meanwhile, at the shrine, several members of the Beastskin tribe had gathered. One of them spoke up. "Chief, is the Godstone all right?" Leaning on his staff, the old chief replied, "The Godstone is completely unharmed. Did you find anything?" The other beastmen began to report their findings. Before them lay the corpse of the giant beast Wu Fu had defeated. The beast's corpse was perfectly cut, killed in a single strike. The lingering spiritual aura was clearly Aolu's. This beast is very strange. Both its aura and the aura on the wound were likely caused by the intruder the wolfkin mentioned. Elsewhere in the forest, Wu Fu was resting with his eyes closed. A loud voice called out, "Fuer!" Suddenly, a vortex appeared on the ground where he was lying. Wu Fu's eyes shot open as he scanned his surroundings. "What's going on?" that voice. He quickly realized he was in a space similar to the one in Zishui. He could channel his spiritual energy, but his spirit sword was useless. Could it be? A figure approached from behind. "That's right. It's just as you think." Wu Fu immediately recognized him as the imposter from Zishui, now standing right before him. "We meet again, Wu Fu." He remained calm, but one thought raced through his mind. He's still alive. The imposter stared at him menacingly. "What's wrong? Not happy to see an old friend?" He faced Wu Fu directly. "Let me guess. You must be wondering why I'm still alive." Wu Fu shot back a question of his own. "What do you want this time? Are you planning to replace me again?" The imposter sneered. "Don't forget, we have a symbiotic relationship. We help and control each other. Replacing you is only a matter of time, but not now. Right now, I'm just here to answer some of your questions." Wu Fu was confused. "Answer questions? I don't think I have any questions for you." The imposter's lips curled into a smirk, his eyes glowing. "You really don't need my help? You don't want to know why everything is so different from the memories of your past life?" Wu Fu's reply was firm. "No. Besides, what does it matter if things are the same as my past life or not? My goal will never change." Such conviction. The imposter's smirk widened. "Too bad you wasted your last life." Wu Fu shot him a cold glare. "What do you mean?" The imposter leaned in. "What do I mean?" He lunged forward, grabbing Wu Fu's collar, his voice filled with rage. "You were reborn, and all you can remember is becoming the God King? Someone has been waiting for you to save them? Have you forgotten?" Wu Fu was shaken. "What are you talking about? I haven't forgotten anything. Becoming the God King and getting my revenge have always been my primary goals." The imposter released his grip. "Is that so? It seems you really have forgotten." He shoved Wu Fu away. "Get out." A force pulled Wu Fu backward. "This place doesn't welcome you," the imposter said flatly, as Wu Fu was dragged away, still shouting, "Wait, tell me what you mean." As the space closed, the imposter turned his back. "Before you go, a friendly reminder." A hand gently landed on his shoulder from behind. "Fuer." A woman stood behind him, her arm over his shoulder. He replied, his face devoid of emotion, "Don't worry, mother. I will save you, and then I will destroy the God King's palace." Wu Fu jolted awake, beads of sweat rolling down his cheek. What on earth did that guy mean? Did I really forget something? Damn it. Next time I see him, I'll force him to tell me everything he knows. A Meng's voice startled him. "Wu Fu, what are you muttering about over there?" Aolu was ready for their next task. "Now that you're awake, let's get moving," he urged. The first step to getting to Lian Lai is to escape this forest of despair. But to do that, a Meng needs to earn the tribe's recognition. The three of them prepared for the journey ahead. Wu Fu was puzzled. "Didn't I already help Ah Meng that one time? Shouldn't that have been enough?" Aoli immediately answered, "That time was ruled as cheating, so it's impossible for Ah Meng to gain the tribe's official recognition." He looked at her, a hint of helplessness in his eyes. "I can't believe it's been this long, and she still isn't a formally recognized member of the Beast Tribe." Ah Meng glared at him, her eyes blazing red. "So what? Is there a problem with that?" He immediately backed down. "All right, let's get moving." He still couldn't stop thinking about the imposter's words. Though he didn't understand their meaning, he knew one day he would uncover the truth. Just outside the forest, a voice cried out, "Chief, we found Aoli and the others." The old chief strode forward. "They're out?" The old man urged his followers. "Let's go. Find out what happened." The trio Wu Fu, Ah Meng, and Aoli emerged from the forest. Ah Meng cheered joyfully. "This is great. We're finally out. I, Ah Meng, have finally passed the trial of the hopeless forest all on my own." Wu Fu remained silent, but inwardly he was scoffing. Her own effort? Didn't Aoli and I do everything? Aoli glanced at him and remarked with a sigh. Ah Meng really found herself an excellent assistant and slave. With her hands on her hips, Ah Meng was beaming, ready to find anyone who would listen to her heroic tale. But just then, a voice cut through her triumphant moment. "Then by all means, tell me about this heroic deed of yours." Wu Fu was taken aback, but Ah Meng seemed even more stunned. The old chief greeted her. "It's been a while, little lioness." Ah Meng grinned and ran toward the old chief with her arms wide open. But it wasn't for a warm embrace. Instead, she grabbed him by the collar, her face contorted with rage. You, old fox! You dared to trick me! Tianwai Tian isn't a place! The old man was caught off guard and could only plead, Easy now, easy! Seeing her actions, Ao Li immediately shouted a warning. Ah Meng, don't be disrespectful, the chief was only trying to help you. Ah Meng released the old chief and turned away reluctantly. Fine, let's just say he was trying to help. The moment the chief was free, he immediately turned to interrogate them. Is this the outsider who barged into the hopeless forest? Ah Meng's sudden shout made him jump. Wu Fu is not The chief cut her off, ordering Ao Li, take Ah Meng away. I need to have a word with this young man. Now, only he and the old chief remained. Wu Fu stood before him and explained, I don't think we have anything to discuss. I just got lost by accident. I had no intention of entering the hopeless forest. The chief didn't refute his claim but continued his interrogation. Perhaps. But why have I heard that you're Ah Meng's slave? That you cheated in the beast fighting tournament, and that you even assaulted someone? The old man's eyes narrowed slightly. Someone finally offered to guide you away from here, yet not only were you ungrateful, you charged straight into the hopeless forest. Ah, Meng glanced back, her face etched with worry. But Ao Li reassured her. Don't worry, the great chief won't make things hard for Wu Fu. Overhearing this, Wu Fu didn't deny the chief's accusations. Say whatever you like. You're all in the same pack anyway. The old man chuckled. You certainly have a good temper. Then, he called another beastman forward. You, Wolf, tell me the truth. It was this man who helped Ah Meng cheat in the tournament, assaulted someone, and then trespassed in the hopeless forest. Is that correct? The beastman grinned smugly. That is correct. Huo Qi, standing behind the chief, gloatingly presented his case. This is the outsider who cheated in the beast fighting tournament. He helped Ah Meng defeat my leopard fox, and when I brought up the matter of an inspection, he attacked me. He deliberately framed Wu Fu. Then, even as I was escorting him away, he ignored my advice and charged into the hopeless forest on his own, forcing Ah Meng and Ao Li to risk their lives to find him. The chief then asked, Do you have anything to say for yourself? Wu Fu remained perfectly silent. The chief smiled faintly. Then don't blame me for what happens next. Wu Fu cracked his knuckles, looking ready for the fight to come. It seems I'll have to fight, then figure out a way to escape. But then the old man stepped forward and slammed Huo Qi's head straight into the ground. Wu Fu was stunned by the sudden action. Pinned to the dirt, Huo Qi struggled to speak. Shh, chief. The chief looked down with utter contempt. You pathetic wolf, do you take me for a fool? Did you really think I would believe a word you said? The space cleared, leaving only Wu Fu and the chief, who stood a few paces away with his hands clasped behind his back. The Qilin beast that appeared at the divine temple. You were the one who killed it, weren't you? Wu Fu answered calmly. What if I was? And what if I wasn't? The chief turned his head back to look at him, radiating an immense and powerful aura. It doesn't matter. I just wanted to say that your power is quite impressive. However, it would be best if you learned to show a little more respect for others. Wu Fu was shocked as he realized the truth. This pressure. This old fox is a Supreme Realm expert. Their conversation had ended, and now Ao Li walked over to him. So, what did the chief say to you? Wu Fu didn't even look at him. Nothing. I just didn't expect your chief to be a Supreme Realm expert. Ao Li was baffled. A Supreme Realm expert? What are you talking about? Wu Fu finally gave him his attention. What's wrong, you don't know? He immediately began to explain the concept to Ao Li specifically. The division of cultivation power into different realms. If we were to use the standards of immortal cultivators, Ao Li listened, completely captivated. I've lived among the beastmen for years and have never heard of power being divided into realms. How interesting. Wu Fu continued his analysis. The power realms of immortal cultivators are, in order, the Qi refining realm, the profound understanding realm, the form transformation realm, the nascent soul realm, the void returning realm, and the Tao fusing realm. Then comes the venerable realm, spirit refining realm, spirit transformation realm, tribulation transcendence realm, divine venerable realm, supreme realm, saint venerable realm, and finally, the God King realm. Right now, I'm only at the venerable realm, worlds away from that old fox. They both turned to face the same direction. Ao Li spoke up. I had no idea strength could be classified in such a complex way. So, what realm do you think I'm in? In response to Ao Li's question, Wu Fu was so direct that it earned him a judgmental stare. How would I know? Your beastman tribe has a unique ability to condense and conceal your aura, so I can't distinguish it. His gaze remained fixed on the scene before him. But that old fox, he's completely different. Reflected in his eyes were the retreating figures of the old chief and Ah Meng. In another world, inside a small room, the door suddenly creaked open as a foot stepped across the threshold. Yunfeng strode in. "My dear beauty, why do you do nothing but bury yourself in your training? It's a crime against this beautiful weather to not go out for a stroll." Luo Shi was drawn from her focus by the voice. "Sister Yunfeng, what brings you here?" Yunfeng leaned down and caressed Luo Shi's face, making her blush. "I know you're doing this so you won't be a burden to your little lover later on, but you must understand that even cultivation requires rest. You should take a lesson from that fatty. He was born knowing how to enjoy life." Luo Shi tilted her head away from the touch. "No,